This young man was once an invincible war god from the misorganization, someone who could single-handedly defeat the Demon King, but Saian had always lived in the shadows, working for his older brother, but he could never have imagined that the very brother he was so loyal to, for 20 years, would be the one to mercilessly take his life. Lying in a pool of his own blood, filled with utter indignation, Saian used the last of his strength to rush forward and punch that guy Aova in the face. Boom! He returned to the past, back when he was still just a child, and what's more, he regressed to the exact date of May 1st, in the year 985 of the nation's founding, 20 years in the past, the day the Duchy of the Voss family held its combat training session. Once a year, the Duchy would hold this training session. Saian's father, Duke William W., the Great Lord of Vias, a territory in the west of the U-ship kingdom, would also participate, making it a major event. Saian's opponent was Granvert, his half-brother. His mother was Margaret, the Duke's wife, which meant Ren received a great deal of attention. Even though both Saian and he were the youngest sons of the family, Emily, Saian's personal maid, stood beside him and whispered worriedly in his ear, "Young master, you should just surrender. Ha, even my own maid looks down on me." Thinking to himself, Saian gave a forced smile and replied, "It's fine, I just have to win." With that, he drew his sword, but something felt very strange. It's just a sword. Why does it feel so heavy? My strength is still the same as it was back then, so this feeling isn't a dream, nor is it some illusion before death. I've never heard of a spell that could create such a powerful illusion. Seeing Saian standing there in a daze, Ren immediately taunted. "What, you're not going to run? Have I really returned to the past? Does this mean I can change the future?" Saian instinctively turned to look at his father, but Duke Voss paid his son no mind, coldly raising his hand and signaling, "Begin." Hearing the command, Ren flashed a confident smile and charged at Saian like a moth to a flame. "What is this? Is he a snail or something? He's so slow." Saian barely glanced at Ren before shifting slightly, effortlessly dodging his attack. Ren froze in surprise for 5 seconds, and once he realized what had happened, he roared in anger. "You dodged? You coward!" As Ren continued to swing his sword at Saian, Saian simply knocked the weapon from his hand and followed up with a kick to the shin, causing him to cry out in pain. He immediately clutched his leg, wailing pathetically on the ground. "Now, I just need to point my sword at his throat, and this duel will be over." But that's not enough. When we were kids, Ren always bullied me, treating me like his personal plaything. It continued even after I started at the academy. So I have to crush him now, so thoroughly that he'll never dare to mess with me again. In this life, I will carve out my own path. Saiyan looked down on Ren, the humanity slowly fading from his eyes. As a result, Ren lost the match. The Duke ordered Saian to visit Ren, and also granted Ren a few days to rest. This came as a small surprise to Saian. Was my victory really that impressive? Saian even glanced at the tall man beside him. He was even being escorted by the high-ranking knight Yoon, the Duke's right-hand man. As Saian was on his way to see Granvert, he ran into Marguerite in the hallway. It looks like she's about to talk about her son. Haha, she has a look on her face like she just stepped in dog crap. Secretly pleased, Saian spoke up to greet her. "Is Granvert all right, my lady?" Margaret answered through clenched teeth. "After beating your own brother into that state, you still have the audacity to ask such a question? You truly are shameless." "That's just how a duel works. I'll see you around," Saiyan said, nonchalantly brushing past her. This act left Marguerite completely, couldn't contain her anger, and brought up Saiyan's background to berate him. "That's why bastards like you shouldn't be treated like a real son. Like mother, like son. It's all because of your filthy mother. You should have been begging on a street corner, and yet you dare to cause trouble. You should be grateful instead." Saiyan stopped, turned his head to look at her, and thought to himself, "Should I just deal with this hag right now?" "Not yet. I know better than anyone how to torment her. I'll make her slowly feel the agonizing pain." At this thought, Saiyan gave a sinister smile and then asked Margaret a cryptic question. "You're aware that I'll be attending the academy with Grand, aren't you, madam? What do you mean by that?" Marguerite asked warily. "Surely you want your son to graduate in one piece, don't you? I guess you're not that worried about your son, are you, madam? You, insolent brat, how dare you?" Margaret was about to strike Saiyan when she was stopped by Yun Kan. "The Duke has summoned the young master for an urgent matter. I don't believe we can delay any further. We must go now." Saiyan stood to the side, smiling smugly. The Duke's command was absolute, and he was currently being protected by the very knight who received that order. A knight who wouldn't even yield to the Duke's wife. A kind and trustworthy person. Arriving before the door to the Duke's office, Yun can let Saiyan enter by himself. Looking at the imposing figure of his father standing behind the desk, Saiyan felt a bit nostalgic. It had been nearly 15 years since they had met privately like this. Duke William Ver, the Great Lord of Vias, was also known to the world by another name, the Guardian of the Continent, the hero who had stopped the demon invasion with his immense magical power and profound wisdom. This was a man who shouldered a responsibility no one forced upon him, until his last breath in the battle against the Demon King's army. All he wanted was peace for the entire continent. But Saiyan's memories of him were different. A man who willingly dedicated his entire life to serving others. A fool. After Saiyan was seated, the Duke got straight to the point. Your eyes tracked and dodged the blade with precision. The moment Grand charged, you looked directly at the path of his swinging sword and turned your body to evade. When did you learn to wield a sword? As sharp as ever, Saiyan thought to himself before answering cautiously. I wouldn't say I learned it exactly. I've been practicing by myself every night. As I recall, you had no interest in swordsmanship, so why did you hide your abilities? Truthfully, I didn't want to attract attention. Even so, you truly did your best to defeat Grand, but wasn't what you did afterward a bit excessive? So he's asking to test me? Is he trying to gauge my abilities? Speculating internally, Saiyan quickly came up with an excuse. I wanted to prove to myself that I'm better than Grand. Even though he and I share the same blood, that was the meaning I took from our duel. Hearing this, the Duke suddenly burst out laughing heartily. Excellent. A clear, precise answer that shows your class. I never expected you to be so talented. I'm very pleased. One day, you will surely become a capable right-hand man for Astro. What? Why do I have to become his aide? Remembering the scene from his past life where Astro coldly impaled him, Saiyan clenched his hands into fists. Just like before, he only ever thinks of Astro. In that case, I'll just destroy everything that bastard Astro holds dear. This isn't a trophy, but I wish to reward you for the duel. If there is anything you want, just say the word. And the thing that Saiyan wanted to defy the Duke's expectations. That night, Emily's shocked scream echoed from Saiyan's room. What? You want to go to the battlefield? Yes. Though nothing is certain yet. Have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea what kind of place that is? It's swarming with terrifying demonic beasts. Velius, the western territory of the UIP kingdom, is the only place on the continent considered a battlefield. Even so, within this territory, only the Limini Valley is the front line. It is a brutal battleground where the war against demons has raged for hundreds of years. That's why Saiyan's father had strongly opposed Saiyan's request from the very beginning. Ultimately, because of his determination, his father set a condition. Saiyan had to prove that he was worthy of going to the Limini Valley within 1 month. He didn't know what his father would base the decision on. During that time, I have to build up my physical strength. Compared to others my age, I'm still weaker. If it weren't for the combat intuition I was lucky enough to retain from before my regression. And then there's the small amount of mana I can feel inside me. If I train my body, with my abilities, I can definitely make good use of it. Great, I have to start training today. While Saiyan was silently planning, his older sister Alice stormed in, grabbing him by the collar to question him. Are you crazy? I heard you asked father, didn't you? You probably got arrogant just because you beat R. That's not it at all. Saiyan hurriedly tried to explain as he followed her to the castle walls. Hurry! Alice left him with that one word and decisively left the room. Saiyan, though not understanding what was happening, still obediently followed his sister. As soon as Saiyan arrived, he saw Alice draw the sword at her hip. The moment she saw him, she declared, We'll start when you draw your sword. If you can withstand my attacks for 3 minutes, I'll let you go to the battlefield. Saiyan sighed. Do we really have to go this far, Alice? I don't care. Just answer me one thing. Are you aiming for the family title, so that's why she's doing this? I don't even have the slightest interest in it, Saiyan answered silently. Seeing Saiyan's silence, Alice immediately raised her sword and said, So it's true then? Draw your sword. I only got to rest for half a day after the match with Grand. This whole day has been so chaotic, I'm exhausted. Saiyan wearily drew his sword from its sheath, and before he could do anything, Alice dashed toward him like the wind. Immediately, Saiyan blocked Alice's attack, leaving Alice astonished. No way. The kid blocked my sword? He's only 10 years old. Saiyan, however, was a bit annoyed, thinking to himself, is she really planning to go all out against her little brother who's 7 years younger? Alice jumped back, seriously sizing up her opponent. The blade of a willow sword is very slender, yet he still managed to block my longsword. These 2 times must have been luck. Your intuition is better than I thought, my dear Saiyan. Seeing the genuine smile on his sister's face, Saiyan felt a sense of unease. Crap, I'm screwed. Just as expected, right after that, Alice immediately launched a storm of attacks, using much more force than at the beginning. Saiyan continuously defended, until Alice leaped up and brought her sword down on him. He raised his sword to block it, then instinctively seized the opportunity to slide his blade along her longsword toward her neck. Damn it. Saiyan cursed inwardly and immediately changed the direction of his sword. After the impact, both were knocked backward. That move could have been really dangerous. If I hadn't twisted my sword to change its direction midway, I would have stabbed her. The organization's sword techniques, most of her skills are critical strikes designed for instant assassination. It's hard to fight without aiming for weak points, to take down an opponent because my strength is quite weak right now. How much time is left in those 3 minutes? I'm compensating for my weak strength by enveloping my sword with magic, but I'm about to reach my limit. Saiyan was thinking dejectedly when he heard Alice start to mumble an incantation. Earth, wind, and water, come and strengthen my blade. Sixth-tier magic. Saiyan was bewildered as he saw the sword in Alice's hand become coated in a layer of mana. And then she used a water sword technique against Saiyan, which made his heart ache and his eyes fill with tears. Is she trying to finish me off? I thought this was just a skill test. Saiyan looked at his sister and fell deeper into despair. It's over. I can see the killing intent just from the look in her eyes. I'm going to fall off the castle wall, even if I manage to block this technique. I can only resign myself to what's about to happen. Saiyan jumped down from the stone platform, watching Alice prepare to unleash her attack, and prayed silently. Please, someone come and stop this fight. Yunsen, in the nick of time, appeared like a god, blocking Alice's sword with one hand and grabbing Saiyan by the collar to lift him aside with the other. Once that was done, he sternly lectured Alice. Miss Alice, you are being too harsh on an opponent much younger than yourself. Saiyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. I was wondering when he would show up, but thankfully, he was just in time. Alice, as if waking from a trance, was startled and hugged Saiyan, crying her eyes out. I'm sorry, Saiyan. I must have lost my mind for a moment. I just wanted to stop you from going to the battlefield. I was so obsessed with that idea that… Saiyan smiled warmly. This is just like her. She always tries too hard with everything. Saiyan's older sister was once an elite among elites who achieved an S rank in all subjects at the Royal Academy, a place where all talented children gather if they have an aptitude for swordsmanship, magic, or other academic fields. Above all, Alice's beauty was so astounding that people called her a child of the gods. Since she was little, she had undergone strict swordsmanship training. She was mentioned as a future guardian of the continent, along with the eldest son. But not long after joining the Knights of Light, she was assassinated. I miss you so much. Saiyan wrapped his arms around his sister, silently vowing in his heart, this time, I will protect you. Saiyan's action made Alice a little surprised, but then she suddenly thought of something and turned to ask Yunsen. Aren't you the Count's guardian knight? But the Count has already left for the battlefield. I am under the Count's orders to protect the young master for a while, although I couldn't tell you because I had to keep it a secret. I've sensed his presence ever since I left the Count's office. Would he have appeared if this fight had continued? But why did Father order Yunsen to protect me in secret? Thinking about this, Saiyan hugged Alice even tighter, rubbing against her shoulder like a spoiled child. Seeing this, Alice smiled indulgently, thinking he was still just a child. The next day, Alice returned to the academy. Perhaps she only came back to see Father before the graduation ceremony. Saiyan felt he needed to become stronger, so he focused on strength training for the past 2 weeks. But 10 push-ups were his limit. He was stuck at this limit for the past 2 weeks. I was quite confident in my strength in my previous life. An image of myself with a six-pack flashed through Saiyan's mind, making him feel a pang of regret. I need a way to increase my physical strength. Just then, Emily walked in with a disgruntled look, handing Saiyan a package from Alice. Pinching her nose, she said, "What is this?" "It smells disgusting. That's the hellhound blood I asked her to get for me. It's a rare item that can only be found in the Lemmy Valley. But I guess the rumor about it appearing on the black market is true. The blood of this demonic beast is considered a poison because of its terrible stench, as well as the burning sensation when consumed. But it actually increases the user's mana and strength permanently upon the first use. Many people think this is just a baseless rumor, but I know it's true from my past life experience." Saiyan thought to himself as he poured the vial of blood into a bowl. Emily, standing at a distance, concerned, asked, "Young master, are you really going to drink that?" "Yes," he replied, adding inwardly, "Don't worry, Emily. I'm the only one who can adapt to your cooking skills. I still remember the first time. It was the wild mushroom soup, right? My heart stopped beating the moment I took the first bite of that stuff. Compared to that soup, this is." Saiyan chugged it down in one go, a look of excitement on his face as he yelled, "It's delicious." Feeling the surge of power boiling within his body, Saiyan said a quick word to Emily and then left the house, heading to a nearby forest. "It's been a while since I was last here. I've been waiting for this moment for the past 2 weeks, a private moment when Yun Kan wouldn't follow me here because of his regular reports to my father. I used to come here whenever I wanted to be alone. Then one day, Astel received a revelation from the god of light, Lumendello. It was said that an ancient temple was hidden somewhere in these mountains. Saiyan didn't completely believe it, but there really was a place where the flow of mana was concentrated. The god's revelation had come, and now only Saiyan knew about it. Saiyan walked along the path to a clearing, placing his hand on the ground to search, and when he felt it, a triumphant smile spread across his face as he channeled mana downwards. The ground trembled, and then a tunnel gradually appeared before Saiyan. "Oh, I bet you can't imagine what I'm doing right now," Saiyan thought to himself as he descended into the tunnel. As he walked inside, Saiyan thought, "This is completely different from the last time I was here. This place is the ancient temple of the god of light, Lumendello. Until the history of this land was erased by the war between the gods and demons 300 years ago, who could have imagined this place existed right on the mountain behind the castle? Saian continued deeper inside. When he saw the glowing sword on the stone pedestal, he smiled and said to himself, I see it. The master of this castle, in the year 999 before the founding of the nation, on the 12th day of the last month, humanity successfully drove the Demon King's army out of Vas. The Demon King's army was many times stronger than humans, but humans found ancient holy relics called the weapons of the gods, which helped them achieve victory. One of those relics, Durandik, is the holy sword that carries the power of the god of light, Lumendello. This sword was probably the main reason humanity was able to defeat the demons, and I will also die a bitter death in the future by this very blade, the thing that he possessed. Saiyan stood before the sword in deep thought. It seemed Durandik was related to his regression. To test his theory, Saiyan reached out and touched Durandik to sense it, but as expected, nothing happened. Saiyan got annoyed. He kicked Duran, completely losing his enthusiasm. Useless sword. Let's just finish up and get out of here. Cursing under his breath, Saiyan turned around and headed in a different direction. He muttered to himself that once you step through the light, a strange shadow will appear, and he kept looking until he saw a circle in a dark spot on the ground. Inside the circle was the shadow of a sword emitting a red light, at which point Saiyan happily shouted, Found it! At a glance, it looked like the shadow of a sword, but it wasn't. There was no shadow at all, because where there's light, there must be a shadow. With that said, Saiyan placed his hand on the circle, and immediately the ground cracked open, forming a fissure that revealed a passage leading down below. This was the path to another room, a secret passage, hidden beneath the Temple of Light. Saiyan walked to the door at the end of the passage. When he opened the door, his eyes locked onto the sword emitting a red glow on a stone pedestal. There you are, my sword. The demon sword, Karam, Sai, and joyfully walked over and grabbed it. He smirked and greeted it, Good morning, Cam. When the sword didn't respond, Saiyan started swinging the sword around, saying, Still haven't awakened yet? This familiar feeling is the best. It makes me want to slash something. Just then, a phantom emerged from the ground in front of Saiyan, letting out a strange laugh. Hey kid, aren't you scared? Do you have any idea what the consequences of awakening me are? Saiyan replied nonchalantly. Nope. Does that mean this sword is mine now? It was too late for regrets after awakening the slumbering demon's sword. Kid, your body is now mine. With that, the phantom flew towards Saiyan. In response to the approaching phantom, Saiyan simply reached out, grabbed its neck, and calmly said, You weren't in this much of a hurry last time, were you? The restrained phantom revealed its true form as a girl. Her hands gripped his arm tightly as she cried out in disbelief, What are you? How? Are you able to touch me? Saiyan grinned and replied, I already told you, this sword is mine. Now get lost. The girl yelled and attacked Saiyan with her claws. Saiyan tilted his head to dodge, and in doing so, his grip on her neck loosened. The girl immediately broke free and leaped backward, staring at Saiyan as she demanded, Who are you? Could you be the successor? Why do I sense Yu's aura coming from you? Saiyan smiled and admitted, That's right, I am Yu's successor. Your master has returned, so kneel. Demon sword, Karam. Upon hearing this, Karam's expression immediately twisted in anger. She couldn't accept her master being just some kid, so she lunged forward and furiously attacked Saiyan. Unfazed, Saiyan easily parried her attacks with the sword. I guess there's no point in talking. The ultimate goal of a demon's sword is to possess its wielder's body. I have no other choice. I'll have to make a small concession. Thinking this, Saiyan gave a faint smile and shouted, Demon sword, subjugation. Instantly, Karam, who was in front of him, seemed to be forced to her knees by an invisible power. Saiyan spoke up, I'm only going to say this once. Why didn't you accept me as your master when I was being nice? How do you know that technique? You arrogant brat, Karam screamed, still trying to stubbornly lunge at Saiyan. Saiyan shouted once more, Demon sword, subjugation. Karam had just struggled to get up when she was forced back to her knees. Demon sword, subjugation, demon sword, subjugation, demon sword, subjugation. After shouting it 3 times, Saiyan finally turned to Cam, now deeply embedded in the ground, asked, Now what? Karam said with a tremble, I accept you, master. A moment later, he had now finished what he had to do. Time to go back. Huh. I've been gone for too long, he thought. Saiyan turned back to the path he came from to leave outside. As soon as he stepped out, the fissure in the ground closed up just as it was before. At that moment, Karam, in Saiyan's hand, emitted a wisp of black smoke, which condensed into a face and exclaimed, It's been so long since I breathed fresh air, this feels amazing. Then, Karam glanced at Saiyan and asked, Hey master, what's your name? Saiyan replied, Saian. Saian Ves. Karam questioned doubtfully, Saiyan, I've never heard that name. Did Eru really choose a kid like you? Saiyan replied, yes, from my past life. Karam asked, confused, past life? What the heck are you talking about? Saiyan replied, I've died once before. What? Karam stared at Saiyan in shock. Returning to the spot with the sword Durand deck, Karam saw it and immediately asked, is he still sleeping? Saiyan replied, he still has to wait another 20 years for his master. You say that like you know the future. Karam had just finished speaking when he saw Saiyan swing his sword, cutting off a piece of Durand's hilt. Karam cried out in alarm, what do you think you're doing? Saiyan held the severed piece of the hilt and said with a laugh, who knows, maybe this will make the future more interesting. 1 month later, a carriage carrying Saiyan departed from the castle. When the carriage came to a stop, Saiyan, clad in light armor, stepped out, his heart filled with emotion, unable to believe this day had finally arrived. Time sure flies. Seeing his father approach, Saiyan bowed and said, greetings, Duke. William looked intently at his son and spoke, I will ask you one last time, are you determined to head to the battlefield? If you wish to back out, I will not stop you. Saiyan lifted his head, his expression serious, and said, yes, father, my heart is already on the battlefield. William said nothing more to persuade him. He turned to Yun Kan and said softly, open it. Yes, my lord. Yun Kan replied, then took out a magic scroll. Saiyan was inwardly shocked. A magic scroll? Are they going to summon something? Immediately after, Saiyan saw Yun Kan open the scroll and summon a dog-like monster with its back engulfed in flames. The moment Saiyan saw this monster, he knew what it was. A hellhound, a low-level beast from Lim Valley. Father and the knights must have put a lot of effort into preparing this test. Saiyan smiled confidently and walked toward the hellhound. At the same time, he noticed a few men with their hands already resting on the hilts of their swords. Are they going to intervene if things get dangerous? He wondered. Just then, William spoke up. You must take responsibility for your actions, so prove your capabilities. Pass this test and show us what you're made of. Standing beside William, a thoughtful look appeared in Yun Kan's eyes as he muttered, a test. He recalled what had happened a few days ago. Back then, Yun Kan had asked, young master, did you just say you wanted to duel me? Saiyan explained, there are only 3 days left until I must fulfill my promise to father. I can't just keep swinging my sword at empty air, can I? I also need to learn actual combat. Please help me with that. A duel at your age. Young Master Granwood. Yun Kan wanted to advise against it, but Saiyan said, I don't know why, but he runs away every time he sees me, which is quite a bother. Sighing to himself, Yun Kan agreed to Saiyan's request. Very well, if you insist. However, I will only use my scabbard to fight you. I will focus on defense, so you can attack with all your strength. Saiyan opened his mouth to thank him. Thank you, Yun Kan. After that, Saiyan's tone changed. I have one more thing to ask of you. From now on, no matter what happens, don't say a word to my father. This was an order. Although Yun Kan didn't understand Saiyan's intentions, he said nothing, silently accepting. The match began, and Saiyan quickly rushed forward, attacking with his sword. Yun Kan raised his scabbard to block, assessing inwardly. That's a heavy sword. It was unbelievable that it was the sword of a 10-year-old child. In addition, witnessing Saiyan's speed, Yun Kan was once again astonished. He's so fast. Suddenly, Saiyan's figure disappeared right before Yun Kan's eyes, appearing an instant later right above Yun Kan's head, startling him. Since when? Not giving Yun Kan time to wonder, Saiyan slashed down fiercely from above. Yun Kan once again raised his scabbard to block. Saiyan didn't stop, continuously delivering several more strikes, but Yun Kan blocked them all. At this point, Saiyan exhaled, actively stepping back and sheathing his sword and said, as expected, I still can't defeat you. That was great, Yun Kan. Thank you for your help. Yun Kan genuinely offered his assessment. Very good, young master. Remembering this, Yun Kan looked at the current Saiyan and thought, he never expected the weak young master Saiyan to have improved this much. If my intuition is correct, the young master should now be able to pass his trial. At the same time, the fight between the Hellhound and Saiyan began. The Hellhound took the lead, launching an attack towards Saiyan. It's charging, he thought, drawing his sword. He waited for the Hellhound to get closer before striking, slashing at one of its eyes. The Hellhound took the hit, losing control and rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Even so, the wound didn't seem to affect the Hellhound much. It immediately sprang up and began to move slowly, staring intently at Saiyan and waiting for an opening to attack. With my current strength, fighting a monster is overwhelming. I have to end this battle as quickly as possible. I'll finish it with just this one attack. Acting on his thought, Saiyan dashed forward at high speed, slashing at the Hellhound's neck. Then, Saiyan jumped high, powerfully thrusting his sword down and piercing the Hellhound's skull, ending the fight to the amazement of the knights watching from the sidelines. Even the ever-serious William had to crack a smile at Saian's performance. Saian looked at the hellhound's corpse bleeding out on the ground and thought regretfully, such a waste, all this blood could probably fill a few bottles. In the end, Saian gave up on the idea. He pulled out his sword, thinking, if I do something like that here, they'll think I've gone mad. At that moment, William walked over, clapping as he praised excellent Saian. I'll see you on the battlefield. After saying that, William immediately got on his horse and rode away. Saiyan placed a hand over his chest, bowed to his father, and said, my thanks, father. Once everyone was far away, Karam appeared and demanded, Master, do you take me for a fruit-peeling knife or something? Saiyan replied nonchalantly, Of course not. You're a demon sword. Why ask such a thing? Karam said, annoyed, Then use me, for crying out loud. I need to absorb blood to grow stronger. Please, just give me one sip. Saiyan started to reassure him, Don't worry, I'll be using you for important matters soon enough. Just you wait. Karam continued to grumble, You should have waited until then to awaken me. Why wake me up so early? A peaceful evening at the encampment was suddenly shattered by the screams of monsters. The alarm bell was immediately sounded, and soldiers assembled quickly. William, in full armor, appeared and shouted, It's orcs! Orcs from the northwest. Form a defensive line and wipe them out. Leave none of them alive, left. The operation to stop the monsters began. Hearing the command, the knights all roared, raising their swords high in the air. Their swords immediately shot out beams of light that combined to form a massive magic circle in the sky, illuminating a vast area. A second later, numerous magic circles also appeared on the ground beneath the monsters, unleashing tendrils of light that wrapped around them, restricting their movements. Attack! William roared the command, then charged out of the camp with his subordinates to attack. Since the monsters were already restrained, this battle was completely one-sided. The number of monster corpses on the ground steadily increased. Somewhere on the battlefield, Emily saw a monster's head fall in front of her and fearfully hid behind the rear of Saiyan's horse, crying out, Oh my God, young master, why would you want to come to a place like this? Aren't you scared? Saiyan didn't even glance at Emily, his heart filled with a sense of nostalgia. Coming back here brings back so many memories. This place is still a living hell. Just then, Willius rode up and asked, Sai, how does it feel to be on the front lines? Saiyan replied, I'm just a little nervous. Willius reminded him, As you can see, the battlefield is a place of death. You never know when you might lose your life, so never let your guard down. Saiyan smiled and replied, Yes, I'll remember that, father. On the front lines, situations like this are all too common. In a single day, there can be up to 3 or 4 battles, and each fight requires a specific, detailed strategy centered on skilled, high-ranking knights to deal with all the monsters trying to break through the front lines. Back at the camp, Saiyan peered out from inside his tent, surveying the outside. His tent was located at the very rear, which was also the safest area. The guards are always watching so carefully that there's no opportunity for Karam to suck blood. Do I really have to wait until dinner time? As he wondered this, Saiyan suddenly noticed Emily huddled under the covers, trembling on her bed. He asked curiously, What are you doing? Emily poked her head out and said, Didn't the Duke say we'll never know when we might die? That's why I'm scared. With a helpless look on his face, Saiyan asked, So are you planning to pack up and go home? Emily flared up and yelled, Do you think it's even possible to go back? When will you be able to stand on your own 2 feet without me? There are monsters everywhere. So if I ran away, who would take care of you, young master? Then, Emily stormed out of the tent. Let's go. It's almost time to eat. Seeing this, Saiyan quickly asked, Emily, what about the cloak I asked you about? There was no reply, as Emily had already left, leaving Saiyan to think with an irritated expression, should I fire her? Is this how she's supposed to treat her young master? When night fell, Saiyan made a dummy. He placed it on his bed, covered it with a blanket, and said with satisfaction, This should do the trick. From the adjacent bed, Emily suddenly spoke up. Are you still planning to go out and train, even in a place like this? Saiyan turned to her and asked, Oh, did I wake you? Emily rubbed her sleepy eyes and said, You're so diligent. The Duke would be very proud if he knew. Saiyan didn't respond, instead pulling on his hood and headed out. Before he left, he didn't forget to remind Emily, By the way, I'm going out, so just act as you normally would. I'm still sleeping. Got it? Emily replied, Yes. After successfully sneaking out of the camp, Saiyan picked a direction and dashed forward. Since this was the front line, the soldiers' night watch shifts were constantly reinforced, and they were extremely vigilant. So if he didn't get away from the camp now, it would be difficult to act freely. It didn't take long. Saiyan ran to a cliff's edge. Using the third form of his bone skill, Descending Mist, he successfully jumped down below. He whispered, If I remember correctly, there's a whole bunch of monsters here. Sure enough, a pack of demon hounds immediately appeared in front of Saiyan. Facing them, Saiyan drew his weapon, Cam, his eyes glinting with killing intent as he smirked and asked, a perfect place for you to absorb some blood, right, Cam? Cam replied excitedly, the scent of blood is so strong, master. I don't think I can hold back any longer. Hurry up, let me slash something. All right, Cam, I'll indulge you. With that said, Saiyan charged directly into the pack of demon hounds, unleashing one of his skills, Misty Sword Storm. His body moved swiftly, while Cam in his hand continuously carved perfect, deadly arcs, reaping the lives of the demon hounds. In just a few minutes, Saiyan had finished off the entire pack. Saiyan walked over to one of the corpses and used a tube-like instrument to draw its blood into a cup. Saiyan took a gulp of the blood directly and exclaimed with satisfaction, "Here, for you. Absorb the fresh blood." Cam also spoke with delight, since my awakening, this is the first time I've felt so refreshed. Saiyan said, "Good, let's keep training like this." Cam asked, "How long will it take to get stronger just by dealing with these bugs?" Saiyan glanced in a direction not far from him, where a horde of monsters of various types was approaching. He smiled and replied, "Don't worry, the night is still young, and there are plenty of monsters." Cam howled, "Ooh, this is so exciting." Meanwhile, two carriages, escorted by a company of knights, were traveling through the night. In one of the two carriages, two girls were sitting and talking with each other. One girl suggested, "I still think the front lines are too dangerous. We should go back, princess." The princess looked out the window and said, "I've already told you, don't treat me like a child. I am the princess of this kingdom, and I have a responsibility to help my father, the king. How many more times do you want me to say it? If you bring it up again, I'll be genuinely angry." The girl replied, "Yes, your highness." Then the girl added, "Oh, that reminds me. There's news that the youngest son of the Firth family has also joined the battle. He should be about your age." The princess asked in surprise, "He brought his youngest son with him?" The girl replied, "The duke didn't plan on bringing him along. The young master insisted on it himself. Since you two are the same age, maybe you could try getting acquainted with him." The princess turned her head away, saying, "Humph, as if I care about such trivial things. Forget it, I'm going to get some sleep." The girl bowed her head and said, "Yes." After a moment's thought, the princess asked again, "What's his name?" The girl replied, "It's Saian. I'm quite sure his name is Saian Firth." The princess quietly murmured, "Saian Firth?" Meanwhile, a battle between the camp and a horde of monsters came to an end. Willius shouted loudly, "Check if anyone is injured." A soldier reported, "Everyone is fine, sir." Willius commanded, "Good, let's head back immediately." The soldiers replied, "Yes, sir." Willius's attention was suddenly drawn to Saiyan. When he saw how the boy dealt with a monster, he curiously approached and asked, "How were you able to adapt and survive in your very first battle like that?" Saiyan bowed his head and replied, "I'm always learning new things every day, father." Willius seemed very pleased. He smiled and said, "Is that all? I thought you'd want to return to the family quickly. You've endured it here for quite some time now. I am very proud of what you've accomplished on this battlefield." Saiyan was inwardly stunned. What? He was proud of himself. "Tomorrow, I have something to discuss with you. Come to my tent early in the morning." After saying that, Willius turned and left. Saiyan replied, "Yes, father." He watched his father's back, a bit dazed, and said to himself, "Father has never treated me this well before, not even in my past life." When night fell, Saiyan went out to hunt monsters again. His current opponent was a deathworm, a type of monster that usually only appears deep within the valley. After fighting for a while with no results, Karam spoke up and suggested, "Master, it seems you are having trouble. Please, switch with me. Let me possess you to fight." Saiyan glanced at the weapon in his hand and questioned, "Switch with you? You think I don't know what you want?" Karam swore, "I swear it will only take a moment and I'll switch back." See, it immediately regenerated its wounds. Continuing to attack it will only be useless. Saiyan couldn't help but admit that what Karam said was true. It wouldn't be good to continue like this. It had been 1 month since he came to the front lines. He had drunk the blood of countless monsters, but it wasn't enough to deal with a monster like the deathworm. Therefore, Saiyan had no choice but to accept Karam's offer. "I agree to switch with you, no matter what you're planning." Karam exclaimed excitedly, "All right, let's go." Immediately after, the aura around Saiyan changed. The 9th form of the Mist-style Demon Sword Burst was used. Countless wounds immediately appeared on the deathworm's body, causing it to writhe in pain. The deathworm became enraged, opening its fang-filled mouth towards Saiyan. Saiyan wasn't afraid at all. He whispered in a low voice, "I will tear your thick hide to pieces." This time, Saiyan used the Mist Sword style, 8-petal slash attacking from the air. By the time he landed, the deathworm's head had been sliced into many pieces, with fresh blood splattering everywhere, looking just like a blood flower blooming in the night. A few hours later, Willius led his subordinates to the area where Saiyan usually hunted. He knelt beside a monster's corpse, touching it with his hand to take a sample of its blood for examination. This thing had been dead for a while. Yoon deduced that the residual magical energy here seemed to be immense. A demon might have done this. Willius said seriously, "We cannot take this matter lightly. If it's related to the demon clan, immediately search the area and dispose of these corpses." His subordinates replied, "Yes, sir." Willius frowned, looking at the state of the corpses again. This slash mark looks very familiar, or am I mistaken? While deep in thought, Willius was called by Yun. "Sir, you should see this." Willius had to temporarily set aside his suspicions and went over to Yun. Illuminated by the torch in Yun's hand, the scene gradually became clear. Seeing what it was, Willius was startled and gasped. "This is..." Yun continued, "That's right, it's a death worm." Looking at the corpse covered in wounds, with fresh blood splattered all over the ground, Willius couldn't help but ask, who could have done this to it? Immediately after, a thought suddenly crossed Willius's mind. A suspicion, perhaps it was that organization. Saian was completely unaware of what was happening here. He had already returned to his tent. Lying on his bed, Saian was deep in thought. Demon sword manifestation. It allows Karin to control my body and can unleash its full power. But I can still control my body if she lets her guard down during a fight. That's why I allow her to control me when fighting monsters. I drank all the monster's blood after defeating it. It hit, and my strength has increased a little. If this were a month ago, I wouldn't have been able to take it. Saian sat up. A wave of pain washed over him, making him yelp softly. "Ah, my body hurts so much." Karim suddenly spoke up. "I get it now. You have the appearance of a kid, but you don't talk or act like one. When you were fighting with me, you were very fast and proficient. You're also very knowledgeable about the geography of the Limi Valley. Your swordsmanship is also as if you've practiced for at least 30 years, and what's more, you said you've died once before, right? I'm certain now, you were reincarnated, weren't you?" Saiyan looked at Karam with a strange expression. "Well, I did say I died once before. It's pretty obvious." Karam froze for a few seconds, then roared in anger. "How is that obvious? You never explained it to me," Saiyan nonchalantly said softly. "I was too lazy." Karam gritted his teeth and said, "Anyway, killing someone like you isn't easy. I'm guessing you were killed by the wielder of Duranak. There are two possibilities. You were either killed in a one-on-one battle or you were betrayed. I feel it's very likely the second one." Saiyan asked curiously, "Why do you think that?" Karam replied, "You have great contempt for the holy sword, so I'm guessing you don't have a good impression of it. So your purpose is revenge." Then, Karam leaned in close to Saiyan's face, grinning like a demon as he whispered, "Either way, always remember, if I find out you've failed or given up, I will devour you." Saiyan waved his hand, swatting Karam away, and said contemptuously, "Devour me? I'm not stupid enough to let you do that." In his mind, he chuckled. It hasn't changed at all. Still has the same personality as in his previous life. The next day, as soon as Saiyan stepped out of his tent, he noticed the strange expressions on the soldiers' faces, making him wonder, what's going on? It seems like things are in chaos. Just then, Emily ran over and said, "Young master, you're awake?" Saiyan asked Emily, "What happened?" Emily replied, "Yes." They suddenly discovered the corpse of a high-level monster lying at the entrance to the valley. Saiyan felt a little nervous, thinking, "Is she talking about that worm?" Emily continued, "It's been a very long time since a monster like that last appeared near the camping area." Saiyan asked again, "Is there anything else?" Emily was surprised and said, "Sir." Seeing Emily hesitate, Saiyan grew a bit impatient and pressed. "Besides that, is there anything else? Like, did they find any suspicious people or anything about me?" Before Emily could answer, Yun-Si came over to report, "Young master, Saiyan, the Duke wants to see you right now." Saiyan thought to himself, "This is bad. I couldn't dispose of that monster's huge corpse right away. Because the patrol soldiers suddenly appeared, my chance to enjoy life before entering the academy is gone." With a sense of unease and anxiety, Saiyan entered Willius's tent. "Father, I'm here." Willius spoke, saying, "Come here, Saiyan." As he walked over, Saiyan thought to himself, "Father won't realize it was me. If he asks about yesterday, how should I explain it?" Willius kept observing him, pointed to a chair, and said, "Have a seat." Willius sat down and said, "I'll get straight to the point. What were you doing last night?" Saiyan replied, "I went to bed early because I was too tired." Hearing that, Willius mused, "Went to bed early, but those slash marks are clearly Saiyan's swordsmanship. Am I overthinking this?" Seeing Willius remain silent, Saiyan asked, "Why do you ask, father?" It's hard to believe that a child like this could handle a death worm. Moreover, seeing Willius still silent, Saiyan called out again, "Father? Is something worrying you, father?" At this moment, Willius spoke up, "You must have heard what happened near the camp last night, right? I still need to investigate it further, but it seems there are traces of a secret assassin organization. The mist, Saian repeated doubtfully. The Mist, William explained. It's an organization that has existed for ages and no one knows their true purpose. But they have assassinated countless nobles under the guise of a purge, and wherever they go, a characteristic black mist follows. Then one day they completely vanished. The last time they were active was 300 years ago, but the death worm last night was shrouded in a black mist. The black mist is a trace left by the god EU, the god of darkness. That god is revered by the Mist organization and is also the root of their power. If my guess is correct, then they and the monsters were the ones who destroyed that death worm. Saiyan marveled inwardly. It's incredible just from that father was able to figure out who was behind this, even though that organization was last seen 300 years ago. William warned, I don't know why they've resurfaced, but you need to be careful. I will report this matter to the king and investigate further. Saiyan replied, yes, father. He sighed in relief internally thinking, so perhaps father believes me now. As for Willius, he thought it was absurd for Saiyan to be involved with this organization, especially since he's so young. With that thought, Willius ended the conversation right there. Just like that, he then changed the subject. By the way, who did you say was visiting today? Saiyan answered. I heard the king would be visiting, but it was supposed to be today. William smiled and said, I also have a favor to ask of you. Saiyan asked curiously, what is it? The next day, the sound of a horn echoed throughout the camp. A soldier shouted loudly, the king has arrived. William immediately led his soldiers to the front gate of the camp, kneeling to welcome him. I, the Lord of Vias, greet your majesty. King Vilius chuckled softly. He dismounted his horse, walked over to place a hand on William's shoulder and said, we are old friends, there's no need for such formalities. William hesitated, but your majesty. The king then noticed Saiyan beside Willius. Oh, is this the child? Knowing the king was asking about him, Saiyan spoke up. It is my honor. Your majesty, I am Saian Ves, the youngest member of the Ves family. The king praised him. So young and already out on the battlefield. Your sons are truly different. In his heart, Saiyan thought, I wondered what father wanted me to do, who knew he just wanted me to introduce myself. In my past life, I always had to hide at home whenever the king visited, so being trusted like this is truly touching. At that moment, the king turned towards the carriage behind him. I also want to introduce someone else. Hearing this, a servant immediately opened the carriage door and a girl with white hair and a red dress stepped out and introduced herself. The fifth princess of the UIP kingdom, Aaron Severus. Hearing this name, Saiyan thought to himself, Aaron Severus, the tragic fifth princess. He recalled his father's earlier request, I need you to escort Princess Aaron. That day, Saiyan had asked nervously, what? How do I do that? William reassured him, don't worry, you just need to stay close to her. She's around your age and you'll see her again when you enter the academy. Saiyan mused, I do remember meeting her in my past life a few times in classes at the academy. William advised, getting to know befriending a royal won't hurt, it won't take long. But I want you to get close to her. Returning to the present, looking at Aaron right in front of him, Saiyan sighed and thought to himself, but I don't want to at all. But I understand my father's intention. Perhaps father wants me to have a relationship like his with the king, but he chose the wrong person. She can't become my friend. Although I can't say why because it's a future that only I know. It's really annoying, but I'll just pretend to obey. The group entered the encampment. William walked beside the king, while Saiyan walked next to Aaron. Suddenly, Saiyan noticed Aaron had stopped, and he turned to look at her suspiciously. Aaron looked in one direction and asked, why is that river red? Saiyan asked, you mean the river of blood? Aaron said softly, the river of blood? Saiyan explained, this current flows throughout the Limai Valley, and there's no complicated reason why the river is red. The old or mortally wounded monsters that can no longer survive will instinctively jump into the river of blood. After that, their bodies decompose in the river and their mana transforms, turning the river red. Aaron pressed. So it's all real blood and flesh? Saiyan said. That's right. They even drink and bathe in that river water, so it's disgusting. Don't go near that river. Aaron grimaced and exclaimed, that's so gross. What's at the end of the river? Saiyan replied, the demon world. Aaron asked again, the demon world? Is that where demons live? Saiyan grinned menacingly. That's right. If you follow this river, you might even meet the demon king. He thought to himself, but who would be crazy enough to do that? Just scaring her a little bit. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the sky. Aaron asked curiously, what's that light? Saiyan's expression became serious as he answered, that's the signal from the third western outpost. It's yellow. A signal that demonic beasts have appeared. Aaron looked around and asked, are there monsters here? At that moment, William shouted an order, protect the king. Reconnaissance knights, follow me to the third western outpost. He was about to leave when the king called out to him, hold on, William. William looked at the king with suspicion. The king drew his weapon and said, did you think I came here just to sightsee? I was starting to get bored. William thought for a moment, then sighed and said, yes, your majesty. The king turned to the soldiers he had brought with him and said, we will join the raid on the demons, annihilate them all. The soldiers roared, yes, your majesty. William looked at Saiyan and said, You will participate too. Saian. Saian replied, yes, father. Aaron, standing beside him, asked, can you fight the demonic beasts? Saian replied, yeah, but only as rear support. You should get to a safe place. Before Saian could finish speaking, Aaron opened her mouth to demand, take me with you. Saian couldn't believe it. What did this girl just say? Seeing the strange look from Saian, Aaron exclaimed, you said you're the same age as me, so I want to go too. Saian warned. That's reckless. This is not a playground. Aaron said defiantly, I don't care. I want to go, and no one can stop me. Saian got angry and shouted, Yun. Yun understood, moved to Aaron's side and assured, yes, young master, I, Yun. A royal knight will escort the princess to safety. Then, Yun said to Aaron, let's go, princess. Aaron turned her head to look at Yun, and then whipped back around, pointing at Saian and scolding, you traitor. How dare you treat a princess with such disrespect? Saiyan's eyes turned cold. He put on an emotionless expression, leaned close to Aaron's face, and whispered, many knights could die, all because of your stubbornness. A single foolish moment can decide life and death on the battlefield. So, do you dare take responsibility? Responsibility for those lives? Aaron suddenly felt terrified. Her eyes glazed over, unable to say a word. Seeing this, Saiyan paid her no more mind and turned to leave. At the same time, on the battlefield, the soldiers were full of fighting spirit as they held back the monsters. Don't falter, charge. Just then, William's group and the king also arrived at the battlefield. He immediately commanded loudly, get into formation, protect the king, and annihilate them. Spare not a single demon. While fighting, Saiyan told Karam a little about Princess Aaron. Dionysus, the king of the U-ship kingdom, had 2 wives. Diana Quizzle was the first wife, but she passed away. Cassandra Nefelim is the second wife, known as the kingdom's powerful judge. The former queen gave birth to the first and second princesses, while the current queen is the mother of the third and fourth princes. However, Aaron Severus, the 5th princess, is a daughter of low birth, whose mother was a commoner. People treat her like a puppet princess because of her mixed blood, but she never cared about what others thought and always fulfilled her duties as a member of the royal family, always studying harder than anyone else. But she was branded a traitor by those who were jealous and was exiled by the royal family and the kingdom. It's rumored the princess died alone from an illness on an island. That's why people call her the tragic princess. Someone like her would have lived a happy life if she hadn't been so ambitious. Hearing the words not ambitious, Karam found it a bit familiar. Wasn't that what your father in your past life always said to you? Saiyan swung his sword, cutting down a monster, and replied with a displeased look, it's different. Politics in the royal family are just like that. With that, he glanced towards the king, who was tearing it up amidst the horde of monsters. He's definitely a talented man. King Dionysus is famous for being a tier 8 mage. If he hadn't taken the throne, he would have become the head of the Mages Association. A mid-tier monster is probably nothing to him. I guess being king is just a hobby for him. After clearing out the monsters, everyone returned to the camp. The king felt like having a drink with the duke, taking the opportunity to discuss state affairs. About what you asked me regarding the situation in the kingdom, there have been many assassinations of nobles lately. It's worrying. Is there anything in common with these assassinations? The king frowned and replied, yes. All the murdered nobles were corrupt officials, and what's more, a black mist appeared at every scene. What do you think? The duke stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment, then replied, yesterday, I found a trace of them here. It seems the followers of the assassins, the Black Mist Society, are on the move again. That makes sense, but you need to investigate thoroughly. Thank you for taking out that trash, but I can't just sit back and watch them live in constant fear. There's one more thing that troubles me. What is it, Your Majesty? The king then confided, those nobles are spouting nonsense, blaming the 5th princess. Do you mean they're intentionally pinning those cases on Princess Aaron? I've dismissed those ridiculous rumors to shut them up, but it seems there's a faction trying to use the girl. I want to ask a favor of you. As a friend, not as a king. If I pass away first, please take care of her for me. The duke placed a hand on his chest and replied, I, Vili V, obey your command, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, at Saiyan's tent, after hearing him recount what had just happened, Emily asked with a look of disbelief, is that all? What more were you expecting? Emily said, exasperatedly. She's a princess, and you only escorted her here? At this rate, you'll never get married. It's not like we were on a date, Saiyan retorted internally, then instructed Emily, while I'm away, I'm leaving everything to you. Are you going to train again? It's raining hard, don't worry, and don't wait up for me. Saiyan said this as he was about to leave, but Aaron came looking for him, wanting to have a word. How long have you been here? About 1 month. Why are you here? Aaron then glanced at the giant third wheel in the room and said awkwardly, could you give us some privacy, please? She just kept staring. Feeling helpless, Saiyan ordered, get out, Emily. Emily immediately complied, smiling slyly as she left. All right, You two have fun now. Saian was speechless with frustration. Have fun with a 10-year-old kid? No thanks. I'm 40 years old. After Emily left, Erin looked relieved and finally spoke her mind. I'm sorry about what happened earlier. I feel like I didn't act in a way befitting a princess. Saian patted her head and replied, You don't need to worry about it. I'm also sorry for being rude. Not at all. If I were in your shoes, I would have said the same thing. You're acknowledged by so many people, unlike me. Besides, you're much more mature. By the way, are you also planning to join the academy or not yet? Before Erin could finish, Saian immediately cut her off. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can be of any help to you. Before Erin could overcome her shock, Saian coldly dismissed her. If you came here to make friends, you can leave. I just wanted us to have a good relationship. You're so difficult. Or do you also think I'm nothing more than a princess? As she said this, tears began to stream down Erin's cheeks. I understand. There's probably no benefit for you in being my friend. I'm sorry for wasting your time. I must have been blind. I thought we could at least talk to each other, but it turns out you're nothing like Sir Acho. Hearing his brother's name, Saian instantly grabbed Erin's arm and demanded, Acho, how do you know my brother? Erin endured the sharp pain from his tight grip and replied with a frown. I met him last year while walking around the Royal Academy. He advised me not to worry about what others think, and to just focus on being a princess. Advised? What a joke. From the moment she met him, everything was already set in motion. The plan to bring down Princess Arin. Thinking this, Saian decided to warn her, I'm warning you. But before he could finish his sentence, disaster struck. Emily burst in frantically. Young master, you have to run. The moment Emily finished speaking, the roof above them was torn away. Seeing the giant monster, the guards immediately shouted, That's the young master's tent. Hurry and see if he's in danger. Emily stared helplessly at the monster, until she saw it raise a massive tree trunk in its hands, aiming to smash it down right where Saian was standing, and screamed in terror, Young master. At the same time, as soon as the king heard that high-level monsters were ambushing the border encampment where the princess was present, he immediately dispatched the entire royal army to the scene as reinforcements. Back to the action. Saian was now hiding behind a large boulder, observing the monsters. He silently wondered, deathworms and ogresses only live in the deeper parts of the valley, but they've suddenly appeared here. Something must have changed. Is it because of me? Emily sat to the side and whimpered, Young master, I thought you had really left. From now on, I'll never leave your side again. She recalled the earlier scene where Saian had dragged the princess along to run. They had narrowly escaped the attack of a gigantic ogress, and the memory still made Emily shudder. I even defeated a demon king in the past, as if these monsters could even lay a scratch on me. Just then, the princess asked worriedly, Do you think the knights in the camp will be all right? Princess, don't worry. The knights are very strong. Emily reassured her, but regret washed over Erin, causing her to burst into tears. If I hadn't come here, none of this would have happened. All the knights who came with me are. Hearing this, one of her escort knights quickly tried to comfort her. We are fine, princess. Protecting you as knights of the kingdom is our duty. The other knight chimed in, agreeing, He's right, princess. We will protect you with our lives. Qian looked at the soldier, and his expression suddenly changed. He shouted, Get out of the way. The soldier was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening, when a monster grabbed him from behind and squeezed tightly. Stay back, Qian said as he stood protectively in front of the princess. The monster suddenly stopped its movements, sniffed the air, then casually tossed the unfortunate soldier aside and began to step towards Qian. I knew it, it's targeting me, he thought. Qian immediately ordered Emily, I'll distract the burial troll, you take the princess and hide. Got it, Emily replied, then directly picked up the princess like a sack of rice and ran off, reminding the remaining dumbfounded knight on her way out. Knight, what are you doing? Let's go. Qian felt a little hurt seeing the scene. Was she really in that much of a hurry to leave? The troll had locked onto its target, immediately letting out a roar and raising both its hands, preparing to smash down on the spot where Saian was standing. But before it could even act, Saian had already leaped high into the air and gave it a few slaps. Why do I keep attracting these high-level monsters? It feels like they're sniffing something out on me. As if reading Saian's mind, Karam let out a strange smile and said, You've drunk the blood of countless monsters to become stronger, that's why you smell like them. It'd be weird if they didn't target you. After hearing this, Qian immediately became furious. You knew about this, why are you only telling me now? Did you forget? What I want is your body. Thanks to that statement, Karam was immediately grabbed by the neck by an annoyed Saian and forced into his demon sword form. With a powerful weapon in hand, Saian confidently showed off his skills, sending the burial troll's head flying with just a few basic moves. Phew, now that no one's watching, time to drink a little blood from a high-level monster. Looking at the massive horde of monsters before him, Karam grew even more excited and shouted, It's like a grand feast. Wait, is that? Qian stared ahead in disbelief, only to see an evil dragon looking with its ice-cold eyes at Saian before letting out an earth-shattering roar. No way, it's still young. It must have also smelled your scent. Why the dragon is here doesn't matter. What matters is that I catch it. With that thought, Saian immediately let Karam borrow his body and cheerfully gave an order. You have to catch that dragon? No, you have to eat it. Meanwhile, the king and the duke finally arrived at the site of the monster attack. After dealing with a burial troll, the king asked impatiently, "Is that the last of them, Vili?" "Yes, it appears so. What about the princess and your son? I couldn't find any trace of them in the tents." Hearing this, the king tried to reassure him. "It's all right. I'm sure you must be very worried about your own son." The duke replied with a straight face, "What's there to worry about with that boy? The princess is what's most important." The king was taken aback, asking with a look of disbelief, "You're so cold-hearted. Is he really your biological son?" A member of the Vest family must know how to protect themselves. Just then, a soldier arrived with news. "Your Majesty, we've found the princess." "Father," Aaron shouted as she ran towards the king. The moment he saw her, the king asked anxiously, "Are you hurt?" "Hurry, father, we have to save him." "Save who?" "Saian. It's because of me that he—" The king felt an icy chill radiating from behind him, right from where the duke was standing. "Are you the servant of Saian?" the duke asked Emily, who was kneeling on the ground. "Yes, I am, my lord. Tell me, what happened to Saian?" "So scary. I've never seen the duke this terrifying." Thinking to herself, Emily replied with a tremble. The young master acted as a decoy to buy us time to escape. The knight protecting the princess quickly proposed, "I remember where he was. Just give the order, and I will go with the others to rescue the young master." Seeing the duke remain silent, the king shouted impatiently, "What are you waiting for, Vili? Hurry up, there's no need." The duke's reply stunned everyone. "Are you serious?" The king, thinking he had misheard, asked again. "We need to deal with the situation first. If the camp falls, the monsters will flood into the kingdom. We must rebuild this place immediately. This is the only way to prevent more casualties." "What about the young master?" the knight asked hesitantly. "He has done his duty by keeping the princess safe. That is how a Vest must be." Hearing the duke's cold words, Aaron felt even more regretful. Why? "No, it's still my fault." At that very moment, an ear-splitting scream rang out. Aaron instinctively looked up at the sky toward the source of the sound, and then she saw a flying dragon. More importantly, Saian was somehow clinging to that dragon's leg. Dragons are the beings closest to the creator. They are noble creatures, a rare sight in one's lifetime. A supreme species that a lowly species like humans can hardly approach. It's an honor to be fighting alongside such a noble species. But why? Saiyan thought, looking down dejectedly, why does it keep flying back and forth over the one person who can't see me like this? Unbelievable. That's a dragon. Vili, why is your son on that dragon? What are you thinking about? Why aren't you saving him? The duke didn't answer and just kept staring at Saiyan, as if he was trying to ascertain something. While trying not to fall, Saiyan cursed inwardly, "I actually really want to drink its blood. I can't believe something like this happened." Flashing back to a few minutes earlier, after Saiyan lent his body to Karam was excitedly preparing to rush in and make mincemeat of the evil dragon, but was almost immediately blocked by a horde of high-level monsters. "Get lost, all of you. I don't have time to deal with you." With that, Karam used his Fogstorm sword dance technique, and with a few basic slashes, he made the horde of monsters vanish. Afterwards, Karam looked at the evil dragon with an appraising eye. It's not an adult. The size of it showed that. Just then, the evil dragon opened its mouth and fired a blast toward Karam. Karam was too busy sizing it up and couldn't react in time, taking the full brunt of the evil dragon's attack, her entire body thrown backward, crashing into a boulder and shattering it. "You insolent dragon! How dare you spit in my face the first time we meet? In that case, I'll slash your face." True to her word, Karam sprang up from the rubble and flew forward, slashing a clean line across the evil dragon's eye. The evil dragon cried out in pain, and while Karam was in freefall, it aimed its sharp tail at her, intending to finish her off. Karam wasn't scared in the slightest. She even smiled cheerfully and unleashed the formless sword's 8-blossom slash to teach the evil dragon a lesson. "Phew, I don't think I can ride it anymore. My shoulders are so sore." Karam stood on the spot, stretching her sore muscles, but when she turned around, she saw the evil dragon flying high up, beating its wings and sending strong winds toward her. "I won't fall for that a second time." Karam thought to herself, then got into a fighting stance. Unexpectedly, she had overestimated the evil dragon, which simply flew up and then turned tail and fled. "That damn lizard, it's getting away. Stop right there. Don't you dare run." As she finished speaking, Karam took a running leap and successfully latched onto the evil dragon's leg, then returned control of the body to Saiyan. "I caught it. What a relief." Just as Saiyan was about to deal with the evil dragon, He noticed that a large crowd of spectators below was staring at him intently. How am I supposed to handle this situation? Saiyan was distressed, not knowing the right thing to do when Karam appeared. What's wrong? Why aren't you doing anything? What do you mean? Can't you see the people below are watching us? Karam yelled. So what? If you've chosen me, then you should be doing something. Do you want me to use the demon sword to take care of everyone down there? If they see what I do, they'll burn me alive. So what? Are you just going to cling to this dragon forever? I'm trying to think of a way. Just as the situation grew tense, Saiyan saw his father below casting a magic formation. Is that 8-star magic? Is he going to use the heavenly secret sword, knowing his own son is about to be carried away too? He didn't disappoint Saiyan. His father, Duke Ves, indeed unleashed his ultimate skill to save him, making Saiyan so happy he could cry. Father, you truly deserve the title of the continent's guardian. Seeing this, the evil dragon immediately tried to swerve and dodge the Duke's rain of swords, but in the end, it couldn't avoid having one of its legs blown off. Coincidentally, it was the very leg Saiyan was clinging to, leaving him with nothing to hold onto, and he immediately went into a freefall. Ah, I can't believe I missed the chance to enjoy that special meal. Saiyan thought regretfully as he looked at the evil dragon. What are you doing? Fly up. Do you want to kiss the ground? Karam yelled impatiently. I can't. If I use the mist technique, they'll burn me. Karam yelled even more furiously. Then just fall and die for all I care. I don't know. Maybe I should reconsider, Saiyan replied, then looked around, and his eyes lit up. He immediately adjusted his body to fall into a river not far away. At the same time, on the other side of the river, a demon with silver hair was surprised to see the evil dragon. An evil dragon flying around here? Truly a rare sight. It's quite small. It seems to have lost its prey due to some trouble, the old red-haired demon replied. It seems to be a rather strong magic beast. The red-haired demon shook his head. No, that was a human. There's no way an evil dragon would let a human escape. As he said this, the silver-haired demon suddenly turned his head and stared intently in one direction. What is it? The silver-haired demon pointed in that direction and said, I feel a strange energy over there. Although it's weird, it's also a bit familiar. Then let's go check it out. But the red-haired demon reminded him, before the silver-haired demon took off to fly, please don't go on a random killing spree just because you're bored. Returning to the cart after a while of floundering in the water, he finally struggled to climb ashore. Karam, are you still alive? Saiyan asked with concern, only to be immediately threatened by Karam. Don't you open your mouth to talk to me. I'm thinking of how to deal with you. Saiyan didn't care and calmly replied, Don't be crazy. I have to go back there. So you really want to go back? Let's go together. There's a demon down there. No need to worry. There's no way we'd run into a high-level demon in a place like this. Just as Saiyan finished speaking, a voice rang out. I knew it. I knew there would be some fun waiting for me. Saiyan immediately froze. I remember this voice, a voice so deeply etched into my mind that I could never forget it no matter what. The Demon King, Velkarion. In the past, everyone who had ever met him said it felt like looking at the embodiment of evil itself. That was also the very person standing in front of Saiyan right now. The Demon King frowned and asked, Are you a human? Damn it, why now? Saiyan sighed inwardly, then raised his weapon into a ready stance. I asked if you were a human? Why don't you answer me? In the blink of an eye, the Demon King was standing behind Saiyan, his expression dark as he spoke. You little brat, you want to fight me? Saiyan was slightly startled, and immediately swung his sword behind him. The Demon King moved as fast as the wind, effortlessly dodging Saiyan's attack. Looking at the strand of his hair that fell after being grazed by Saiyan's sword, the Demon King wasn't angry at all, but instead smiled with delight. I've heard that you humans have limitless potential. It seems that's true. Huh? Karam couldn't help but use telepathy to ask. This might be an inappropriate time to ask, but who is that? The Demon King. The Demon King, in your current state, how do you plan to defeat him? That's impossible. I can only try to run. Saiyan replied, then asked himself, but can I even survive when my opponent is Velkarion? At this thought, Saiyan's sword-wielding hand trembled involuntarily. Just then, the Demon King spoke again. Hey, lighten up. Seeing Sai and staring wide-eyed, the Demon King explained with some embarrassment. What could I possibly do to a tiny little kid like you? Just calm down. To increase his credibility, the Demon King promptly lay flat on the ground, saying nonchalantly, Look, I'm not going to do anything to you. For real. If you're that scared, I can talk to you while lying down. Even if I'm a scoundrel, I wouldn't fight with a kid. The Demon King's actions made it hard for Saiyan to adapt. He just stood there, dumbfounded, his body involuntarily starting to relax. Let me ask again, are you a human? The Demon King asked with a smile. Only then did Saiyan open his mouth to reply, yes. And after that came a series of questions from the Demon King. How did you get here? I followed the river's current, so this is your first time in the demon realm? The aura around you is a bit strange. Who are you? just a normal human. A normal human, but it seems you know who I am. The Demon King's eyes scrutinized Saian. Although Saian felt a little unnerved, but on the outside he tried to act as natural as possible, replying, "We've never met before, have we?" The Demon King shifted his posture. Placing his hands behind his head, his eyes shut without a trace of vigilance, he said, "Well, that's true. This is the first time I've seen a human myself. When could you have possibly met me?" Seeing that calm demeanor, he wondered, is he really the Demon King I know? Thinking to himself, Saian began to probe, "Why are you here?" The Demon King answered honestly, "I sensed a strange surge of energy while patrolling the area." Patrolling, that's right, as the Demon King. Of course, I have to look after a territory I rule. Saying this, the Demon King shot up and asked in return, "Hey kid, what did I just say?" That as the Demon King, you have to look after the territory you rule? Aren't you surprised? I'm the Demon King. I knew it. You must have heard of me somewhere. What kind of kid reacts like you? Seriously. Didn't your mother ever warn you that the Demon King would snatch you away if you didn't listen? As he spoke, the Demon King started throwing a fit. Looking at his childish tantrum, Saian couldn't help but question reality. There was no way this guy was the Demon King he once knew. If things were unfolding just like in his past life, then the demon invasion was about to happen. But this guy didn't seem like the type to do that. If this was his true nature, then what was it that made him change? The more he thought, the more confusing it got. Saian asked cautiously, "If you really are the Demon King, then what is the aspiration you wish to fulfill?" The Demon King was taken aback by Saian's question. After putting on a serious face for a moment, he broke into a wide grin and replied, "Asking the Demon King a question like that? How bold. It's nothing much, really. I just want my people to eat well and live good lives. But if anyone dares to stand in my way..." The Demon King's bright smile shifted to a cruel grin. "Then I will eliminate every last one of them. That is the duty of me, the Demon King." Saian shivered at that expression. It was only for a moment, but he was sure he had sensed the truly ferocious face of Valkyrian that he knew from his past life. Right now it was being suppressed, but surely something must have happened that caused the chains binding this side of him to break. I need to prevent that event. Musing to himself, Saian took a gamble and said to the Demon King, "Would you like to make a deal with me? Something is about to happen to you. It will threaten the people in your territory." "What are you talking about? I don't understand a thing. I don't know what it is, but I'm certain that event will trigger a great war between humans and demons." The Demon King replied with a displeased expression, "Are you implying that I'll want to take over the lands of you humans?" Saian didn't answer but continued with his proposition. "That's why I want to negotiate with you. Promise me that no matter what happens, you won't start a war." "Ha! What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" "Who knows? Whatever. Fine. Let's just say I won't start a war. In return, what will you give me?" "I will help you. No matter what happens to you, I will do my best to help you." The Demon King then moved in, bringing his face close to Saian's to scrutinize him. "You know something, don't you?" Being stared at by the Demon King made Saian feel a bit flustered. Just as his heart was pounding anxiously, the Demon King broke into his usual teasing smile, asked with great interest, "What is your name?" "Saianver." Saian answered without hesitation. "All right, Saianver, and as the ruler of the demon world, I promise you that no matter what happens, I will not invade your lands." The Demon King spread his wings and flew into the sky, not forgetting to remind him, "But you should also take responsibility for your own promise. After all, we have made a pact." Saian nodded. "Very well, then the pact is complete." With that, the Demon King happily departed. After making the pact with the Demon King, the investigation team easily found the unconscious Saian, and he successfully returned. Afterward, he earned the nickname, "the boy who survived the evil dragon's claws." Saian was taken to a monastery on the Vilax border, which was being temporarily used by the army as a hospital for him to rest. But as soon as he woke up, Aaron came to visit and made a shocking statement. "Will you become mine?" This could be interpreted in two ways: become my subordinate, or marry me. What was she saying? No matter how he interpreted it, Saiyan felt it was awkward, so he bluntly replied, "No." Hearing this, Aaron was initially surprised, then her eyes welled up with tears as she said disappointedly, "Of course, I'm just a useless princess after all." Saiyan glanced at Aaron. "You're really a handful." He knew she was incompetent, but that attitude made her even worse. He knew what would happen in the future, but he couldn't stop thinking about how that scoundrel was involved in her tragic end. A sense of compassion stirred, and Saiyan couldn't help but say to Aaron, "You're right. You bring no benefit to me or anyone else with your current uselessness. You have no influence or manners at all. If I got close to you, it would only be a disadvantage for me. Even so, I will continue to watch you from a distance until you have fully developed into a better person." "Watch me? Yes. Don't be disappointed by it." "No, I understand." Aaron cleared her throat. I just need to improve enough for you to acknowledge me, right? At this, Arin pointed at Saian, her face full of life, and declared, just you wait. I don't know when, but I will become so strong that you can no longer ignore me. I'll be looking forward to it, Saian replied, feeling somewhat relieved. She sure bounced back quickly. After all, she's still just a kid. That was enough small talk, and Arin knew not to disturb Saian's rest any longer. Oh, one more thing. Thank you for being alive. I really mean it. With that, Arin turned and left. A few days later, behind the camp at the edge of the forest, a shadowy figure furtively glanced around. After confirming no one was there, he pulled a cube from his bag. There's not much left, the mysterious man muttered while activating the cube. Just then, a youthful voice rang out. So it was you, Renan Crimson. At the same time, Renan felt something was wrong. His body suddenly couldn't move, as if it were bound by invisible chains. A small spatial box, it seems its surrounding magic has spread out, an artifact that can create a dimension and has enough mana for infinite capacity. It's a masterpiece of the Garam Kingdom's Magic Association. Isn't that right? The mysterious person slowly approached Renan, then used magic to snatch the spatial box from Renan's hand. I've been watching it for a whole year, because I had a feeling someone from the Empire was smuggling it. So, it was how you did that. I'll be taking this. Renan Crimson, a 7-star magic knight of the Garam Kingdom. You're a mysterious one. Taking off his hood, Saian exclaimed in surprise. Why are you here? Saian didn't answer right away, instead emptying everything from the spatial box to inspect it. I assume you've been extracting blood from the corpses of mana beasts and transporting them across the border on supply wagons. Saian picked up a mana beast's claw to examine it. It's still fresh. Thinking to himself, Saian came to a conclusion, it seems. There's also a spy who helped you in the department that supplied this box. What are you talking about? I don't know anything. Renan frantically denied the accusation. No need to play dumb. Their blood is already being sold on the black market, Saian said. He remembered asking Alice to get some hellhound blood last time. It seems Alice got its blood through him. Saian glanced at the various mana beast parts he had just taken out of the spatial box. Aside from their freshness, they were too big to be eaten. So who's the traitor? Also, I can't just let him go. I don't know how he managed to restrain me, but I can slowly start to move again. Renan took advantage of the moment Saian was distracted by the items, secretly undoing his control spell. Let your guard down and you die, kiddo. With that, Renan used his Dragon's Breath skill, aiming straight for Saian. Damn it, he's not dead. So the rumors about him were true. Ha, I've lost the precious spatial box. To think something like this would happen during a transport. As Renan was sitting on the side, filled with regret, a flash of light suddenly shot past, severing his right hand. My hand! Renan screamed in pain, then clutched his injured arm and looked around cautiously. What is this black smoke? And when he saw Saian emerging from the flames completely unscathed, with a black mist surrounding him, Renan seemed to realize something, but before he could say anything, Saian approached and grabbed him by the throat, threatening him. Make your choice, tell me the smuggling route and the spy's name and die peacefully. Or do you want to die so painfully that I'll feel sorry for you? The next day, at the Western Exchange Point in Vias, 2 smugglers were loading a newly received shipment onto a carriage. 2 crates? We're going to get a little extra this time. I wonder how much this one is worth. One of them eagerly opened the other chest and was horrified to find Renan's severed head inside. Saian watched the 2 smugglers from a distance. Aren't you going to do anything to them? Karam asked. Yeah, a warning is enough, Saian replied. A 7-star magic knight of the Garam Kingdom, Renan Crimson. He was smuggling mana beast blood from the front lines behind the UIP Empire's back. The smuggled items were all sourced from the Garam Kingdom's Magic Association. The Garam Kingdom's Magic Association, a place where all mages obsessed with magic gather. They study the origin and foundation of magic, as well as the art of creating new magic. They're an association dedicated to surpassing human limits. Currently, they are creating artifacts like spatial boxes. They'll make all sorts of crazy things with mana beast blood. Therefore, Saian made it his mission to stop them. Did you just change your class from assassin to problem solver? I thought you were going to live for yourself, but this isn't for you at all. Karam chimed in sarcastically. Shut up, I just don't want anyone else using mana beast blood. Meanwhile, in another development, the news that Saian had gone to the front lines with his father reached Ak, so he decided to go see him once. His purpose for doing so is still unclear. After doing God knows what on the front lines for a while, Saian finally returned to prepare for his re-enrollment at the academy. No one was happier about this than Emily. She cheerfully packed her bags while daydreaming about the wonderful life at the academy. I'm so excited. The academy has to be better than this awful front line, right? Saian replied with a wry smile. Yeah, but for me, it's the beginning of a new hell. The academy was nothing like Emily's expectations. In reality, it was a place full of schemes and intertwined political interests. It was a place for people to build connections. There, jealousy and envy were rampant, and forging relationships was more important than studying. I heard there are a lot of handsome teachers at the academy. Oh my gosh, what am I going to do? Maybe I'll find a new love? Hee hee, does she intend to come to the academy with me? Saiyan looked at Emily's ridiculous expression and shook his head wearily. A few days later, Saiyan returned to the Duke's mansion. Nothing had changed, except for everyone's attitude toward him. For example, when Gran ran into Saiyan in the hallway, he started trembling in fear and ran for his life before Saiyan could even greet him. The servants who had previously disdained him so much they wouldn't even spare him a glance now bowed respectfully, just as they would for the Duke or that bastard. So much had changed in just 1 year, it seems the effort was well worth it. Saiyan thought to himself as he headed to his room. As the door creaked open, an aura rushed out, stunning Saiyan. I know this aura, the one that makes me tremble so much. That's right, behind that door was that bastard. Seeing Saiyan, Acho gave a radiant smile. Long time no see, Saiyan. Seeing Saiyan just stare at him without replying, Acho chuckled and said, "Don't you remember me?" "Ah, I guess that's understandable, because the last time I saw you was before I enrolled in the academy. I have to stay calm." "Stay calm? How can I stay calm? Right now, I'll." Just as Saiyan was secretly drawing his demon sword to finish him off, Karam used telepathy to warn him, "If you don't want your head crushed, get a grip. You gain nothing by killing him, right?" Karam's words brought Saiyan back to his senses. He closed his eyes, trying to suppress his emotions, and then bowed his head to Echo, the eldest son of House Vest. "Saiyan greets you, eldest brother. So you do remember me? How could a younger brother forget his older brother's face? I was worried you wouldn't remember me, but what a relief." Acho patted Saiyan's head and walked toward the window. "I heard your swordsmanship has improved greatly. One day, you'll be able to assist House V. No, I mean you'll be able to assist me and wreak havoc on the battlefield. Yes, I'm looking forward to that day as well, eldest brother." Saiyan tried to speak as naturally as possible, but he couldn't hide the murderous look in his eyes as he stared at Acho. Catching his younger brother's gaze, Acho was silent for a moment, then said, "I'm relieved to hear you say that, because the only reason I came here was to see you. He's the type of person who won't even look at someone if he deems them useless. Now that I've realized his intentions, I've become strangely calm and rational." Saiyan thought to himself, then smiled and replied, "I wanted to see you too, eldest brother. Honestly, his lordship doesn't even have that much luggage. Is it that hard to help me carry them? Humph, I'm so tired." Emily dropped the pile of luggage in front of the door. In Saiyan's room, as he was panting heavily from exhaustion, the door suddenly swung open. "Young master, how could you just go off on your own?" Emily shouted angrily, scolding Saiyan. But the moment she saw the person who opened the door wasn't Saiyan but Asher, she was struck with fear. "Eldest young master, I heard you were very close with Saiyan, and it seems the two of you have a good relationship, don't you? Please, continue with your work," Asher said with a smile and then left. "Yes, sir," Emily replied timidly. After Asher was long gone, she turned to reprimand Saiyan. "I thought I was going to die from the stress. Young master, if he was coming, you should have warned me beforehand. Emily, can you step outside for a moment? What? And don't make me repeat myself a second time." Catching sight of Saiyan's frightening expression, Emily immediately and obediently left the room. The moment she was gone, Saiyan rushed into the bathroom and vomited violently. Once finished, he turned and reproached Cam. "Why did you stop me? Shouldn't you be thanking me first? That was your opportunity as well. The very moment I collapsed was the perfect chance for you to take over my body. Don't get me wrong, I simply want your rage to grow even stronger. That will make it even tastier." Saiyan smirked. "Right, that sounds more like you." Elsewhere, as soon as Asher returned to his room, his subordinate approached to report, "I have followed your orders and confirmed the location of the second young lady." "Where is she?" "We've confirmed that the young lady is in the northern part of the continent, in the land of the White Elves." "Bruna, oh Bruna. To think she's living among a race that despises outsiders, it just goes to show how immense her charm must be. If you see any sign of her returning to the Empire, report to me, as you command." The subordinate accepted the order. Then, seeing Asher's bright expression, he dared to ask, "Has something happened to put you in such a good mood?" "Why do you think that?" "Because you seem much more cheerful than usual." "Was the meeting with your brother that enjoyable?" "Haha, enjoyable? Well, I suppose one could see it that way." At this, the smile on Asher's face vanished, his gaze turning sharp and cold, as he stared at his subordinate. "But you are wrong. I am in a terrible mood right now." The subordinate saw this and hastily bowed his head in fear, saying, "My apologies for failing to read your mood correctly." Recalling Saiyan's gaze left Asher somewhat unsettled. Those eyes. It was like he was looking at an enemy. Was I mistaken? There are indeed many things to be concerned about when it comes to that boy. I will keep a close eye on him to make sure he doesn't stray from the path. The subordinate understood his intent and quickly replied, "Yes, I will assign someone To monitor the young master, I shall take my leave now." Saying this, he bowed and departed. In a moment, only Asher was left in the room, with questions swirling in his mind. "Saian, what in the world are you hiding, my dear brother?" The next morning, "Young master, how could you do this?" Emily questioned Saian, her face scrunched up in distress. "My hands were tied. Even though I really wanted to, the academy forbids students from bringing their servants, so there's nothing I can do. If you knew that, why didn't you? Tell me, young master. How can you expect me to accept this when you wait until the very last moment?" Saian waved a dismissive hand. "All right, that's enough. Just stay here with the family and try not to cause any trouble. We'll sort things out later." "Fine, young master, you can rest assured. The one I'm worried about is you. Please try not to cause any trouble at the academy. Of course, I'm not a child," Saiyan said with a smirk, then gave the order to his entourage. "All right, everyone, let's move out. Remember, young master, don't you forget." How absurd. He left as soon as he said that. "You must be careful at the academy, young master. Don't cause any trouble or let anyone push you around. If they do, you have to tell me. You must study hard and then return to the family, you hear?" Emily shouted tearfully as she instructed Saian. Saian felt a bit helpless, thinking to himself, it's a good thing she agreed to stay with the family, otherwise this would be a real headache. Suddenly, Saian recalled a time when he was 8 years old. It was pouring rain that day, and he had a high fever, lying in a stupor, completely unaware of anything, and no one in the family even bothered to check on him. Only Emily, despite the raging storm, carried him on her back all through the night, running all over the city and knocking on every doctor's door, begging them to treat him. If not for her during that difficult time, Saiyan would have likely died alone in his room without anyone ever knowing. That's why he never saw Emily as just a maid, but as a true member of his own family. It was the reason Saiyan always tolerated Emily's occasionally disrespectful actions and words. "All right, don't worry. I promise I'll find a way to bring you to the academy. While you're at the estate, don't worry about a thing. I'll write to you if anything comes up." Saiyan stuck his head out of the carriage window and looked back to tell Emily. Emily waved, smiling brightly. "All right, young master, you can rest easy. I'll be good and stay here and wait for your good news." Saiyan nodded with a smile, but the moment he turned back inside the carriage, his expression changed completely. Now then, one matter was settled, but thinking about it, it was rather strange. Why would the family send as many as 6 knights to escort me to the academy? Even though I'm a duke's son, I have no standing in the family that would warrant an escort like this. This trip to the academy is going to be quite complicated. There are still many things I can't possibly predict. Even so, it's something to look forward to. The convoy continued on its way. As dusk began to fall, the knights signaled to each other and came to a halt. One of them approached Saiyan's carriage to report, "It looks like we'll be making camp here for the night, young master." "Very well. Everyone is tired, so let's rest here." "How far have we come from the family estate?" "We have traveled quite a long distance, young master. In fact, we've nearly reached the center of the Saffron territory. I estimate that we will enter the city in that territory by tomorrow afternoon." "All right, let's do that. Everyone get some rest and regain your strength. If anything happens, report back to me." Saiyan replied calmly, but he grew even more wary inside. He's lying again. "As far as I know, there isn't any forest near the Saffron territory. They must think that because I'm young and have never been there before, they could fool me." Saiyan looked around and surmised that they had likely deviated slightly towards the border, which would explain why there are so many dense forests like this. "I wonder what their purpose is for bringing me to this gloomy forest to camp for the night." A moment later, the same knight from before approached Saiyan again. "Young master, the camp has been set up, and the fire has been lit. You may exit the carriage now." Saiyan replied and slowly stepped out, asking pointedly, "It's so quiet, and the air is fresh out here in the forest, isn't it? But I don't understand why you've surrounded my carriage like this. Who sent you to escort me?" The knights remained silent, then one of them burst out laughing. Saiyan dropped the naive act, his expression turning bloodthirsty as he enunciated every word. "I'm asking you, who was the one behind this? Who ordered you to do this? You're quite sharp, young master. But someone who's about to die like you doesn't need to know." "How would we know?" The knight sneered in reply, as he began to draw his sword from its sheath. "No matter how you ask, it won't matter. Our job is to follow orders from above. We can't make any decisions for ourselves whether we like it or not. On our honor as knights, we promise not to make your death a painful one. We will send you to the other side as quickly as possible. If you have any questions, you can ask them in the afterlife." A few other knights chimed in and simultaneously drew their weapons, advancing towards Saiyan. "All you need to do now is stand still, and everything will be over quickly. That's enough talk, now farewell." The knight said as he swung his weapon down towards Saiyan's neck. The result was not only that he failed to kill Saiyan, but he had his own head sent flying by the boy to everyone's astonishment. "Well now, one of you is already dead, so you should be scared enough to answer my question," Saian threatened, holding the demon's sword in his hand. The group of knights, terrified by the scene and by Saian's current appearance, they were momentarily speechless. "If you continue to stay silent, the only outcome for you is death," Saian said impatiently. It was unbelievable that a mere kid could act so decisively and powerfully. Brian, one of the knights escorting Saian, who had been standing on the sidelines watching his comrades fight, thought to himself in confusion. Just then, a knight suddenly charged and attacked Saian from behind. In the end, Saian easily dodged, then used his extreme speed to circle the man and deliver several slashes, basically finishing the knight off. The other knights saw this and immediately turned to flee, but they were all cleanly dealt with by Saian, leaving only Brian alive. How is this possible? How can a kid who is only 11 years old be so powerful and cold-blooded? With him being like this, no wonder he could survive on the battlefield after being dragged away by that dragon to the demon territory. This mission is definitely a failure. We were too careless. We never thought he would be this monstrous. From the very beginning, nothing went as smoothly as we thought. Saian approached the terrified, crying Brian and threatened, "You're the only one left. Are you going to talk?" Brian hastily confessed, "Young master, this was the Duchess's doing. Duchess Marguerite ordered us to take you into the forest and silently assassinate you." Saian silently observed Brian's utter terror. This guy really is a coward, but it's understandable. All of his comrades are dead. If he hadn't talked, he would have just followed them. And so, Brian reluctantly became the coachman and knight to drive Saian to the academy. On the way, he voluntarily told him everything he knew about the Duchess's actions. "From what I've heard, many rumors have been spreading within the family recently. I don't know if you've heard, young Master Granvert, after being thoroughly frightened by you, asked Duchess Marcaris to do something. As I see it, the Duchess's action was based on young Master Granvert's suggestion. She did it to eliminate a future threat to the young master, so it was because of that guy. No wonder, after that talent assessment, he would run away from me like he was avoiding the plague. The next time I return to the family and see him, I'll make sure to punish him thoroughly." While Saian was lost in thought, Brian timidly asked, "Young master, what about me? What do you plan to do with me? I beg you to spare my life." "I've already told you everything. What I did was only because of orders from above." Saian glanced at him. "You seem to have lost all your will, but at least you still cling to life. In any case, it would be difficult for me to return to the family after failing my mission. Now, I'll have to accept whatever the young master does to me. Regarding the assassination attempt on you, young master, even though I was following orders from above, it's ultimately my fault. All right, we'll deal with that later. Right now, I need an attendant, so just keep driving the carriage. We'll talk about whether you live or die later. I already know what you did. I will observe your attitude and decide your fate then." Saian replied nonchalantly, thinking to himself, "Seeing how cowardly you are, I don't understand how you ever became a knight. At least your carriage driving is decent." Brian looked at Saian with tears of joy in his eyes. "Thank you, sir, for not executing me." The young master tilted his chin. "It looks like we've arrived, the central city of Saffron." Meanwhile, in another turn of events, the news about Saian finally reached Lady Margaret, making her both furious and terrified. "What the hell? It failed? All the knights are dead? How is that possible? And there's one more who hasn't been found and has also vanished. Is that right?" "Yes, my lady. Young Master Saian arrived in the central city of Saffron last week," the butler replied. "How could 7 bodyguards fail to assassinate a mere brat? This is truly beyond my imagination," Margaret exclaimed, unable to hide her shock. "It seems we have greatly underestimated young Master Saian. He may be young, but his strength is truly immense." Hearing this, Marguerite snapped. "This is your fault for telling me to do it. That brat is just a kid. How could he possibly be that strong? I even sent 7 knights with him." The butler quickly chimed in to agree. "This was my subordinate's error, but I suspect that another power may have aided the young master. I beg you, my lady, please grant me one more opportunity. This time, I will not be so reckless. An attempt at the academy is certain to succeed. Since it has come to this, just drop it. If you try again and fail, the situation will spiral out of our control. He might be pushed into a corner and do something unpredictable to me and young Master Granvert. If you want to touch me, you had better watch yourself and your son. The things I'm capable of are beyond anything you can imagine." Recalling Saian's gaze and his earlier threats sent a shiver down Marguerite's spine. "This matter ends here. Don't take it any further or it will become a huge headache. Furthermore, this information must not get out. Understood? This is a grave matter, so dispose of everyone involved quietly." Marguerite commanded the butler. Little did they know, their conversation was being overheard by one of Aro's spies. Back to Saian. A few days after leaving the central city of Saffron, he arrived safely at the academy. This prosperous, bustling city brought back many memories from his past that had caused him immense pain. However, It was at this academy where many events took place that changed his life for the better. I am Saian, a member of the Vesset family. Here is scheduled, Saian announced while presenting his family's crest. The receptionist at the counter looked on with some apprehension. Then one of them guided Saian. Yes, young sir, everything is in order. If the young master would please follow me. Your only task now is to register at the dormitory. You may rest there for the time being. In a few days, there is an opening ceremony and an entrance placement test for the students who registered for the academy this term, sir. The employee's unnatural gestures and attitudes slightly confused Saian, but he didn't pay it much mind. The receptionist handed Saian a box containing a room key and an envelope. Oh my gosh, young master, this room looks so luxurious. Brian's jaw dropped as he stared at the enormous room before him. Is this a room for the royal family? Or what? What kind of insane dorm is this? No student enrolling at the academy has ever been allowed to stay in a royal suite like this, not even that bastard of an older brother of mine. Someone must be pulling the strings behind this. Thinking to himself, Saian turned and asked Brian, You've brought all of my luggage up here, right? Yes. Everything has been brought up. You can rest assured, young master. All right, I can finally enroll with peace of mind. All that's left now is to wait for the entrance placement test. So thank you, Brian, but your journey ends here. As he spoke, Saian put his hand into his coat pocket, as if he was about to pull something out. This action scared Brian, who hurriedly begged for mercy. Young master, please don't get rid of me. Thump. A large bag of gold fell into Brian's hands, leaving him stunned. That's your payment. Take that money and run away. Don't even think about returning to the family. With that amount of money, you can live a different life in peace. Listen to me. Don't you dare come anywhere near the family's territory again. If the madam finds you alive, you're done for. You understand what I mean, right? Brian was silent. After a moment, he knelt and kowtowed, vowing, this subordinate, Brian Kenrick, a titled knight. It is only by the young master's grace that I have been allowed to live until now. I hope that since the young master has shown mercy, you will see it through to the end. Please allow this subordinate to serve you, young master. No matter how arduous the task may be in the future, please command me as you wish. I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life. Saian looked at Brian with an appraising gaze. Nice words. What kind of knight are you? Internally, he added that his skills were still too weak. Brian replied with some embarrassment. It's true I am a knight, but because I lack experience and my skills are still poor, I only handle tasks, more menial than other knights. But deep down, I always remember my father's teachings. If I ever meet a master who treats me with sincerity, someone I can trust, then I must resolve to follow them with all my heart, even if it means sacrificing my life. I will have no regrets. This loyalty of mine is now directed towards you, young master, so I hope you will allow me to serve you. You think I'm that sincere? It seems you still don't have enough experience, Brian. This decision of yours requires more careful consideration. Pardon me, do you think following me will get you what you expect? If I end up leading you to your death, will you resent me? Brian was intimidated by Saian's ice-cold gaze, but he still answered resolutely, I've already pledged my loyalty to you, young master. So no matter what happens in the future, I will not have any regrets. All right, I understand. Saian patted Brian's shoulder. You stay here and listen for any news in the main hall. If there are any issues at the academy, report back to me. As for the academy's opening ceremony, I have no interest in it. I'll probably just show up when it's time for the entrance placement test. In the blink of an eye, the placement test for the students had concluded. Kunal Kussel, the academy's headmaster, and instructor Siri Kikt were discussing something together about the test results. It was truly a quality entrance exam. I didn't expect so many talented students from all over the Empire to join the academy. I hope the future of the Empire will be as bright as these young saplings. Kun looked with satisfaction at the results of one of the two most outstanding students in this intake, Aaron Severus, 2-circle magic, B-rank magical power, and a 52% light attribute sacred body aptitude. S. Haken, 3-circle magic, A-rank magical power, and a 53% lightning attribute sacred body aptitude. At a glance, these two students truly have exceptional talent, but there's another student who is also quite special. Regarding this kid, Connell looked at Anne's results with some hesitation. 1-circle magic, S-rank magical power, and a 92% dark magic sacred body aptitude. Siri agreed, saying, I really didn't expect his aptitude to be so extraordinary. The best student to ever graduate from our academy was Alice, who had superior talent and intellect and was known as a legend even when she was young. By the time she graduated, her sacred body aptitude had only reached 88%. Truly, that family always produces individuals with extraordinary talent. I thought it would be difficult to find someone like Alice again, but no, this time a new talent has appeared. Her little brother is truly a prodigy who needs to be carefully nurtured. However, there is something concerning about the boy. His aptitude is of the dark element. That's right. With such an aptitude, his power and agility are unquestionable. But if he can't master this dark power, he might one day walk a villainous path. Also, do you know why a boy so young was sent to our Royal Academy? Yes, there are many rumors about that, but from what I've heard, he was sent to this academy by the Emperor himself. After the campaign on the border with the demon race, the Emperor witnessed his power firsthand. What's more, he saved the princess from monsters. Because of that, the Emperor seems to have found a favorable match for his little princess. His Majesty is very interested in that boy. From this, we can foresee a future where the fifth princess, who was thought to have no chance of contending for the throne and was always considered talentless, is now betrothed to a rare talent from the family of Duke Vought. This will lead to unpredictable changes in the future for both the princess and our empire. Siri offered her speculation. It's easy to understand. A princess with no real power is always considered to be in a weak position. In the struggle for power, she will become a potential contender, making the war for the throne even more fierce. It's possible this will plunge our empire into continuous civil war. The common folk and soldiers will shed endless blood. Since things have come to this, we can only accept it. This is the Emperor's decision. We cannot interfere. Everything in the future is unpredictable. The only thing we can do is observe the situation. We must let time be the judge and provide the answer. Will this boy and the princess create a new power faction, or will they perish in this ruthless war for the throne? Elsewhere, the test results also left Saian stunned, 92%. I can't believe it increased that much. In my past life, after the entrance exam, my sacred body aptitude was only about 80%. It seems things are very different this time. This increase in aptitude must be because I've been drinking the blood of so many monsters, which significantly improved my physical constitution. Just then, Sai ran into Ren and his friend. Gran looked at Saiyan as if he'd seen a ghost, screaming in absolute terror. What the hell? This bastard must be thinking. That I'd already kicked the bucket in the forest. That's why he was so surprised. Just then, the fat guy next to Gran spoke up. Is this the kid? Back in your family, you treated him like a servant and taught him many lessons in swordsmanship duels, right? Gran had bluffed a bit too much, so now he had to continue the lie. That's right. That kid is my younger brother, a weakling named Saiyan. Hey you, little brat, you seem new to the academy. So, there are many things you don't know yet, huh? I heard you don't even know who your own mother is, right? Saiyan recognized the fat guy. He was Pop Fenelon, son of Marquise Fenelon from the Duchy of Gam. In his past life, he was a true nightmare for him. He and Gran had relentlessly tormented him throughout his time at the academy, but this time, it was a stroke of luck to run into both of these scumbags here. Pop had no idea who he was up against and just believed Gran's BS, so he started his usual bullying routine. It seems this kid is new to the academy. I need to teach him a little lesson so he can be a bit more well-behaved, right? Pop patted Gran's shoulder and started walking towards Saiyan. A terrified Gran tried to intervene. Hey Pop, wait. He may be weak, but you should be careful. It's all right, leave it to me, don't be scared. Since we've met here, we should get acquainted. A little. Gran still didn't dare tell the truth and kept trying to talk him out of it. I think we should just go. We can deal with him later. It's time for lunch. The moment he finished his sentence, Pop was sent flying by a kick from Saiyan. With the problem solved in a single kick, Saiyan turned to Gran and said, we should have a little chat, shouldn't we? Gran, with tears welling up in his eyes and a look of terror, asked in a trembling voice. Yeah? What is it? Saiyan walked over and placed a hand on Gran's shoulder, flashing a wicked smile. He leaned in and whispered a warning in his ear. I don't care what you're scheming, but I am a merciful person, as you've just seen. But if you dare to mess with me one more time, you won't be graduating in one piece with your spine still connected. With that, Saiyan left smugly. He thought to himself with great anticipation, it seems my life at the academy is going to be very interesting from now on. Behind him, Gran collapsed as if all his strength had been drained, falling to the ground. A short time later, in a corner of the library, she thought, whether he becomes a disaster or a hero in the future, I should keep an eye on that student named Saiyan. After a moment of contemplation, Sirika went to a bookshelf and reached for something. It's not here? Just as Sirika was shocked to not find the book she needed, Saiyan was standing right behind her, holding a book in his hand. He asked, are you looking for this? Sirika was startled by Saiyan's sudden appearance. I couldn't sense his presence at all. However, she quickly concealed her emotions, turning around with a smile. How did you get in here? This is a restricted area. Then, Sirika pointed toward the book in Saiyan's hand. Your name is Saiyan, right? Could you please return that book to me? I need those materials for my research. Saiyan smiled and replied, Ah, you mean this one? Of course, I'll return it to you. Then, from inside the book, He secretly took out a black object and handed it to Sirika. Sirika reached out to accept it, saying, "Thank you, Saian." Before Sirika could finish speaking, she froze when she saw what Saian had handed her. Suddenly, Saian was startled, sensing danger. Danger struck as something shot straight for his head. Saian hastily retreated backward, successfully dodging the attack. But the book was destroyed, its pages scattering in the air. Saian wore a guarded expression. He said with a smile, "Weren't you looking for this?" Instructor Sirika, "No, the head of the assassin guild, Miss Sirika Nick." Sirika held a weapon in one hand and a black item in the other, her sharp gaze fixed on Saian as she demanded, "Who are you, kid? How did you find this?" Looking at the Sirika standing before him, Saian subconsciously recalled an image from his past life. Back then, Sirika had smiled warmly, asking him with great concern, "How is your life at the academy?" Saian remained silent at the time. Seeing this, Sirika smiled and said, "I know you want to end this boring conversation quickly, but face-to-face interaction is very important for a student's development." Saiyan's face was shrouded in gloom as he replied, "I don't care." But Sirika didn't give up. She sat down across from Saiyan and said, "Actually, I'm quite interested in you, Saiyan." Her words took Saiyan completely by surprise, and the gloom on his face also gradually faded away. Sirika continued, "An unusual amount of dark element at 84% is quite rare." Saiyan hesitantly spoke up, "But they say it's an element with no special properties." Sirika smiled and explained, "That's because there are many aspects of the dark element that humanity has yet to fully understand. On the contrary, I think your potential for growth is limitless. I wish you great success in the future." Back in the present, Saiyan looked at Sirika again and thought to himself, "In my past life, my first impression of Instructor Sirika was rather unremarkable, expecting me to grow, when all I received was bullying from that wretched older brother of mine. Everything at the academy back then felt like a joke. My mind was filled with so many mixed emotions. I thought, if she understood the dark attributes so well, couldn't she guide me? That's what I mistakenly thought back then. However, I was deceived. Never let that friendly, smiling face behind those glasses fool you. Her role as an instructor at the Royal Academy is just her cover. Her true identity is an assassin. She's one of the leaders of the Mrs. Assassin Guild, infiltrating the academy, where many children of the continent's nobility are gathered." Just then, Sirika smiled and retracted her weapon. "Very well, I'll hear the details in the lab. Follow me. But first, clean up this mess of books, will you?" With that, Sirika turned and left. Saiyan was dumbfounded, wondering to himself, "After what I just said, how can she be so calm?" A moment later, Saiyan arrived at the lab. He glanced around the room. He mused to himself, "This place hasn't changed." Then, he walked over to a chair and sat down opposite Sirika, casually picking up the teacup that she had prepared for him. He took a sip and asked with a bright smile, "Did you poison the tea?" He thought to himself, "No wonder she's so nonchalant." Sirika replied with a smile, "It's not a sleeping draft, so rest assured. It's probably just enough to melt a few of your internal organs." Hearing this, Saiyan's face showed no trace of fear. On the contrary, he even let out a slight smirk. He thought, "But that won't work on me, since I've already ingested the blood of countless demons and the poisons created by Emily." Saiyan's gaze sharpened as he looked at Sirika and suggested, "I hope you'll increase the dosage next time." Sirika smiled and asked, "All right, can we start our little chat now? How do you know my identity? Furthermore, you even know the exact location of the Mist Organization's directive placed among little-known books in the library? Or are you trying to tell me that you're also part of the Mist Organization?" Saiyan countered, "Do I need to prove anything else?" Hearing this, Sirika sneered mockingly. "Ha! Getting cocky just because your dark element affinity is high. Kid." Saiyan wasn't offended by this. He calmly stated, "On the way to Saiyan, everyone asked me if it was really okay to bring only one knight, even though for the entire journey, he was just a coachman. I heard that recently, noble children enrolling in the academy have been turning up dead on the road. Since when did the purge begin?" The aura around Sirika suddenly erupted, her murderous eyes locking onto Saiyan as she said, "The purge? I have no idea what you're talking about." Saiyan didn't show any weakness either. He unleashed his own aura to clash with Sirika's and said with a smile, "Isn't that usually related to the Mist Assassination Organization?" Sirika issued a threat, "You'll regret the words you just spouted." Saiyan replied with a cold smile, "Are you threatening a student?" Sirika wasted no more time and kicked the table towards Saiyan. "So you're going to play it this way, huh?" Saiyan asked as he punched the table, shattering it into two halves. As for Sirika, she used the moment the table obscured Saiyan's vision to do a flip, appearing in the air above his head. In her hands were two sharp weapons. Saiyan seemed to have predicted Sirika's move, his expression unchanging as he glanced up at her and said, "I thought I had already proven my identity. Even if you really are a Miss member, as one of the organization's leaders, You should know the faces of almost all the other members. With that, Sirika dove down, crossing her arms to slash at Saian. Saian jumped back to dodge. Sirika immediately lunged after him, smiling as she said, "You can't escape, you're all out of options." Sighing softly, Saian decided to summon the demon sword Karam and swung it once, blocking Sirika's attack. Sirika stared in shock at the weapon in Saian's hand. "If you don't believe me, then I'll just have to prove it." After speaking, Saian's expression turned serious as he took the initiative to attack. Sirika was forced to parry a few of Saian's attacks before quickly retreating. Then she yelled out, "Wait a minute, that sword. Isn't that the weapon that can only be used by the one chosen by Eru? Demon Sword Karam?" Saian asked, "Do you finally acknowledge me? The organization is currently searching for the heir to their power, right?" Sirika frowned, looking at Saian in disbelief and said, "How did you?" Saian smiled and made his request, "Look, the heir you've been looking for is right here. Take me to Eru." A short while later, Sirika brought Saian to a house in an alley in Len. After casting a spell to open the door, Sirika couldn't help but ask Saian, who was acting indifferent to what was happening before him, "Aren't you surprised that the base of the Mist Assassination Organization is in a place like this?" Seeing that Saian didn't answer, Sirika didn't press further and gave him directions. "This is the entrance to the hall you want to go to. From now on, you'll have to walk on your own." Saian stepped through the door without hesitation. This place was an independent space created by magic, power of the fog god, so it's much larger than it looks from the outside. Ah, 2 throwing knives from the 4 o'clock direction, 3 throwing knives from the 11 o'clock direction attack at once, Saiyan thought to himself as he effortlessly passed the first trap. "I knew it wouldn't be normal, but I didn't think they'd go this far. Isn't this a bit much?" Saiyan quickly jumped back, dodging the surprise attack from 4 assassins, and then he continuously dodged the blade of another assassin lunging at him. He even used their own weapons to counterattack, leaving the other assassin astonished. "He blocked my knife in just that brief moment. Truly amazing." Right after, the assassins used a secret attack technique, Death's Omen rushing towards Saiyan from all 4 sides simultaneously. Without hesitation, Saiyan also gathered mana to use a secret attack technique. That secret art is impossible. How can a kid like him use that technique? While the assassins were still in shock, Saiyan continued by using Blood Tide. That is a high-level secret art belonging to the organization's top assassin, which allows the user to convert bloodlust into physical attacks. "I can't breathe." One assassin tried to resist but ultimately collapsed unconscious on the ground just like his 2 comrades. They're going to be out for quite a while. There's still one left standing. Is he a high-ranking assassin? Saiyan wondered and immediately used the Fog Sword skill, but as he was deploying the technique Immovable Roots of the Great Tree, the other assassin charged forward directly, interrupting Saiyan's technique. At that moment, Saiyan raised his sword to parry the surprise attack from the assassin while wondering, "Who is he? It seems you've mastered the assassin's skills, haven't you? Then I won't hold back anymore." Saiyan caught the assassin's falling mask, revealing their face and causing Saiyan to freeze for 5 seconds. Because that assassin was none other than Hallmaster Sirika. "Show me your true strength," Sirika said with a look of pure excitement. Saiyan immediately used the 8th form of Thick Bone, Continuous Slashes, to grant Sirika's request. Sirika reacted nimbly, continuously blocking Saiyan's technique, then said with an even more crazed expression, "You've mastered both Thick Bone and Fog Sword, haven't you? You're getting more and more interesting. Show me how vast your potential is." Sirika hadn't even finished her sentence when she saw Saiyan turn tail and flee for his life. Battle lust. That's what was affecting Sirika, causing the Hallmaster to become consumed by her desire for battle. She'll want to fight until only one of them is left standing with her opponent. Anyone who has fought her would understand, which is why I have to escape now. "Get back here, Saiyan. You're refusing my polite offer and want the punishment instead," Sirika said as she chased after Saiyan. The moment she caught up to him, she unleashed the Fog Sword Storm to attack Saiyan. Saiyan parried Sirika's attack, silently retorting, "I don't have a freakish desire for battle like you do. This dimension was created by you, so no one outside can sense your presence. There's no need to worry. That's right. I can use my full power here, and I'm strong enough to get rid of her." But as Saiyan began to unleash his power, about to engage in a real fight, he suddenly froze and collapsed on the ground, much to the confusion of Sirika. "I know. You can rest now." Karam slipped from his hand and slowly took on a human form. "You are. I don't need to say much. You know who I am, don't you?" Sirika immediately knelt in reverence. "Yes, you are the demon sword." "Karam, what is the current situation? You also worship Eru, yet you attack my master." "I was just testing to see if he was as strong as the rumors said, to see if he was truly the chosen one." The answer made Karam dissatisfied. She unleashed her power and yelled, "Then why didn't you call out your own master from the start? If you took the initiative to do this, I will consider it a challenge." Sirika laughed and replied, I think we should be more concerned about that kid over there first. What? Karam immediately turned around to look at Saian and found him actually coughing up blood, collapsed in a heap on the ground. Hey, why do you look like you're about to die? Sirika explained, you have appeared in your true form, but that comes with a side effect. It erodes the host's life force. Karam grabbed Saian by the collar, saying dismissively, hey, how big can this effect be? Didn't you just drink a ton of beast blood? At this moment, Sirika spoke up again. I, Hallmaster Sirika Nick of the Mist Assassin Guild, will never refuse a fight again. If you are my opponent, I have even less reason to refuse. Seeing Sirika's completely changed demeanor made even Karam shudder. What in the world is wrong with me? I'm actually feeling a little scared. Let me go. Saian said as he pushed away Karam's hand on his collar. Oh, so you're still alive? Saian didn't answer but asked irritably, why did you suddenly manifest? You step back, and let me teach that girl a lesson. It is truly an honor to fight you, Karam. Hearing this, Karam grew even more annoyed. Don't you come crying and begging when I beat you. I also hope you can push me to that point. Just as the two powerhouses were about to clash, a voice echoed through the space. That is enough. Lord Eru. A spatial gate opened. Then, Eru ordered for the Chosen One to be brought to the ceremonial hall. Yes, my lord. Sirika knelt and replied. Saian rejoiced inwardly. Finally, I get to meet Eru, the Lord of Darkness. Everyone says that the god of the Black Mist is very evil. The god of the Black Mist kills without hesitation and justifies it as an act for the benefit of others. He once answered that it was what they wanted. Others cannot decide right and wrong for you. If death can help you protect your own principles, then that is enough. Everyone says this way of thinking is insane, but Saiyan wanted to tell them that this god only wants to protect the weak. He is a foolish god. Returning to the present, Saiyan stepped through the gate to meet the god of the Black Mist, Eru. Eru was lounging on his throne. As soon as he saw Saiyan enter, he asked, do you know who I am? Of course. The god of the Black Mist, Eru. Is your name Sanver? I have never met you before. What proof do you have to claim you are my successor? Surely you must have felt the power of the mist within me. There are two ways to become the successor. The first is for me to personally give you the mist stone, and the second way is when the mist stone finds a worthy person on its own. I do not know you, so I assume this is the second scenario. Indeed, the mist stone that was supposed to be in the ceremonial hall suddenly vanished last year. Above all, I didn't expect you could awaken her. I couldn't even find her myself. You control her quite well. Hearing this, Karam retorted, who's controlling whom? Eru paid her no mind and continued, with those eyes, the light emanating from them doesn't match your age at all. Eru looked at Saiyan for a moment, then exclaimed with interest, I see. You are an outsider from a timeline that I don't know. You don't know? Thinking to himself, Sean asked with a skeptical expression, I thought you had something to do with why I'm here. If you wanted to meet an all-powerful and all-knowing god, then you've come to the wrong place. I am not strong at all. My status as a god was stripped from me long ago. He's right, I shouldn't have expected anything. Sean thought to himself, but this is actually quite advantageous for me. Sean, confused, asked, what are you talking about? Eru explained, a perfect successor has come here on his own. Now I have less work to do. I don't need to lift a finger anymore. Sean looked at Eru, inwardly scorning him. You're as lazy as ever. By the way, you brought something quite troublesome. Eru glanced at the hilt of the holy sword protruding from Sean's cloak. Wasn't the demon sword enough for you? Are you planning to take the power of the holy sword as well? For now, I still don't plan on doing anything. I just thought. Sean pulled out the hilt, smiling slyly as he said, if the world doesn't know about the existence of this thing, it might just become useless. You have some vicious hobbies. Fine then. I won't ask any more. It has nothing to do with me anyway, but I will follow the rules. As your supreme god, I will ask you this. Eru raised his hand, gathering a stream of dark mana, and asked, O successor who has received my of mine, what will you do with this power? In his past life, he was also asked a similar question. At that time, he had answered, I will live for my brother. What a foolish answer. But they didn't care about my answer from my past life. Why was that? Don't I have things that I want for myself? Sean recalled what Eru had said back then. Remember this. Nothing is more dangerous than blind faith. Perhaps Eru had foreseen my tragic end. This time, it must be different. With that thought, Sean took a step forward and answered decisively, I don't have any grand plans, like a noble purpose or sacred beliefs. I will only use your power for my own personal goals, only for myself. You'll decide what's right and wrong for yourself. Are you confident you won't regret it? You'd best answer very carefully. Depending on your answer, I might just dispose of you right here. Sean replied without fear. I don't care what consequences my actions bring. I will not follow the orders of anyone. That is the path I will walk. Eru, looking intrigued, asked, It seems you already have a plan. Can you tell me what it is? Nope, Sean answered bluntly. Well, it doesn't matter, as long as you clear my name. All right then, I won't ask you any more questions. You're quite boring. So now, I'll go chat with my daughter. With that, Eru instantly appeared beside her, pinching her cheek and cooing in a baby voice. You've changed quite a bit, haven't you? Do you like your master that much? Such a good girl. Karam blushed and shouted, What the hell are you talking about? Seeing you like this makes me very happy, Eru said, puckering his lips and leaning in. Karam became furious and yelled, Get away from me. Stop. Eru, while trying to restrain Karam, who was dodging him like the plague, persistently puckered his lips and replied, Stay still now. I'm trying to be nice to you because I have nothing to give your master. Humph, this crazy old man. Hey, master, do something. Wow, what a touching father-daughter relationship. Sean remarked and turned away, leaving Karam to fend for herself. The moment Eru's alluring lips touched Karam's forehead, a seal appeared, and then Karam transformed into his human form. Is this a body of my own? At the same time, Saian noticed that Karam was no longer using his mana. Did Eru use his own power to create that body? Very quickly, Saian got his answer. Karam aggressively grabbed Eru's collar and demanded, What did you do? Oh, it's nothing much. I just gave you a little of my life force. What's wrong? You don't want it? You need a body to be useful to your master. Hearing this, Karam shook Eru even more frantically. What did you just say? You old fool. Eru didn't resist and even grinned widely. Witnessing this scene, Saian sighed to himself, like father, like son, indeed. The next day, at the academy dormitory. Young master, Brian whispered in his ear. What in the world is going on? Saiyan reluctantly replied, I don't know either, just ignore it. But Brian looked worriedly at Karam and Sarika, who were glaring daggers at each other. I don't think this is something I can just ignore. Karam twirled a lock of hair around his finger and said with a sickeningly sweet smile, My, an instructor visiting a student so early in the morning? Don't you think people will start to gossip and wonder just how special your relationship is? Sarika calmly replied, Of course, I am doing this to guide him onto the right path. This is a perfectly normal relationship. Shouldn't a hall master like you be more careful? What I do is none of your business. Mind your own affairs. The master only needs me, so you should stay away from him. He is my student, Saian, who was standing to the side, listening to them bicker, but couldn't take it anymore and had to leave. Young master, please don't leave me here with them. Just as Brian started to plead, he heard the two ladies behind him say something that made him break out in a cold sweat. Hey you, draw your weapon, let's fight. Oh, how could I possibly refuse such an offer? Leaving the academy, Sam went to the city center, sitting on a rooftop and looking down. As he gazed at the city from above, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Finally, I can relax. Suddenly, the strong stench of blood hit Saian's nose. He looked towards the street corner where the smell was coming from and saw Lesimus being ganged up on by three young men. Just then, one of them made a suggestion. Hey, let's try using that thing. Damn it, you. Yeah, let's just do it while we're at it. The blond young man chuckled and started rolling up his sleeves, creating a mana orb. Hey, look at this. Being called out suddenly, Lesimus flinched. I brought you a little snack. The blond guy walked over and grabbed Lesimus's jaw, forcing his mouth open. When a friend brings you a homemade snack, you're supposed to eat it, right? The blond guy laughed triumphantly and raised his hand, preparing to shove the mana orb into Lesimus's mouth when a shout came from behind. Stop right there. The three bullies turned in unison to look at the girl who had shouted, How can you do something so cruel to a fellow student? Don't you feel any shame calling yourselves nobles? The blond guy was a bit wary and replied, I am Paris Louis Min from the Garam Kingdom. Who are you? I am the princess of the Uship Empire, Erin Severus. Upon hearing her name, Paris Louis Min's attitude changed, and he let out a mocking laugh. I was wondering who it was, but you're just the fifth princess. A pleasure to meet you. With that, Paris approached Erin and extended his hand to her. I have a feeling I don't want to shake your hand. You'd better explain this situation. She must be misunderstanding something here. Should I ask him? Barrett smiled, turned to Lesimus, and urged him. Go on, tell her. Huh? Lesimus still hadn't grasped what Barrett meant when Barrett grabbed him by the collar, pulled him up, and slung an arm around his shoulders, asking, Are we bullying you? Lesimus remained silent for a moment before replying, No, they're not bullying me. You don't have to hide it. Just look at you. Erin hadn't even finished her sentence when Lesimus cut her off. It's fine. Please just go. We were just joking around. Barre then grinned smugly and said to Erin, You heard him, right? I'm starting to get annoyed now. Whatever, but he's coming with me. Aaron replied resolutely, reaching out to lead Lesimus away, only for Barrett to grab her tightly by the wrist. He said curtly, Do you have a problem understanding things? Erin narrowed her eyes and asked, What do you think you're doing? Didn't you hear Lesimus tell you to leave? If you don't let go of my hand right now, I swear on my name that. Before Aaron could finish, she heard Barrett's mocking voice, "You're nothing but a weak little girl." Just then, Saian suddenly appeared and swept Barrett's legs out from under him, making him fall face first to the ground. He then looked in amazement at the girl they had been bullying. Lesimus? That girl is Lesimus? Lesimus Gren, the continent's greatest swordsman. She was born in the Glen Empire, but for some unknown reason, after graduating from the academy, she joined a count's family in the Garum Kingdom and even changed her nationality. In his past life, Saian had received an order from the Empire to assassinate her. However, after infiltrating the castle, he ultimately decided to face Lesimus in an honorable duel. The reason was nothing special. He simply didn't want to resort to sneaking around to assassinate someone who had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. To think that someone without mana could achieve the title of the continent's greatest swordsman. Back in the present, Barrett's friends saw him lying motionless and rushed over to help, but he pushed them away and got up by himself. Why are so many jerks sticking their noses where they don't belong today? You're Saian. I've heard about you. You came back from the front lines, didn't you? Do you want to join our little game? Saian sneered internally. A ridiculous game. Using mana orbs the wrong way could destroy the mana in a person's body. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Saiyan replied, "A game where you force people to eat mana orbs? Sure, I'll play." As he finished speaking, a mana orb formed in Saiyan's hand. The orb grew larger and larger until it reached a massive, colossal size. Before the horrified gazes of Barrett and his cronies, Saiyan said with murderous intent in his eyes, "What are you waiting for? You're not going to open your mouth?" A short while later, at the Academy's infirmary, a healer said, "Your external injuries have been mostly treated, but you need to stay in bed and rest for your internal injuries to heal. So please take it easy for the rest of today, okay?" Lesimus said gratefully to Aaron, "Thank you so much. I don't know how I can ever repay you." Aaron smiled smugly and replied, "You saw how those jerks tucked their tails and ran when our Saiyan scared them off. We just did what we had to do, so there's no need to worry about it." The phrase "our Saiyan" made Saiyan slightly uncomfortable, but he didn't pay it any mind and looked at Lesimus. A bone fracture and a mild concussion, and yet she endured it. That's shocking. As expected of the greatest swordsman, being stared at intently by Saiyan, Lesimus felt a bit awkward and asked, "Have we met before? Right? I feel like you keep staring at me." Saiyan shrugged and replied, "I thought I knew you, but I guess not. I was mistaken. Sorry if I made you uncomfortable." Limus replied shyly, "It's nothing." Aaron looked at Saiyan and then at Limus. Seeing there was nothing between them, she felt relieved and asked Limus, "Where is your dormitory? What if those jerks come looking for you to bully you again? For revenge or something?" Limus hesitantly replied, "The Commoner's Hall." Aaron was surprised to hear that. "The Commoner's Hall? Are you a commoner?" "Yes, I was admitted thanks to a coach who sponsored me. He promised to pay for my tuition, but the academy suddenly expelled him. So in other words, you have no one here to support you?" "That's right. Then you might have to drop out." Hearing Saiyan say that, Aaron turned to look at Limus with a sympathetic gaze. "You poor thing." Just then, Saiyan suggested, "Then why don't you take her as your servant, princess, and learn swordsmanship from her at the same time?" Aaron pointed at Limus with a confused look and replied, "What are you talking about?" "Limus is a boy. She's a girl," Saiyan corrected. While Areem was still in shock, Limus explained apologetically, "I didn't mean to deceive you, Your Highness. It's just that short hair and boys' clothes are more comfortable. So many people mistake me for a boy." "No, I'm sorry. I didn't even realize." Even Saiyan noticed. "I must be a failure as a woman." Limus quickly waved her hands. No, I should be the one to apologize. Anyway, what do you think?" "I think the idea from Saiyan is a good one. If you come under my wing, bad people won't bully you anymore. You can study whatever you want and have a comfortable life." Limus lowered her head. After a moment, she couldn't help but ask, "Why? Me? Well, to be honest, I don't really like being alone, and I can't just do nothing, since I am a princess after all, you know." Limus, feeling grateful, vowed, "Thank you, I assure you, I will become someone who can bring honor to you. Thank you so much, but you don't need to thank me. It's all thanks to Saiyan." As she said this, Aaron turned her head and suddenly realized Saiyan had slipped away at some point. Saiyan was strolling through the school grounds while thinking, "I've done enough. I'm sure Princess Aaron will take care of the rest. But now, I understand the reason why. Limus left the U-ship Empire. If it weren't for Baris Min back then, she would have never lost her mana. The continent's #1 swordsman who had never lost her mana. Even I would have a hard time defeating her. Anyway, I'm more interested in something else now. This morning, I received an order from Master Sirika. It's my first assassination mission as an assassin for the Mist organization. The first mission is a bit difficult. That's what Saiyan thought after reading the information about the mission. Remembering Sirika's sly smile and her words, "I believe in your potential," he felt displeased. "No way. If she's already trying to order me around like this from the start, I'm worried things will get even more troublesome in the future. With a loud crash, the wall in front of him shattered, and appearing from the cloud of dust was the figure of a young man, tall and muscular, making Saian a bit wary. Could it be a magic beast in the academy? Are you San Visfer? The young man asked. Huh? You know me? Of course. You possess 1-star magic and an S-rank physique. The youngest son of the Visfer family. The young man smiled arrogantly and introduced himself. I am Sean, a new student, like you. Hearing this, Saian started to question reality. A giant like that is a new student? How could that be? Were there any students like this in my past life? Seth was now flexing to show off his physique, his six-pack abs, and said, I've heard a lot about your achievements. You defeated a magic beast and even survived a dragon's attack, didn't you? On top of that, you have an S-rank physique that even I couldn't attain. Let's fight me. Saian looked the young man over, his fiery eyes burning with enthusiasm, and then thought to himself, I remember now. The symbol on his chest is the emblem of Spania. So the rumor that the Desert Prince had come to the academy was true. Spania, a nation established in the desert, lies to the east of the continent. Thanks to its powerful military under the leadership of the Grand Prince, who was a natural prodigy in magic and combat, even the UIP Empire found it difficult to invade this country. But the powerful nation, once proud of its strong solidarity, quickly declined and was ultimately destroyed because of the sudden death of the Grand Prince, the only heir. It was said that his cause of death was an illness brought on by the cold. The Grand Prince was so focused on training his body that he neglected his health. I never thought I'd meet that Desert Prince, Sessa Hakan. Seeing that Saian was just staring at him in silence, Seth grew impatient and said, Make your decision quickly. This encounter didn't happen in my past life. What a hassle, but from what I know about him. Thinking this, Saian replied, Right now? That's right. We'll decide who's stronger between the two of us. I won't accept your refusal because I know you're thinking the same thing. No, I'm not. The unexpected answer made Seth stare blankly and ask, Why? Dueling is forbidden at the academy without permission. You have to make an official request at the administration office. Fine. Where is the administration office? The 3rd floor of the main building. Got it. I'll be right back. You just wait there. Saian. With that, Seth turned and ran straight in the direction Saian had pointed. They say even his brain is all muscle. It seems the rumors were true. The administration office is in the opposite direction. Although I don't know if you can actually request a duel, I probably won't be seeing him again for a while. First, I need to focus on the elimination mission. With that in mind, Saian quickly left the academy and went to the secret cellar of German Ambes, his current assassination target. German Ambes was one of the 3 richest men on the continent. In the public eye, he was an upright and virtuous man. But behind that mask, he was a piece of trash who owned a slave market and trafficked in beastmen. Sir German, we've finished preparing the products. Sir, a soldier came to report to German. He heard this and shouted, Well, don't just stand there. Hurry and deliver them to the clients. Today, I will exhibit my greatest work of art, so you all better watch it very carefully. Yes, sir. The subordinates took their orders and immediately set to work. Saian stood in a dark corner, observing the situation, thinking to himself, It looks like I'll complete this much sooner than expected. Humph. Hearing Karam's voice, Saian asked curiously, What is it? I sense a very complex energy. That target of yours is hiding something strange. Much. German peered into a cell and cackled, It's finally behaving. Sleep well, my golden goose. Just then, German saw a black mist flying towards him. While he was still trying to figure out what was happening, he saw the head of the subordinate next to him fly off. A man named Scarface saw this and immediately drew his sword and pointed it towards a dark corner. After composing himself, German started to shout condescendingly, What are you doing? Go capture them. Start earning the money I paid you. Stop hiding and show yourself. Just as Scarface finished speaking, he saw a dark shadow lunge forward. Wherever the shadow went, the guards were wiped out. As for Scarface, who reacted quickly, he only managed to block one blow before his sword was knocked out of his hand. Then, Saian severed the tendon in his leg, then got behind him and placed his sword against his neck. A single slash directly sent him to meet his ancestors. German, unaware that all his subordinates had been dealt with by Saian, still boldly shouted, Damn it, where did the rest of you disappear to? You'll find out soon enough, because you're about to join them, Saian taunted. You hired so many soldiers, and yet they were completely useless. German finally understood the situation, and watching Saian slowly approach made him fall over in fear. Scrambling backward, he tried to negotiate. What do you want? Money? If it's money, I have plenty. Slash. German's raised arm was severed, making him scream in pain. German Anbass, for countless inhumane experiments and crossbreeding between various races. You even own a slave market, which is strictly forbidden by law. That alone is reason enough for you to atone with your life. Don't you agree? Now, I'll give you 1 minute to repent for the sins you have committed. After that, the pain will disappear. So you intend to murder me, German said while crying pathetically. I only did all of this to make a living. Don't you see that I only trade these products and slaves because where there's a demand, there's a supply? The ones who buy them are the real bad guys. Damn it, what did I do wrong? Yeah, a monster like you would never know how to repent, Saian thought to himself, then said coldly, 1 minute is up. I will send you off in the most painful way possible. As soon as he finished speaking, Saian used his 8th assassination technique, Chaotic Strike, slashing German to pieces. Once it was over, he let out a sigh of relief and began to walk around German's secret cellar. Arriving in front of a cell, he turned and asked Karam, "Is this the place?" "That's right, I can sense the combination of 2 flows of energy." Saian swung his sword and shattered the iron bars, entering the cell. He was then taken aback by the sight before him. A girl? She's not moving anymore? Has she already passed away? It's just a human. There's nothing else to see here? Karam immediately retorted, "No, look at what she's holding in her arms. That's a dragon egg." A few hours later, in Saian's dormitory, Brian looked at the dragon egg on the table with a bewildered expression and asked, "Where did you get this?" "I picked it up on my way here." Of course, that answer was met with a judgmental look from Brian. "Who just picks up something like this?" "I'm telling the truth. I picked it up while I was taking a walk," Saian replied without batting an eye. "A dragon egg." I can't believe he was trying to sell something so dangerous. Was he planning to move it somewhere else? While Saian was thinking, Brian asked with a worried expression, "What if it hatches?" "What? That's not going to happen, so you don't need to worry. Each dragon is a mass of mana formed from a different element. Even if you continuously infuse it with mana of the same element, there's no guarantee the egg will hatch, so in most cases, a dragon egg without its mother is just like a stone that won't hatch." But who would have thought that as soon as those words were spoken, the eggshell would crack, and a little girl with 2 cute little horns on her head was born. "It's out. It hatched. What do we do now?" Brian panicked, and for a moment, even Sean didn't know how to handle the situation. This thing is neither a dragon nor a human. Could this be a dragonoid, a hybrid of a dragon and a human? It turns out to be something far more troublesome than I thought. The little dragon's eyes then lit up as she rushed forward to hug Sean tightly, calling him Papa. Does she think I'm her parent? While Sean was still reeling from the shock, he heard a gleeful laugh from not too far away. "Hey, Papa." Papa, already a father at the tender age of 11. Karam burst out laughing, mocking Sean. Sean looked at her cheerful demeanor and couldn't help but silently condemn her. "This is all your fault, Karam. You see, a few hours earlier, when Sean was wondering what to do with this egg, Karam had offered some advice. Why don't we just take it with us? It would be a disaster if this fell into the hands of ordinary people." That did make sense. It probably can't hatch on its own, right? Karam smiled and assured him, "I've never seen a dragon hatch without its mother. This thing is no different from a dangerous rock." Believing that, Sean brought the egg back, and as a result, the little dragon was born. And yet, Karam was now shirking all responsibility with a single sentence. "Live long enough and you'll see all sorts of strange things. Didn't you just say you'd never seen it happen?" "That's why I said live long enough and you'll see strange things." Karam replied guiltily, then changed the subject. "Anyway, a hybrid of a human and a dragon, what if its very existence is a danger?" Sean fell silent, his mind a tangled mess. Half human, half beast, and a dragonoid born from a human, and a dragon at that. This world is too dangerous for a creature like her to exist. If she were discovered at the academy, the headmaster would immediately worry about an external threat and try to eliminate her. The pure-blooded dragons, upon learning of this child's existence, would try to destroy everyone who knows about her. Such a danger. Do I really have to shoulder this burden? After all, her fate is to live in suffering, so it might be better to act now. Seeing Sean's intention as he slowly reached his hands towards the little dragon's neck, Karam smiled and asked, "So you finally made your decision. On second thought, doing this might be better for her, right?" "Yes, if she's destined to live in misery, it's better to end it now." Just as Sean was about to make his move, the little dragon suddenly opened her eyes. Her drowsy, sleepy eyes widened with joy the moment she saw Sean, and she pounced, hugging him and repeatedly calling out, "Like Papa." An indescribable warmth welled up inside Sean, causing him to soften. He picked up the little dragon and made his decision. "It'll be fine. Let's just raise her." Karam replied dejectedly, "Are you planning to raise her just to order her around? So boring." In another development, at the ducal castle of the Vought family, Margaret, after failing to assassinate Sean, couldn't eat or sleep peacefully. She was afraid that if she left Sean alone, her own child would sooner or later be in danger. As she was anxiously pacing back and forth in the grand hall, she was startled by Aksho's voice calling out to herself, "Mom, you seem worried. If you're having a hard time with anything, please just tell me." "Thank you, son," Marguerite answered awkwardly, then made an excuse and quickly left. AU waved and smiled goodbye, but as soon as Margaret was out of sight, his smile vanished, and he coldly ordered, "Report, Kellen." 6 bodies of the domain's knights have been found in the Belias Mountains. The last one was confirmed to have entered Lewin with the youngest master. The mastermind, just as you predicted, is Duchess Margaret. Is there anything else? After the news broke, he was assigned to the royal sector of the academy, and for some reason, all the spies disappeared. This is all old news, so in short, you haven't found out anything about my younger brother? Seeing the wicked smile on Ao's face made Kellen tremble. He had disappointed his master. I don't keep incompetent people around. Recalling Ao's words, Kellen silently made a resolution. You've climbed this far, you can't just fail like this. I will go myself, please trust me. I absolutely will not disappoint you. Ao's expression finally relaxed. He patted Kellen on the shoulder. I am well aware of the passion of yours, Kellen. Very well, begin immediately. My younger brother is definitely hiding something. Investigate it thoroughly. As you command, my lord Ao. The next day, Sirika rushed to see Saian. The moment he saw her, Saian looked displeased and asked, It's not a school day, so what are you doing here? Sirika was astonished at the sight of Saian feeding milk to a baby. Why is there a baby in the dorms? Saian sighed and replied, It's a long story. Just tell me why you're here. Oh, well, let's talk about this later. There's something more urgent. You've gotten yourself into big trouble, student Saian. Sirika took out a piece of paper and held it up in front of him. It's a dual challenge. What were you thinking? I haven't even had enough sleep. Is he that desperate for attention? Saian's head began to ache. That set guy. Dares to send a challenge? What's the big deal? What's so exciting about 2 11-year-olds fighting? Karam said with a disgusted look. This 11-year-old is no ordinary student, Saian replied internally, then turned to ask Sirika. So, when is the match? In 2 hours. 2 hours later, Saian was whisked away to the dueling arena. Set, looking smug, greeted the audience and then said to Saian, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. I'm sure you have too, haven't you? Without waiting for Saian to reply, he continued, I originally wanted a martial arts match, but they only have sword fights and magic duels here. Are you planning to use magic? Saian replied with feigned indifference. If you don't, then I won't either. That's fine. I prefer it that way, so let's see what your swordsmanship is like. As soon as he finished, Set leaped high into the air in a flash and brought his sword down. He's pretty fast for his size, but an attack that relies only on raw power like that is easy to neutralize, that's all. Dealing with someone like you requires finesse and sharpness, not strength. Saiyan thought to himself as he calmly drew his sword, effortlessly deflecting every one of Set's blows. It's not that easy, Set said, annoyed, and put more power into a direct strike, but it was still blocked by the slender sword in Saiyan's hand. He combined the force of the downward strike with rotational force. Even so, there's no way he can block my sword with that tiny thing, Set thought, changed his attack direction, using incredible speed to get behind Saiyan. But before he could do anything, Saiyan had already sheathed his sword and lunged with precision, arrived right where Set was standing, grabbed his leg, and swept him to the floor, making Set wonder if Saiyan had eyes in the back of his head. But very quickly, just as his handsome face was about to kiss the floor, Set managed to use his 2 hands to brace himself on the ground, using one leg as a pivot to spin around for a kick. Saiyan leaned back to dodge, his eyes filled with interest as he watched Set. He managed to counterattack in such a short amount of time. For a guy that big, he's also fast and agile, isn't he? Even the students watching the match from the stands were now gaping in astonishment at Set's performance. What was that move just now? Is he even human? On the arena floor, after a moment of silence, Set burst out laughing. In terms of swordsmanship, I've already lost. Saianver, if things have come to this, then I have to use any means necessary to win. I will use my full power. As he finished speaking, he tossed the sword in his hand aside and began to unleash his power. Okay, Saiyan replied dismissively, sighing to himself. What a troublesome guy he is. Elsewhere, the headmaster, watching from a distance, noticed Set's intention and nodded, saying, So now they intend to use magic to compete? They are such bold children. To think they would first fight using only swordsmanship and then switch to using only magic. Sirik, standing nearby, commented, It seems Sai and completely overwhelmed him in the swordsmanship duel he did. The headmaster replied, I think so too. He thought to himself, Set Haken's physical constitution is A rank, while Sai Anver's is S rank. Considering their physical constitution ranks, that result is understandable. However, a person's physical constitution is merely a basic requirement for using higher-level magic. Set's magic level is 3-star, the highest among the new students. While the headmaster was analyzing this, Sirik, standing beside him, appeared calm on the outside but was seething with rage internally. What are you going to do now? Why don't you just announce to the whole world that you want to be the center of attention? Saiyan, You'd better fight with all your might too, Saian. Set's entire body was enveloped in a golden light. The earth and rock around him were churned up, gradually forming a giant fist. Following Set's hand gesture, the fist shot straight towards Saian. Death fist, so he's planning to use magic now, is he? As Saian thought this, he jumped aside, dodging Set's attack. Don't even think about escaping. With those words, Set swirled the sand with terrifying power in pursuit of Saian. Seeing that Saian refused to counterattack and only dodged, Set became furious and immediately used the skill Desert Claws, forming a massive sand claw that surrounded Saian. Then, the claw quickly slammed down. In an instant, the arena floor where Saian had been standing was shattered, creating a deep crater. Saian had somehow already escaped, and he now had a general understanding of his opponent's abilities. Set Hawkins' magic level is 3-star, but at this rate, couldn't he eventually use 4-star magic? He glanced towards the mages outside the barrier. The instructors maintaining the barrier might be having a hard time. Seeing that Saian still refused to fight him head-on, an unsatisfied Set yelled, "How long are you going to keep running like a rat?" Saian retorted, "So you want me to just stand still and get hit? If you are a warrior, you shouldn't dodge my attacks, you brat." Saian looked at Set with an expression of utter contempt. "Do you realize that both? Are we all just a bunch of nobodies?" "Shut up," Set roared angrily, then gathered his energy to cast Sandstorm, a 4-star magic spell that formed a colossal sand vortex, rushing straight towards Saian. "This attack won't be easy to dodge." Saian stopped running and replied with a smile, "All right, this time I'll take it head-on." Meanwhile, at the dormitory, after Brian finished preparing the milk, he excitedly called for the little dragon. But to his surprise, the moment he saw her, he was completely stunned. The baby girl who had been born just a few hours ago had now grown to the size of a 3-year-old child. Returning to the main event, the sand vortex created by Set's 4-star magic had engulfed the entire arena, making it impossible for all the students watching to see what was happening inside. Meanwhile, the instructors maintaining the barrier were struggling to keep it from shattering completely. A crack started to appear on the barrier, causing one instructor to shout in panic, "The protective barrier is collapsing. Reinforce it now." "Humph, what kind of students are these two?" The instructor maintaining the barrier gritted his teeth and couldn't help but say, "The situation has become critical, but what is the headmaster doing?" "Headmaster, we must stop this duel immediately." In response to the suggestion from Sirica, the headmaster calmly replied, "Just wait a little longer, something is happening." Seeing Saiyan activating the Void Sphere's secret art, Sirica couldn't help but worry, thinking, "No, you have to stop." Of course, Saiyan couldn't hear Sirica's inner thoughts and continued to use the secret art, creating a giant mass of mana that absorbed the entire sand vortex from Set. "The more I watch Saiyan, the more amazed I become. Ho ho." While the headmaster seemed amused by Saiyan's performance, Sirica was silently scolding him. "Why would you use that technique here?" On the arena floor, Set's sand vortex was completely swallowed by Saiyan's manosphere. Then, people only saw Saiyan clench his fist, and instantly the sphere shrank and then vanished. The crowd in the stands began to buzz. His magic just disappeared in an instant. Was that black orb a spell? I've never heard of magic like that before. In the end, what is he? "Are you going to keep fighting?" Saiyan asked Set, who was currently gaping in astonishment at what had just happened. A moment later, as if completely drained of energy, he knelt on the ground, saying dejectedly, "No, I've lost. I can't believe I'm the one who lost. I was completely defeated in both swordsmanship and magic. I feel so discouraged. I feel a little bad for him. Did I shatter his confidence a bit too much?" Just as Saiyan was feeling guilty, Set suddenly slammed his fist on the ground. Laughing loudly with an excited expression, he said, "Excellent, very good. I was tired of defeating the weak. My desire to train is surging." With that, Set stood up and extended his hand towards Saiyan. "I don't know when it will be, but I will definitely challenge you again. When that time comes, will you accept my challenge?" Saiyan reached out to accept Set's handshake and bluntly replied, "Nope, I refuse." The match ended, and Saiyan returned to his dormitory. "I know that dragons mature faster than humans, but she already looks like a 6-year-old. The growth rate of a human dragon is also quite fast, too. At this rate, won't she be as big as me in no time?" Brian said, scratching his head. To a stunned Saiyan looked at the little dragon. "Regarding this, she's grown so much while I wasn't paying attention. If she grows up at this rate, it'll be difficult to raise her here in secret, right?" As Saiyan asked Brian, someone suddenly answered, "You can't hide it forever, can you, Saiyan?" Saiyan turned his head to look at the newcomer who had just spoken. "Sirica, I already overlooked your demon sword, but it's hard for me to overlook this human dragon as well, especially when you pull a crazy stunt like today. What on earth are you thinking?" After Saiyan briefly explained the little dragon's origins to Sirica, Sirica looked her over and said, "She's growing terrifyingly fast. I just looked away for a moment, and she's already grown this much. You have to take responsibility for what you picked up during your mission, but something like this is hard to hide. Brian will be the one to take care of her. There's also a barrier set up in the dorm, so the presence of Karam and the girl will be fine as long as you don't cause any trouble. Sirika cut Saian off and handed him an envelope. Saian read the contents inside and said with a forced smile, "This, as a victory prize for the match, is a bit disappointing." Sirika shrugged, looking unconcerned, and reminded him before leaving, "You should be careful for the time being. Attracting too much attention won't do you any good." As Sirika left, Brian curiously asked, "Young master, what is that?" "Ah, it's a warning letter. It says we'll be expelled for improper conduct." "Huh? Expelled?" Brian exclaimed worriedly. The little dragon, who was running all over the house, heard this and also asked anxiously, "What are we going to do?" "Daddy, are we going to live on the streets? Where did she even learn that phrase? Do you even understand what it means? But man, she's growing up way too fast." Saiyan thought to himself as he patted the little dragon's head to reassure her. "Not yet. You don't have to worry. Are you sure it'll be all right? If we have to go back to Vaya's, Don't worry, I'll file a complaint." Saiyan looked at the last line of the letter and reasoned, "It's not from the administrative office. The headmaster sent this to me himself, which means he wants to talk to me privately." Recalling his previous life when he said he wanted to join the Knights of Light, the headmaster had said, "So you finally decided to dedicate your entire life to your older brother?" "Yes," Saiyan answered firmly. "That path doesn't seem to suit you very well." Saiyan immediately shot a cold glare at the headmaster. "Haha, I'm sure you know that. So let me give you some advice. Choosing this path will bring you nothing good. Whether you face trials or a cruel fate, you will receive nothing in return. It's like living as someone else's puppet. No matter the outcome, in the end, you will only blame your brother. That's what he told me in my previous life. I wonder what he'll say to me this time." While Saiyan was lost in thought, Brian said hesitantly, "Young master, shouldn't we give her a name? A name, right? We can't keep calling her kid forever." Almost immediately, Saiyan replied, "Nana, how about it?" "You didn't even think about it." Brian was still stunned when the little dragon exclaimed excitedly, "That's great. Nana, it's still Nana backwards. I'll be Nana V." With that, she happily ran in circles around Saiyan's legs. How does this kid know my last name? While Saiyan was still wondering, Brian, who was beside him, buried his face in his hands and started sobbing. "It's over. She's going to be made fun of by the other children, or he'll get bullied by others." That night, in the principal's office at the Royal Academy, the principal was approving documents when he suddenly recalled San's match. "I know that student has a lot of potential, but to be able to absorb a 4-star magic spell with a 1-star black orb, his talent is terrifying, but it seems he wasn't even struggling that much. I want to know your limits." Saiyan Vert. At the same time, Saiyan was on his way to the office to meet Principal Colonel Quell. He was the man who had taught the current emperor, Dion Severus, and was also the father of the late queen, Diana Quizzle. Colonel, one of the few 9-circle mages on the continent, had been focusing entirely on educating students at the academy after Diana Quizzle passed away. "There's one thing I want to know about him. I always thought he was a pacifist, but in this life, he suddenly interfered in the royal war of succession. As Saiyan was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed something unusual, causing him to stop. It seems his personality hasn't changed at all." Saiyan reached his hand forward and was immediately stopped by a barrier. He knew I was coming and still put up a 9-star barrier. "All right, if this is a test, then I accept." Inside the office, Kunal had also sensed the disturbance in the barrier. "Now, what will you do?" "Only an archmage can destroy that barrier." Just as the principal was waiting in anticipation, with a loud crash, Saiyan took the aerial route. The window route, right into the room. "Principal Kunal, I am Saiyan Vert, a new transfer student, and I'm here to file a complaint." "A complaint?" the principal replied, feeling a bit let down inside. He completely ignored the barrier and just jumped in through the window. "I've lost." "Yes, about the letter you sent me. But after seeing that barrier outside, I'm sure of one thing. The warning letter was just an excuse to test my talent, wasn't it?" The principal answered honestly. "Yes. It might have been a bit crude, but you have proven your talent. However, I will not be retracting the warning. Alternatively, you could try to convince me. Then may I ask you something?" "Go ahead. Do you wish to see the expansion of the empire or the glory of your family?" The question was unexpected for the principal. His expression immediately changed and he became wary, saying to Saiyan, "That's a bold question, and the answer is neither." Is that so? Then after the death of Emperor Dion, if the 3rd prince or the 4th prince tried to seize the throne instead of the 1st prince, you wouldn't side with any of them, would you? "You're not brave, you're arrogant," the principal said, his eyes slowly filling with anger. Saiyan silently awaited the principal's wrath, sympathizing inwardly. "I was once Ho's puppet, and I don't think you're much different from who I was in my past life." In the war for the throne during his past life, Kunal had contributed greatly to helping the first prince, Luenel Severus, become emperor. Luenel was a cruel and lustful man. He slaughtered all of his brothers, and when Kunal stood against him, Luenel framed him as a traitor to the empire and sentenced him to life in prison. He had dedicated his all to brightening someone else's future, only to be betrayed by that very person in the end. Sure enough, just a few seconds later, Kunal furiously slammed his hand on the desk, shouting, "Nonsense! Do you think the peace established over the last century could collapse so easily? I thought you were a genius, but you're nothing more than are all fools. Is that what you think, Professor?" Saian explained that the mothers of the first and second princes had passed away from illness, while the third and fourth princes were on equal footing with the first prince. The Nefelim family, from which Queen Cassandra hails, is notorious for its obsession with power. That family will do anything to maintain its power. In my opinion, the Empire's peace is already hanging by a thread, and the day that peace collapses, this academy will fall with it. The headmaster was startled by these words. Were these truly the thoughts of an 11-year-old child? He knew everything about the current political climate. After a moment of shock, Khan Neil tried to remain calm and asked, "Why are you telling me this? To negotiate? I will help you. For the peace of your family and the entire academy, please retract the warning." The headmaster suddenly burst out laughing, and then a massive magic circle appeared above Saian's head. "Do you even have the power to back that up? Feel the weight of your arrogance." With that said, the headmaster used the skill, Chains of Judgment. Accordingly, the chains extended from the magic circle and bound Saian. Saian chuckled while looking at the headmaster, thinking to himself, "You want to go all out? Huh? Even a headmaster as skilled as him wouldn't easily escape my 9-star purgatory wheel confinement spell." Seeing Saian restrained by the chains, the headmaster stroked his beard thoughtfully. "It seems I've overestimated your talent. Then I'll show you." Saian smiled faintly and used the skill, Practical Mana Sphere. A level 1 mana sphere devoured the headmaster's magic, leaving him utterly bewildered. Just what was the extent of this boy's talent? The chains of judgment disappeared, and Saian nonchalantly brushed the dust from his shoulder, asking the headmaster, "Is this enough to convince you of my usefulness?" "I acknowledge it. I will retract the warning. Are you sure you don't want anything else?" Saian smiled and replied, "Yes, sir. I just want to study in peace at the academy." The skeptical headmaster asked again, "Is that all?" "Yes, that's all," Saian replied, adding in his thoughts, "I don't want to witness the sight of the academy collapsing one more time." During his free time, Brian went into town to buy the items Saian had requested. They were mostly snacks that kids love. Thinking of Nana enjoying them always brightens my mood. Brian was cheerfully heading home when he suddenly sensed something was off. Why are the streets so strangely deserted today? Or am I just being paranoid? A sound from a dark alley caught Brian's attention. Something was coming. Just as he saw the person, Brian exclaimed in shock, "You!" A moment later, Brian vanished, leaving only the bag of items he had bought scattered on the street. Back to our main plot. After his talk with the headmaster, Saian had agreed to try and attend all his classes. Today, he just had to finish his afternoon lessons and he would be done. However, for Saian, it was anything but easy. Having to listen to lessons he'd already learned 30 years ago was pure torture. Studying is so boring, I'd rather go train. Just as Saian was about to skip class, Aaron suddenly appeared behind him. "Where are you going?" "Saian, class isn't over yet. I'm going to the restroom." "You're lying, Your Highness." Aaron exposed him. "The restroom isn't in that direction." "Are you really going to the restroom?" Lysimus, who was standing behind them, overheard and said awkwardly, "Aaron, princess, what are you saying?" At a loss, Saian quickly changed the subject. "Do you allow him to call you by your first name like that, princess?" Making a big deal out of it. "Yes, I allow him to call me that in private." Suddenly realizing something, Aaron looked dissatisfied. She questioned, "Then why do you still call me Your Highness? We're friends, I'm just a commoner, and you're a princess of the royal family. How could I casually call you by your name? You're so rigid and old-fashioned." "I'll take that as a compliment, Your Highness." While he was interacting with Aaron, Fabian, and Nerovian, 2 princes who were also Aaron's half-brothers appeared. The moment they opened their mouths, they started mocking Aaron. "Hanging out with a commoner? You've barely grown up and you're already bringing a servant along?" Birds of a feather flock together, the lowly play with the lowly. The people of the Nefelim family, they didn't even try to hide their contempt for Aaron. It was then that the 2 princes noticed the presence of Saian. Saian replied politely, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Saian V, the youngest son of the V family." The 2 princes immediately treated Aaron as if she were invisible, walking past her to get to Saian. "How could we not know the son of Duke 5, our royal father's close friend? I was very impressed with your sparring match just now. The next time we hold a tea party, I will definitely invite you. We can talk more then. Let's get closer. This isn't an opportunity that comes easily for you." Their attitude towards Saian was completely different from how they treated Aaron. Saian glanced at Aaron, who was still bowing in the distance, and then quickly replied, Yes, thank you, your highness. Well then, see you later. Ah. Nerovian stepped closer and whispered into Aaron's ear, except for you. I'm not inviting you. You're just a lowly princess, so don't get arrogant. Aaron, know your place. Understand? After saying that, he and Fabian left smugly. Are they really princes? Why are they so harsh? They're family, blood relatives after all. Lysimus spoke up indignantly. Who knows? Saian said. In my opinion, they're worse than savages. Aaron was a little startled and looked up at Saian. Whether it's by blood or by water, it's all useless in the face of power. Therefore, their coldness is a sign of their wariness towards you. If they already want to be wary of you, then you don't need to bother with them. Well, I'll be going now. Aaron was touched by these disguised words of comfort from Saian, her face unconsciously turning as red as a ripe tomato. Saian returned to his dormitory and noticed that there was no sign of Brian, so he called out for Karim. I'm here, you disturbed my sleep. Why are you in your spirit form? It's easier to hide my presence in this form. Anyway, what did you call me for? Go find Brian for me. Karam froze for 5 seconds, then roared angrily. Am I a dog that you're telling me to go find someone? What's with that attitude? He knows the way back himself. Speaking of which, he suddenly paused, then sniffed the air and continued, the smell of blood. At the same time, in a small alley in town, Ram was being beaten to a pulp by Beres Luis Min's gang. I told you nicely earlier, why didn't you just listen obediently? Now you're in big trouble, understand? The Master's only guardian knight is this weak? What a piece of trash. Now I'm going to cut off every part of your body and send it as a gift to your master. This is the price for daring to lecture this Beres Luis Min. Just thinking about it makes me sick. Suddenly, Brian mumbled something that made Barrett stop. What did you say? When a person is pushed too far, who's challenging whom? How ridiculous. That statement successfully angered Barrett. The madman's been beaten senseless. Rand wasn't afraid at all and continuing to add fuel to the fire. I just feel pity for you all. Barrett smiled wickedly and ordered his subordinates to take him out. Just then, a familiar voice called out, What do you think you're doing? Saian leaped down from the rooftop to get a clear look at the face of the one who dared to bully his servant. Barrett Luis Min, so it was you? Young master. Brian looked up with his swollen face to look at Saian. You look pathetic. It seems your vocal cords were damaged too. The moment Barrett saw Saian, he laughed excitedly. You dare come here alone, Saian. I'll tear you to pieces. I'm really looking forward to it. Saian let out a sinister laugh, then used the 8th assassination technique, random strike. Before the astonished eyes of Barrett, he sent all of his subordinates to meet their ancestors. In the blink of an eye, he had taken down all his mercenaries. Is there really no way to defeat him? Just what kind of monster is he? Damn it! I'll destroy you. Barrett screamed and thrust his hand forward, but before he could even launch a fireball, he was sent flying backward by Saiyan's kick. You haven't changed at all, have you? Is torturing those weaker than you that much fun? To Saiyan's question, Barrett grinned wide and replied, Are you trying to stick your nose into someone else's fun? Are you planning to use this as an excuse to eliminate me? Barrett Luis Min, the eldest son of the Luis Min family, was part of the ruling faction in the Garam Kingdom. Even in his past life, his penchant for causing trouble was notorious. He had a habit of beating his servants and even burning small animals alive for amusement. Later, his cruelty went too far and he caused a murder. He brutally murdered a female classmate. His excuse was that he wanted to test his magic. Eventually, the Fog issued a mission to eliminate him, and when Saiyan arrived at his mansion, after he had been expelled from school, he witnessed the scene. Countless bodies of servants were scattered all over the basement. When Saiyan planned to torture him slowly before finishing him off in the most painful way possible, Barrett said something that Saiyan still remembers vividly to this day. He sneered and said, Don't drag this out, just get it over with, because I've already done all the fun things I ever wanted to do. Thinking back on it now, perhaps eliminating him like that wasn't much of a punishment for him, because in the end, he still got to do everything he wanted, while the price he paid for completely ruining other people's lives was far too small. At this thought, Saiyan forced Barrett's mouth open while creating a manosphere. Realizing Saiyan's intention, Barrett panicked. You! Stop! What did you just say you were going to do to me? Even at this point, Barrett was still trying to act tough, threatening. Do you think you can get away with this? I am Barrett Luis Min, the pinnacle of power in the Garam Kingdom. You talk too much. Saiyan ruthlessly shoved the manosphere into Barrett's mouth, silencing him. You can find me an eyesore. You can even despise me. I don't care what you say behind my back, but you should never have laid a hand on my subordinate. This had nothing to do with you, you worthless scum. With that, Saiyan stood up, looking down with contempt at Barre's pained form. Kellen, Aeon's subordinate, who had been observing everything from afar, could not help but be shocked. Shocking. I can't believe young Master Saiyan was hiding this kind of power. I must report this to Lord Aeon. Perhaps the young master wrong would be a major obstacle to his plan. Suddenly, from behind Kellen, Sirik reached out with one hand to cover his mouth, while her other hand held a knife to his neck. So it was you, the stalker who's been following my student for the past few days. After dealing with Barrett, Sean went to check on Brian. Before Sean could say anything, Brian spoke first. I'm sorry, young master. I didn't expect them to bring so many people to attack me. His face was all messed up. Thinking to himself, Sean said irritably, Are you really my subordinate? You don't know how to fight. Why did you try to fight back against them? Young master, Brian began to explain, but Sean cut him off. Is this the loyalty you mentioned before? Sean sat down facing Brian to lecture him. Why didn't you run? I can roughly understand what you were trying to do, but are you an idiot? No loyalty is worth sacrificing yourself for. Don't do something so stupid again, because it's really annoying. I'm speechless. You just need to remember that you're getting a scolding when we get home. I'm sorry, Brian said, looking remorseful. At that moment, Sean called out, You can come out now. Sirik. Oh my, was I discovered? Sirik and a group of people descended from the rooftops. How could I not notice when you brought all your members along? I have a gift for you. Saying that, Sirik threw the bound Kellen forward. Sean glanced at Kellen. He's the one who's been tailing me recently. Sirik was slightly surprised. You also knew? Yeah, a little. Sirik sighed, disappointed. First off, I acknowledge your abilities. Your strength surpasses even that of a mist assassin. You're eloquent enough to negotiate with the headmaster, and you have the indomitable spirit to wield the demon's sword perfectly. Your performance as the heir has been excellent, but if this keeps up, it's going to be a problem. More people will start to find you suspicious, just like today. Sean thought for a moment and replied, I'll take your advice, but I have no intention of being treated like a fool. If anyone dares to touch the people close to me like what just happened, I will hunt them down and crush every last one of them. He means to protect those close to him on his own. Thinking to herself, Sirik smiled and replied, I see, that's fine too. Do whatever you want, heir. I'll be leaving now. Sean was a bit unused to Sirik not retorting. Her reaction was unexpected. Oh, and Sirik pointed at Kellen. Make sure you deal with him. I'll take care of Barrett and his lackeys. Got it. Only then did Sirik leave with peace of mind. Kellen struggled and asked, What are you going to do to me? Are you going to kill me? Kill you? I think that's letting you off too easy. If you're planning to interrogate me, then forget it. I won't spill a single thing. Sean smirked. You're Kellen, Acho's right-hand man, aren't you? I already know. Kellen's eyes widened in astonishment. How do you know that? Sean thought. How could I possibly forget you? You've been standing next to Acho all this time. You're the one who was jealous of me and Acho in my past life. From another perspective, this guy could be quite dangerous indeed. It wouldn't be a big deal to get rid of him now. But he is that bastard Acho's subordinate, so at the very least, he will be useful for my plans. Thinking this, Sean gave a sly smile and activated his shadow persona creation skill on Kellen. Early one morning a week later, on the training grounds, Lesimus, with a serious expression, rushed forward with a wooden sword in both hands towards Aaron. Aaron raised her wooden sword, struggling to block Lesimus's attack, but it was still nothing special. Ah! With a loud shout, Aaron immediately swung her sword at Lesimus, who stood before her. Lesimus reacted quickly, ducking to dodge, and simultaneously circled behind Aaron. Before Aaron could react, Lesimus pointed the tip of his sword at her neck. I win. Your Highness. Aaron let out a small sigh, then pouted, and said, I can never beat you, Lesimus. Besides, didn't I tell you to just call me Aaron when we're alone? Lesimus said, scratching his head in embarrassment. I apologize, Your Highness. Aaron put on a displeased face, emphasizing each word, Lady Aaron. Lesimus quickly corrected himself. Ah, yes, Lady Aaron. Suddenly, Brian's pained cry rang out, Ag, young master. Aaron turned her head in the direction of the cry and said softly, Looks like their training over there is intense too. Not far from them, Saian was sparring with Brian. In reality, Saian was attacking, and Brian was taking the blows. At that moment, Saian drove his elbow hard into the stomach of Brian, sending him stumbling backward. Throughout the fight, Saian had begun to see Brian differently. He claimed to be just an errand boy, but he was surprisingly good at taking a beating, and his stamina was also quite impressive. He could be quite useful in the future. With that thought, Saian asked, Are you finding this difficult? Brian shouted with a determined look on his face, Not at all, young master. I will endure until the end. Just as he said that, a mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth. Seeing this, Saian couldn't bring himself to continue. Even though this method was a bit rough, there was no other choice, because he couldn't guarantee that something like what happened with Bears wouldn't occur. Again. At the very least, Brian needed to be able to protect himself. As Saian was deep in thought, Brian suddenly asked, But, young master, can we really keep that guy Kellen around? Saian replied, You don't have to worry about him. He's on our side now. In his mind, he recalled the events of the previous night. After casting the personality creation spell on Kellen, a weakened Saiyan exhaled sharply. It's been a while since I've used this spell, so it's truly difficult. 9-star Dark Magic, Shadow Persona. This is a spell used to create a new personality from the shadows. It allows the caster to control the target according to their will. In my past life, I only ever used it exactly one time. Next, Saiyan cut Kellen's ropes and asked, "Now, who are you?" Kellen bowed his head, kneeling on one knee before Saiyan, and replied, "I am Kellen Diego, the official guardian knight of Valius, and I came to Ruin after receiving orders to spy on young Master Saiyan." Saiyan smirked and thought, he's become obedient now. Then he asked, "And who's your master?" Kellen replied, "Although I originally served young Master Acho, I now wish to become young Master Saiyan's subordinate. Please accept me." Saiyan's smirk widened, revealing his teeth, as he commanded, "Very well, from now on. Listen carefully to my words, return to Acho's side in Valius and tell him this. Don't leave out a single word. Do you understand?" Kellen placed a fist over his chest and said, "I, Kellen Diego, will obey the young master's command." Back in the present, Saiyan recalled the look in his eyes before he departed. Saiyan hesitated, thinking to himself, his trusting gaze is putting some pressure on me. That guy is definitely dangerous, but I'm sure he'll be fine. Just then, Aaron approached, rubbing her hands together against the cold, and asked, "Are you training with your guardian knight? I didn't expect to see you here." Upon seeing the princess, Brian hurriedly bowed a full 90 degrees in greeting, "Your Highness." Saiyan, however, was as casual as ever and turned to say, "Yeah, are you here to train too, Your Highness?" Aaron smiled and replied, "That's right. I come here every week to practice swordsmanship with Limus. Because of that recent incident, I thought I should be prepared." Hearing this, Saiyan speculated to himself, it seems this is about what happened 1 week ago when people found Barley's Min unconscious in front of the infirmary. Although his body was bruised all over, he refused to reveal who the culprit was. Actually, it wasn't that he refused, but that he couldn't. He will never be able to use magic again. He then glanced at Limus, thinking to himself, but Limus's reaction is a bit surprising to me. I thought she would at least feel a little bit satisfied. Suddenly, a loud voice called out from above the four of them, "Papa!" Everyone looked up to see a little girl falling from above towards them. Brian's jaw dropped and said, "Young master." Saiyan's jaw also dropped as he mentally screamed, "Nana, didn't I leave you with Karam?" The troublemaker Karam was currently fast asleep on the sofa with his tongue hanging out. Back with Saiyan and the others, Nana fell from above, landing right where Aaron was. Aaron instinctively caught her, asking with a surprised expression, where did this little girl come from?" Nana, sitting in Aaron's arms, looked excitedly at Saiyan and exclaimed, "Papa!" Nana found Papa. Aaron looked at Saiyan, her mind filled with questions. "Papa? Since when? And with whom? How is that possible?" Time passed until sunset, and Aaron, with her hand propping up her chin, said, with a relieved expression, "So that's what happened. This little girl isn't your child. What a relief. Hearing her call you Papa made me misunderstand. Who would believe you had such a kind side? It's truly surprising." In contrast to Aaron's relief, Saiyan felt uneasy, thinking, this is not good. At this rate, the princess will have leverage over me. Sitting next to Saiyan, Brian also looked stunned, worrying to himself, if the academy finds out about this, he'll get expelled for sure. And she even knows that Nana is a dragonoid. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Aaron guessed what the two were worried about. So she patted her chest and assured them, "Don't worry, Saiyan, I won't tell a soul." Saiyan asked in surprise, "Your Highness, is that all?" Aaron smiled and looked at Limus, saying, "Of course." "Right, Limus?" Limus was playfully pulling Nana's cheeks and turned to reply, "Yes. I don't have any friends, so I have no one to tell anyway." Saiyan stared intently at Aaron and asked, "What is your reason?" Aaron explained, "What do you mean, reason? I just feel sorry for the little girl. She's neither human nor dragon, so she won't be accepted by anyone, but it's a good thing that you are taking care of her." Then Aaron smiled and pointed towards Saiyan, asking tentatively, "In return, can I come visit your room sometimes?" Surprised, Saiyan pointed to himself, "My room?" Aaron's face flushed and she stammered a little, "Don't get the wrong idea, I just want to see Nana." Before the atmosphere could get awkward, Saiyan cheerfully agreed, "Sure, it doesn't matter. So from now on, this will be our little secret, okay?" Aaron nodded, "I promise." "Yeah, I'll keep that in mind." Her heart bloomed at S's words about our little secret. Once everything was settled, S stood up to take his leave. "Well then, we'll be going." Limus bowed and said, "Travel safely, Mr. Saiyan." After Saiyan left, Limus noticed Aaron's unusual expression and called out softly, "Lady Aaron." Aaron didn't seem to hear him. She was still lost in her own inner world, thinking, does this mean I've gotten a little closer to Saiyan now? Seeing that Aaron still wasn't responding, Limas called out louder, "Lady Aaron, are you feeling unwell?" Meanwhile, Saian had returned to his room. Karam was also awake, and after learning what had happened, he cheerfully asked, "What? Something this fun happened while I was asleep? At this rate, why don't you just get caught living with a demonic sword already?" Hearing this, Saian got angry and pointed directly at Karam, scolding him. "You shut up and just reflect on your mistakes. You're the one who fell asleep while babysitting." Karam clicked his tongue and said, "The kid's just like her papa, always doing unpredictable things." Brian, who was holding Nana, smiled and suggested, "How about we take her for a little walk? All this time she's been indoors, so she must be feeling cooped up." Saiyan pondered for a few seconds, then praised, "Oh, that's not a bad idea." Brian replied shyly, "Thank you, sir." "All right then, we'll head out now." Night fell, and in the sky, two winged, humanoid creatures were flying swiftly. As if sensing something, the male creature suddenly stopped. The female creature also stopped and asked, "What's wrong, Lord Luckian?" Luckian asked, "Catalina, I just smelled something foul. Where are we now?" Catalina replied, "It's a bit far, but it seems we're in the outskirts of Ruin." Luckian spoke with an annoyed expression. "Is this smell coming from Ruin Academy? Looks like I'll have to postpone my return journey. I can feel an energy that I absolutely cannot tolerate. An energy that, as a dragon, I cannot allow to exist." At the same time, on the outskirts of Ruin, Brian was hastily chasing after Nana, who was flying high above, shouting, "Nana, wait up, it's dangerous over there." Nana didn't listen, flying excitedly while cheering, "This place is so wide. Nana is so happy." Saian walked slowly behind them, thinking to himself, "She seems to be in a pretty good mood. This open field is 10 kilometers from Ruin, so Nana can do whatever she wants here." Karam, floating beside Saian, glanced at him teasingly. Well, already a father, are you? While you're at it, why not find her a mother too? Like, for example, that princess from before." Suddenly, both Saian's and Karam's expressions changed. Karam quickly warned, "Wait, something's coming." A second later, a voice that seemed to be grinding its teeth suddenly echoed from the sky above. "How disgusting." Following that, a pillar of light descended upon Nana's position. "Watch out, Nana," Brian shouted, quickly pulling Nana into his arms and leaping back, successfully dodging the pillar of light. However, he was still knocked back by the shockwave. Saian asked worriedly, "Brian, what about Nana?" Brian quickly said, "She's fine, you two get behind me." With that, Saian stepped forward, staring intently at the area where the pillar of light had been. Soon, the pillar of light vanished. Lukian and Catalina stood in a large crater, appearing before Saian's group. Saian frowned and thought, "Why is a great dragon here? There are two great dragons?" Just then, Luki looked at Nana in Brian's arms and said, "So it's her. The source of that pungent smell, truly a disgustingly foul odor." Catalina nonchalantly glanced at Nana, then over at Karam, finally resting her gaze on Sean and said, "A half-dragon? How can such a disgusting being exist? Are you the master of that mongrel? Human, it seems you also possess a demon's sword." Karam asked irritably, "What? Who do you think you are to treat me like an object?" Catalina shouted, "Shut your mouth, you lackey of that inferior human." Karam furiously asked, "Are you looking for a death wish?" Catalina was also provoked. She gritted her teeth and cursed, "A lowly being like you dares to talk back?" Luki raised a hand to stop them and looked at Sean. "Rest assured, we have no interest in you. We have no intention of fighting with inferior creatures, but you must hand that mongrel over to me. That half-human, half-dragon thing carries the blood of both races, making it a perfect specimen for research. If you do that, I will be merciful and spare your life." Sean, holding the demon's sword, said, "Shut up." A vein popped on Luki's forehead as he asked, "What did you just say?" Sean calmly replied, "I said shut up, you disgusting lizard." Luki bared his teeth in a grin and then suddenly unleashed an attack that grazed Sean's left shoulder. Brian cried out worriedly, "Young master." Sean's expression turned serious as he said, "I'm fine. Both of you, get away from me." "Yes, sir." With that, Brian carried Nana away from Sean's position. Sean glanced down at the long gash on the ground, thinking to himself, that was terrifying. On the other side, Luki, holding a long spear crackling with lightning, said, "This is why inferior creatures like you are beyond saving." Sean didn't answer Luki. He directly used the ninth assassination technique, Demon Sword Manifestation. Sensing the energy radiating from Sean, Catalina asked in shock, "Lord Luki, could that power be?" Luki frowned, confirming Catalina's suspicion. "That's the power of the Exiled One. Today is full of surprises, but no matter how hard he tries, he's still just a lowly human." Just as Luki finished speaking, Sean appeared right beside him, swinging his sword. Luki's eyes widened as he thought in shock. Since when? However, Luki's reaction was not slow at all. He used the weapon in his hand to block Sean's series of attacks. "You're nothing but a human." Shouting in anger, Luki swept his spear forward, forcing Sean to retreat, then stretched out a hand and used the skill Shockwave. Sean looked up to see a large magic circle appear above his head and a pillar of light descended. Just as Luki thought the attack had hit, Sean had already used the assassination skill, the third technique, Shadow Fog, to escape the pillar of light, simultaneously appearing behind him and immediately activating the skill, Fog Sword Storm of Mist. Sean's series of moves happened in the blink of an eye, so Luki couldn't react in time. But luckily for him, Catalina appeared just in time, using a flaming shield dagger to block Sean's technique. "I'll stop him." Luki regained his composure and hastily warned, "Fall back, Catalina. You're no match for him." Catalina didn't listen. A confident smile appeared on her face as she said, "Please don't worry, Lord Luki, I won't lose." She thought to herself, "This is the shield dagger of a dragon that has accumulated mana for 1,000 years. An ordinary human can't even live for 100 years. No, at all." However, Carolina's thoughts were instantly silenced by Saian's next move. All she saw was Saian, who had switched techniques, using the 8-flower blade, Twin Slash, unleashing hundreds of sword strikes toward the fire barrier. In less than 1 second, Carolina's fire barrier shattered, leaving her to think in disbelief he actually dared to break it. Then, Carolina was struck by Saian's barrage of sword strikes. Carolina fell powerlessly to the ground, her gaze fixed on Luki. "Lord Luki." Carolina's voice trailed off, her vision slowly blurring away until she finally sank into eternal darkness. Lukian stared blankly as Carolina died right before his eyes. His reason was gradually replaced by absolute fury. "You? Who in the world are you? Aren't martial gods supposed to have no power at all? How can you possess this much strength? Tell me, who are you?" Lukian continuously screamed, but Saiyan just stood there motionless, showing no intention of communicating with him. "It seems you have no intention of answering me. Fine. I admit you are worthy of being my opponent." As he finished speaking, Lukian's body was suddenly enveloped in a magic circle, and his body began to transform. Saiyan calmly watched Luki's transformation. The incarnation, a spell that allows dragons to shed their human form and return to their original state. In other words, he was now in his most vulnerable state. With that thought, Saiyan leaped high into the air, appearing in the space above Lukian, who had now fully transformed into a dragon. Seeing Saiyan's action, Lukian cried out in alarm, "You! What are you trying to do?" He anxiously wondered, could he possibly know about the weakness of the transformation? But he's just a lowly human. A second later, Saiyan proved Lukian's suspicion correct. He kicked off the air, his whole body rocketing down like a cannonball toward the spot between his eyes as he plunged the demon's sword down. Lukian immediately screamed in agony, his pupils beginning to emit the same dark energy as the demon's sword. "You bastard!" He cursed loudly, his mind already set on escaping. As if guessing Lukian's intention, Saiyan grinned and said softly, "Too late." Then he used the sword art, immovable roots, causing the dark energy to invade Luki's entire body. Luki struggled in vain. His horrifying screams echoed throughout the area. Not long after, when the noise finally stopped, Brian arrived carrying Nana and called out, "Young master, are you all right?" But upon seeing the scene, a shocked Brian quickly covered Nana's eyes. Nana whimpered, "Nana can't see anything." Saiyan was enjoying the fresh dragon meat, and seeing the two arrive, he offered a piece to Brian, saying, "Here, Brian, eat up, it's fresh." Brian was still dumbfounded, unsure what to say, when Nana spoke up. "Nana wants to eat too." Saiyan flatly refused. "No, I wasn't talking to you, kid." In Ao's room, he had just finished listening to Kin's report. After a moment of contemplation, Ao asked, "Are you saying there's some mysterious force backing my younger brother?" Kin replied, "That's right. It seems the spies we planted have also been eliminated by them." Ao asked again, "Is that all?" Kellen answered, "Yes, this information is insufficient, I'm afraid." Ao narrowed his eyes, studying Kellen. How strange. Kellen's earlier anxiety had completely vanished, as if he were a different person. With that thought, Ao spoke up. "I see. In that case, Kellen, I want to ask you one question." Then Ao asked something that made Kellen's heart skip a beat. Sean said nothing. His eyes just stared intently at Kellen, waiting for an answer. This was a test, which meant that he had already started to become suspicious. Thinking to himself, Kellen immediately placed a fist on his chest, bowed deeply, and said, "May the deity Rumendel protect you." Sean grinned and said, "Thank you for your answer. Sir Kellen, please don't misunderstand. It was just a routine formality. You may leave now." So Kellen turned and left, thinking, "It seems I need to be more careful. Once suspicion arises, it can no longer be salvaged. I can't let anything stand in the young master's way." As Kellen reminded himself of this, he opened the door and was surprised to see Emily already waiting. Seeing Kellen, Emily smiled and said, "Ah, hello, I am young master Sean's maid." Kellen opened his mouth to question, "Why are you here?" Just then, Sean walked over, patted Kellen's shoulder and said, "I called her here." Then, Sean looked at Emily and asked, "Your name is Emily, right?" Emily quickly replied, "Yes, young master." Sean gave a friendly smile and said, "Could you do me a favor?" Emily's face turned red, and she asked expectantly, "A favor for you?" The scene changes. In a certain secret room, a large stone block is placed in the center of the room, surrounded by smaller stone blocks. All the stones are currently glowing, except for two small ones that have shattered and fallen to the ground. At this moment, many voices echo from the stones, conversing with each other. Lord Lucian and Lady Catalina are missing. After revealing their divine presence on the outskirts of Oluwan, the auras of the two of them completely vanished. The energy of two dragons, level 8 or higher, just disappeared. As you can see, these two magic stones have gone completely dark. We have searched all over the outskirts of Oluwan but found no signs of a battle. Could it be that the one who dealt with those two dragons used magic to erase all traces? If so, then that person is very likely a user of dark magic. In this world, only Kundal Quell is powerful enough to destroy those two dragons. But he is not a dark mage. That means there is a third power that we are unaware of. Sean of the Royal Academy is the only dark mage we know of. There are rumors that he survived an encounter with an evil dragon on the battlefield. If so, it's possible he is also connected to the deaths of Renan Crimson and Jikerman Anbas. They were all individuals who provided us with test subjects. To call it a coincidence seems unlikely. There appears to be some connection here. We need to monitor him carefully. Lunap River, have your niece approach Sean. The voice from the large stone finished, and the room once again fell into silence. The next day, at the royal dormitory of the Royal Academy, Erin ran over to Sean's place. Behind her, Lysimus followed, pulling a cart of fruit piled higher than her head. As soon as she saw Nana, Erin took out a slice of strawberry cake to show off. This special cake was custom ordered from the royal palace. "Is it good, Nana?" Nana's eyes sparkled as she looked at the cake, drooling as she praised, "It's delicious." Erin happily gave the cake to Nana, saying, "Eat up, there's still a lot more." Sean sat not far away watching this scene, thinking to himself, the two sisters are having so much fun. For now, we'll just live peacefully like this. But the dragons can already sense Nana's existence. They could return to attack at any moment. I won't let anyone touch what I have, because in this life, I will live for myself. Then, an image of himself flashed through Sean's mind, and I will destroy it. Your plan, Aaron. While playing with Nana, she suddenly heard Saian's laughter. So she turned to look at him and asked curiously, "Saian, is something funny? You seem happy." Saian smiled and replied, "Oh, yeah, I just thought of something amusing." Meanwhile, in the garden of Mansion 5, Arrow was sitting with Crown Prince Lul. Lul spoke first. "It's been a while since graduation. You look well." Arrow smiled and said, "It's all thanks to your grace, your highness." Lul asked, "Furthermore, how long do you plan on staying in this secluded place?" "I heard Alice has been traveling all over the continent." Arrow replied with a smile. "If she weren't, I'd be worried sick, not knowing what she's doing or where she is." Luel chuckled and pressed, worried or afraid that one day she'll become a threat to you. Arrow's expression darkened as he looked at Luel and asked, "What are you talking about, your highness?" Luel paid no mind to Arrow's look. He held up his cup for his attendant to pour a drink and said, "Why be secretive between us? Your younger brother's name is Saian, is it not? His Majesty the Emperor seems quite interested in him. It looks like he's even considering betrothing him to Aaron as well. I don't know why he shows such favor to someone so useless." Arrow smiled and said, "Don't be so hasty. Once he gains attention and powerful support, he will become useful." Luel took a sip of his drink and said with a smile, "Talking with you is truly refreshing." Luel's attendant brought the pitcher over and asked Arrow, "Would you care for a drink?" Only then did Arrow notice the attendant and remarked, "A rather strange escort knight." Luel turned to his attendant and introduced him. "Ah, yes. This is the gem I found during a recent inspection of the slums." Arrow narrowed his eyes and asked, "You found a gem, your highness?" Luel replied, "One of the finest gems there is." The attendant played along, smiling as he greeted Arrow. "It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. I am Boris Liam." And just like that, 2 years passed. As Saian managed to conceal his abilities and adapt to life at the academy, his older sister, Alice, returned. In the headmaster's office, the door was suddenly and gently pushed open. Connell, sitting at his desk, spoke up. "It's been a while." Having been noticed, Alice walked in from the doorway, smiling sheepishly. Connell asked, "How was it? Did you enjoy your journey?" Alice replied with a smile, "Yes, I went to Bruna." Connell asked in surprise, "Bruna? That place isn't exactly welcoming to humans, is it?" Alice replied, "Yes, it took me 1 year to adapt to life there. But I wanted to understand the meaning of harmony that you spoke of, Headmaster." "Headmaster, You were right. Wherever I go, that place thrives, so I must constantly think about where I should go next. Connell looked at Alice and said, "It seems you've made a decision." Alice beamed. "Yes, I'm going to join the Knights of Light. I want to continue our family's tradition. Someone has to take on this responsibility, and I'm also worried about my younger brothers, especially Saian. He's so timid." Hearing that, Connell suddenly burst into laughter, leaving Alice bewildered. "Why are you laughing, sir?" Connell stroked his beard and said, "Him, timid? Are you joking?" At that moment, a young man appeared behind Alice and spoke up. "What joke? You're exaggerating, headmaster." Alice turned her head to look at the young man, then was startled and asked in an uncertain voice, "Saian, is that you?" Saian gave a small smile and said, "I missed you, sis." Leaving the headmaster's office, Saian and Alice walked side by side, chatting leisurely. "You've changed so much. You're as tall as me now. You'll be taller than me soon enough," Alice said, using her hand to compare her height with Saian's. Saian teased with a smile, "Isn't it because you've gotten shorter?" Alice pinched Saian's cheek, flashing a threatening smile. "That's enough. Stop right there." Saian just smiled and said nothing more, looking at the cheerful Alice in front of him. He recalled a date in his mind, May 2nd, 1988, which he remembered very clearly. That day, in his previous life, it was the last day his sister was alive. After walking a bit further, Alice asked again, "Aren't you going back home?" "You're on summer break." Saiyan replied with a smile. "Other than you, no one there welcomes me." Alice was taken aback and asked, "Not a single person? Is that why you haven't been home for 2 whole years?" Saiyan remained silent, thinking to himself that there were actually a few more reasons. First, Ao is there, and second, the Duchess would try everything to get rid of him. His father couldn't care less, so going back would be suicide. He probably wouldn't return home until graduation. Alice tried to probe, "Aren't you on good terms with Grand?" Saiyan lowered his head and said, "Never." Alice pressed on, "Why not?" Saiyan suddenly looked up, his eyes cold as he stared at Alice and said, "You know exactly how he treats me. He even tried to harm me." Alice gasped, shocked by Saiyan's words. Just then, Brian, who was still walking behind them, suddenly stepped forward, placed a hand on his chest and said, "I can attest to that." Alice looked at Brian and asked, "And you are?" Saiyan started to introduce him. "That's my Knight Protector, Brian Kenrick." Alice covered her mouth in surprise. "Oh, a Knight Protector. No wonder he was following us." The atmosphere then grew quiet. After a while, Alice said self-reproachfully, "Is that really true? And I was in Bruna, completely oblivious to everything." Saiyan tried to console her. "The ones at fault are the Duchess and Grand." Alice didn't seem to hear him. A terrifying murderous aura began to radiate from her body. Sensing it, Saiyan immediately called out, "Alice." Startled, Alice replied, "Huh? Oh." Then, Alice quickly composed herself. She tilted her chin in thought and asked, "Have you told anyone about this? What good would that do? It's all in the past now." Grand doesn't even show a hint of remorse. Before Saiyan could finish, Alice suddenly pulled him into a hug and said, "You don't have to endure it all alone, Saiyan. It's okay to lean on someone sometimes. From now on, I will protect you." Then, Alice released Saiyan and placed her hands on his shoulders, instructing, "I wish I could stay with you longer, but I have to go now. Please take care of yourself while I'm away." Meanwhile, Brian, who was standing nearby and moved by the scene, was suddenly pulled into a tight hug by Alice by the waist, causing him to awkwardly exclaim, "Hey, miss." Alice laughed and added, "Please take good care of my precious Saiyan." Just then, Brian suddenly noticed Saiyan glaring at him with a dangerous look, accompanied by a throat-slitting gesture, which made him smile wryly and thought to himself, "What did I do?" Late that afternoon, Saiyan and Brian saw Alice off as her carriage departed from the academy. Saiyan watched the carriage disappear into the distance, recalling Alice's furious expression from earlier and smiling to himself. It had been a long time since he'd seen her that angry. On the way back to his room, Saiyan remembered something from the past. Grand was swinging a wooden sword fiercely at Saiyan. Saiyan barely managed to raise his own wooden sword to block, but he fell backward, landing hard on the ground. Grand sneered arrogantly, "What, down already? Get up, or I'll beat you to a pulp." Saiyan quickly pleaded, "Please, stop. You already won, so." Before Saiyan could finish his sentence, Grand struck him across the face with the wooden sword and said, "God, why are you yapping so much?" Then, Grand gleefully continued to strike the defenseless Saiyan with the wooden sword. Just as Grand was at the peak of his excitement, a cold shout suddenly came from behind. Startled, Grand quickly stopped what he was doing and turned around. He called out, "Sister Alice." With a cold, indignant look, Alice demanded, "What are you doing? Apologize right now." Grand snapped back to the present. Saiyan had returned to his room. He sat in a chair, a slight smile on his lips as he thought to himself that he had only seen that expression once in his previous life. The ducal house will surely be in chaos soon. She needs to know the truth about her family. so that I can protect her from that dark future. Just then, Brian brought 2 letters, one black and one red, to Saian, reporting, "There are letters for you, young master." Saian asked, "Who are they from?" Brian replied, "One is from the academy, and the other is from one of the gatekeepers." Saian only took the black envelope and said, "Is that so?" "All right." Seeing this, Brian asked doubtfully, "Aren't you going to look at this one?" Saiyan surmised, "It might be from the royal palace." Brian carefully looked at the seal on the envelope and said, "You're right, it has the royal seal." Karam poked his head into eavesdrop. "What is it, Brian?" asked in confusion. "I wonder what they sent. They hold a banquet around this time every year." As he spoke, Saian opened the black envelope and read it. Then he began to think. The other one is an assassination order to assassinate Renan Nefelis. The incident that happens at that royal banquet is quite a big deal. Since he's the queen's younger brother, it's quite a shock. At that moment, Karam spoke up and asked, "Are you going?" Saiyan replied, "Yes, I have something to do there." He mused to himself, "Come to think of it, I believe someone else carried out this mission in my past life. The Lord of the Temple must have taken a liking to me, even though it's quite a hassle." Karam took the red envelope from Brian's hand, looked at it, and said, "Oh, this one is from Princess Erin." Saiyan's expression didn't change as he spoke. "Really?" Karam covered his mouth with his hand, glancing teasingly at Saiyan. "I thought you were just a kid, but who knew you'd be getting a love letter?" Saiyan glanced at Karam and quietly uttered, "Demon sword restraint." Instantly, Karam cried out, his entire body forced to the ground by an invisible pressure. Then, Saiyan ordered Brian, "Anyway, prepare to go to the royal palace." Just then, Nana walked in and said, "Papa, I'm hungry." Brian's jaw dropped as he looked at Nana and exclaimed, "Young master, what's going on?" Saiyan asked as he turned towards Nana. When he saw that the little girl now had the figure of a young lady, his eyes widened as he exclaimed internally, "What? She's grown this much already?" The next morning, Alice returned to the estate of House V. The servants were all very surprised to see her return. The butler was the first to speak. "Miss Alice, you've returned?" Alice asked with an angry expression, "Where is mother?" "No, the Duchess." A moment later, the door to Margaret's room was thrown open violently. Margaret looked towards the door in surprise, then she smiled and asked, "Alice, it's been a while. How have you been, my daughter?" Margaret's answer was a resounding slap from Alice. When the butler saw Margaret get slapped, he rushed into the room worriedly, shouting, "My lady, where are the guards? What are you all doing?" Meanwhile, Marguerite sat on the floor, one hand cupping her cheek as she stared at Alice and screamed, "Have you gone mad?" Alice glared at Margaret, grinding her teeth as she said, "You're the one who's mad, Duchess Margaret. You tried to assassinate Saian." Margaret was startled, thinking to herself, "How? Does she know?" Outwardly, she still denied it forcefully. "I tried to assassinate Saian. Do you have any proof?" Alice said, "You just confirmed it for me. The fact that you're asking for proof means it must be true. How dare you lay a hand on him with me without any evidence?" With that, Margaret ordered the 4 guards who had just arrived. "What are you doing?" "Drag her out." Hearing the order, the 4 guards apologized to Alice and then simultaneously charged towards her. Alice glanced at the closest guard and jumped, making him miss his grab. Then, Alice used one hand on his head as a pivot to spin around, simultaneously using an elemental spirit skill, instantly taking down all 4 guards. A surprised Margaret thought to herself, "Is that spirit magic? How could she take down the guards so easily?" Seeing Alice walk towards her, Margaret immediately grew wary, backing away and shouting, "Don't come any closer. What do you think you're doing?" Alice spoke up. "Saiyan's guard has confessed everything. He has confessed that you were also behind the plan to assassinate Saiyan 2 years ago. Did you think that just because Saiyan kept quiet, you could get away with it?" Margaret pointed at Alice and demanded, "You believe the words of that scum over me? Have you really lost your mind?" "Shut your mouth, Margaret. I'm telling father about this. You better prepare yourself. You're finished." With that, Alice turned to leave. But little did she know that as she walked away, the expression on Margaret's face was no longer flustered and fearful, but instead held a wicked smile as she whispered, "You fool. After going through so much, she still doesn't get it? Duke William cares for nothing but that child." A short while later, Alice arrived at Duke William's room and explained the entire situation to him. William, who was facing the window, glanced at Alice and spoke calmly. "I already know she tried to make a move on Saian. So what?" Hearing this, Alice couldn't believe her father and questioned him. "What do you mean? Your own son was nearly assassinated, and all you can say is that." William replied, "I'm not going to make any excuses. I figure as long as Saiyan is all right, then everything is fine." Alice shouted in anger. He had to fight 6 official knights all by himself. If it weren't for his guardian knight, Brian Kenrick, he would have been killed. William turned to look at Alice, smirking as he said, "Ha! You think that fool saved Saiyan? That idiot is nothing more than an errand boy for the knights. Astonished, Alice asked, "Do you mean Saian took them all down alone? You really don't know anything about him, do you?" As he spoke, William walked over to Alice and handed her a red envelope, saying, "Take this." Alice asked curiously, "What is this?" William replied, "It's a party invitation from the royal family. I can't attend, so I want you to go in my stead. Go and relax. You don't need to worry about Saiyan. That kid is stronger than you think. I'll be returning to the barracks." With that, William left the room, leaving Alice alone to her thoughts. Not long after, Alice also left William's room, walking slowly down the hallway alone. In her mind, she kept thinking, "I don't need to worry about the boy, but he's only 13 years old." Just then, a voice called out, "Lady Alice." Alice snapped out of her thoughts, looked toward the voice, and then her face lit up with joy as she called out, "Cecilia." Cecilia smiled back at Alice, saying, "Welcome back, Lady Alice." And as she spoke, Cecilia suddenly rushed forward to hug Alice, crying out, "Where have you been for so long? You didn't send any letters." Alice smiled softly and said, "I'm sorry." Cecilia ran, a high-ranking knight of the Knights of Light. She is her maid, teacher, and friend, Alice. After hugging for a moment, Alice pushed Cecilia away and said, "All right, let's go have some fun." Cecilia doubtfully asked, "Have some fun?" Alice took out a red envelope, smiled, and said, "Yeah, let's go to the palace, in a different carriage over there." Nana let out a cheer, looking outside with an excited expression, her tail wagging back and forth continuously. Saian, with a helpless look, reminded her, "Nana, hide your tail." Hearing this, Nana closed her eyes and pondered for a few seconds, and her tail and wings turned transparent before disappearing completely. Saian thought to himself, "I didn't know she could hide her body parts like this. It feels safer to go out now, but even so." Saian was still worried, so he asked, "Nana, you haven't forgotten what I taught you, have you?" Nana immediately sat up properly, gave a gentle smile, and said, "Of course not. Young master, I am your maid." As she said this, she pointed a thumb at herself, her expression turning excited as she shouted, "It's Nana." Saian sighed and thought, "I'm so worried. I feel like she's going to cause trouble. She's too excited." Just then, Saian suddenly felt the carriage come to an abrupt stop. He turned to Brian doubtfully and asked, "What's wrong?" Brian replied, "It's a band of robbers." At that moment, a scar-faced man from the robber group grinned, licked his lips, and shouted, "Ha ha, hand over all your valuables." Saiyan glanced at the robbers and immediately lost interest. "Ah, it's nothing major. Get rid of them." After giving the order, Saiyan closed the carriage door. Inside the carriage, Nana asked curiously, "Papa, what's happening?" "It's nothing, just some pests." At the same time, Brian, who was outside, had already sliced off the scar-faced man's head. A startled robber cried out, "Sir." Then, the entire group of robbers became enraged, raising their weapons and rushing towards Brian, shouting, "Die." This group was here to avenge Vando. Faced with the robbers' attack, Brian let out a soft breath, placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, and calmly waited for them to get closer before, in a flash, using the chain slash technique, taking them all down in an instant. Sheathing his sword, Brian smirked. "The weak Brian is no longer weak. I've gotten stronger." As Brian was admiring himself, he suddenly heard Saiyan shout, "If you're done, let's go." "Yes, young master, I'm on my way." After replying, Brian quickly returned to driving the carriage. Scene change. A woman holding a thick stack of papers placed it on Sirika's desk and said, "This is the list of people who will attend the banquet. Thank you." The woman offered some advice. "There are more people than usual this time. Perhaps you should cancel some of the plans." Sirika immediately refused. "No, this plan must be carried out." The woman doubtfully asked about the assassination of Ren and Nefelis. "Why do you need to rush this plan?" Sirika explained, "He's sick. A specialist who uses his power to hunt down married women. He needs to kick the bucket as soon as possible. And this bastard, he's my fiancé." The woman exclaimed in shock, "What?" Sirika paid no attention to the woman's reaction and began to look through the information sheets one by one. When she saw the picture of a person with blue hair on one of the sheets, Sirika's expression immediately changed. "What? This child is also participating?" Then, Sirika's eyes narrowed slightly as she wondered, a rare genius who possesses 20% in all elemental stats. Although she can't attend many classes due to her frail body, the granddaughter of Riggins Rain River, the head of the Magic Association. Master Garam, Lunap Rain River. This child has never appeared in public before. Why is she attending this party? The woman spoke up. "I heard the association president told her to attend." "What?" Startled, Sirika once again looked down at the paper with Lunap's information, wondering what he was plotting. "I have a bad feeling about this. Something is definitely going to happen at the party." Meanwhile, Saiyan's group of 3 was strolling down the street. Nana, looking around curiously at both sides, accidentally bumped into a young man coming from the opposite direction. The young man, annoyed, shouted, "Who do you think you are? Watch where you're going." Being much shorter than him, Nana had to look up and said with an apologetic expression, "Ah, I'm sorry. What can I do to make it up to you?" When the young man saw Nana's cute face, his attitude immediately did a 180-degree turn, smiling warmly and replying, "Ha ha, it's all right, miss." Nana looked at Saian, pointed at the young man, and said, "Papa, the people here are so kind." Saian inwardly denied it. "Not at all. Stay away from guys like him." I forgot that she knows nothing about the outside world. She needs to be more wary of people. This is bad. Just as Saian was feeling a headache coming on, Brian suddenly spoke up to remind him, "Young master, Nana's eyes." Hearing this, Saian also looked at Nana's eyes, after which his own eyes widened as he cursed under his breath. Damn it. He saw that Nana's eyes had transformed, and she had a droopy expression, whining about being hungry. Her pupils had returned to normal. But she's also emitting an aura people are going to notice. Thinking to himself, Saian hurriedly ordered Brian, "Brian, get her to a restaurant now." "Yes, young master." Brian complied and quickly picked Nana up and ran to find the nearest restaurant. She gets like this just from being hungry? This isn't good at all. Saian sighed to himself and followed after them. A while later, in the restaurant, Nana contentedly rubbed her small belly and said softly, "Finally, I feel alive again." Saian, sitting opposite her, looked at the stacks of plates as tall as a building and thought to himself, "It's a good thing I brought a lot of money. Raising a child is really hard work." Suddenly, Saian's expression changed. What is this strange magical energy? He wondered as he turned to look at the next table. And at the next table, a girl was standing there, looking at Saian. She smiled and greeted him. "It's a pleasure to meet you. You're Saian V, aren't you? She knows my name." Suspicion arose in his heart, but Saian's expression remained unchanged as he admitted, "That's right, but who are you? May I sit here?" As she spoke, Lunap sat down next to Saian without waiting for his permission. Saian didn't pay it any mind. He looked at Lunap and said, "I still haven't received an answer to my question." Lunap smiled and replied, "I'm Lunap. I attend the same academy as you, Senior Saian. I'm a second year." Hearing that, Saian mused for a moment. "Lunap, that name sounds familiar, but wait, when did we ever meet for her to call me senior?" Then Saian said, "I probably don't know who you are, because I don't pay much attention to the underclassmen." Lunap laughed and said, "It's all right. Compared to your fame, senior, I'm just a nobody." Across the table, a curious Nana leaned in close to Brian and whispered, "Brian, is that person Papa's friend?" Brian replied in an uncertain tone, "I don't think so." Lunap noticed their small interaction and asked probingly, "That knight and young lady seem quite close, don't they? They're even having a meal together." Then Lunap turned to Saian and teased, "Their master here must be quite the charmer, huh? What's wrong with that?" "You're going a bit too far," Saian retorted, while thinking to himself, wondering why she was suddenly approaching him like this. What on earth was her motive for approaching him? Hearing that, Lunap immediately changed the subject. "Senior, are you at the Imperial Palace for the banquet?" "Yeah. How did you know?" Lunap replied, "For someone like you, Senior, who's famous for never stepping foot outside the academy, what other reason could there be to come here?" "That's great. So we'll be seeing each other again at the banquet soon, right?" "Actually, I was invited too." Saiyan glanced at Lunap, silently speculating. Invited? If so, then she must be a noble. At that moment, Lunap suddenly stood up and said, "I'll just say a quick hello for today. I'll be taking my leave now." Before leaving, Lunap turned her head to look at Saian and said, "Remember my name. It's Lunap. Lunap Rain River." Hearing that, Saiyan was startled, thinking, "Now I remember. Lunap River, the granddaughter of that mad old man Regent's Rain River, the chairman of the Garum Council. Could he have sent her here? In my past life, she died while she was still a student at the academy. Was it due to her frail body, or was she turned into an experiment by the Garum Council? More and more connections unrelated to my past life are appearing. That means everything that happens from now on is a variable, and what's more, it's happening on the very day of the banquet, the day known as the Bloody Banquet." In Arin's room, she was wearing an outfit and asked Limus with a blush, "Limus, how do I look?" "Do I look okay?" Limus gave her 2 thumbs up, praising her nonstop. "Beautiful. You look so beautiful, princess. I've never seen anyone as beautiful as you." As soon as she finished, Limus secretly glanced at the pile of discarded outfits on the bed and wept internally. "Are you still not satisfied? Princess, please, have mercy on me." But Arin still seemed unsatisfied, grabbing another outfit and saying, "No, it's still a little off." Seeing this, Limus quickly put on a serious face and said, "It's fine. This is more than enough to win Saiyan over." Arin's face flushed red as she turned away and stammered, "Wall what? What does Saiyan have to do with any of this?" Limas turned her head and said softly, "You're the one who asked me to send him an invitation." Erin stomped her foot in frustration and retorted, That was then. This is now." Just then, a maid came in with a jewelry box and announced, "Princess, Prince Luenel has sent you a gift. He says it will suit you perfectly." Erin asked in surprise, "My brother Luenel sent me a gift again? What is it?" Limas, also curious, came over. When she saw the jewelry in the box, she immediately exclaimed, "It's beautiful. So gorgeous, Saian will definitely love it." Erin said, "No, it's not like that at all." That evening at the banquet venue, Saian was standing in an inconspicuous corner, observing his surroundings and thinking, "It's really crowded. The target hasn't shown up yet." Then, he glanced toward a dark corner nearby and asked quietly, "Kellen, does you being here mean Chell has also arrived?" "Yes, he is currently with Prince Luenel. Furthermore, I have something to report." "What is it?" "I must ask you to leave the banquet immediately," Saian asked suspiciously. "Is there news about the purification, or is something about to happen?" Kellen replied, "I have a very bad feeling. I fear that you and many others will be in danger. Acho requested that I tell you to leave the Imperial Palace before the banquet begins. He said there's going to be a little farce." Saian was startled, speculating to himself, the bloody banquet. Could Acho be the one pulling the strings? Kellen continued to speak, "I cannot allow you to be in danger." Saian suddenly cut him off. "That's enough. You may leave." Kellen hesitated for a few seconds and then asking, "Are you all right, sir?" Saian replied, "Yes. You're the one who should be careful. You should go now. Yes, please take care." With that, Kellen left. Saian stood in place, grinning to himself and thinking, "A little farce, huh? That bastard Atro, he's even crazier than I thought." Cam appeared beside Saian, asking with a smile, "What's wrong? Worried about the innocent people?" Saian chuckled in response, "No, I just find the way he works quite interesting. Besides, I'll have to postpone the purification work for today." After that, he looked in a certain direction and used his telepathy skill, secretly communicating with the newly arrived Sarika. "Nice dress." "President Saian, what's going on?" "I'm afraid today's purification work will have to be postponed." "Why?" "I just received word that this party is about to turn into a bloodbath." "What?" "Time is short. I'll explain later. First, we need to check if there are any demonic beasts nearby. Then we can consider other actions." "Are you sure? Is this information reliable?" "The mastermind is someone I'm very familiar with. I had my suspicions before, but now certain, so don't worry." "The target." "Oh no, your perverted fiancé will also die in the chaos. That's good news, isn't it?" "How did you know he's my fiancé?" Sarika asked in surprise. Saian immediately changed the subject. "Anyway, I'm going to do my job. You better explain this to me clearly." Just as they finished their communication, someone called out from behind, "Oh, instructor." "Sarika," the voice said softly. Sarika turned around and exclaimed in surprise, "Alice." Alice walked over and greeted her with a smile. "Long time no see, instructor." "Why are you here?" Alice replied. "I just came out for some fresh air, and for the family's business as well. Damn it." Alice has gotten dragged into this too. While Sarika was still worried about Alice's appearance, the loathsome voice of Drainian rang out from behind her. "Oh, is that Sarika Nick Chitty? My, Alice is here as well? It's as if I'm gazing upon two beautiful flowers. Drainian Nephilis, it's a pleasure to meet you ladies." As he spoke, he placed a hand on his chest and gave a slight bow, but his face was twisted into a perverted smile. Sarika looked at Drainian, cursing angrily in her mind. "Damn it, this is getting more and more complicated. It's a total mess, and the target has appeared too." At the same time, Saian had left the party and went to where Brian was waiting, saying, "Brian, it's time to work." Brian placed a hand on his chest and said seriously, "Yes, young master, Knight Brian Kenrick, at your command." Saian cut him off. "Yeah, just skip that part. It sounds weird." He thought to himself, "This Brian guy has gotten way too confident lately. It's probably after drinking the dragon's blood that he's finally realized his duty as a guardian knight." Then Saian gave an order, "Go check the area of the royal palace's sewer system for me. That place is pitch black and scary." "I take back what I was just thinking," he thought to himself. Saian angrily pointed at Brian and urged him, "Just go. I have my reasons." But Brian didn't leave. He pointed behind. "Saian, young master." "Behind you?" Saian asked suspiciously. "Behind what?" "There's a suspicious person watching us." At that moment, Saian suddenly felt a chill down his spine as if someone was watching him. "This presence. Let me handle them," Brian shouted. He immediately dashed towards the stalker. Saian realized the stalker was Emily and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Brian had already caught her and pinned her to the ground. Saian could only speak up helplessly. "It's okay, Brian. I know this person." Brian awkwardly let Emily go, saying, "Oh, is that so? My apologies for being rough." Elsewhere in the castle, a hooded figure holding a torch was walking. He walked down the stairs leading to a dark room. Upon arriving, the mysterious figure suddenly grinned and spoke. "It's time, my minions, awaken." Instantly, in the dark room, pairs of eyes opened one by one, flashing with a green light. Aaron had just arrived at the gala and searched all around, but she couldn't see any sign of Saian. "What the heck? I went through the trouble of inviting him, and he doesn't even show his face. Teask, he really does whatever he wants." Just as she was muttering in annoyance, Lunap approached to greet her. "It's a great honor to meet you, Princess Aaron." Aaron spoke in surprise. "You're Lunap Rainriver, aren't you? A second-year student at our academy." Lunap looked delighted and said, "You still remember me?" "Thank you, Princess Aaron." Aaron smiled in reply. "How could I forget the genius of the Garam Kingdom? I warmly welcome you for representing your country at this gala. The princess is truly kind. Senior Saian should learn from your kind heart." Aaron asked in surprise, "You know Saian?" Lunap admitted, "Yes, I do. I even met him yesterday." Hearing this, Aaron immediately pressed, "You met? Are you two that close?" She then quickly covered her mouth, silently scolding herself for misspeaking. Lunap chuckled, looked at Aaron, and asked softly, Princess Aaron, could it be that you like Senior Saian?" Aaron's face involuntarily turned red, and she stood there, stunned for a moment, wondering to herself, "Saian, do I like him?" Just at that moment, a girl's loud scream suddenly rang out. Everyone looked questioningly toward the girl who had screamed, and then they witnessed a horrifying sight. The girl was trying to scream at the top of her lungs, "Someone, call the guards!" And behind her, a monster suddenly appeared, swiftly attacking and taking the girl's life. Aaron said in disbelief, "This can't be happening. How did a monster get into the royal palace? A monster? Where are the guards?" As someone's shout echoed, people began to flee in panic, creating a chaotic scene. The monster stood amidst the crowd, its blood-red eyes staring towards Aaron. "Found you, princess." Hearing the monster say this, Aaron's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, in another part of the royal palace, Nana smiled and introduced herself. "Hello, I am Nana, young Master Saiyan's maid. She's so young and prettier than me." Silently sizing up Nana, Emily looked thunderstruck, fell to her knees on the floor, and asked tearfully, "Is it because of this girl that the young master abandoned me?" Saiyan said, "That's not it, but I'm sure my older brother, Aro, brought you here, right?" Emily laughed and replied, "Yes, I'm quite sought after, you know. He even offered to hire me as his spy as well." Saiyan said with a serious expression, "A spy? This time, how about an offer to be my maid?" Ever since Saiyan went to the academy, I've felt a bit lonely. After recounting Aro's previous offer, Emily put on a super cool expression and said, "Of course, I refused, because I must stay by the young master's side." Saiyan asked, "Are you sure?" Emily sighed, placing a hand on her forehead. "Yes, but it seems he hasn't given up. The proof is that he brought me all the way here." Saiyan was silent, pondering for a few seconds before saying, "Brian, it's dangerous outside. You protect Emily and Nana carefully." Brian replied, "Yes, young master. Are you going somewhere?" "Yeah, I have to go." With that, Saiyan immediately left the room. At the same time, he started thinking to himself, "In my memories from my past life, Emily never appeared here. Ever since Kellen started following me, I had him followed. I knew he was plotting something." In the end, Saiyan's expression turned fierce as he thought to himself, "Don't you dare touch the people I care about." Tick! At that moment, Emily, who was in the room, suddenly remembered something. She took out an item and called out, "Young master, Aro gave me this tie. He said it was a gift and told me to give it to you." There was no reply. The room was silent for a few seconds before Emily's crying voice suddenly rang out. "I'm so clueless. I'm such an idiot. To have come all this way and completely forgotten about this." Suddenly, Nana's pupils changed. The young girl stared intently at the item in Emily's hand and whispered, What is that smell?" In another room, Luol sensed someone approaching and placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, drawing it slightly. From behind, Aro approached and announced with a smile, "It's starting, Prince Luol." Luol released his sword's hilt, turned to Aro, and said with a smile, "The day has finally come. You have worked hard." Aro replied, "Our gift should have been delivered by now, right? That Boris fellow, he is very capable." Luol let out a sinister smile and said, "He will be of great use to us in the future, for a new empire." Aro looked at Luol and said with a serious expression, "Yes, it's time to show them who the empire truly needs." Back at the party, Aaron was loudly instructing the panicking guests, "Everyone, please run now. Leave this to the guards." Lunap urgently advised, "Princess, you must evacuate. Quickly, it's dangerous here." "I'm fine. Prioritize everyone else first, so I will stay here as well." Aaron smiled and said, "Thank you, Lunap." At the same time, the knights were desperately trying to fend off the monster attack. Behind the formation, Captain Morris shouted his orders. Hold them back. At all costs, hold them back. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream caught Morris's attention. He turned his head and saw a monster gripping the head of a young blonde man, and behind it were even more monsters. Morris thought anxiously, there are more of them? Help! Help me! The cry of the young blonde man rang out, but death was his only answer. Morris screamed in helplessness, but something even worse appeared. A knight suddenly shouted, Captain! Morris turned around and saw a swarm of high-level mandragoras. Why are those giant beasts here? We can't win. We're all going to die. Just as Morris fell into despair, Sarika appeared, taking down a high-level mandragora with a single move and then shouting, Evacuate everyone now! Hurry up! Morris exclaimed in astonishment. Is that a professor from the academy? He stood there, staring blankly at Sarika, completely unaware of a monster approaching him from behind. Luckily, Alice used her Skyfall sword technique to slash the monster and then stood in front of Morris, saying, Leave this place to us. Yes, ma'am, Morris replied, regaining his composure. He then shouted an order to his knights, All units, we will escort the evacuees. The knights roared in unison, Yes, sir. Just then, a mandragora extended a long vine, thrusting it towards Sarika and Alice. Here it comes, the two of them thought, their faces tense with concentration, but something unexpected happened. As the vine neared the two of them, it suddenly split into several smaller vines, bypassing them and continuing to thrust forward. We weren't the target. They both turned their heads and saw that the vines were heading, as the incoming branches were headed for Aaron's group. Sarika immediately shouted a warning, Princess Aaron. The target is Princess Aaron. Just when everyone thought Aaron's head would be pierced by the branches, Morris suddenly appeared, slicing through them and roaring, We must protect Princess Aaron. However, things weren't that simple. The newly severed branches quickly grew back and pierced Morris's body. Aaron stood frozen on the spot, looking at Morris as two streams of tears suddenly flowed from her eyes, whispering softly, Captain Morris of the Royal Guard. Only when the branches withdrew from Morris's body did Aaron snap back to her senses, rushing to catch his collapsing form and screaming, Morris, wake up. Filled with self-blame, Aaron thought, This is all my fault. I'm so sorry, Morris. Lunap, who was nearby, also reacted, stepping forward and combining the two skills, Water Blast and Wind Spear, annihilating all the branches that reached them. Aaron looked at Lunap and thought, combining with Wind Spear, she just used combination magic, and she's only a second-year student. That's incredible. After dealing with the branches, Lunap turned back to advise Aaron, Your Highness, he's beyond saving. You must take this opportunity to escape to safety. It will be back soon. Sure enough, new branches shot towards them again. Immediately, a group of knights gathered. We will handle everything here. We will not let Captain Morris's sacrifice be in vain. No matter what it takes, we will hold these monsters back. As they spoke, the knights struggled to block the branches to protect Aaron. Lunap urged her again, Your Highness, please leave now. Yes? Replying with a single word, Aaron slowly got to her feet, her fists clenched as she looked at Morris and thought, I will never forget your sacrifice, Knight Morris. When she looked up again, Aaron's face was filled with determination as she reached her hand out towards the group of knights and used the skill, Illusion Armor. She commanded, I have used my magic to create a temporary shield. The mandragora's roots contain a fatal toxin. The slightest touch will kill you, but my shield will protect you from that deadly poison, so you must all survive. That is an order from your princess. The knights cheered loudly, Yes, your highness. With their morale boosted, the knights proactively charged towards the attacking mandragora. Ha, for the princess. Since they no longer had to worry about dodging, the knights sliced through every incoming branch. The distance to the mandragoras was gradually closing. Of course, the mandragoras weren't just going to wait to be killed. They let out a shriek, creating even thicker branches from their bodies and lashing out at the knights, stopping their advance and inflicting more casualties. Fall back. Alice shouted, using the skill Freeze, creating sharp ice spikes that erupted from the ground, which both formed a temporary barrier and dealt with the immediate threat for the knights. Then, Alice ran to Aaron. Your Highness, this is our chance. Please get out of here. Aaron asked, What about you? Alice replied with a serious tone, Please remember that I am Alice V of the House of V. You must go this way. Hurry, please. Meanwhile, Sarika was now wielding two daggers, fighting against the mandragoras, her eyes anxiously assessing the situation around her. I'm the Academy's alchemy instructor. Fighting with gauntlets might reveal the truth that I'm a member of the Mist organization, but now is not the time to worry about such things. Making her decision, Sarika unhesitatingly used the dancing sword Blossom Sever skill to swiftly deal with the mandragora in front of her. The mandragora's roots have stopped moving. Quickly regroup and counterattack. A knight shouted joyfully, completely unaware that a monster had approached to launch a surprise attack. Sarika came to the rescue in time. A single slash split the monster's head in two, then she looked at the young knight and warned, "There are still monsters here, so you can't let your guard down." She thought anxiously to herself, "While we're holding off the monsters here, Alice has to lead the princess to safety. But why do I have such a bad feeling about this?" Meanwhile, with Alice, she had successfully led Aaron and Lunap out of the banquet hall. Aaron ran while looking at Alice with worry, thinking to herself, "So, Alice is Saian's older sister? I wonder if Saian is still safe." Suddenly a huge monster suddenly broke through the ground, emerging to block the path of the three of them. Alice exclaimed in shock, "The monsters have infiltrated this far? It's as if they know exactly where we are." She thought nervously, "Can I defeat this high-level monster and night hunter?" Alice seemed to have forgotten that there were two others behind her, and neither of them were ordinary people. Aaron suddenly placed a hand on the ground using the chain prison skill to create shackles to restrain the night hunter. Following her, Lunap immediately used Fire Lance to create a flaming spear and shoot it toward the night hunter. Alice was surprised and looked back at the two of them. Lunap said with a serious expression, "We'll help you too." While maintaining her skill, Aaron said, "Attack it now while it has an opening." Alice turned back, smiling to herself. "That's right, my juniors from the same academy are still here, so I can't lose heart. I have to be brave." At that moment, the night hunter broke free from Aaron and Lunap's harassment. It angrily swung its arm toward the three of them. Seeing this, Lunap immediately used Protective Shield to defend herself and Aaron. Meanwhile, Alice had jumped to the ceiling to dodge. Then she immediately kicked off the ceiling, launching herself toward the night hunter. "I am a member of the first family, the Protectors, of the Empire. You will regret daring to stand in my way." As she spoke, Alice used her water sword skill to slash down at the night hunter. Back at the banquet hall, Sirika had just taken down the last monster. "Is this the last one? It looks like it's a bigger monster from the outside, but it's emitting a strange energy." As she spoke, Sirika knelt down and removed the monster's mask. Afterwards, Sirika's expression changed and she fell into deep thought. "Is this a puppet? Forbidden magic that can resurrect the dead and turn them into puppets. It's not only forbidden magic, but also very difficult to use. To create these puppets, one would need a lot of time and a massive amount of magic. To prepare this many, the culprit can't be as a single person. Is someone trying to start a war?" At the same time, in another part of the palace, Dion had also just finished annihilating a group of monsters. "Are we done yet? I can't believe this happened on the day of the banquet." As he finished speaking, Dion wearily leaned on his sword and knelt to the ground. "Father, your majesty." Lu Inouel and Ao cried out at the same time, about to approach to support Dion, but he raised a hand to stop them, saying, "I'm fine, just a little tired." Then Dion turned his head to look to the two of you, smiled and said, "But to have the two of you by my side at a time like this, it makes me feel very reassured." Acho said to his majesty, "Allow me to help you up." With that, Acho proactively stepped forward and took Dion's hand to help him up. Dion spoke, "Thank you." This action from Acho made Luis Neo frown slightly, and it was unclear what he was thinking. As soon as he was helped up, Dion said, "I'm fine. Go take care of the others first." Acho replied, "The knights in the castle will handle that. You don't need to worry. We will stay right by your side to protect you, your majesty." Meanwhile, with Alice, after defeating the Night Stalker, the three of them continued to run outside. But just as they reached the door, they saw another horde of monsters, along with lifeless knights lying in pools of blood. Alice exclaimed in frustration, "Just where are they coming from? They just keep appearing." In another scene, Brian looked at the bow in Emily's hand and asked suspiciously, "Did young master Cho give this to you, young master? That's strange. I have a bad feeling about this." "Is something wrong?" Emily asked innocently. "Oh, no, but he's never given a gift to young Master Saian before," Brian replied, thinking to himself, "This is just my observation, but I've always felt that young Master Saian dislikes young Master Cho. There's something more serious going on than a petty family squabble. Brian, we have to run now. Danger is approaching." Nana suddenly said something strange, and her pupils began to constrict, which scared Emily a little. What's wrong with her eyes? With a loud crash, the wall behind Brian and Emily suddenly shattered. Brian immediately drew his weapon and shouted, "Get out of here." Emily looked at the giant creature in front of them and asked with a trembling voice, "What is that?" "A high-level VM monster." In another scene, Renyan was now blending in with the crowd fleeing towards the gate. "Damn it, I'm screwed. At this rate, I'm going to die. I ran faster than everyone else, but I didn't expect those hideous things to be blocking the entrance. I have to get out of here alive. I have to be safe and sound to see my lovely maid Lai again. I can't die in a place like this. Oh, just thinking about her gets me excited, and now I also want to see Sirika Nick Chitty suffer." Renyan regained his composure and turned around to run in another direction, asking the knight behind him, "Are you sure the back entrance is safe?" "Yes, I think so, sir." "You think so? Are you kidding me? Do you know who I am?" Before Renyan could finish his sentence, a monster cut him down. Amidst the screams of the noblewomen and the confusion of the soldiers, Alice appeared like a goddess, using her water burst skill to conjure a powerful torrent of water that sent the horde of monsters flying into the air. Meanwhile, Lunap quickly coordinated by using her freeze skill, creating sharp pillars of ice that pierced through the monsters, finishing them off instantly. Amazing, they wiped out all the monsters in an instant. Who are they? My name is Alice, and it's not over yet. Please protect Her Highness. The blonde knight was startled and looked towards Aren. Your Highness, are you all right? I'm fine, but she. Aren said with a worried look as she supported Lunap. You don't need to worry about me. I'll recover soon. But how? Sensing a wave of dark mana, Lunap immediately warned. They're about to attack again. Your Highness must get out of here. We will protect the princess. Get into position. At the blonde knight's command, the other royal knights also ran over to surround Aren and Lunap, forming a protective circle around the two girls inside. I will help everyone. Knights, guard, use your shields to protect the nobles. You must hold out until the battle ends. Royal knights, please protect the princess. And cover me. If I run out of strength, I will do everything I can to stop them. Alice assigned the tasks, her sharp, cold gaze fixed in one direction. Even if I defeat the monsters, they keep appearing as if they always know where we are. Sure enough, just a moment later, the demonic beast appeared once again. And Alice still hadn't realized that behind her, Aren's necklace was secretly emitting dark magic that attracted the demonic beasts. Elsewhere, Emily was now pale with fear, standing behind Brian and screaming, Do something! Just hide behind me! Brian replied, his eyes never leaving the beast, silently speculating to himself. A high-level monster has appeared inside the palace. Something must have happened, just as the young master said. I've always been protected by the young master, but I need to learn to defend myself too, and I'm the only one who can protect both of them right now. But Brian felt a bit flustered with Emily clinging so tightly to his shirt. She's standing too close. I believe in you. You can do it. As soon as Emily spoke, Vemos let out a roar and charged forward, attacking them with its sharp claws. Luckily, Brian managed to swing his sword just in time, successfully parrying the dangerous slash from Vemos. But before he could celebrate, Vemos came back, attacking relentlessly at blinding speed, forcing Brian to be on the defensive. But in a single moment of distraction, Brian saw Vemos' maw, filled with sharp fangs, open wide as if ready to swallow him whole. In this perilous situation, someone suddenly flew in from out of nowhere, sending the monster flying. And when he saw the person, Brian was stunned to realize it was none other than Nana. But unlike her usual self, her face was now filled with a vicious expression. Back to the main events, but it was late at night, but the battle between the demonic beasts and Alice's group showed no signs of stopping, which made Alice anxious. At this rate, this will never end. I don't know who is behind this, but they have calculated everything. The knights are also nearing exhaustion. I must find another way. Just as Alice was racking her brain, she happened to see the true face of a monster whose mask fell off during the battle, their puppets summoned with dark magic. Now, what kind of magic is the counter to dark magic? In an instant, Alice had the answer, the god of light, Lumindal, and his light magic. If someone here can use light magic, we'll have a chance to win. Then there's only one way. With that thought, Alice shouted, Princess Aren, please channel your mana into my sword. I can't. If I do that, the protection spell for the knights will disappear. Your Highness, do not worry. The blonde knight spoke up. We can hold out for a while. Please trust in us. Hearing this, Aren no longer hesitated and immediately used her blessed light to channel mana into the sword in Alice's hand. It's working, although it's difficult to combine two types of mana. If I add spirit magic, everything should go smoothly. Well, victory isn't guaranteed yet, but taking this risk is worth it. In another turn of events, after defeating a demonic beast, Saian came to an initial conclusion, puppets and the mandrake species. It seems he has joined forces with Acho. So, this is when Boris became Acho's subordinate. It's necromancy-type dark magic. Can humans these days really use ancient magic? Karam asked with a hint of surprise. Yeah, this is a tactic a certain guy often uses, strengthening monsters with an enchantment stone. Or, the mana in the stone will attract the monsters. I can sense the mana radiating from the stone over there, Karam said while looking in one direction. This place has become a bloodbath. Let's go. Ah, but first, Sean looked at the waiter's corpse. Lying on the ground, a change was needed. Back to Alice. After learning that Alice had just used Aren's light element mana to temporarily summon the spirit Marion, Lunap immediately felt worried because she knew mana could not be mixed. Alice definitely couldn't maintain that state forever. We have to stop her, or her body will shatter. The spirit Marion then used telepathy to ask Alice, Kid, why are you sacrificing yourself like this? I have no other choice. What a pity. Fate is so cruel to a child blessed by Bruna. Marion said, then looked at the monsters waiting to charge and attack Alice. You nuisances, get away from this child now. With that, Marion waved her hand, blowing the monsters away, but soon after, they seemed to be revived and continued on. They stood up to prepare a new wave of attacks. Seeing this, Aaron said to Alice, "That's enough. Stop. You'll die if you keep this up, pushing myself like this. No, if I stop, the situation will only get worse. I have to end this." Thinking to herself, Alice immediately gathered her power. Just as she was about to use the power of the Spirit King, Rongomian, a masked man grabbed her hand, stopping her from continuing to fight. "Who is this? Another puppet?" As soon as she thought this, Alice denied it. "No, this aura is completely different from theirs." At the same time, Alice could feel it. A stream of dark power from the masked man was slowly transferring into her arm. "What is this black mist? I can't move." "No, I'm going to be swallowed by this mist." Alice was in a state of panic. Then she heard Marion say, "It's time to say goodbye. Alice, your journey ends here. Farewell. It may be sad, but please be happy." Alice collapsed to the ground, wondering to herself, "Is it because of this mist? I'm exhausted." "Remember this, Alice. Bruno will always welcome you with open arms." As she finished speaking, Marion disappeared. "What's happening?" Aaron asked in confusion. Lunap explained, "He blocked her mana source to cancel the spirit's summon." "Damn, I don't know if that can be called him or even human. It's over. They're coming again," Alice said weakly, while staring at the monsters gradually approaching the masked man, Sean, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Just as the monster swung its sword for a sneak attack, he immediately turned around, and with a single sweep, he cut down the monsters. A moment later, Sean intentionally led up to see how the monsters would react. Just as he predicted, the moment he took a step back, they immediately clustered together towards the princess's location as if they were attracted by something. "Can you sense any special mana from them?" Sean asked Karam telepathically. "Besides that girl, Lunap? No, she's always been like that. I can sense monster mana from the princess's necklace." "All right, I'm going in close immediately. Assist me," Sean said while placing one hand on the ground. "You only ever call me at times like these," Karam grumbled, but still transferred his power, allowing Sean to activate his space creation skill, Fog Domain, creating a thick, dense area of black fog that covered everything. The entire vast space. A royal knight saw this and immediately shouted a warning. "Everyone, be careful, we don't know what will emerge from within the mist. It's as if we're in a different place," the blonde knight said. However, just a few seconds later, they realized the masked person was trying to help them because they could see the horde of monsters being gradually consumed by the black mist. A moment later, the monsters vanished, and the area grew quiet as if nothing had ever happened. "He destroyed all the puppets. Who is that masked person?" Aaron was saying when she suddenly heard a gasp, and then Lunap fainted. Just as Aaron was about to run over to check on Lunap, the masked person silently used magic to appear behind Aaron and press a knife to her neck, causing her to scream in shock. The royal knights were drawn by Aaron's scream, and seeing her predicament, they immediately yelled, "What do you think you're doing? Let her go." In that situation, strangely enough, Aaron didn't feel any fear, just a sense of confusion in her heart. Who is this? The feeling is so familiar. The masked person decisively stabbed straight at the pendant on Aaron's neck, but from an outsider's perspective, it looked as if he was deliberately trying to stab Aaron in the neck and failed. The enraged blonde knight yelled and charged forward, swinging his sword at the masked person. But his blade only made contact with a wisp of black mist. The mist then flew over to Lunap, and the masked person reappeared, placing a hand on her and channeling some kind of magic. "Get away from Lunap." Without a second thought, Aaron immediately used Divine Strike, firing a blast at the masked person, but just like before, right as the attack was about to land, the masked person turned into a wisp of mist and vanished. "Don't worry, I don't intend to harm you. I only destroyed the gem you're wearing that attracts the monsters." The masked person's voice echoed through the space. "You mean the necklace my brother gave me is the reason?" The masked person didn't answer, only giving instructions. "Escape the palace through the main gate. I have cleared a path for you already." After that, the black mist that had enveloped the area began to dissipate. "Who was that man? Are you injured anywhere, Your Highness?" The blonde knight's question pulled Aaron back to reality. "I'm fine. How are Alice and Lunap?" "She's fine. Let's recover and get out of here through the main gate," just as he said. Alice replied while helping Lunap sit up, thinking to herself, "Getting these kids to safety is my #1 priority. I'll think about that guy later." At that moment, Lunap also began to regain consciousness, and as she did, she wondered, was that Saian? After leaving the royal palace, Saian finally had time to piece the events together. In his past life, there was a rumor about a bloodbath that had claimed many lives. It was rumored that the person behind the incident was the 5th princess of the empire, Erin Severus, who had been blinded by power, apparently caused by the enchantment stone. It was highly likely that Aro or Luenel had given it to her. After that incident, they were hailed as heroes of the empire. They profited greatly from the incident, So you're saying they orchestrated all of this for their own gain, sacrificing their own kind for personal benefit? Sometimes I think humans are worse than demons, Karam said indignantly. This is nothing compared to what they'll do later, though. Saian replied, a hint of self-reproach in his heart. Yes, I've helped with massacres even more horrific than this, like this in my past life. Maybe I was even worse than them. Are you leaving now? Karam asked, seeing Saian sit up. Yeah, Nana is probably waiting. The royal knights will take care of everything else. Just then, Cam suddenly said with a serious expression, by the way, I'm a bit curious about the princess's necklace. What about it? I remember her name is Emily, right? Your servant. She also carries the scent of the enchanting stone. At the same time, Nana, her mouth dripping with blood, stared with a covetous gaze at Emily and flashed a demonic smile. This scent, Emily's scent, is so delicious. Terrified, Emily hid behind Brian and whimpered in response, No, no, I don't taste good at all. Calm down, Nana. Brian tried to reason with her, feeling utterly bewildered. What in the world is going on? She's acting just like a monster. For some reason, she's only chasing after Emily. I have to stop her. An image of Nana as a child flashed through Brian's mind. I can't bring myself to hurt her. I really can't wait any longer, Nana said, lunging forward with her demonic claws at Brian and Emily. While Emily screamed in terror, Brian was frozen by a moment of weakness, unable to bring himself to fight back against Nana, ready to take the hit. But unexpectedly, Saian rushed in to shield Brian and Emily, taking the full brunt of Nana's claw. While Brian and Emily were still stunned by what had just happened, Karam slipped behind Emily and snatched the bow from her neck, making her jump in fear. Oh my goodness, who are you? Hey, that's the bow that young Master Ale gave me. Karam decisively crushed the bow under his foot, then turned to Nana and said, Hey kid, snap out of it. Your beloved is right here, Papa. Nana's consciousness slowly returned. Seeing the long, bleeding gash on Saian's back, tears began to stream down Nana's cheeks. What happened? Did Nana do this to Papa? Suppressing his pain, Saian managed a weak smile and replied, I'm okay, Nana. It doesn't hurt at all. You didn't mean to do it, so you did nothing wrong. Young master, let's go. This place is a complete mess. Elsewhere, Lunel stared down the deserted hallway ahead of him, his thoughts in turmoil. What happened here? This place was supposed to be swarming with monsters, and yet it's eerily quiet, as if they were never here at all. I don't see a single monster here, Luel, the king said. Luel hid his annoyance and turned to the king with a look of relief. Thank goodness, father. It seems everything here has already been taken care of. Just then, Aaron's group coincidentally arrived where the king was. Oh, Aaron, you're safe. Thank goodness you're okay, father. I'm so glad you're safe too. Are you hurt anywhere? As they spoke, the father and daughter shared an emotional embrace. It was then that Aaron noticed her brother, Luenel, was also there. Thanks to you two, I made it here safely, the king said gratefully. Thank goodness. I'm so glad you're okay, Aaron. Luenel tried to act like a concerned older brother, but he couldn't conceal the cruelty in his eyes. Aaron naturally noticed it as well, but still replied politely, I'm glad you're safe too. She actually had tons of questions she wanted to ask him, but she needed to tend to the others first. While Alice greeted the king, Aaron noticed Karam and Luel were whispering about something. Then, a sinister smile spread across Luenel's face, and just a moment later, he pointed his sword at Lunep's throat. I believe I know who's behind this incident. The granddaughter of the chairman of the Garam Magicians Association. You are under arrest, Lunap Rin River. Immediately, not only Aaron's group, but even the king was shocked. You've gone too far. Lower your sword, brother. She saved many people by my side. Aaron spoke up in her defense. That's just a trick. The Garam Kingdom is always looking for an opportunity to attack the Up Empire, and their goal is to assassinate and cause chaos within the empire. Lunap didn't seem afraid at all and remained composed, saying, You speak as if you have proof. Aro then took the stage. Last night, I detected a suspicious aura where she was staying. Is that so? You better watch your words. I invited them and tried to say what I wanted peacefully, but I kept an eye on them to be sure. As long as you give me time, father, I will find the evidence. Lu Inoel asserted. So the king had to compromise. Very well. Lunap silently watched the king, wondering, is this a trap, or is this something he predicted? And so, Lunap was imprisoned with her group from the Garam Mage Association for investigation. Limus, who had been separated from Aaron, had worked with the other knights to protect the nobles. The funeral of Marquis Renionen, the queen's younger brother, and many others was held in the streets. This time, Saian had been able to prevent more deaths than in his previous life, but he couldn't change the fact that this party was now called the Blood Banquet. The wound could have been worse. Alice clicked her tongue while bandaging Saian's wound. You don't have to do that, Saian said unhappily, and struggled, trying to stop Alice, but she chided him. No, stay still. Am I your big sister or what? Listen to me. Things could have been very dangerous. It's a good thing you ran in time. Yeah, I'm good at running. Saian played along, he said. If it weren't for that person, I probably wouldn't be alive either. Who was that person anyway? Actually, their height was quite similar to yours. Come to think of it, you've gotten much more tone lately. You even have scars. You must be training very hard. Of course, Saian replied, turning his face away. Are you shy? Let me feel your muscles. Stop teasing me, Saian replied, feigning annoyance. While the two siblings were playfully teasing each other, Arrow appeared. You recovered quickly. It seems you two are still as close as ever. I'm quite jealous. Are you okay now? I am. It's all thanks to you, Saian said with a grim expression, he said. But then he quickly put on a smile and asked, How's the investigation going? Seeing Saian's attitude and words, Alice thought to herself, it seems Saian is very wary of him. Does Saian also know that Arrow has a cruel side to his personality? Hearing the question from Saian, Arrow smiled and replied, I came here because of that. A bracelet with an enchantment stone was found in Lunap's room. She confirmed that it was given to her. Then the person who gave it to her should also be listed as a suspect. You're really smart, by the way. Did you receive anything from anyone during the party? Saian pretended to think and then replied, I don't know. Do you know who gave that bracelet to Lunap? I heard it was a merchant in the castle. He was found dead today. That's why. I'm looking for them, he asked again. Did you receive anything from anyone that day? Arrow's eyes seemed to threaten. Saian, I knew it. This wasn't an investigation. He was trying to create a scapegoat. Emily is in danger. So let me ask you again. Did anyone give you anything? Faced with Arrow's question, Saian chose to be evasive. With his head. Alice quickly supported Saian, anxiously asking, Are you all right? I'm sorry. I'm still not fully recovered. I feel so dizzy. His wound was so severe that he lost a lot of blood. The doctor said he needs to rest, Alice explained, then reminded him, Don't push yourself too hard, just lie down. I understand. You get some rest, I'll be leaving now. Just as he was about to leave, Saian replied, I remember that no one gave me anything. Even if someone had approached me, they would not have survived in a hellish place like that. I see. Thank you for answering my question. Ash smiled in response and turned to leave. That's right. That person was probably killed by a magical beast. This is good. I don't have to worry about eliminating anyone. But it's a shame I can't use this opportunity to get rid of you, my dear little brother. Meanwhile, in another scene, a maid was clutching a bleeding wound on her stomach, crying and begging. Why are you doing this? I have followed all of your orders. I even delivered the necklace to Princess Erin. I won't question you about why you're doing this. So please, spare my life. That's right, your mission is over now. It's truly unfortunate that I couldn't complete my own mission, so I have to take on this trivial job. The more I think about it, the more irritated I get. I tried so hard. As he said this, Boris ruthlessly took the life of the maid. Ah, there's one more thing. Last time, someone found the body, and I almost got into trouble. This time, I'll have to clean it up myself. Boris pulled out a magic book and recited a monster summoning incantation, then ordered it to devour the maid's body, causing it to vanish without a trace. The scene shifts to the next day, where Emily was sitting alone when a man appeared. It turned out to be Brian. Afterward, the two of them sat, ate, and chatted. How much longer do we have to stay here? Emily asked, a bit frustrated. The young master said that we have to wait until he gives his next order, so we must continue to hide here until then. Back to the day of the bloody banquet. After settling Nana's matter, Saian held a bow in his hand and questioned Emily. Oh, impressive. Is this a gift for me? Emily answered honestly, yes, to celebrate your first appearance before the public. He has made everything so complicated. As he spoke, Saian used his mana to burn the bow to ashes and then instructed, Emily, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Whether you're in the capital or the Vada state, you are not safe. Therefore, go hide somewhere until I give you your next order. After instructing Emily, Saian turned to order Brian. I still have other things to do, so you will be the one to escort Emily. I understand. Please, leave it to me. And remember to take care of Nana too. At this, Saian went closer to pat Nana's head, forcing a smile through his pain as he said, Nana, we won't see each other for a short while, so don't cry, okay? Recalling that expression on Saian's face, Brian couldn't help but think, that was the first time I'd ever seen the young master make such a face. This time, I must be of use to him. Is Nana feeling any better? Emily asked with concern. She had a bit of a hard time these past few days, but she's able to sleep soundly now, so I think she's gotten better. It seems that while I wasn't by his side, the young master went through a lot, The girl I thought was his servant is actually a half-dragon. Now that we know, we should try to help him as much as possible." Brian said with some excitement. I was just thinking the same thing. Hearing this, Emily linked arms with Brian and smiled brightly. "Then from now on, let's do our best to help the young master. Promise me, Brian." Brian, blushing, looked at Emily for a moment, then smiled and replied, "Yes, Miss Emily." In another development, after hearing the king speak, Lulo roared in anger. "What are you talking about, father? We have clear evidence, yet you ordered the only suspect to be released. Watch your tone, Luello. I have already made my decision." Luello was consumed by rage, ignoring all etiquette as he criticized the king. "With such a weak mindset, how can you ever become the ruler of this continent, the Garum Kingdom? What is there to be afraid of?" "Enough!" the king shouted, simultaneously launching a mana orb at Luello. Of course, since it was only a warning, the mana orb didn't injure Luello, but it blew a large hole in the wall behind him. "Become the ruler of this continent, you say? Ambition is a good thing. But the U-ship Empire is not only near the Garum Kingdom but also the demon realms of Spania and Bruna. If we become complete enemies with the Garum Kingdom, we will no longer be able to stand against the demon realms. When that time comes and the demonic beasts pour out, this entire continent will be engulfed in flames. Even if we were lucky enough to become the rulers of this continent, the price would be an immense amount of bloodshed. The one who could do such a thing is not an emperor, but a monster." "How can you not understand something so simple?" Luello stubbornly replied. "But we have clear evidence, yet we have to set the culprit free." "You mean the bewitching stone, don't you?" The king's words startled Luello. "How, father? The royal family shouldn't have finished inspecting it yet. Your expression tells me everything I need to know. Luello, ever since you were a child, you've always been one to get whatever you want." "No, father. I don't understand what you're talking about," Luello answered guiltily. "That's enough, my foolish son. How did you turn out like this? It seems Aaron would be more suited for the throne than you. Now, I don't want to see your face. Get out." Luello's entire body trembled, not from fear, but from rage, so he immediately ran to Aaron's palace to vent his anger. "Your Highness, the princess needs to rest right now." Lysimus tried to stop him but was immediately punched by Luello. Seeing this, Aaron looked at Luello coldly. "What's all the commotion about, Luello?" Luello replied with a crazed smile. "I came here to have a little chat with my dear little sister." Lysimus staggered to his feet. Despite just having been beaten, he remained resolute in protecting Aaron. "Even if you are the prince, if you continue to behave this way, then as the princess's subordinate, I will be forced to oppose you." These words were like adding fuel to the fire for Luello. "Oh, really? What can you do?" "You parasite, just based on the words you've just said. I could order the execution of you and your entire family. I will wipe out your bloodline, leaving nothing behind." At this moment, Aaron spoke up. "Stop it, brother. You must have a reason for coming to see me, right? Do you want to hear what I have to say?" Aaron's sharp gaze and fearless attitude took Luello by surprise. She's so different from before. Is this still the Aaron Severus I once knew? While Lula was lost in thought, Aaron walked away. He got straight to the point. "Why don't you just tell me right here and now? Aaron Severus, I received nothing from you." Going back a few hours, before meeting Lunel, the king had summoned Aaron to ask about the necklace. "Are you sure these matters are unrelated? But the necklace you brought to me, the gemstone on it is no ordinary thing. It's an enchantment stone of the Dark Blood tribe used in forbidden dark magic. Although it's not as highly regarded as it once was, there are rumors that the enchantment stone can also be used to control monsters. Recently, I've received news that someone in the palace has been secretly buying them. The black market merchant Jubert and the maid Maroda seem to have been doing quite a bit of business for a while, but right now, those two are missing, or possibly already dead." At this point, the king looked at a slightly flustered Aaron. "Aaron, told those two have contacted Luenel many times. Is it true that you haven't received anything from Luenel? The boys were the ones who gave you that necklace." Aaron didn't dare to look the king in the eye, just fidgeting with her hands. After a moment, she replied, "No, your majesty. I have never received anything from him. It seems you already know who brought those gemstones into the palace. Therefore, Lunap is no longer under suspicion. Please release her." During the banquet, she saved many people. Aaron knew in her heart, it wasn't that she wanted to cover for Luenel, but because if she told her royal father that he was involved in this incident, she couldn't predict what Luenel would do to the people around her. She couldn't let anyone else be sacrificed because of her. She needed to ensure that in the future, they wouldn't get hurt again. The king didn't press Aaron any further and said, "I understand, you don't need to worry." Returning to the present, facing a Luenel who was stunned by her words, Aaron repeated, "I haven't received anything from you. Is that what you wanted to hear?" "That's right, dear sister. I never gave you anything." Luenel replied with a sinister expression. "Yes, that's also what you told our royal father. But what's with that attitude? You're acting as if I've done something wrong." Should I deal with that little subordinate of yours first? I'm sorry, but I have a guess right now. What? Who could be more important than me? Saian, who had been standing in the corner, finally spoke up. Sorry, I didn't mean to, but I heard everything. I couldn't sense his presence at all. What is he doing here? Although Luenel was a bit panicked inside, outwardly he remained calm as he replied. How long have you been hiding there? Hiding? Of course not. It's just that my presence is weak, Saiyan retorted. A weak presence is the hallmark of an assassin, you know. Hearing this, Luenel gritted his teeth in fury. Are you messing with me? You dare say such nonsense right to my face? Saiyan stepped behind Aren and with a cruel smile, retorted. So what are you going to do? Are you planning to deal with me too? Luenel looked from Saiyan to Aren, silently wondering if the rumor about their engagement was true. There was nothing to gain from making an enemy of Saiyan. His father is a friend of my royal father, and the words Ao had spoken made him uneasy. Luenel recalled a time when he had asked Ao, I want to remove Aren from her posse. The position of heir to the throne, but why do you also want to eliminate your own brother? Your father has placed a great deal of trust in you. At that time, A said it made him feel uneasy. That kid is hiding something huge. It makes me restless. I understand what it meant now. What is this oppressive aura he's emitting? After a moment of silence, Lel dropped his malicious expression and said with a pleasant smile, All right, that's enough. I was just joking. If the misunderstanding is cleared up, then I'll be leaving. With that, he really left, which took Sean a bit by surprise. Luenel Severus, his temperament isn't too bad right now, at least for someone with the title of the Mad Emperor. He's still much better than in his past life. As he passed by Lesimus, Luenel even said, I'm sorry about earlier. It's all right, Your Highness. I also apologize for my rude behavior, Lesimus replied. You should be careful. Luel looked at Lesimus with a warning gaze before leaving the room. Only then did Lesimus let out a sigh of relief and mutter a curse. What a complete piece of trash. Thank you, young master, the greatest swordsman on the continent. So that's the kind of person she is? How interesting. Saiyan thought to himself before replying, I didn't really do much. It was mostly thanks to the princess this time. What? Because of you? Aren was mid-sentence when she suddenly realized that Saiyan, who had been standing behind her, was now sitting right beside her, startling her. Why are you sitting next to me? My legs hurt from standing so long. Am I not allowed to sit here? You can sit, of course, but Aren replied, her face flushed red. Seeing Sean's innocent look, Lesimus could only think to herself, wow, he's so dense. I was just a bit surprised that you dared to say those things to the prince. Now we've made him believe we're a couple, so he won't dare to bother you for a while. With that said, Sean quickly left. Meanwhile, after leaving Aren's room, Luel went directly to confront Acho. How do you intend to fix this mistake? Didn't you say your plan was flawless? The targets we wanted to eliminate are all still alive, and I've lost the Emperor's trust. It's all over now. I was supposed to be the savior of this damn UP Empire. Actually, we did have some success. Luel turned to look at the man who had just spoken. Who are you? Boris Lehem, at your service, Prince Luello. Boris answered reverently, where did you pop up from? All this time I have been carrying out Lord A's orders. I heard Emily has disappeared. So what exactly was our success? Acho asked in confusion. We underestimated the people around Princess Aren. As Boris spoke, he pulled out a stone. Please look here. This stone contains the mana that the princess's companion used in the battle. Most of this mana is quite ordinary. But this, a wisp of black mist emerged from the stone. This is extremely rare. It's considered something incredibly vile and malevolent. This is Demon Sword mana. This means that one of Princess Aren's companions wields the forbidden Demon Sword. A few days later, San paid a secret visit to Emily and Nana. Emily was so happy that she decided to treat everyone to a feast. With her natural talent for cooking, Emily managed to conquer every diner's palate except for Brian. Brian stared at the shadow seafood dish on the table, then looked at Nana and San eating it deliciously, and began to doubt his own reality. I thought this was supposed to be stewed crab. What is this thing in front of me? Why don't those two? What's with the lack of reaction? Nana, eat slowly. You must really like this dish, Emily said with a satisfied expression. I swear, that thing just moved. Brian's eye twitched as he stared at the plate of food on the table. I'm full, Sean said, putting down his fork. Already? You should eat more. I can't. If I stay here any longer, Acro will find out, Sean politely declined. Emily completely believed these words, saying with an indignant expression, Lord Acro is so wicked. I only came here to check if you all were okay. It's still not safe enough for you to return, so if you need anything, just have Brian go get it. I've also posted guards nearby, so this place is safer than anywhere else right now. I'll be going now. You have to come back. Emily said wistfully, Okay, don't worry. Take care, Brian. Brian held up the piece of food, his expression 30% accusatory and 70% deadpan. Yes, young master. As soon as he stepped out the door, Sarika was already waiting, questioning him with an icy expression. What a lovely little family. So, are you going to explain how you knew about the blood banquet and the passing of my fiancé? Everything you've done makes me think you already knew the future. You should choose your words carefully. Depending on your answer, I may consider you my enemy. After all, who exactly are you? Shanver. In the gloomy city, someone had spoken of the bloody banquet. The man's face was cunning when he heard about my fiancé's death. Lindsay Hallov frowned, her face sharp and cold. Not to mention the fact that he was engaged to me is something you couldn't possibly have known, so how did you know? Sean looked at her and calmly replied. In any case, Trenian was a target for purification. Does that really matter? The other person retorted. Of course, her expression grew fiercer. She asked, what if you're a spy from another organization? Sean narrowed his eyes and asked in return, if that were true, what would you do to me? Upon hearing this, she drew her weapon, ready to attack him. Such a pointless question. Just then, a flash of red light shot past in front of Sean. A loud noise rang out as someone appeared, just in time to block Sarika's attack, protecting Sean. Sarika was pushed back, and she sneered contemptuously. You intend to interfere? Karam appeared, standing protectively in front of Sean. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson at all, have you? Didn't I warn you not to cause trouble for my master? Undeterred, Sarika charged forward to attack again. You're the one who hasn't learned, Miss Cam. Do you know, I've never been as excited as I am right now. Hearing this, Karam grew more irritated, a vein popping on her cheek as she raised her hand to counter the attack, gritting her teeth. You just had to do this the hard way, didn't you? After that, the two of them charged straight into a fight, trading blows. A move for you, a move for me. Karam gathered a ball of energy in front of her chest, smiling. All right then, let me show you a thing or two. Sarika was also in a state of excitement. She smiled, thinking, this is it. Karam shouted, power of the indomitable black mist, and hurled the energy ball down from above, instantly cracking the ground. Sarika leaned slightly to dodge the move. That attack is powerful, but a simple dodge is all it takes. But she never expected that just as she finished her thought, the energy ball would explode behind her, creating a massive blast. Slightly surprised, Sarika glanced behind her, thinking, is that Karam's power? If I get hit by that or try to counter it, that attack would have been fatal. She looked at Cam, who was standing there, scowling and cursing in front of her, and thought to herself that it was no wonder she tried to stay in her sword form. If Cam had gotten serious in that fight, wiping out the entire city would have been a small matter. She looked at the devastation just created by Cam's attack and continued to think, only someone on the level of a demon king could block that blow. Cam licked her lips, getting back into a fighting stance. All right, get ready. I was just warming up before. Sarika laughed excitedly and replied, I'm waiting, Miss Cam. I'll also go all out too. But before Sarika could finish her sentence, a voice interjected, suppress the demon blade. As soon as the words were spoken, Cam, who was standing tall, was suddenly slammed flat on the ground as if by something crushing her. While pinned to the ground, Cam yelled, Hey, seriously, I was just getting started. Saian also started to get annoyed. He grumbled, you're causing too much of a scene. Saian looked irritated. We're going to get discovered because of this. You idiot. Hearing that, Cam was startled. Sarika just stood there with a bewildered look on her face. Ah, right. Saian continued. Let me tell them to move to a new location. He then left the two of them behind and went inside the house. He said with a scowl, you two take care of this mess yourselves. With that, he slammed the door shut, making a loud noise. Cam and Sarika were left outside, standing there in silence. Saian rubbed his slightly aching forehead. Change of plans, pack your bags quickly. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making Saian suspicious. Senior, you're here? Luna spoke up. It hasn't been long since we met, but your family has gotten a lot bigger, hasn't it? Rand looked at Saian and explained, I'm so sorry, young master. I was cleaning when she suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Saian looked at Luna, thinking, she got past both the barrier and the guards. Then he asked, how did you find this place? Saian thought to himself, so this girl is even more capable than I thought, Luna said. This is just one of my many talents. Don't worry, no one else knows about this place besides me. Ah, I guess there's nothing to worry about now anymore. But what was all that noise earlier? Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Saian at the same time, looking curious. Saian was speechless. Just forget it. Why did you come here? Luna replied, thank you. Senior, I came here to say this to you. Saian asked quizzically, I didn't do anything, so why are you thanking me? Luna replied, it's all right, I know everything. She rested her chin on her hand. That day, when you went deep inside me. The others in the room immediately broke into a cold sweat, staring intently at Saian. What does she mean by that? Does she mean times that asterisk? Saian remembered the situation then and felt a little flustered. I thought she was unconscious at the time. Luna stretched out her hands, and on her left hand appeared a current of the ice element, while on her right hand a flame appeared. She brought her hands together, and the two types of elements in her hands seemed to harmonize simultaneously. Luna explained, I can use the mana of all elements, and I can also combine or change them at will. Tracking someone's mana flow is also a simple matter. The expression on Luna's face darkened slightly. Sounds amazing, doesn't it? This is the gift my grandfather left for me. Saian frowned. I think it's more like a curse. Your body is getting hurt, Luna. Hearing that, she looked up with a joyful expression and asked Saian, It really was you? Saian didn't answer Luna but said, Let's go somewhere else to talk. Saian glanced at the two people, Brian and Emily, whispering to each other in the back. He gritted his teeth. You two better get packing. When I get back, you'll be sorry. Hearing this, Emily asked, Young master, where are we going? Saian put his hands in his pockets and replied, To Reuben Academy. Emily's eyes sparkled. Really? Then I can take care of you all day, young master. Hearing this, Brian shuddered, remembering the horrific dishes Emily made. Anna, seeing Brian's expression, innocently asked, Brian, what's wrong? He replied helplessly, I just have mixed feelings, that's all. Meanwhile, Luna thought about her past and confided in Saian. My childhood years were spent in a place that was both dark and cold. There, they conducted all sorts of the most painful experiments on my body, but I could only endure it in silence. A desperate image flashed in her mind, because that was what I had to do as the granddaughter of Regan Rain River. Luna and Saian walked together on a nearby bridge. She wondered, Senior, don't you have something you need to do? Saian simply said softly, I don't. Luna pressed on, then why not make it clear that you saved everyone? Saian let out a breath, replying lazily, Don't you already know the reason? What's the point? It would only bring more trouble. Luna, who was walking, stopped and asked slowly, The reason? An orb of shadow element then appeared in Luna's hand. That's right, your mana element. At first, I just thought it was the dark type. Luna recalled her first meeting with Saian. I managed to collect a little of it the day we first met at dinner. Hearing this, Saian glanced at Luna, thinking to himself, So, she can see through mana flows just by making contact. I never knew this in my past life. Luna, not noticing him, continued to recall, and on the day I fainted, the mana flow you sent into me. The shadow magic in Luna's hands suddenly magnified. Luna looked at Saian seriously and asked, What exactly is this? It seems like it's yours, but it also doesn't seem to belong to this world. Saian said with a calm expression, I think I understand why you came to find me. Are you planning to give it to Regan? Luna clenched her fist, and the shadow magic vanished at the same time. She replied, No. Luna brought her hand to her chest. What would I gain from doing that? It would only bring more trouble. Saian gave an enigmatic smile. What's this? Are you planning to betray your Rain River bloodline? Luna slowly moved closer to Saian. Don't you two already know the reason, Senior? She leaned lightly against Saian, surprising him. Thank you, Senior Saian, for helping the pain I once felt to subside. Saian thought to himself, Luna's body is like a furiously boiling pot. A pot that, thanks to the amount of mana from all elements, continues to boil day and night, but it's very chaotic. Saian continued to think, and someone extinguished the flame of that pot. In Saian's mind, he imagined a pot of mixed food boiling, but it was sealed shut with a lid. He mused, the mana wouldn't be lost anymore, but because it had been boiling for too long, the excess mana began to burn away the very embers of her life, bringing Luna closer and closer to death. Saian's eyes showed a pensive look. I just created a hole in that pot. To him, Saian took Luna by the shoulders, gently pushing her away, feeling a bit of empathy. She's also someone else's puppet, and that's something I can't just stand by and watch. Saian patted Luna's shoulder twice and said, There's nothing to thank me for. Now that we're done here, I'll be going. Please keep this a secret for me, Junior. With that, he immediately left. He turned back and waved to Luna. Oh, remember, be careful not to overwork yourself again. I'm leaving now. Luna watched Saian's retreating figure, a cute smile appearing on her face. Heh. Luna muttered to herself, Just as I thought, you really are a good person, Senior. Elsewhere, at the Garum Council, in the main office, a loud voice echoed, What? An enraged Regan slammed his fist on the table. His butler bowed respectfully. Fortunately, the young lady has been released and is not facing any charges. We must quickly send a petition to the UIP Empire. Riggins dismissed the idea. No, that's not it. He looked up, his face contorted in a scowl, and ordered through gritted teeth, Luna is lingering somewhere before coming back here. Find her trail and bring her to me. The next morning, a wooden carriage rattled along a dirt road. Inside, Emily sat with an expression of pure joy. Seeing her radiant face, Saian asked, That happy, huh? Emily beamed, Yes, because I get to serve you again, young master. But aren't maids forbidden at the academy? Saiyan replied, crossing his arms. They'll probably make an exception if I'm the one requesting it. Kundo's expression turned stern, permission denied. Absolutely not. Saiyan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. I'll make sure no one finds out. Please, sir, allow it. Kundo countered. Give me one reason why you should be the sole exception. Saiyan glanced away and whispered, I won't skip any classes. Kundo slammed his hand on the desk in frustration. That's something you should be doing anyway, and you're trying to bring in not just one but two maids. Then Kundo added, Ha, just answer me one thing. With a serious look, Kundo asked, Is this related to the bloody banquet? For you to insist this much, it can't be for a simple reason. Kundo pressed. Speak, Saiyan replied slowly. Well, if you approve my request, I'll tell you. Kundo turned slightly away, forced to compromise. Fine, do as you wish. Even if I said no, you just find a way to do it yourself anyway. Seeing his request was granted, Saiyan didn't hesitate. To be honest, it's not the right time to explain everything, but there's one thing I can assure you of. Saiyan pointed to his own face, his eyes flashing with a strange red light. I was not the mastermind behind the bloody banquet. Isn't that what you wanted to know? Kundo stared intently at Saiyan. Are you certain? Saiyan's expression darkened. Just how terrible do you think I am? Mr. Cell suddenly dodged the question by saying, Ahem, just remember not to skip any classes. With their conversation over, Saiyan breathed a sigh of relief. The conversation with Principal Cell had gone well. As Saiyan walked down the academy hallway, he wondered how the man would react if he discovered his own nephew was the mastermind of the massacre. In Saiyan's mind, Luinol's face gradually came into view. He was lost in thought. From what I know, Luinol isn't that smart. Saiyan then remembered the two lackeys at Luinol's side, speculating that one of them probably came up with the plan, and Boris was the one who executed it. Saiyan confirmed his own suspicions. It's always the same. He was suddenly startled when he saw a white-haired person doing non-stop push-ups in front of his door. He kept doing them while counting. 1,285, 1,286, 1,287, 1,288, 1,289. Saiyan looked at him, thinking helplessly, it's him again. The white-haired man noticed Saiyan but continued his push-ups, saying, So you've arrived, my friend? He powerfully sprang to his feet and put his hands on his hips. Fight me. Saiyan groaned, to see who was stronger. Saiyan paid him no mind, heading straight into his room and shutting the door, leaving the guy frozen solid. Saiyan looked at his door, which was being pounded on, and thought, it's been 2 whole years, and he still hasn't missed a single day of this. It seems Saiyan's indifference didn't discourage him, as he was still making a racket outside the door. You're quite busy, my friend. Well, until next time then. Saiyan walked on. As he was walking, he suddenly bumped into the hand of someone lying on the ground. Saiyan looked down and discovered it was Brian. He didn't know what kind of potent poison Brian had ingested to be lying there paralyzed on the floor. Saiyan's expression suddenly turned serious. Are you dead? Just then, Emily spoke up. Ah, young master, you're here. Startled, Saiyan pointed down at Brian and asked, Emily, why is he like this? Emily and Anna were holding 2 plates of bizarrely shaped food. Emily said while eating, I don't know. He ate the cookies I made for you, young master, and then fell right asleep. I'm fine, though. Emily held out the plate of horrifically shaped cookies and asked, would you like to have one? Saiyan pointed at Emily and said, Emily, from now on, don't cook anything for Brian anymore. Emily looked displeased. Huh, why? Saiyan replied seriously, that's an order, don't do it. Emily pouted, you're so mean. Saiyan sat down on a chair, let out a sigh, and thought to himself, I'm really worried about the future. Suddenly, he noticed a letter on the table. Where is this letter from? Emily, still upset, replied, Ria received it, I don't know. Humph. Saiyan picked up the letter and opened it to read. From Luna, then suddenly a voice called out, Sai. He turned in surprise to look at the owner of the voice and asked, Why are you here? Emily, on guard, immediately ran to stand in front of Saiyan. Who are you? Luna, with a bright smile, looked at Saiyan and asked, How have you been lately? I've run away from home. At the same time, in an underground sewer, 2 people in black cloaks were walking and talking. The guards from the Garam Association will be here soon. The other person replied, Don't worry. I've already taken care of everything. The man in the black cloak reminded, Don't forget, this is the only way to stop Rain River. Nella, oh, are you afraid I'll feel guilty? The man said, He was your student once, after all. Nella showed clear disdain. A student? That was Len Academy's instructor, Nella Aronis. No, I'm not foolish enough to feel pity for a monster like him. The man in the black cloak replied, relieved. That's good then. Nella didn't want to prolong the conversation. Anyway, I'm heading to the meeting point. Our comrades have probably contacted Luna by now. After that, The two of them split up. The man in the black cloak placed a hand on his chest, bowing slightly. May glory come to the Garam kingdom. At that moment, Luna and Saian were sitting together at a cafe outside the academy. Luna held her own wrist, looking at Saian teasingly. You're so forceful. I never expected you to drag me out so suddenly. Saian looked at Luna. The dormitory gate has a barrier spell on it. How did you manage to break it? Luna explained. I just analyzed the flow of mana in the barrier and then used a dispelling spell. Pretty amazing, right? Saian thought pensively. That's insanely overpowered. No joke. Just analyzing the magic and dispelling it. That's like being able to do it just by looking at it. Luna couldn't hide the smug look on her face. Have you read the letter yet? Saian looked at Luna and replied helplessly. I didn't even get to finish it before you showed up. Resting her cheeks on her hands, I couldn't wait for a reply, so I came straight here. Simon wondered. Regent said, You're doing this. Upon hearing that, Luna's face suddenly darkened. Saian continued, Did that old man tell you to approach me? Speak. Luna picked up her teacup, her sorrowful expression showing as she slowly replied, At first, yes, but whether you believe me now or not is up to you. Saian spoke in a flat tone. I don't trust people easily. What is your purpose? Luna still held her teacup. Recently, some unpleasant things have happened in the Garam Association. The two dragons the association was in contact with suddenly disappeared somewhere in the Len region. Those involved in smuggling goods from other countries have been found one after another as cold corpses. And from what I know, you were involved in all of it. Luna looked at Saian and smiled faintly. At first, it was just a guess, but now I can be sure. Saian closed his eyes, thinking to himself, I can't believe the Garam Association is involved with dragons too. At this, he spoke up, all right, so what are you going to do to me now? Luna replied as calmly as if it were nothing. I'm going to die soon. This startled Saian, making him look at her. Luna lowered her head, a hint of sadness flickering in her eyes. Even though you helped me before, I know my own body better than anyone. It's completely broken. She placed a hand on her chest and said, I probably have about 3 more years, and it's all thanks to you. Saian's expression turned serious. I don't believe you. How can you be so calm? You're about to die and you're not flinching at all? Luna smiled, but her face was filled with sorrow. I wish I could be. Saian's expression hardened, and he frowned, thinking, this is such a pain. He propped his hands on the table and stood up without looking at Luna. Well, it's not my problem. Go home. Luna asked, Are you leaving? Saian turned his back. Yeah, I hate troublesome things. Luna, still sitting behind him, waved her hand and replied, All right, I'll see you next time. Ram, in the form of a black orb, appeared beside Saian and asked, What kind of manners are those? Is it really okay to just leave her like that? Saian thought with an emotionless expression. It's best to get out of here now. He figured that the men from the Garam Association had been waiting for a while. Just as he thought, Luna was now surrounded by people from the Garam Association. Luna mumbled, I really thought I had snuck out successfully. Luna looked down. You guys got here fast, huh? One of the Garam members spoke up. Let's go. Lord Riggins is looking for you. Luna looked at the speaker with an emotionless expression, and he became suspicious. What is it, Miss Luna? She frowned. The one who comes to get me is always Sir Victor. What unit are you from? The man replied awkwardly. Sir Victor was busy today, so I came instead. We're from the 6th Guard unit. Luna called his bluff. Lies. There's no one here named Victor. Immediately, she leaped up and used a blast of wind to send the men around her flying. One of them yelled, Ugh, she's getting away. After her. Luna tried to escape, glancing at her pursuers and thinking through gritted teeth. They're extremists. How could I not notice? That someone was already blocking her path. Luna thought, I have to get out of here first. Just as that thought crossed her mind, a hand shrouded in magic was placed on Luna's forehead. The person used a slumber spell. Hit by the magic, Luna immediately fell into a deep sleep, collapsing to the ground. One of the men laughed loudly. I predicted this wouldn't be easy. He took off his hood, revealing a bald head. But I didn't expect to be found out so quickly. Put her in the carriage. Another man replied, Yes, sir. Luna sank deep into sleep, lying on the ground, completely unaware of anything. Ram seemed to suddenly sense something, and turned his head. It looks like they're fighting. Saiyan stopped in his tracks, glancing back in the direction he had just left. Weren't those Garam's men? Saiyan's expression was pensive. Somewhere, the sound of a carriage's wheels rolled on, through the dead of night. The voice of Raf, Luna's kidnapper, rang out. Wait here a moment. His henchman replied, Yes, sir. Raf stepped into the cathedral. I have brought Luna friend River. A strange voice replied, Excellent. A figure wearing a black cloak was sitting on a throne in the cathedral. Such a pitiful child, tormented her entire life by experiments, only to be mercilessly discarded in the end. It was Nella. We will put her to a more meaningful use. Outside the cathedral, A strange red mist spread across the ground, slowly creeping toward the carriage. The henchman standing guard noticed it. "Ha!" He looked around, saw that a black fog had spread everywhere, and then called out, "What is this black fog?" The man across from him said, "Wait, could it be him?" But before he could finish his sentence, a red streak flashed by, striking him down. His partner screamed in shock, "Maro!" As he turned around, he saw that his other comrades had also been attacked. He panicked, his face a mask of horror, and stammered, "What? What is happening?" He cried out in alarm, "It can't be stopped." A mysterious masked figure suddenly appeared above his head. A loud scream echoed all the way into the cathedral, catching Raf's attention. He peered outside, and Nella asked, "Do we have another guest?" Raf replied dubiously, "It seems someone was tailing us." Nella remained perfectly calm. "Oh, an enemy, is it? Raf, show them what happens to those who get in our way. Go." Hearing that, Raf's fighting spirit flared. He replied, "Yes. I'll silence them immediately." The ram branch had transformed into a short sword in Saian's hand. "This is easier than I thought, isn't it?" Saian thought, "It's not over yet. The stronger one is in that church." Raf stepped out of the cathedral. "You're pretty good, kid. Did you come alone?" Saian was unfazed. "But it looks like you didn't." He thought Raf was similar to Luna, but then Saian reconsidered. "No, he seems more unstable." Just then, Raf charged at Saian. He was incredibly arrogant, thinking, "I alone am more than enough to handle him." He lunged straight for Saian, "The likes of you." After waiting inside for a moment, Nella also stepped out. "Are you finished, Raf?" But the moment she came outside, she gasped in astonishment. This. She saw Raf, defeated, kneeling before Saian. How could this not go as I predicted? Raf had been beaten to a pulp by Saian and was now collapsed on the ground. Saian looked up at Nella. "You're the last one, aren't you? Why did you people want to take Luna?" Nella began to gather her magic, preparing to attack Saian. "Oh, asking so many questions won't win you any points with the ladies. If you want to know, find out for yourself." Saian looked at the elemental properties of the magic in her hand and was reminded of how Luna used to handle magical elements. He thought, she can freely combine elements. Saian's eyes lit up. He thought, just as I expected, she's exactly like Luna. Nella unleashed a lightning flame, launching it straight at Saian. Saian deftly dodged the spell. "I still have more questions for you." He raised his short sword, and Nella's expression turned to one of utter disbelief. "Impossible." Saian swung his short sword in a flurry of strikes, shattering Nella's attacks and leaving her stunned. "You blocked my spell with just a dagger?" Before she could do anything else, Saian rushed right in front of her and said, "Got you now." Making Nella cry out, she quickly used Wind Leap, launching herself into the air to dodge Saian's slash. Another magic spell quickly condensed in her hands. She gritted her teeth, thinking, "This brat is too dangerous. I have to eliminate him right now." As Nella was casting Lightning Strike, a strange red aura suddenly flashed before her eyes. Cram appeared behind Nella, speaking mischievously. "Look over here too." This startled her, and she only had time to think. "It's not just him?" Unable to react in time, Nella was held tightly by Cram, letting out a grunt, "Ugh." Nella still struggled to break free, condensing magic in her hands and yelling, "Let me go." Her spell went out of control, striking randomly at the ground. A large trail of magic swept straight from the ground up the wall of the cathedral. Saiyan watched the magical blast sweep by, thinking to himself, "Her pressure is no joke." Held fast by Cram's magic, Nella gritted her teeth and screamed, "Humph. Aren't you going to listen to what I'm saying?" Cram stood behind her, dusting off his hands. "Stop struggling. No human can escape this." Saiyan walked up to her and asked, "Who hired you to kidnap Luna? How many more of you are there?" Nella lowered her head and laughed. "Haha, this kid is interesting. You'll find out soon enough." When she looked up, her face was covered in blood, and her body began to dissipate. "Because we will definitely find you, see you in hell." Cram rubbed his chin. "That reaction is because of the Heartstopper." Saiyan did the same, speculating it was a type of divine artifact that suppressed the wearer's mana in their heart, so the mana couldn't circulate and instead accumulated in the body. Cram guessed, "It seems Luna has something similar in her body too." So Luna asked in confusion, "How did you know that?" Saiyan replied, "The name of the monster organization created from the Garam Association's experiments is the Path of Evolution, right?" Nella became even more panicked. "Wait, you too? Who are you?" Saiyan patted Nella's slowly disintegrating head and replied, "If you want to know, you can find out for yourself in hell." Nella was crying tears mixed with blood. She panicked. "What? No." Saiyan thrust his hand straight into Nella's stomach to finish her off, making her let out a grunt. "Ugh." Saiyan remembered an ancient book he had seen in his past life. He thought about how in his previous life, he had found an ancient tome in the research lab of the Garam Kingdom, which recorded how to use the artifact called the Heartstopper and also research on how to control it. In Saiyan's hand was an object emitting a faint light, he thought. It also recorded how to remove it in case of a failed use. Saiyan looked at the stone in his hand and sighed in relief. Good thing it still works. Cram asked, what are you going to do with that? Saiyan looked at Cram. Cram, help me get Luna out of the carriage. Cram retorted, no, why should I do that? Saiyan immediately asked, do you want to be controlled too? Hearing this, Cram obediently did as Saiyan said, carrying Luna out of the carriage. He walked closer. This is my first time doing this. Saiyan held the stone forward, so I don't know if it'll be successful. Then he crushed the stone. Saiyan brought the fragments of the stone close to Luna's body. He thought, if Luna also has this thing in her heart, then I can probably use a similar method to destroy it. A strange reaction occurred on Luna's chest, with a blue light continuously emitting from there. Then Luna suddenly opened her eyes wide, her eyes shining with a beautiful light. The next day, at the association's main building, at the Garum Guild, Luna opened her eyes and mumbled, what is this feeling? She raised her hand in front of her eyes, observing her body. It felt much lighter, as if a heavy weight that was always pressing down on her had disappeared. And why can I sense Senior Saiyan so clearly? Cam and Saiyan were standing on the roof of a nearby building. Cam wondered, what are you planning to do? Saiyan replied, thinking about it. She might be useful later on. It would be a waste to just kill her. Cam crossed his arms and continued to ask, so how is that any different from benefiting someone else? What if she comes back to stab you in the back later? Saiyan smiled, for you to be. Saying something like that, Cam replied, regardless, that body will be mine eventually. You'd better take good care of it, Saiyan replied nonchalantly. Then he stood up. Let's go. There's no benefit to lingering here any longer. Lord Riggins tapped his fingers on the desk. After you were kidnapped, you don't remember anything else, but someone brought you here? Luna, standing before him, replied, yes, grandfather. I don't remember anything else. Lord Riggins' expression turned cold. He slammed his hand down on the table. Do you think I believe that? The entire kingdom is in an uproar over the bloody banquet, and yet you're this calm? The butler standing nearby quickly spoke up. My apologies, Lord Riggins. It's all my fault. I should have brought Miss Luna here sooner. Lord Riggins stood up, walked around the desk, and said, this is all because the child does as she pleases. It's not the fault of you. The butler bowed deeply. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Riggins placed a hand on the butler's shoulder. You always have to suffer because of my granddaughter. The butler replied, I am only fulfilling my duty. Riggins encouraged him. Well, you've worked hard. Then, suddenly, a flame erupted from Riggins' hand, burning the shoulder of the butler's clothes. The butler was bewildered. Guildmaster? Lord Riggins glanced coldly at the butler. I've known you were a traitor for a long time. Did you think you could touch my granddaughter and get away with it? The butler tried to explain. My lord, there must be some misunderstanding. Please give me a chance to explain. Riggins paid him no mind. Shut up. The furious Lord Riggins gritted his teeth. Every word that comes out of your mouth disgusts me. Immediately after, a large flame erupted, incinerating the butler on the spot. Luna, shocked and horrified, covered her mouth. Why did you do that? Lord Riggins calmly said he was one of the people who ordered your kidnapping. He took a white handkerchief to wipe his hand and asked Luna, have you discovered anything about Sanver yet? With a tense expression, Luna thought he must already know the answer. He's just asking for the sake of it. Outwardly, she replied, there's nothing special. A blatant lie like this won't fool him, Luna thought. Lord Riggins slowly approached Luna and asked, what do you mean by that? Luna replied, actually, the reason I was late was because I had to meet him privately. During our first meeting, I didn't notice anything special. Lord Riggins placed a hand on Luna's shoulder and said, that's not the answer I want. Lord Riggins exuded a threatening aura towards Luna. Speak. What is he hiding? His face scowled. If he's from the Vest family, there must be something to him, or someone is helping him. Luna remained composed and replied, he only has a common maid and a knight for protection. There are no clues related to the incident at all. Why are you so insistent on investigating him? Riggins leaned down close to Luna. You're asking too many questions. It's clear there's something going on between you and that brat. As a member of the Range River family, you should know to limit your questions. You can only do it when I say you can. After that, he stepped behind Luna. If you don't want to answer, then leave. In the meantime, you will be grounded. On the floor, the butler's corpse was still burning. Luna lowered her head in frustration, thinking she was sick and tired of this Range River household. At Len Academy, the white-haired person who was doing push-ups in front of Saiyan's room the other day was once again leaning against his door, sleeping. Saiyan hid by a nearby wall, and upon seeing this, he thought, why doesn't this annoying person study at all? TSK, I'll just come back later. As Saiyan was walking down the hallway, he overheard a group of students talking up ahead. A girl said, really? The boy next to her replied, "Yeah, so now all the classes are canceled." Another girl chimed in, "I heard they still haven't been found." The first girl quickly added, "I hope it's nothing serious." Hearing this, Saian wondered, "What's going on?" He was about to leave when he suddenly heard, "They say a magic instructor named Nella Oronis has gone missing." Upon hearing that, Saian turned his head to look. Just then, Sirika was right behind Saian. She spoke up, "Hey you." Saian asked, "What do you mean?" The strange person continued, "Why did you kill that magic instructor?" Saian moved away from her, holding his hand out in front of him, and replied, "Why would you think it was me? I don't even know who that is." Sirika said wearily, "If you skip every class, of course, you wouldn't know," which left Saian speechless. Afterward, the bespectacled Sirika explained to Saian she was an outstanding mage from the Garam Kingdom. It's not strange for her to come to Luan, a neutral territory, but there were reports that she was in opposition to Rig and Rain River, so for now, we were just monitoring her. She slightly adjusted her glasses, but the act of cornering Luna was beyond everyone's expectations. "We were originally planning to take action, but thanks to you, you've saved us some trouble." Saian thought absent-mindedly. Ah, no wonder she seemed familiar. Seeing Saian's expression, the other person asked irritably, "Are you even listening to me or not? Who am I even talking to here? But only I know about this, so don't worry. I will assign you a special mission, so stay outside the academy for a while." Saian asked, "So what about the magic instructor's position then?" The bespectacled Sirika replied, "The other instructors will take turns teaching, but we still need a new one. We have already posted a recruitment notice." Elsewhere, a long-haired man was riding with an old farmer on a cart. The man exclaimed, "Oh, this scenery is wonderful." The farmer laughed and replied, "It is for someone from the city, but why have you come all the way out to a remote place like Len?" The man answered, I'm looking for a job. And coincidentally, that position is now vacant, so I had to hurry on my way." The old farmer was astonished. "Oh, you're going to work in Len? Are you a teacher?" The man laughed and replied, "Haha, not really. It's too embarrassing to say." Meanwhile, Emily was lazing around in the room with a bored expression, sighing, "Ah, I'm so bored." Karam approached Emily. "Hey, move it. I already told you this is my spot." Emily refused to get up. "Why? This is the young master's dorm room. Nothing here belongs to you." Hearing this, Karam's face darkened with annoyance. Just then, Saian opened the door and walked in. "I'm back." Saian saw Emily with a lump on her head, sitting on the floor, hugging her knees, and asked, "What are you doing?" Emily replied pitifully, *sniff*, "Miss Cam is so scary." Saian said to Cam, "Get up, Cam. We have a mission." Cam asked, "Right now?" Emily raised her hand. "Wait, let me go. With us." But Saian pointed at Emily and refused. "No, you have a more important mission here." Emily was surprised. "Really?" Saian pointed dramatically to the room next door. "Absolutely do not let Nana go hungry." The words struck Emily like lightning, and she did a complete 180. "What's so important about that? You just want to leave me behind, don't you?" But Emily froze, looking towards the room that was constantly emitting strange sounds and a gloomy aura. She immediately thought, "Wait a minute, if I just leave her like this." Emily suddenly remembered the scene of Nana's transformation. She would transform just like last time. Just then, the door to Nana's room opened. Nana, with a scary expression, mumbled, "Papa, I'm so hungry." Before Nana could do anything, Emily shoved a pastry into her mouth. Nana was taken by surprise. Emily said loudly, "Nana, eat this pastry." After a bite of the pastry, Nana immediately brightened up. This is delicious." Emily, with a determined look, said to Saian, "Please leave this place to me. You don't need to worry about a thing." Saiyan gave Emily a thumbs up. "Excellent. I'm counting on you, Emily." Emily replied with a smug laugh. Hey. You can rest assured, Master, my cooking is top-notch." Brian, with a pale face, was still lying delirious in bed in a nearby room. "Ugh, Grandma, why are you standing on the other side of the river?" Saiyan instructed Emily, "But don't let Brian eat it. That guy is still recovering." Karam had transformed into a black orb floating beside Saiyan. "Where are we going this time?" Saiyan replied, "To the southwest of the UIP Empire, to the city of Lamberstar, a place where crime, money, and violence rule." After that, the two of them arrived in Lamberstar. The place was truly chaotic. A betting match was underway. Someone shouted, "Hey, I'm betting on you." Another person yelled, "Don't you dare disappoint me." The noise continuously grew louder in the stands of the arena. "Crush him." Reza was facing off against Jeber. Jeber, in the ring, looked at his opponent and mumbled, "Whoa, what a monster." The large opponent said smugly, "How about you just obediently let me kill you?" Zebert had a terrifying appearance with his massive body. "They told me to crush you. What do you think about that?" Jabber took a stance in the ring. "Shut up and come on. You want to warm up first, you pig?" The referee's voice rang out. Let the match begin. Immediately, Zeebird let out a loud roar and threw a punch straight at Jeeber. Jeeber swiftly dodged Zeebird's fist. He said scornfully, "Too slow. I'll make you pay for underestimating me." Before he could finish his sentence, Zeebird grabbed his body. Zeebird laughed savagely. "I've decided. Hey, I'm going to crush you." Jeeber, caught in the grip, struggled and coughed. Ugh. Jeeber was being squeezed tight by the giant body, his face turning purple as he continuously coughed up blood. The referee loudly declared, "Jeeber has fallen." Zeebird let out a piercing scream. As if satisfied, Zeebird roared loudly. The referee shouted, "The victory goes to Zeebird." Somewhere in the city of Lamberstar, Saian and Karam were walking down the street together. Karam lamented, "Why is this place so messy?" Saian replied, "Luin is a neutral zone agreed upon by two nations, but this particular area is isolated because no one can interfere." Karam wondered, "What do you mean, no one can interfere?" Before Saian could answer, someone appeared and blocked Saian's path. Well, look what we have here. Do we have some distinguished guests today?" It was a large, blonde-haired man and his two lackeys. The thug teased, "Hey, Missy, ditch this little kid and come for a ride with us." Saian said calmly, "Because there are too many criminals, that's why." Karam pointed to himself and asked, "Missy, me?" The man laughed out loud. "But be careful, we play a little rough." The thug looked at Saian and shooed him away. "Get lost, kid." Saian looked at the thug with a disgusted expression. What a naive fool. The next moment, the man's bruised face was on the ground. He groaned in pain. Meanwhile, Saian and Karam calmly walked away. Saian entered a hotel, placing a bag of money on the reception desk. "Give me the best single room." Lisa looked at Saian and asked, "Excuse me, sir, but how old are you?" Saian replied, "Didn't you hear me clearly? I said to give me the best single room here. Is this how you people treat your guests? Where's the manager?" Lisa was flustered. About that." She stammered, "Welcome to the Lamberstar case." Saian stood on the hotel windowsill, looking down at the street below. He thought, "They're starting to gather." Saian watched the crowd walking below and thought, "I should start making my move too." Saian walked down the stairs, asking as he went, "You're Lisa, right?" The receptionist turned her head, smiled, and replied, "Yes, I am Lisa, an employee of Lamberstar case. How may I help you, sir?" Saian made a request. "I want to use the case for a while." Lisa's expression changed as she replied, "I'm truly sorry, sir, but new customers cannot use the case." A red glint appeared in Saian's eyes. He asked again, "Is that so?" But in his mind, he thought, "They're clearly dealing illegal substances there." Saian continued to question Lisa, "What nonsense? So where are all the other customers? Am I the only new person here?" Lisa's expression immediately became terrifying. Saian quickly noticed it and thought, such obvious killing intent. Lisa immediately adjusted her expression, bowing to Saian. "I'm truly sorry. I'm just following my superior's orders. I am very sorry, sir." Saian smirked. "This girl is quite interesting. Let's see what's making her so wary." Seeing Saian's movement, she immediately drew her weapon. Lisa nimbly leaped to attack Saian. He swiftly dodged. Saian quickly counterattacked from a distance. Lisa was startled and confused. A distorted gold coin appeared before her eyes. A gold coin? Lisa was startled, realizing something was wrong. Because of that terrifying killing intent, my body overreacted. No way. Did it come from this boy? Saian picked up the gold coin and dusted it off. "Oh, my precious gold coins are all ruined." Lisa shouted, "Ah, I am so sorry." Saian questioned her. "Did you just draw your sword in front of a customer?" Lisa immediately and hurriedly explained, "It was just a misunderstanding. I had no intention of attacking you, sir." Saian held the gold coin out towards Lisa, his expression provocative as he asked, "You're really getting on my nerves. How do you plan to resolve this?" Having made a mistake, Lisa looked like she was about to cry. In a secret tunnel, Lisa opened a cellar door, pointing down a deep, dark staircase. "Just go along this path and you will reach the case." Lisa handed Saian a badge, and "Please, sir, take this VIP card." Saian asked, "What is this used for?" Lisa crossed her arms and replied, "This is a card for guests in the special rooms. With it, you won't encounter any danger. I don't know why a guest would want to enter the case so badly, but if you don't have many lives to spare, I'd advise you not to go there. Good luck to you, sir." Saian looked at Lisa and silently thought, "How interesting." Saian called up to Lisa, "That was quite a welcome for a customer. I won't forget it." Lisa, annoyed, replied as she left, "Remember it all you want. I'm done worrying about you." Saian asked Cram, "Well then, shall we go?" Cam asked back, "Why not just ask her to call the owner over? We have to find the real master of Lamberstar. That's what the order says." Saian already knew from the beginning that Lindy Hallop, the owner of Lamberstar, was an extremely mysterious figure. There wasn't a single clue about that person, Cam asked in annoyance. Why did she suddenly show up just to give us a riddle? Saiyan said nonchalantly. We'll know once we find her. Cam continued to ask. You talk as if you know this place well. Saiyan replied, I've been here a few times in my past life, before it fell due to a civil war. Cam was skeptical. Just how chaotic is this area? Saiyan answered. You'll see soon enough. The two of them reached the end of the road as they walked and talked. In front of Saiyan was a door, the true face of Lamberstar Cage. A man with a scar at the corner of his mouth, holding a half-smoked cigarette, scoffed coldly. Beaten by a mere kid? The goon who had blocked Saiyan and Cam's path earlier was kneeling before that man. Yes, near the city entrance, sir. He's no ordinary person. The man clasped his hands together and asked, I see. So that brat is already at Lamberstar Cage? The man kneeling on the ground replied, Yes, we tried to approach him, but he's in a VIP room, so we couldn't get close. That's why I had to come find you, sir. Gans now rubbed his chin. A lot of money. Could he be a noble? The man with the bruised face whined tearfully. I don't know, but he humiliated me. Please help us, Sir Gansless. Because of him, I don't even dare to step outside anymore. Gans replied, all right, this punk is interesting. He stood up, cracked his knuckles, and smirked arrogantly. Let me see what he looks like for myself. Head to Lamberstar Cage at once. Elsewhere, a man was getting kneed in the face by a girl. It turned out to be another match in the arena, as the referee shouted, Linda Wesley is the winner. The girl who had just taken down the man stomped on the back of his neck and roared, striking a pose to show off her physique. Saiyan and Cam were in the stands watching this scene. Cam spoke up, I see now why this place is destined to fall one day. Saiyan added, these kinds of fights for betting are quite concerning. That's exactly why I'm here. Cam wondered, what do you mean? Saiyan smiled slyly and answered, if it's hard to approach Lindy Hallop, then we'll just have to make her approach us instead. Cam looked bewildered, not understanding Saiyan's meaning. Someone walked up and called out to Saiyan, hey you. He approached to admonish Saiyan, this is no place for a kid, is it? Seeing the man approach, Saiyan thought, oh, perfect timing. Saiyan immediately threw a punch straight into the staff member's stomach. The man clutched his stomach and collapsed to his knees. His colleague behind him saw this and rushed over. Jason, you little brat, what did you just do? Saiyan grabbed the man named Jason by the hair and pulled his head up. Saiyan smiled viciously as he raised his fist. Jason quickly pleaded, don't, please don't, I'm sorry. But Saiyan still punched him one more time in the face. The colleague watched in shock as his friend was knocked backward. After causing trouble, Saiyan spoke up. A dense killing intent emanated from his body. Saiyan wiped the blood that had splattered on his face and asked, besides watching and betting, where do I go to register to participate? In the stands, some people were shouting, how can the cage operate like this? Are they that short on participants? Someone yelled loudly, nonsense. Are you guys kidding us? When everyone saw Saiyan step into the ring, they roared, just a little kid is allowed to compete? The voice of Z-Bird rang out, which caught Saiyan's attention. I can't believe there's an event like this. This is so much fun. The giant Z-Bird steps into the ring. How should I kill you, little brat? A man sitting in the stands with his arms crossed said, the organizers are really going too far, aren't they? This is a massacre, not a fight. Another spectator next to him laughed and said, doesn't that make it more exciting? The first man continued, but his opponent is that guy Z-Bird, a monster with half-or blood in him. JB opened his terrifying mouth wide. Ha ha ha, I've decided I'm going to crush you. JB raised his hand, intending to crush Saiyan, but he nimbly leaped up, stepping on the guy's finger and instantly breaking it. JB let out a loud cry, huh? Before his eyes, Saiyan was rushing at him with a raised fist. He was bewildered. What? Saiyan landed a powerful punch right in the middle of his face, deforming it. He collapsed before he could even react. He foamed at the mouth and fell heavily onto the floor. The roaring stands suddenly fell strangely silent. Everyone stared down at the ring, with looks of utter disbelief. They erupted in noise, I can't believe it. The referee announced loudly, Saiyan of Limimi is the winner. The stands immediately erupted with continuous cheers. Meanwhile, Saiyan stood in the middle of the ring, with an indifferent expression. Cram's voice rang out questioningly. Zemon of Limi, Saiyan replied. Of course I can't use my real name. I'm a duke's son, after all. Cram asked doubtfully, but you've already shown your face, so what's the point of hiding your name? Saiyan answered, don't worry, I cast a spell to cover it up. Cram smirked, that old god over there has been carelessly sharing his power again, Tesk. People will recognize you when they see you in person, but they'll be completely unable to recall your face when they try to remember it. Cram said as he slowly faded away, that should be enough, I'm leaving now. Saiyan replied while massaging his shoulder. You're acting strange today, are you worried about me? Cram grumbled. Who's worried? At this time, Ganser was also sitting in the stands, observing Jimon of Limimi. He smirked. Very good. You will be my opponent. Don't disappoint me. Saiyan returned to the hotel. Lyra stood at the reception desk with her arms crossed. What's the matter? Delkia, the manager of the red light district, stood opposite Lyra. I don't plan on staying long. Let's get straight to the point. Some brat caused a ruckus in our alley today. I know he's here. Bring him out. Lyra frowned. I don't understand what you're talking about. Please leave. Why did he suddenly show up here? Delkia continued to threaten. It'll be a real pain for you if my underlings get involved. This is a matter on my turf, so stay out of it if you're not involved. Lyra warned, hiding a weapon behind her back. I will not accept any more outrageous behavior, especially since it involves one of our guests. Hearing this, Delkia shouted, so it's true he's here. A man behind him spoke up. Boss, just give us the order. Seeing this, Lyra thought to herself, that kid is so much trouble. What should I do now? This is bad. Just then, Saian's voice rang out. Hey! Saian appeared behind the group of people. He raised his arm. Looking for me? Delkia's subordinates were startled and turned around. When did he get here? Lyra was just as startled, her expression bewildered. Sir, when did you get here? Saian slowly stepped forward and replied, since that person over there said, this is a matter on my turf. The person you're looking for is here. Saian approached Delkia. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't make things difficult with her anymore. When Delkia saw Saian appear, it was like seeing a knight in shining armor in her eyes. Saian was a gallant man reaching out his hand. But I apologize for making you uncomfortable, miss. But he was the one who started it first. Before Saian could finish, Delkia had already grabbed his hand. Well, if I may. Delkia's expression was like someone who had fallen into Saian's trap of love. May I know your name, sir? Saian replied hesitantly. Simon. Delkia seemed to become completely infatuated, her face blushing red. Not only was he handsome, but his name was just as charming. Seeing this, Lyra's face turned purple as she thought, he's a minor, this is dangerous. She said awkwardly, sir, you don't have to talk to her, please come over here. Saian naively waved her off. Don't worry, just let me handle it. Lyra felt like her head was about to explode. You can't, that woman is dangerous. Delkia pulled a business card from her cleavage and said to Saian, this is my card, let's talk more next time we meet. Saian accepted the card. Delkia's pleasure room, we cater to all types of guest preferences. Saian looked at the business card and got the chills. He thought, is she insane? Delkia and her group left cheerfully, even turning back to wave at Saian. Be sure to stop by. Delkia gave Saian a suggestive look. For you, Sir Simon, the full experience will be on the house. After that, she left with a cheerful hum, hee. Lyra stood frozen, her face livid, while Saian, with an expressionless face, tore the business card into tiny pieces. Lyra sighed. You didn't listen to my advice, did you? Saian pointed in the direction of the group that had just left. What? They were obviously the ones who started trouble first. Lyra looked at Saian and asked, I heard you participated in a match and won. Saian replied, news travels fast. Lyra continued, well, this place isn't that big. Lyra warned Saian, no matter how curious you are, don't you ever go near that pleasure night. Saian stormed off upstairs, muttering, why would you even think I'd go to a place like that? Lyra thought, what's with him? Is he embarrassed? So cute. Just then, a female figure appeared from the corner of the wall, so Delkia backed off on her own. How fortunate. Hearing this voice, Lyra was startled and turned to look. Lady Lin. This woman was none other than Lin Nefelim, the owner of Lamberstar Kit. You seem quite close to that kid, aren't you? Lyra bowed and explained, I am merely taking care of a VIP guest, my lady. Lin asked, and you gave him advice, too. Lyra began to sweat slightly and continued to explain, it wasn't due to any personal feelings, I assure you. After all, he's just a kid. Gan suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Just a kid? You're severely underestimating him. A murderous aura instantly flared in Lin's eyes. She turned around. Who gave you permission to barge in here? Lin stressed the name Guns. Lus. He walked in brazenly. Hey, long time no see. This place is getting old. Aren't you planning on renovating? Lin waved, her hand dismissively. Oh, I was the one who summoned Gans. Lyra turned to Lin. Huh, but why? Lin looked at Lyra. I want you to arrange a match. For Guns. Lyra asked, surprised, but Guns was exiled a long time ago. Who is he supposed to fight? Guns stepped up beside Lyra and pointed at himself. Simon of House Limi, I want to fight him. Gans smirked at Lyra. How about it? This is a golden opportunity to make some money, you know. Elsewhere, a loud voice echoed continuously from a room. Ah, no, not like this. A loud scream could be heard repeatedly from behind the door. A young man standing outside remarked, he seems a bit unusual today, doesn't he? The one next to him replied, when he left, he even said he'd make it so that kid couldn't be a man anymore. The other guy chuckled, and now he's completely fallen for his charm. The man across from him replied, he'll definitely find a way to bring him back, you'll see. The other guy rubbed his chin. For sure, that's his I get what I want personality for you. The man across from him continued, that poor kid. Good thing we look average. In her room, Delkia was still rummaging around for something, shouting, it's not like this at all. Delkia lay on a round bed, surrounded by drawings of Saian. She mumbled, ah, how strange, why can't I remember? Delkia lamented, I just saw him, so why is this happening? Then Delkia clutched her head and screamed like she was going mad, why can't I remember that beautiful face? The look on Delkia's face was one of utter despair. Her voice grew quieter, continuously muttering, why? Then she started screaming loudly again, as if her mind was shrouded in a thick fog. Why is it so blurry? Delkia was going insane. Delkia covered her face, her expression like an addict's, which only intensified her desire to possess him. Asterisk. All right, Lord Simon of House Lemay. The scene changes and Saian now thought to himself, young wine, women, and gambling, a place where all pleasures and delights gather. Saian was walking down the street, looking at the bustling road across the way and thinking, the LER red light district. I definitely have to stay away from there. Saian remembered the strange manager and got goosebumps. I expected as much, but that woman is rumored to have some unspeakable hobbies. Saian continued to think, I'll have to gather clues about Lin from another area. Then, he pulled up the hood of his cloak, and as he turned, he unfortunately bumped into a girl, causing her to fall backward with a cry, ah! The girl's basket fell to the ground, its contents scattering everywhere. The girl sat on the ground and yelped, ouch! Saian looked down at her. Are you all right? It was a little girl. She looked up at Saian. Please, I'm sorry, please forgive me. Saian looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Huh? Why are you apologizing? Saian picked up the items that had fallen on the ground. He thought, cigarettes? Saian picked everything up for the little girl and asked again, you're not hurt, are you? I should be the one apologizing. The little girl replied, I'm fine. She prostrated herself on the ground, bowing her head to Saian. Thank you for your generosity and forgiving me. Seeing this, Saian broke into a sweat and replied, please, stop that. Saian handed the basket to the little girl and asked, that's quite a lot. Are you selling them? The little girl took the basket. Yes, these are premium cigarettes from the Grey Merchant Guild. Would you like to buy a pack? Saian replied, I don't smoke. He thought to himself, the Grey Merchant Guild? Never heard of them. The little girl bowed awkwardly. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Saian asked further, where were you planning to sell all of these? The little girl obediently answered, just by wandering through the alleys on the west side of the red light district. If I'm lucky, I'll sell them all tonight, and before the sun comes up, I can go home. Saian looked at the little girl and thought, so she can't go home until she sells everything? I think I get the picture now. Saian took out a gold coin and gave it to the little girl. Here, 1 gold coin should be enough to buy all of these, right? The little girl was confused and asked, what, but you said you don't smoke? Saian cut her off. It's fine, just take it. Saian then took out another gold coin. He smiled. And this one is for you. Keep it safe. The little girl was overjoyed, her eyes seeming to sparkle as she let out a gasp of delight. The little girl handed the basket to Saian and ran off, but not without waving and saying thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Much. I won't forget this kindness. Just then, Cram appeared, teasing Saian, why don't you just switch to charity work? Saian replied, what's with you? That way is the scrapyard. Let's follow and see, Cram suggested. Follow for what? Saian answered. Just come and you'll see. The little girl Saian had just helped was pushed backward with great force, causing her to cry out loudly. The one who hit her was the man who had blocked Saian's path. What's this? You were hiding another gold coin? This little brat, you dare lie to us? The man cracked his knuckles. I bet that story about selling all the cigarettes was a lie too. The henchman behind him added fuel to the fire. Teach her a lesson, boss. The man had a vicious look on his face. Because of that damn bastard Simon yesterday, I've been needing a place to vent my anger. Perfect timing. The little girl lay on the ground, tears welling up in her eyes. I didn't steal it. Please believe me. Just then, Saian appeared on top of a nearby pile of junk. She told you to believe her, and you still won't stop? The moment the man heard Saian's voice, he froze. This voice is. Saian frowned, displeased. An adult bullying a child for money? How pathetic. The man, still unafraid, looked at Saian. You bastard. You dare to come here all by yourself? I won't be careless this time. Saian didn't let him say another word and immediately kicked him in the face, making him cry out loudly. Saian then proceeded to beat up the other thugs, causing them to scream continuously. The little girl sat on the ground, looking at Saian with a dazed expression. The thugs, beaten black and blue, had continuously begged for mercy. Please stop, we're sorry. Why are you only targeting us? Saian grabbed one of the man's legs firmly. A reason? I enjoy simple pleasures, such as, sigh, and smirked, his eyes flashing with killing intent, torturing bad guys. The thug screamed, wait, please. Saian used his strength to break the thug's leg. The thug, with his leg broken, had a face contorted in pain, a single tear falling from the corner of his eye. Saian picked up the gold coin from the ground and said to the little girl, that guy won't be moving for a while. The little girl, still sitting on the ground, hesitated. Saian handed the gold coin to her, smiling, don't drop it this time, okay? The girl, with tears in her eyes, replied, thank you, sir. Gans appeared, clapping his hands. Brilliant. Very nice. Saian glanced at Gans. Who are you? Do I know you? Saian thought. Because of the suggestion spell, he probably can't recognize my face, right? Gans appeared in front of Saian. At first, I was skeptical, but there's only one person who could do what you just did. Gans pointed at Saian. You're Simon from Limi, aren't you? A pleasure to meet you. I am Gunnar Luce, the manager of this scrapyard. Saian was calm. Good. It just so happens I wanted to ask our friend lying over there a few things, but I suppose I can ask you instead. Gans glanced at the thug on the ground. Oh, this guy, he has no value anymore. Gans stepped on the thug's head, but the thug still said trustingly, Sir Guns, that's him. It's him. Gans paid the thug no mind and immediately killed him, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Gans had a fierce expression. Useless, things should be disposed of, right? The little girl on the ground saw this horrific scene and immediately screamed, trembling as she covered her face. Saian frowned. You didn't have to kill him. Gans wiped the blood from his face and replied, ah, my apologies, I was just getting too excited. Gans looked like a total psycho as he licked the blood off his finger. I just finished meeting with the Master of Lambaster because I want to have a match with you. Saian immediately became wary. Saian thought, this guy knows about Linny Halep? Gans was startled by Saian's reaction. What's this? Before he could even do anything, Saian immediately attacked Gans. He quickly blocked Saian's blow and thought, not a bad strike. You want to go right now? He then immediately got into a fighting stance against Saian. Oh, bring it on. Gans just shouted as he threw a straight punch at Saian. Saian quickly leaped into the air, flipping to dodge Gans's punch. The powerful blow immediately cracked the ground beneath him wide open. Seeing this, Saian thought, he's dead set on destroying this place. Saiyan looked at Gans's steel-like arm and speculated, is it some kind of physical strength enhancement? Gans now turned around. That's right. Why should we wait for the day of the match anyway? He quickly took off and leaped into the air. Gans rapidly closed in on Saiyan. You're even better than I expected. With an excited and provocative look, Gans taunted, entertain me some more. Saiyan frowned at Gans as he closed in, thinking, this guy has lost his mind. Gans clasped his hands together and slammed them straight into Saiyan. Meanwhile, in a certain space of the god of black mist, Sirika was sitting cross-legged in meditation. A voice rang out, you've given Saiyan a rather interesting mission. The god of black mist stood beside Sirika. The person named in that directive isn't on the altar's list. The god of black mist added, I don't intend to blame you. I'm just a little surprised you dragged that child into your personal affairs. A smile crept onto Sirika's face. I won't deny that. But Linny Halop is someone we must deal with decisively. The dark aura surrounding Sirika flared up violently. So this time, I want to test whether Saiyan is worthy of my trust as a successor. The god of black mist interjected, will he just become a second Linny Halop? An interesting question. Sirika appeared quite amused. We'll find out soon enough. Who can predict destiny anyway? At that moment, Saiyan was still fighting Gans. Gans looked at Saiyan standing on the ground. You took that hit and you're still standing? It was worth my time to come find you, Saiyan. Gans cracked his neck. Now then, shall we continue? His killing intent surged violently once more. Gans now taunted Saiyan again. Entertain me some more, Saiyan of House Lai Mi. The city was now in chaos, with everything left in ruins. Here, two individuals were clashing fiercely, unleashing all their skills to defeat their opponent. Saiyan unleashed an attack on Gans. He looked at Gans and demanded, where is Linny? Tell me. The other man struggled to defend himself, frowning and sweating profusely. You're bringing her up at a time like this? His eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth. Don't you underestimate me. With a blast from Saiyan, he was sent flying back a few steps. Saiyan scowled at Gans, thinking, that arm. My attack didn't even scratch it. Gans now gathered all his strength, clenching his hand into a fist. His brow furrowed tightly as he charged towards Saiyan. Try and dodge this. The attack unleashed a boundless wave of power, creating a long fissure in the ground that extended towards Saiyan. He dodged it with ease, landing on a pillar not far away. A look of immense hatred in the depths of Gans's eyes He scowled and gritted his teeth tightly, saying, "You're pretty good, Saian, truly beyond my expectations." He looked up at the tall pillar that was starting to fall and called out, "Get down here. We're not done yet." Then he asked again, "Should I make my move?" It seems Saiyan noticed something. "Wait, it looks like someone is here." A voice rang out as a barrage of weapons were thrown down. "Stop." Now his eyes were blazing with anger, and he glared fiercely in the direction of the speaker. "What the? Another pest getting in the way. You looking to die?" In Ligia's hand was a gleaming knife pointed at him. Behind her stood several tall, muscular men, and she demanded that he explain why he was trying to cause trouble with our esteemed guest right now. Hearing this, Gans grew even angrier and pointed at himself. "He's the one who started it with me." Ligia wasn't about to back down and fiercely yelled back, "Nonsense." Gans tried to defend himself. "No, it's true. Why am I always the one who gets blamed?" Saiyan helplessly watched the two of them bicker, thinking to himself, "Do these two know each other?" Ligia, still furious, spoke up. "I can tell just by looking at your behavior." Feeling like he couldn't win the argument, Gans decided to leave abruptly. "Forget it. This is getting on my nerves. I'm out of here, and just forget about me fighting that guy." From a high pillar, this scene was somewhat unexpected for Saiyan. He thought to himself, he's surprisingly obedient. When Ligia saw him jump down, she rushed over and asked, "Are you injured anywhere, esteemed guest?" "I'm fine, just a bit." Saiyan's face was clearly pale, with discomfort written all over it. Ligia became flustered. She quickly bowed, her face covered in sweat. "I understand, sir. You're a VIP guest. We should have done a better job of protecting you." Saiyan spoke up, asking, "Is there something you need from me?" She looked up at him in surprise. "How did you know?" Saiyan spoke to the three of them. "He just mentioned that he met with the madam to request a match against me, and my accepting was a trivial matter." All three of them were stunned. Ligia's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked again, "Is that true?" Just then, Saiyan spoke again, but on one condition. He casually put his hands in his pockets and glanced toward a corner. "Find some work for that little girl over there." In the corner, a small-faced little girl was trembling with fear. Outside the city, a man looked at his friend and asked, "Have you heard the news?" The other replied, "You mean about Gans returning to the fighting ring, right?" The first man put a hand to his chin. "I heard he's fighting Ligia's Simon. I never thought I'd see Gunzer of the scrapyard make a comeback. That kid is toast for sure." In the bustling city of Lamberstar, with its extravagant and luxurious mansions, the town quickly became abuzz with talk about my match with Gunzer. Here, sigh and stopped attacking his opponent. Then, after a few matches that week, I learned that these betting matches also have rules that must be followed. In a fight, rule number 1 is, no weapons are allowed. He looked at the opponent lying flat on the ground. Rule number 2, if the opponent loses the will to fight, you must end the match. So naturally, the third rule is that you cannot kill your opponent. And at least, until now, a man with dark sunglasses and bright yellow hair announced in a loud voice, "This is a no-rules match." In the ring, the two opponents were facing each other as the referee continued. "This has been personally approved by the master of K-Sai," and was a little agitated. "Wait, what do you mean, no rules?" The referee replied with a cheerful laugh. "It means there are no rules whatsoever." He pointed at himself in disbelief. "But I wasn't informed about any of this." Just then, Gans, with a cold look in his eyes, equipped a weapon onto his hand. "You have no idea how long I've waited for this moment, Simon." He looked at him and said, "Hey, where'd you get that thing? Where did that come from?" He then glared irritably at the match referee. The referee had vanished without a trace. His mood turned grim. Of Saiyan began to fill with irritation. The match just started, and he's bailing this fast? From a high place, someone was watching him closely. She thought to herself, "Let's see what you're capable of." She smirked, revealing a smile. "Simon of Lai Mi." Gans clenched his weaponized hand and asked, "You didn't know this was a no-holds-barred match?" Saiyan frowned and said with annoyance, "I had no idea." Gans quickly got into his stance, smiling as his eyes turned red. "Then you better go get your weapon if you know what fear is." Hearing this, Saiyan let out an annoyed sigh. "It's not really necessary." As he spoke, a red aura began to emanate from his hands. Saiyan also got into a tense stance, glaring at him, his whole body enveloped in that red aura. "I've already calculated everything anyway, so bring it on." Gans gave him a quick once-over and smiled. "Magic? Huh, not bad. I was worried it'd be a shame if I accidentally killed you." Saiyan looked at him and asked back, "I remember this isn't supposed to be a death match, is it?" He licked the corner of his lips. "It seems you don't know anything about me. I know full well." Gans now seemed to recall the feeling. The wonderful feeling of taking a person's life. Saiyan's eyes were bloodshot as he asked coldly, "Oh, is that so?" Gans felt insulted and immediately frowned. "Let me gouge out those contemptuous eyes first." With that, Gans lunged towards Saiyan. His hand shot past Saiyan, but he swiftly dodged it. At that very moment, a red aura gradually formed into the shape of a knife. A streak of red flashed by, stunning Gans for a moment. Saian decisively severed Gans's arm. The pain made him scream in agony. AA. Everyone present was instantly stunned and began to murmur among themselves. What was that? Did anyone see what just happened? On the dueling stage, Gans collapsed in pain, clutching his arm. Ah, my arm? His eyes blazed with immense hatred. You bastard, I won't let you get away with this. Saiyan now looked like a demon, his eyes stained red as he slowly turned around and threatened in a low voice. Don't move or you'll really die. Gans was momentarily silenced by his expression. The referee appeared and declared Gans defeated, making Simon of Limi the winner. The audience below quietly discussed, I've never seen a match like this before. Gans lost so miserably. A man seemed agitated. Those black bones and that mysterious mana. His hand trembled as he thought to himself, there's no mistake, it must be the demonic blade. Simon wiped his face while thinking, someone must have intentionally hidden the information about the match's rules. Could it be that Lai already figured out what I was planning? The little girl from the corner that day appeared again with a bright and lively face. She offered the cup in her hand to him. The match was amazing, Sir Saian. He took the cup of water and looked at the little girl asking, oh, have you started working already? Yes. Manager Lai told me to be in charge of facility support. The girl looked at Saiyan. I look forward to your guidance, sir. Saiyan looked at her name tag. Your name is Louise, right? He reached out and patted her head, gently encouraging her. All right, keep up the good work. Just then, another voice rang out, honored guest. Saiyan thought to himself, perfect timing, I have to get this cleared up today. Lai bowed her head to apologize to the bewilderment of both Saiyan and Louise. Huh, manager? She lowered her voice. I'm truly sorry, honored guest. I sincerely apologize. Saiyan looked straight at the manager. Why did you hide the fact that today's match had no rules from me? Lai hurriedly explained. Hide it? Not at all, that was something only the madam and Gans discussed. I knew nothing about it. I'm sorry, sir. I should check first. San stood up. Then can I meet the owner? Lygia replied, a bit flustered. That might be a little difficult. She doesn't usually show her face. He glanced at Lygia, thinking to himself, looks like this won't be easy, huh? Then he said, all right, just be more careful next time. At that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted the conversation between the two. Excuse me, a man offered. Do you have a moment to discuss some business? San looked at him and asked, who are you? I don't believe we've met. The man bowed and introduced himself. I am Morris of the Grey Merchant Guild. He covered his mouth. The reason I sought you out is because his face fell into shadow. The cursed demon blade in your possession. Would you be willing to sell it to me? San's eyes turned blood red, his face growing several shades colder. I don't know what you're talking about. The man smiled, his eyes fixed on him. There's no need to try and hide it, because I'm the only one who can recognize it. He mentioned his former workplace with the camel symbol, the Ambus Guild. I used to work at the Ambus Merchant Guild. Events repeated step by step until 2 years ago when the head of the guild, Mr. Zeman, was assassinated. And then he changed workplaces to the one with the black horse symbol, the Grey Guild. After that, I left that place and came here to Lambesta, taking on the role of director for the Grey Merchant Guild. He bowed as he prattled on. My area of expertise is weapons, including swords at the Merchant Guild. In the past, I also supplied ancient weapons to Garam Academy. San's face was grim as he looked down, revealing no emotion. Listening to him, it's certain that no one on this continent knows more about weapons than I do. And today, I finally got to witness it. Morris laughed with delight. The cursed demon blade of the Black Mist. It must have grown weary waiting for its master all these years. He confidently made his offer. Name your price, I must have it at any cost. San lifted the man up and repeated, only you know about it? Ah. San grabbed him by the neck and lifted him high. That makes things even more convenient. I just need to eliminate you and we're done. Morris clawed at San's hands, trying to make a sound you. Suddenly, a group of men in black appeared. The leader's eyes were cold, gleaming with intense killing intent. A group of them rushed forward, pointing their weapons at San. Let Mr. Morris go if you don't want to die. San's face darkened as he laughed coldly. Ha ha, how ridiculous. His eyes were blood red as he asked, you think these guys can stop me? San looked at the men in black and thought. He even hired shadow assassins all the way from Spania. After Jan's death, he's gotten more serious about protecting himself. Huh. San glanced over at the assassin, but the man's face was contorted in fear as he was being choked. Can they save you before I snap your neck? Morris struggled to force out difficult sounds. Help me. Just then, Lygia and Luis suddenly burst in. Ah, sir, what's going on? Lygia held a weapon, looking at everyone present. What are you all doing? To our customer. Talk things out properly, or I won't go easy on you. He looked over at Luis's terrified face. Luis might get dragged into this. San glanced at the girl and thought, what a pain. His hand slowly loosened its grip on Morris. San pulled his hand back, glaring at the man. I'll let it slide this time. Get lost before I change my mind. The assassins quickly asked, Mr. Morris, what should we do? He gently held his own neck and ordered, "Everyone, put my sword away." He struggled to explain, "Mr. Simon, you seem a bit too agitated, don't you?" Saian's face darkened as he listened to him. "Speak. This time we will retreat." But before leaving, he bowed with a fearful expression and made an offer. "But my offer will always stand, so I hope you will consider it more carefully." With that, they quickly left. Saian frowned in thought. "The Grey Merchants Guild? That's the guild that was newly established after I killed Zickman. Are you all right, sir?" Saian looked at the little girl in front of him and replied softly, "I'm fine." The girl, with teary eyes, looked at him. But why were there so many scary people here? Saian patted the little girl's head to comfort her. "You don't need to worry about them." Then he looked over to the manager beside him. "I have a favor to ask of you, El. What is it?" Heh. Saian's eyes glowed red as he spoke. "I want to meet the master of Lambest." El was stunned, a drop of sweat silently trickling down her cheek. Somewhere in the city of Lambest, a great surge of power erupted. People were desperately trying to persuade him, "Lord Gans, please calm down now, or you'll tear open your wounds." Again, Gans, still covered in injuries, frantically shouted Saian's name. His eyes were furious, his teeth grinding together. "I have to kill him, or I'll die." His face darkened, feeling utterly helpless. Gans remembered the scene from that day on the dueling stage, with Saian standing before him. Gans clutched his head and sat down heavily. "How can I defeat that guy? I can't think of anything. Is there no way at all?" Suddenly, an image appeared in his mind, the image of the little girl cowering in the corner that day. As if he had found the key, he slowly lowered the hands that were covering his face down. He broke into a smile as if he had grasped a lifeline. "That's right, that kid, she can make Saian flustered." He held a small black packet in his hand, which had a unique symbol on it. "I figured out a way." At a building that was still lit up, Lewis was working hard, her small body carrying a stack of plates as she ran back and forth in the hall. Outside, the door slowly creaked open, and the little girl looked over in surprise. "Oh, a customer at this hour? Welcome to Lambest." The man who had just entered smiled. Louise looked at him in fear. "Hello, little one," he approached with ferocious eyes and patted her head, plunging her into fear. "You remember me, right?" "Yes." Gans, with a ferocious expression like a demon, opened his mouth and said, "Then do me a favor, will you?" In a certain room, a voice rang out, "Why can't I see them?" Saian leaned against the wall and spoke. "Should I just file a formal complaint?" El, standing beside him with her arms crossed, said, "Even if you do that, that person won't agree to meet you." He looked at her and asked, "Why are you covering for Lynn so much?" El tried her best to explain, "You even know her name? You're truly no ordinary person." Saian crossed his arms and listened to her. "Listen, that person is also watching you, and they were the one who arranged the match between you and Gans and suddenly changed the rules. She was very serious when she warned me, so I have to warn you to leave here as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will die." Saian listened to her, pondering to himself, is she on anyone's side? Or is this just professional ethics? At that moment, a scream suddenly rang out. Ah, Elle said urgently. "That's from the reception hall." It's Louise's voice. She quickly ran downstairs, only to find the area below silent and messy. "Who did this?" Saian bent down, picked up a shard, and said, "I have a guess." Elle asked hesitantly, "Is it Gans?" The name tag in his hand. Louise's name tag. With that, he stood up and left. "You stay right here. I'll bring her back." She looked at him. "Wait, we're not even sure who the culprit is." Simon's voice made Lai tremble with fear, endlessly. "I told you." He stopped again, his eyes filled with killing intent. "I already figured it out." The ground was covered with sketches scattered about. The man looked at the girl on the bed and spoke. "Is this how a lady's room is supposed to look? So messy?" The girl's eyes were sunken and dark. "Who allowed you in here? Are you looking for a death wish?" Morris said with his hands clasped behind his back. "Just look at the state you're in." She looked at the man before her. "Morris, why are you here?" He took a step closer. "Isn't it obvious why a merchant would be here? I have a business proposition for you." The girl quickly refused. "I'm not interested in dealing with pigs." Morris held up a drawing. "You've fallen for a boy whose face you can't even remember, haven't you?" The girl looked up at Morris. "What do you know? Stop spouting nonsense." He ignored her and said sternly, "Since there's not much time, I'll get straight to the point." He held a vial in his hand, a sinister smile on his face. "This is a paralyzing agent, a high-grade one from the Garum Kingdom. With this, you can have that boy." Delkia reached out for it. "What do you want?" He chuckled, clenching his fist, and replied amicably, "I only need one thing in his possession. His body is all yours." Delkia held the vial and asked softly, "Is that all?" He replied with a self-assured tone, "Indeed." "I'll be waiting." He then left, his eyes glinting, a smile playing on his lips. Anyone can do it, as long as that Simon kid is eliminated. I just need that one thing. For now, let's just hope Gans can take care of him. Elsewhere, Gans was sitting on a wooden crate. Ha ha, I've been waiting a long time for you. Lie me, Simon. Simon's voice rang out. Where is the girl? The man started swinging up a tree. Simon stared at him intently. Here's your memento, but where is she? Simon looked towards the house, his eyes lifeless. What's left of her is in there. Go take it. A crazed smile spread across Simon's face. Why not just say you have a death wish? Gans, on the other side, manipulated some red strings. That's right, that's more like it. Gans's eyes grew even more frenzied. Bring it on, Simon. The scene changes to Linny Hoop, sitting high up with her arms crossed, her face obscured by shadows. So that kid is going to kill Gans now, is he? Leah bowed respectfully. Yes, that's correct. The girl looked at Leah and asked, Are you worried about him? Leah clutched her arm, answering calmly, I gave up on those feelings long ago. I'm just wondering why you're so concerned with the boy named Simon. The face hidden in the shadows curved into a smile. Oh, so that's what you're curious about? Then let me tell you. The gentle voice echoed, causing Leah to fall into deep thought. Do you remember Simon's face? His face? Leah frowned slightly. What is this? Why can't I remember it? The ring on her finger began to emit a red aura. That is one of the powers of Eru, which makes others forget the user's face. Leah stared with wide, astonished eyes. Eru? You mean the god of the black mist? Lynn rested her chin on her hand and spoke softly. Indeed, it seems that finally, the past has come to find me. Hearing this, Leah immediately frowned with worry. What? Doesn't that mean you'll be in danger? No. Lynn seemed to be looking forward to it. This is a precious guest I haven't seen in a long time. Be sure to entertain them well for me. Meanwhile, Gans was now using a dark art to manifest a blood-soaked arm. Veins bulged on his forehead. What's wrong, Simon? One of his hands. He punched down, shattering the stones into countless pieces. The immense wave of power shrouded the battlefield in dust and smoke. Saian was sent flying by this blow, and in a fit of rage, he stomped hard on the ground, unleashing his own power. Why don't you use that move from before again? His eyes swirled with killing intent, and the strength in his arm seemed to surge even more. Try a little harder. Gans's voice rang out, causing an agitated Saian to look over at the skeleton on the ground. The human trash is starting to crawl over. His hand, with its bulging red veins, grabbed the skeleton. Do you know what these are? They're useless things, discarded and brought here to await disposal. He, with Gray's eyes, crushed the skull in his hand. This central district of Lambister is nothing but a garbage dump. A whirlwind of time replayed childhood memories. Gans stood protectively in front of Lai. Lai and I were born and raised amidst that trash. I used to be bullied, and we both struggled to survive in this hellhole. Back then, I was incredibly angry and would fight back with all my might. I would bite back and get revenge on anyone who dared to touch us. Then one day, we met a man. He had one eye covered, and cold sweat poured relentlessly down his face. Please, spare my life, I don't want to die. But then a sword permanently ended his life. The two children stood there, watching everything. Then one day, he eliminated the ruler of the dump who had been bothering us all this time. That young man swept through them all, leaving no one standing, and said that he was just traveling for entertainment during his time at Lynn Academy, so he figured he'd clean up the trash here while he was at it. That young man extended his hand, like a gentle morning light that draws you in. I've dealt with all the trash around here, so nothing can threaten you anymore. I could never forget that angelic face. It was an enlightenment for me, and so I decided to admire him. From that day on, my life completely changed. I clawed my way up over blood and bones, with the dream of one day getting rid of all the trash in Lambaster. I trained my strength and gradually expanded my influence to become the ruler of this place. In that time, I went through so many opponents. My path as a swordsman began in the Lambaster arena. Although I was disqualified for killing someone, it didn't matter. The person who died was just another piece of trash that needed to be removed, and it was from that moment that Lisa left me. Lai also turned her back on me because of it, but I didn't care because I had become the garbage dump itself. Gans's eyes looked like they were about to burst, his brows furrowed tightly, and he had resolved that one day he would personally eliminate all the trash in Lambaster. Saian spoke up, snapping Gans out of his reverie. Could you stop spouting nonsense? He gave Gans a mocking smile. Can't you see I'm still completely unscathed? Put a little more power into it, Gans. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he laughed maniacally. Ha ha, now that's more like it. In that case, I'll go all out. Suddenly, chains materialized. They shot out from Gans's hands, wrapping tightly around his arm. Scapin, his arm grew abnormally large, while his other hand held a purple object. Let me show you something very interesting. Saian silently watched him and thought to himself, that thing in his hand is an artifact. Where did he get something like that? The artifact. His sparkling purple light slowly expanded. This was the gravity room. The artifact then closed, and a purple stone appeared. It transforms a designated area into a magic room. The gravity room had truly trapped Zan inside. He glared at him angrily as the target was bound by 20 times the normal gravity. Gans now looked at him with even more madness, smiling, "Oh my, your endurance is quite good, isn't it? Let's see if you can handle this too." His massive, crimson hands slowly lowered, looking terrifying. He spoke provocatively, "Need my help?" Zan's face darkened, and he lowered his head. "I don't need it." His eyes grew agitated, burning with the flames of hatred. He wasn't worth it. A flash of light erupted, and Zan swiftly dashed towards Gans. Caught off guard, he was hit with a powerful blow. He frowned in disbelief. What's happening? That guy clearly couldn't move at all. All his magic seemed to shatter. He had nothing left to rely on. Impossible. Zan's eyes were filled with boundless hatred as he struck him with a heavy blow. He became frenzied, his eyes blazing. "I will crush every part of you except your ears." Gans was now in disbelief, sweat pouring down endlessly. Zan landed another kick on Gans, one blow after another. A relentless barrage of attacks. Gans was sent flying, gritting his teeth as he looked at him. Outside, a flash of light exploded. Gans's body was pierced by sharp fragments, and he lay collapsed on a desolate pile of rubble. From the corner of his mouth, blood trickled as he struggled to speak. I was doomed to die in this battle from the very beginning." He looked at him and said, "I have no regrets. That little girl, just by being born in Lamster, has also become another piece of trash, hasn't she?" He muttered to himself, "Just like Lai and me, that's the rule set by the thing that dominates this city." He struggled to speak, causing Zan to be instantly stunned. "Please, don't let that happen again. If it's you, you can do it." Blood continued to pour out, and Gans gradually fell silent. Zan looked at a wooden box not far away. Could it be? He slowly approached it. He slowly opened the box's lid, his eyes widening. On a high wall, the Lai family and 2 others stood on a high platform. What happened here? From up high, she looked down at where Gans was lying. He lay motionless, his entire body pierced by sharp fragments. "Gans, what I worried about has come true." Lai looked at the person next to her and ordered, "Prioritize the safety of the VIP guests. Go find them now, understand?" A familiar voice rang out, startling them both into turning to look this way. Lai looked over at Zan, who was sitting on the ground. She was momentarily stunned. Lai saw him holding a little girl in his arms. Stepping back, he turned and said, "She's not hurt, she's just asleep." Lai quickly took the little girl into her arms and looked at him and asked, "Sir, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Take care of Lee for me." She watched in alarm as Zan walked away. "Where are you going, sir?" He replied softly, "To take out the trash." Lai held Lee tightly in her arms and asked doubtfully, "Take out the trash? But where is it?" His eyes were bloodshot as he walked away. Lam. A map of Lamster is divided into 4 zones with Lam as the center. To the west is the scrapyard, to the east is the commercial district, and to the south is the entertainment district. In this place, all sorts of brawls frequently break out. This city has no organization to ensure public order, nor is it governed by any nation. Therefore, a control mechanism exists to maintain the rules here. Such a chaotic city is entirely run by underground forces. Behind them are the managers responsible for each district. So how do you conquer a place like this? Simon, following behind, spoke up. "If it were a country, we could wage war, but even that would be difficult, so the only way is to go and deal with those managers ourselves." "There's no need," Achi mused grimly. "We don't need to waste our efforts because sooner or later, they'll destroy each other. When that happens, we just need to walk in and take the city." Simon looked at him seriously. "How can you be so sure? Because that city is rotten to the core. I've seen it with my own eyes." It wasn't until Simon stood before this city himself that he understood. Although his confident expression still made me uneasy, Achi wasn't wrong. This city is rotten to the core. He frowned, observing the city while holding a teacup that was emitting a red vapor. He thought to himself, "And today, I will uproot this place completely." Although it was black tea, it had a minty flavor, both creamy and sweet. Simon looked with some apprehension at the teacup. Meanwhile, the manager was clinging to his arm. This was clearly drugged black tea. This scent. It's definitely the infamous paralyzing drug from Garum. Delkia, next to L.A., brushed her hair back and glanced at him. "Thank you, sir. Simon, for accepting my invitation. I'm sure you will be very satisfied tonight." His gentle words made the Ines girl flinch. "That's right, just like this specially flavored black tea." Sweat continuously trickled down her face. She thought, "Oh no, could he have discovered the drug in the tea?" His eyes, tinged with red, looked at her. "I'm very much looking forward to it. With that, he drained the teacup in one gulp. To Delkia's astonishment, the cup fell and shattered, and he slumped onto her shoulder. Delkia smiled at Simon, thinking to herself, "Success. Now, this kid is all mine." In a luxurious mansion at the Grey Merchants Guild of the Commercial District, someone asked, "Did Delkia succeed in capturing Simon?" The butler replied respectfully, "Yes, word just arrived from the entertainment district." Morris was gleefully enjoying his meal. "Oh ho, the gods are on our side." Morris's expression turned dark as he thought of the gravity room. "It's a shame about that spatial compression device I foolishly gave to that guy Gans. Seriously, it was incredibly difficult for me to get that item from Gigaram Academy." As he spoke, he bit into a drumstick. But it didn't matter, he thought as he bit down hard on the food in his hand. "The demon sword will soon be mine." A man in black beside him commented, "But it's suspicious when things go this smoothly." Maurice continued to enjoy his delicious meal. "Do you have to jinx it like that?" the man in black replied. "My intuition has never been wrong. Let me go scout ahead and see." Morris glanced at him. "Fine, but don't do anything stupid." "Yes, sir." With that, the man left, leaving Morris to continue his meal. "Those damn Spania," he thought. "They took the money but are still making things complicated." He frowned and thought, could they be daring to eye my demon sword? On the main street, a shout rang out, making everyone jump in surprise. "Move! Everyone, get out of the way." A carriage was speeding down the crowded street. Maurice shouted loudly, "I'm in a hurry." He joyfully opened the door. "I'm here." "Delkia." She looked at him. "You're awfully early, aren't you? Take it easy. What's the rush?" Delkia, her face flushed, lightly licked her finger. "I was just about to have a little fun." Morris said hurriedly, "I don't need the body, I just need what he was carrying." Delkia looked at him, crossed her arms, and said, "Ah, that thing. I've set it aside." His face was flushed. He seemed very excited. "Oh, that's all I need? Hurry up and give it to me." Delkia gently tugged the rope. "Don't be so hasty, you're in for a real shock." The curtain was pulled back, and a pair of tightly bound hands was revealed. The red curtain parted, and a person stepped out. Maurice was utterly astonished, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Huh, this is?" The girl in front pointed towards the figures behind her and asked, "What's wrong? Didn't find what you were looking for?" Inside was a blue-haired man grasping a sword hilt. He never imagined something so horrifying was behind the curtain. There was also a blonde-haired man holding a bouquet. "You dare to preserve human bodies?" Maurice asked, trembling as he pointed at the figure that looked exactly like her. "And the figure in the middle is?" The girl in the red dress was tied up, her face bruised and swollen. Delkia." He shouted at the girl who looked just like Delkia. "Then who are you?" She replied, "There's no need to be so rude." Then, another face slowly emerged from under Delkia's, revealing the blue demon blade you so desired. He smiled at the man. "That would be me." The man's eyes bulged in shock before he fell to the ground. "The demon blade has taken form." Simon radiated a murderous aura behind Maurice. "You've seen too much." The man screamed in terror. "You damn shadow assassins, save me." Simon covered his ears in annoyance and said, "My God, you're too loud." Then he brought a palm down on Maurice. "Just be quiet." "Ugh." He let out a dry cough as the other two watched. "Cough, cough, cough. If you're that desperate to see them, then let me send you to them." Simon channeled his spiritual power, and wisps of black and red energy appeared, creating a poucet, misty swamp. Maurice fell to his knees in disbelief. The darkness, it turned into mist. His face grew grim as a powerful aura enveloped him. "Ah!" Simon's expression turned grim, his eyes blazing with killing intent as he stared at him. "The one who gave the artifact to Ganzen gave Delkia the anesthetic. That was you, wasn't it? I'm sorry, I'll never." "Oh dear," Simon looked at him with eyes glowing red and said with a smile, enunciating every word, "I know you won't be able to do it again. Farewell." The red aura slowly swallowed Maurice as he screamed desperately, "No, please!" He began to fall into a bottomless abyss. All around was nothing but red. His face became swollen and distorted as if he were drowning. Maurice struggled to look past the dark shadow before him and realized it was his own shadow assassin. "Ag." Maurice clutched his neck and let out a loud scream. "Over here," Simon spoke. "Now only she is left. I'll handle her for you. You go on ahead," he said to the blue demon blade. "All right, let's have some fun." He seemed a bit angry. "You dare?" He stood imposingly in front of Delkia. "Did you really think you could touch my master?" Delkia's eyes remained shut tight. The demon blade's face contorted into a demonic visage, and he raised his hands with a terrifying smile. "I know. You're awake. Prepare yourself. I'm going to chop you into exactly 1,000 pieces." Her entire body trembled, and tears streamed down her face. I'm so sorry for what I tried to do." A heavy blow landed. Outside the door, Simon heard her agonizing scream and thought to himself, looks like she's getting beaten into oblivion. Simon glanced over his brow, furrowing. Why am I sensing such a familiar aura all of a sudden? His eyes shot wide open. This is. Outside, the scenery was desolate and in ruins. A mist domain, a blue aura emerged, carrying with it a voice that made Simon heighten his guard. That's quite an interesting look on your face. A voice echoed from the sky, accompanied by an immense aura. This was Linz, one of Lambaster's managers. He had one hand in his pocket, thinking to himself that Linz was a mysterious one indeed. He looked up as a drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. Is she also one of the people of the mist? Linz appeared and said, "It seems Serica hasn't told you anything about me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been so reckless in killing the other managers." Simon moved slightly, an aura enveloping his arm. "Thanks for the assist. Now I don't have to waste time searching for you anymore." He smirked at her, his aura intensifying. "Should I call you senior, or the traitor that you are?" She smirked, flashing a ring. "Ah, don't misunderstand. I'm not your opponent." Suddenly, as if sensing something, Simon frowned and looked behind him. A flash of light shot out, attacking him. He frowned and took a defensive stance. "Is there someone else?" She smiled and said, "Go on, say hello." Simon was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Lynn stood behind her, fanning the flames. "You two already know each other, don't you?" Lygia's eyes flashed like lightning, her concentration absolute. "Yes, lady." Lynn's veins popped on her face, her expression disturbingly intense. "I will now eliminate Simon of Limmy, right here and now." A powerful surge of energy came crashing down. Simon used his spirit power to dash forward, trying to say, "Get out of the way. Lygia, I have business with Linz. This doesn't concern you." She seemed not to hear him and continued her assault. He thought to himself, "Damn it, I can't reason with her." Simon's eyes glowed red as he shot forward like an arrow, thinking to himself, "Then I'll just have to shut her up for good." A notification sound rang out. Secret skill, bloodthirsty wave. Simon unleashed a powerful beam of spiritual energy at Lygia, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. She landed gracefully. Simon was a little surprised, breaking out in a worried sweat. It looked like she'd been professionally trained. Lygia frowned, staring intently at Simon. He even withstood the bloodthirsty wave. Lynn smiled, floating closer. Simon asked quietly, "You could kill her easily if you wanted to. Why are you hesitating?" He glanced at her. "How long do you plan on hiding in that mist?" Half her face was shrouded in shadow as she said with a hint of madness, "I just want to see the capabilities of the child that Serica trained. That's all. If he were to fight my child, who do you think would win?" He frowned, thinking to himself, "She knows the guild master? What's their relationship?" She flickered in and out of view within the mist. "Now is not the time to be concerned with me." Lygia took a powerful stance and created a circle of daggers to attack Simon. Needle rain. The needle rain was extremely damaging, forcing Simon to use his quick reflexes to evade. Lygia gripped her dagger and dove down from above. The two of them clashed fiercely. Her eyes became lifeless, like a puppet on strings. "Even though I've cut my ties with Gans, you will pay the price for taking away the only family I had." Simon's face darkened as he fought back with all his might. "So you two weren't just casual acquaintances, were you?" That look in her eyes. He stared deeply into them, speculating to himself. It's like the dependent part of her ruthless personality has been activated. She's using hazy memories to fuel her murderous intent. He quickly regained the upper hand and grabbed her by the throat, but closing the distance, like this was a big mistake. Lygia looked at him as a few drops of sweat silently fell. Simon landed a blow, knocking her out. Simon looked at her, now unconscious. He thought to himself, "Successfully shut her up." Simon said with a dark expression, "Now it's just you and me. Come out. Come out of the mist screen." She floated, hiding herself in the fog. "You know it, even if you come out. This misty domain is me." Simon spoke up. "I'm very surprised that you're a person of the mist, but the fact that you're a degenerate thief is even more surprising." Her face immediately darkened, her eyes filled with displeasure. "What?" Simon smiled, pointing a finger at her. "That ring from before belongs to Embry, doesn't it? That ring has a source of spiritual power that's endless, and the diamond on it sparkles brightly. It's an heirloom, from magical power to divine authority. It is one of the weapons that can absorb anything." He continued, exposing her layer by layer. "You use it to easily become a person of the mist, right? I don't know how you got it." Simon rubbed his neck, casually saying, "But you're just a fake." She gradually became hysterical after hearing Simon's words. "How dare you submit to my almighty power?" As if he had grasped the situation, he thought to himself, "She took the bait." Lynn slightly opened her mouth. "Power of the black mist god." Whoosh! A circle appeared, kicking up a cloud of smoke and dust. That circle quickly captured Simon and immobilized him. Even the unconscious lie was no exception. A sharp point lightly touched it, creating ripples. In this space, only I can enter and exit, and besides me, nothing else can move. Lynn closed in on Simon and spoke. So, how does it feel to be helpless? This is true power. Lynn condensed her energy, and streams of blue aura gradually gathered. It's time to say goodbye, farewell Lemma of the Mist. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, causing Lynn to halt her actions. I finally found this mediocre space. What is this? A pinkish-purple lightning bolt struck down, making Lynn a little startled and afraid. Outside, the azure demon blade had arrived. She was furious, her brows furrowed, her eyes filled with hostility. Huh. What? You're targeting my master too. Lynn turned around, taking a defensive stance while thinking to herself. She tore the space open. Does this woman have power on par with the Black Mist God? She couldn't help but be astonished by this situation and gripped her weapon tightly. Besides Eru, there's only one other person who can do that. The demon blade, with an overwhelming presence, frowned and said, "Why do you keep coveting other people's things? Do you want to be chopped into pieces? Demon blade Karam?" After saying that, she snapped her fingers. But let me tear this pathetic little space apart first. The pieces immediately shattered amidst Karam's smile. Lynn was stunned, her mouth agape. Impossible, it collapsed so easily. Simon frowned, somewhat reproachfully. What took you so long? Karam looked like she was about to explode, glaring at him irritably while thinking, I saved you and you're still complaining? You despicable thing. Simon put his hands on his hips and started whining. I was in serious danger, you know. Lynn angrily looked at them and shouted, Shut up, there's no way you can be the successor. Lynn clenched her fists, becoming more and more frantic. For 3 million years, no one was chosen. So how could a kid like you take on the role? Lies, Karam asked in a low voice. What's wrong with her? Simon calmly replied, I just poked the bear a little earlier. The more she spoke, the crazier she became. You're just a brat who's still wet behind the ears. Lynn couldn't maintain her composure and lunged towards Simon. Don't underestimate me, you fake successor. Karam looked at her and asked, Why so tense? Simon swung the knife in his hand, creating a brilliant red streak. You can't become an assassin like that. The two sides began to clash in an evenly matched battle. A violent dance of misty blades erupted. Whoosh! Ugh! Lynn was sent flying. The dart was thrown straight at her. Simon's entire body shimmered with a red aura as he held the dart tightly, with a suppressed ferocity in his eyes. Do you believe me now? If not, let me show you the true power of a god. Lynn, battered and bruised, sat on the ground, trying to push herself up. Ugh! She lowered her head in a daze. The power of the Black Mist God, a large, unyielding red mass began to form. Simon said with bloodshot eyes, Try and block this with that ring you're so proud of. Her face immediately darkened as a blast of power was unleashed, sending rocks flying everywhere. In Lynn's eyes, she saw it all, which made her a bit fearful. At the Black Mist Sanctuary, a voice rang out, Are you really leaving? Lynn said firmly, I've already told you. I'm sick and tired of hiding just to wait for the successor. Sarika looked at her, saying little. I understand. It's a pity. Lynn turned back with a smile, looking at her friend. Are you going to come and kill me? Sarika looked at her, her face expressionless. No, there are plenty of other villains. Why would I do that? Don't worry. Then her expression turned grim as she issued a warning. But if I find you have fallen into darkness, I will have to purify you. Lynn's expression immediately soured when she heard Sarika's words. At that point, I will take back the weapon you stole. Ah, but nobody knows about it now, so don't you worry. Sarika looked at her and added, So stay true to yourself. Lynn pressed her lips together tightly. That's how I parted with Sarika, and just like that, Lynn resolved to leave. After leaving the organization that only hid in the shadows waiting for an heir, despite my power, I decided to build an organization where the strong are acknowledged. I no longer wanted to just hide and wait for the successor. Her arm trembled as she clutched at her clothes. I thought I was so close to achieving my goal. She was stunned for a moment, suddenly feeling lost and confused about everything. How did it end up like this? Simon looked at her helpless, broken form and asked, Do you have any last words? She lowered her face. Please give Sarika a message. Simon slightly lowered his eyelids, waiting silently. Lynn's tears streamed down her face, her eyes slowly losing focus as she said, I was wrong. It hurts too much. Just end it now. Simon raised his hand, channeling a surge of power. No one can ever predict their own downfall. He thought silently, his eyes glowing red, and that includes me. Before him was a scene where two spaces were converging. Simon looked at the building ahead. The domain is connected directly to the hotel. That saves some trouble. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Why did you spare my life? Ligia asked, looking at him with her clothes in tatters. I tried to kill you, and I know that you're one of the mist. She clutched her arm, looking utterly haggard. There was no reason for you to spare my life. Simon looked up at her. Well, are you going to tell anyone? That's reason enough. Li Jia asked cautiously, so what should I do now? At that moment, a voice shouted, Manager. A group of people rushed in through the door. A little girl named Louise saw Li Jia and ran to her anxiously. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? The little girl's eyes welled up with tears, her fists clenched tightly. I was so worried about you, you just suddenly vanished. Li Jia looked at the little girl and said, I'm glad you're okay. Are you hurting anywhere? Louise threw her arms around Li Jia, completely unaware of the situation. Don't you dare leave my sight again. The little girl, Louise, said through her sobs, because you're a good person, you treat me the best, so please don't ever leave me. Li Jia gently comforted the little girl. I was only gone for a moment. What's all this fuss about? Simon spoke up. Looks like you found something to do. He watched. Tell her that the manager will take her place for now, and don't let Louise grow up to be like she was. She replied softly, Yes, I will do that. Then he squatted down, patted the little girl's head, and said, Louise, be sure to listen to the manager, okay? Louise looked at him and asked, Are you leaving? Simon smiled and replied, Yes. I'm going to check out now. Live well. Everyone watched him go. Lyra called after him. You will come back, won't you? He waved and said, Probably. Lyra blushed slightly. You have to come back. He smiled and replied, all right, I know. Simon recalled the scene at the castle and thought to himself, I hope I don't have to witness that scene again next time. A dagger shrouded in a dark aura rested in someone's hand. She spoke, So you finally managed to purify Lynn? She was sitting nonchalantly on a tall stone pillar. It must have been tough. Simon spoke up. You knew, and you still sent me? She twirled the dagger in her hand and asked him. That's right. So is there anything you want to ask me? Simon looked up at her and asked, What was your relationship with Lynn? Was she also a member of the Mist? She replied with a faint smile. Yes, she used to be. She continued, Recalling the days we spent training arduously together, she was a fellow disciple who trained with me. And the scene of the day she left began to replay, but she defied the will of the Mist and left with the heirloom ring meant only for the guild master. Simon held up the gleaming ring on his hand and asked, This Inari ring? She descended from above. That's right, that was originally my weapon. With her hands on her hips, she looked at Simon. But you can just keep it. He was slightly stunned. What? But this is the heirloom for the guild master. Her eyes glowed as a frightening aura emanated from her body. I don't need it anymore because I'm strong enough now. He looked at the ring in his hand and said, I thought you sent me to retrieve it. What a surprise. Just then, Cam appeared out of nowhere and said, Perhaps it's a personal vendetta. It seems you two know each other. She ignored him and, holding the dagger, continued, I'm just keeping a promise. When one is seduced by the power of this ring, they are usually destroyed. Simon watched her retreating figure and asked, So this is a kind of test? He continued to observe the ring radiating energy in his hand, thinking, Is she trying to see if I'll be corrupted by this ring's power? Simon frowned slightly. Are you trying to warn me that I will also become a target for purification if I'm corrupted? Karam stroked his chin and nodded. Oh, that makes sense. Simon asked again. You still don't believe that I'm the heir, do you? She smiled, looked at Simon, and said, I want to see whether you'll become a calamity or a hero. If you're the true heir, you should be able to overcome a trial like this. Perhaps Karam chose the wrong person after all. Karam scowled and gritted his teeth at her. What did you just say? Simon, somewhat baffled and helpless, said, Fine, I'll take that as a kind gesture. A few rays of golden sunlight streamed through a crack in the door of the headmaster's office at Len Academy. A man with white hair was gazing into the distance, saying, Following the disappearance of instructor Nella, the student's anxiety has reached a critical point. He turned to the person behind him. It must be stressful to take on this role under such pressure, but I trust you'll do your best. That person immediately said, Don't worry, headmaster. The man patted his chest and assured him, I will try my best to understand the student's state of mind, and I will do everything in my power. The headmaster looked at him and thanked him for his resolve. The man bowed respectfully. Well then, I shall be going. I'll just go take a look around the school. Kondo watched him leave and thought to himself, Boris, his aura is very strange. From outside, Sarek rushed in. Sorry I'm late. Did you call for me, headmaster? She looked a little surprised at the person in front of her. He greeted her, I'm Boris. He introduced himself, but his entire being radiated an incredibly strange aura. He was the new instructor. I hope we can work well together. With that, he left. I'll be on my way now. Sarek thought to herself, the smell of blood is so strong. She watched him leave, thinking that man is dangerous. The headmaster looked at her and said, I hear he's from the capital. Headmaster Kundal's eyes were slightly red as he gave a serious warning. Be careful of him. His skills are outstanding and his attitude is polite, but he gives off a bizarre magical energy. She frowned, pushing up her glasses slightly. Yes, I'll keep that in mind, headmaster. She had her own suspicions as well. The smell of blood was impossible to erase. She then thought of Boris's appearance, which was like a walking corpse. A flag flew under the deep blue sky. Cheers of welcome echoed everywhere. Below, a mighty army in full iron armor held their flags high. Welcome to Len. The troops stood there solemnly, the city of harmony. Princess Erin was a bit stunned by the imposing presence before her. The number of guards has increased, hasn't it? The boy next to her was slightly surprised. Oh, really? The two of them walked under the overwhelming presence of the guards, thinking, I heard they reinforced security after the bloody banquet. But this is a bit overkill, isn't it? The pressure is intense. A sudden voice rang out, making the princess freeze. Princess Erin. The princess looked at the person who called her name. Luna. Luna smiled at Erin. Long time no see. Inside the campus grounds, butterflies fluttered around as the three of them strolled and talked. I'm so glad you're safe, and it's all thanks to you, princess. Erin looked at her with a pained expression. What are you talking about? You helped me so much, and you even got imprisoned because of it. Luna closed her eyes slightly. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm tougher than I look. The princess spoke up to introduce her friend. Oh, let me introduce you. This is my classmate. Luna looked at the boy and greeted him. The boy's eyes lit up as he looked at her. Oh, hello. You're so beautiful. And so mysterious. As the three of them walked together, a voice called out, Hello. The man bowed and introduced himself. I am Boris, the new instructor. You are Princess Erin. Are you not? Erin looked up at Boris. Yes. I've heard of you. Instructor Boris, you're in charge of the applied magic course? Correct. Luna silently listened to their conversation. Oh, so you've already heard? I am truly honored then. Might I have a moment of your time, princess? Erin asked in return. Right now? Boris replied with a smile. Yes, it's nothing serious. A dark aura began to envelop Boris's body. I'm measuring the magical power of talented students, so may I please examine your mana orb, princess? Princess Erin held out her hand, releasing a pale yellow stream of spiritual energy. Like this? He replied, satisfied. Yes, just like that. Luna, standing beside her, grew worried and gently tried to intervene. Wait a moment, princess. I have a bad feeling about this. Erin looked at her. What's wrong? We're just measuring my magic power. What could happen? He extended his hand forward, and the wind started to stir, and the surrounding space slowly faded to black. That's right. This will be quick. At that very moment, a hand suddenly grabbed Erin's arm. Ah, Boris frowned angrily. Erin cried out in alarm. What's going on? She looked at him, his eyes flashed red, his face darkened. Saian, why? His eyes were in turmoil, filled with a hint of anxiety. He looked at him as if facing a demon, with Duellin and Boris also present. The battlefield was littered with corpses. 1,002 years before the Liberation Battle, to destroy the Demon King's army, a cleric standing in the middle of a magic circle shouted, They're here, everyone prepare to defend. But the monster's claw struck down swiftly. The cleric's tragic scream echoed, and the barrier was just like that, destroyed by the monster's claw, creating a massive shockwave. Ignoring the casualties from that attack, they continued to maintain their defense and return to formation. A young man couldn't hold back and grimly reminded everyone, We can't hold them back. They will overwhelm us. The cleric behind him stammered, pointing in one direction and yelling, Someone is coming. Immediately after, a powerful figure appeared in midair. Then, he swiftly used his sword slashes to take down the monster. Everyone exclaimed with joy, He's finally here. That other guy also cheered happily. I remember he was at the Western Barracks, but it's just like the rumors say. He appears and disappears like a ghost. This battle is one we will surely win. They all placed their faith in Saian because Lord Saian was here. Then Saian told them, all the injured, Retreat now. Leave this place to me. The spider monster gathered energy again, preparing for an attack. The surroundings seemed to fall silent as a wave of energy was created. The monster directly shot out a blue beam of light. It fiercely retracted its claws after that last move. Saian clenched his fists and remarked, I heard it was a special grade magical beast, so I had some expectations. But you, he continued as he powerfully climbed onto it, are slow as a turtle. Saian once again used the power of the dark orb in his hand, the sphere of power growing stronger and stronger as if it wanted to destroy the monster. Just then, Boris calmly applauded. Saian turned to look towards the source of the voice. No wonder, Lord Aso holds you in such high regard. He then coldly asked him, Weren't you supposed to be in the rear guard with my brother? Boris admitted, I came out here because I heard the northern front line needed support, but it seems Lord Saian has already cleaned everything up. Saian sat by the fire and said slowly, That was a close call. This war truly has no end. Saian added more wood to the fire. The elite knights gathered at the front line, led by our family. handed over the imperial authority of the empire to Emperor Luo 1 year ago. Thick smoke rose with his words, and after that, the magical beasts took advantage of the weakened front line to begin their invasion, and so the war has continued without end. He reflected that it all stemmed from Emperor Luenel's greed. If my brother Aso hadn't asked, I never would have agreed to come here. Boris quickly reminded him, saying things like that could get you killed, but I share the same opinion, so I can't say anything to refute it. Saian asked him curiously, "Weren't you sent by Emperor Luenel, Boris?" He laughed and admitted, "I was chosen for my mediocre talents, but my personality seems to be a better match for Lord Aso." Saian was curious. "Oh, what kind of talent?" He directly cast a spell and answered humbly, "It's nothing special. A source of power was created by Boris. I just collect the traces of mana that you use, Lord Saian, and turn them into a mana sphere." Very quickly, a small mana sphere was contained and then made into a pellet for preservation. He seemed to hesitate for a moment as he spoke. Saiyan's mana is quite special." Intrigued, Saiyan asked him, "What's so special about it?" Boris replied cryptically, "You possess great potential. You might just be the person I'm looking for." Saiyan slightly narrowed his eyes, calculating internally, thinking back, perhaps that was when the hunt for me began. Saiyan gripped Erin's hand tightly, startling her. Saiyan, he told himself that this time, he couldn't make that same mistake again. Looking at the man Boris before him, he resolved to absolutely not let him take away his mana. On Boris's side, he was also narrowing his eyes and sizing him up. He wondered, is this boy Saiyan have? The student beside him hastily reminded, Saiyan, were you just rude to the princess? Boris replied awkwardly, oh my, it seems there's been some misunderstanding here. I was just investigating the student's abilities in my capacity as an instructor. Saiyan directly called him out. I've never heard of such a procedure, instructor. He thought to himself, Boris, has he been appointed as an instructor at the academy? Only then did the man awkwardly explain, if you feel that uncomfortable, then you don't have to do it. I sincerely apologize for my rudeness, Saiyan replied sternly. Fine, I accept your apology. Before everyone gets more uncomfortable, please leave. On the other hand, Erin was beet red with embarrassment. How rude. Boris laughed awkwardly, not expecting him to show such blatant hostility so openly. He conceded, very well. Boris bowed, I will take my leave now. And just like that, Saiyan succeeded in driving the man away. Luna rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, Boris Helm. Was there ever a mage by that name? The other young man snapped. Can you let go of her hand now? Saiyan did so. My apologies, princess. She also replied shyly, no, it's okay. Saiyan. She rubbed her wrist and continued, I trust you had your reasons. You are my person, after all, so it's fine. Erin's expression suddenly flushed as she realized something. My person? Erin suddenly grabbed the other young man's wrist, startling him in the process. Huh, princess? And with that, she pulled him along and dashed away. I have something urgent to do. Goodbye. The young man was still dazed. Princess, Saiyan replied awkwardly. Yes. Luna had a question. Do you know anything about that instructor, Boris, from before? He replied, a little. She smiled faintly. That's interesting. I've never heard of him before. Hearing this, Saiyan quickly stopped her. Don't. Saiyan walked ahead and warned Luna. Absolutely do not go near or try to find out anything about him. I'm leaving now. She watched his retreating back, thinking to herself that he had been very tense this entire time. Is something wrong? The sky was clear blue. Luna mused, well, that just makes me even more curious. Saiyan held out his hand, channeling the mana within it, and very quickly, he cast a spell that created countless candies which rained down, causing Nana to exclaim in admiration, wow, a candy waterfall. Saiyan told his servants, you two have worked hard while I was away. The little girl was overjoyed with the pile of candy she received. The candy master is here, Brian replied confidently. It was no trouble at all. You're the one who must have had a hard time. The girl next to him then complained, Brian wouldn't let me do any of the cooking. Saiyan teased her. Didn't you say before that you liked having someone cook for you? She sighed and replied, this feels like my main job has been stolen from me. He asked again, is that so? Saiyan ordered, then let's go train. Brian was stunned. Huh? Right now? He smirked. That's right now. Take off that apron and let's go. Brian could only grimace and accept the order. Yes, sir. The two of them left, one following the other. The scene shifts to the academy's physical training grounds. Saiyan was a little surprised. Oh, someone's still training? Lysimus was currently holding her sword tightly, panting heavily. Huff! She once again swung her sword down forcefully. Seeing this, Brian couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Wow, she's skillfully wielding a greatsword as tall as herself. Saiyan agreed. Truly impressive. He smiled and thought to himself, of course she's impressive. He looked at her, calculating, because in the future, she would be known as the continent's greatest swordmaster. Saian casually picked up a sword and asked, "Let's see how much you've improved." She immediately turned her head back. She stammered, asking him, "What do you mean by that?" Saiyan slowly replied, "What do I mean?" He genuinely wanted to challenge her. "Bring it on." She became wary, "But this is a real sword, and you're using a wooden sword. Shouldn't I use a wooden sword too, to be fair?" Saiyan directly swung his sword down at her. He continued his attack, forcing her to raise her sword to block. Saiyan praised Lysimus, good reflexes. Lysimus was stunned. Is this really a wooden sword? Why is it so heavy?" The two continued to fight fiercely. Lysimus shouted, "Then I won't hold back anymore." The two resumed their fight with great seriousness. Saiyan praised her, not a bad move. He continued to smile, encouraging her. "A little more effort." Saiyan provoked Lysimus. "Is that all you've got? Attack me like you want to kill me." Lysimus was still managing to hold her ground well. She thought to herself, "What the? I'm clearly on the offensive, so why can't I land a single hit?" She charged forward, telling herself, "No way, I have to land a hit." However, her efforts were quickly defeated by Saiyan. "All right, that's enough." The sword was quickly knocked out of her hand. Saiyan pointed the wooden sword at Lysimus, reminding her, "Letting your emotions take over will reveal many openings in your attacks. Pay attention to that." Hearing this, she averted her gaze, admitting, "I'm no match for you at all. You really are strong." Saiyan then said something that made her blush furiously. "You have real skill, so don't be so down on yourself. Being able to wield a sword that even a grown adult would struggle with is no small feat." Lysimus couldn't help but feel shy at his next words. "If you keep this up, in the future I dare say no one will be able to surpass your swordsmanship." She stammered. What? First you hurt me, then you comfort me. This is so messed up." Saiyan thought to himself, "You don't know it now." He placed a hand on his chin and continued, "Now that you've reached this level, I don't need to step in anymore." He turned his head and said to the guy next to him, "From now on, you'll train with her, Brian." He immediately stammered. "Huh? Me?" Saiyan rolled his eyes and replied, "Yes, you." Saiyan instructed her, "I'm counting on you, Lysimus." She nodded, "Yes. Then I will also switch to a regular wooden sword." Brian asked curiously, "Young master, where are you going?" He calmly replied, "I have some business to take care of." Brian scratched his head shyly, "Then I'll be in your care." Lysimus also agreed, "Yes." Her eyes and the fire within them burned with a special passion. "I look forward to your guidance, Brian Kendrick." Seeing this, Brian couldn't help but freeze up. So scary. He walked on. This familiar feeling had been present for a while now. Saiyan looked at Luna's figure in the distance, thinking, "What is she doing here at this hour?" He wondered about Luna Rainriver. Saiyan glanced in the direction she was looking. "That place is." Luna suddenly spoke up. "That's Instructor Boris's research lab." He walked over step by step and asked curiously, "Are you planning to go in there?" Luna was puzzled. "That place?" She chuckled and asked him in return, "How did you know?" "I've only been standing here looking. That's all." Saiyan narrowed his eyes. "Are you really going in?" "What for?" Luna casually replied, "Because I'm curious." She stated bluntly, "I've never heard the name Boris Helm before." The Garum Association also has no mention of a 9th-level mage who has no records whatsoever. She concluded, "It's too strange." Saiyan chuckled to himself, "She's just asking for trouble again." Luna suggested, "So, you'll help me, right?" He asked curiously, "Why should I do that?" Her eyes flickered towards him, "Because I have a feeling you know that person and seem to really hate him." Saiyan sighed, thinking to himself, "Now it's trouble for both of us." Looking up, he guessed that he had finally left the research room. He looked towards a door in the distance, speculating that he couldn't sense any trace of him anymore. Saiyan gently pulled Luna aside and instructed, "I'll go first. Stay close." She agreed, "Okay." He activated a skill on the door. A massive bookshelf was revealed behind the door. Seeing the shelves filled with books, Luna couldn't help but exclaim, "There are so many books in here." She continued, "They're all books. Looks like this guy is a real bookworm." "Huh," Saiyan scoffed. "Maybe he just likes collecting them." Luna also discovered that most of them were about ancient magic. Suddenly, Saiyan sensed something. He looked out the window and thought, Where are you going?" "Karam, on the rooftop." "Don't mind me. Just focus on your own business." Saiyan thought to himself, "Why did he suddenly go up to the roof for?" Luna also noticed something. "I think I found something over here." Saiyan immediately turned back. Luna pointed out a very ancient book. Saiyan thought, "No, that's not just an ordinary book." He realized, it's Boris Ray's treasure. A stream of power gathered into her hair. A woman was standing in the distance. She said with disgust, "You're as nauseating as ever. Stop beating around the bush and show yourself." Karam's gaze turned harsh. "Hray." Feathers continued to fall. "Long time no see, Karam?" he asked. "So, how does it feel to wake up after 300 years?" She replied with a malicious smile. "I was doing fine until a moment ago, but seeing you just ruined everything." The opponent taunted, "Your personality hasn't changed a bit, has it? No wonder your taste in masters is so terrible." Karam, enraged, questioned him, "What did you just say?" The opponent slowly landed, "Calm down now." He suggested, "Today, I didn't come here to fight." Karam sneered, "So you want to talk?" He then raised a finger. "That's right." Karam was so angry her face contorted. "Nonsense. What tricks are you planning this time?" Meanwhile, Luna was flipping through Boris's ancient book. "This is the first time I've ever seen a grimoire like this. It's as if it's recounting history." She discovered something else, but the letters are arranged like a cipher. "It'll take a lot of time to decode," Luna said cautiously. "For now, I can only look at this picture." She reached out and touched the page. It feels like it was just drawn. What could it mean? Luna pondered deeply. The sun and dark clouds, or is it fog? Saian suddenly slammed his hand over the book, startling Luna. Saian warned her, "We have to destroy this thing immediately." Luna was taken aback. "Huh? Why?" Saiyan narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, "Because everything started with this." He placed his hand on the book, recalling the bloody banquet and all the other horrible things. Just then, Boris's voice slowly rang out. "I'm terribly sorry, but I can't allow you two to do that." Sean was startled and turned around. "Boris, damn it, I was so focused on the treasure that I didn't sense his presence." A sudden stream of light shot out from the book. Boris took the book back into his hand. He chuckled and continued, "I was just about to come see you, so this is quite convenient." His words put them both on guard, but being watched is not a pleasant feeling at all. Boris coldly cast a spell. First, he had to get Miss Lan out of here. Very quickly, she was suddenly, forcefully teleported outside by Boris's magic, catching Sean completely off guard. He didn't forget to reassure him. That was a bit heavy-handed. "But don't worry, I've sent her to safety in the dorms," Boris told Sean. "Now then, can we speak privately?" he continued suggestively. "I'm very interested in you, not just your appearance, but on a more personal level as well." Sean smiled on the outside while inwardly cursing him. "This is bad. I really want to kill him right now." He looked at the book in Boris's hand and thought, but H is a serious problem, and of all times, Karam isn't here either. Meanwhile, Karam was resentfully ordering, "What is this nonsense? Explain it so I can understand." He replied with a fake smile, "My master is the one chosen by the gods. You can't possibly win. She doesn't have a shred of concern for you, does she? Are you suggesting that I, the demon blade, should side with Lumen and betray my own master?" He asked her, "Why must you do that? There are other ways. For example," he bluntly tempted her, "you could take over your master's body, for instance. That would be more than enough to give us trouble." Karam sneered coldly. "What kind of scheme are you plotting now?" The other man spoke of a struggle between good and evil, light and darkness, creation and destruction. Two concepts that could not coexist in this world, clashing endlessly. A cherubim god with 6 wings stood at the apex, and in the end, the light always triumphed. In the Empire, on a beautiful morning, 3 years had passed since the great war between gods and demons ended. The land had become more prosperous than ever. The scene shifts to a temple, but the world is gradually forgetting us. The statue of the god remains, but it no longer sees the respect or worship of the past. We have thought long and hard about this, and have reached this conclusion. The malevolent Rai continued, "There must be darkness, for darkness will make us shine even brighter." Karam immediately scorned him. "What a pathetic reason," she bluntly exposed. "Rai. So, in short, if I were to take over my master's body and start a rebellion, you would then suppress me and become the saviors. Is that right?" He laughed and replied, "That's right. As expected, talking with you is much easier, Karam." As he was laughing, a surprise attack forced Rai to scream in pain. An indignant Karam lunged at him. "You're spouting nonsense." Rai, on the other hand, was thrilled. "Oh dear, what a shame." A vortex formed, and he casually asked her, "Weren't demon blades originally created to possess their masters anyway? The two of you had a change of heart." Karam gritted her teeth bitterly. "You're the ones who designated us as evil, so solve your own problems. Don't you dare try to push them onto someone else." Fry laughed disdainfully and said sarcastically, "I never expected you to think like that. Wouldn't it be better if you were as easy to talk to as Eru?" Karam's gaze turned icy at his words. "But it was a pleasure meeting you today, Karam." She watched as the vortex vanished along with his feathers. Karam said furiously, "What in the world have you done, you foolish old god, Eru?" Boris introduced the tea. "This is a premium black tea from the Spania Mountains. I wonder if it's to your liking." Sean didn't want to beat around, and asked him directly, "What do you want from me?" He laughed and replied, "Ha ha, a lecturer taking an interest in a talented individual. Isn't that obvious?" Sean asked Boris back, "But I'm rarely ever in class." Boris calmly asked him, "Then why don't you come to class?" He answered without hesitation that there was nothing to learn. Boris's eyes narrowed. "Does the Duke know about this?" Sean rolled his eyes disdainfully. Just get to the point. Boris didn't beat around the bush and said, then I'll ask you directly, have we met before? Sean frowned and asked him, why would you think that? Boris mentioned the previous incident. I sense hostility from you. He remembered the look on Sean's face, especially the look in your eyes when you looked at me. There was even killing intent. Boris maintained the smile on his lips. I've only just met young Master Sean for the first time, but I'm not sure if you know me or not. Not one to back down, Sean retorted. Shouldn't I be the one who finds this strange? A mage possessing 8th circle mana should be famous everywhere, right? Boris's gaze turned dangerous. I prefer the quiet. Sean met his gaze and asked again, where are you from? Boris answered vaguely. It's a very distant place. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know it. The two faced each other, but Sean realized he was lying. He rested his chin on his hand and thought, he definitely doesn't want to reveal that secret to anyone. He kept it hidden until the end in my past life too. He asked Boris again, is there nothing else you want to ask me? This time, he gracefully declined. It's getting late. We can get to know each other gradually later. Night fell, revealing an astonishingly cold young man. Boris looked at the book in his hand and remarked, no wonder Lord Aru feels so threatened. It's very possible he was the aide who used to be by Princess Erin's side. Boris placed his hand on the book. Life is truly ironic. The younger brother of the savior blessed by the god Lumindal has become the master of the demonic path. Ray suddenly appeared, laughing as he replied, isn't that destiny? Boris acknowledged. Destiny is an interesting way to put it. Lord Frey continued, Karam is likely the darkness we are searching for. Boris touched the ancient book and continued his analysis. If your prediction is correct, he will surely help Lord Aru shine even more brightly, just like the darkness that eclipses the sun in the prophecy. Boris also revealed his malicious expression. The savior's return will begin soon. Karam stepped out of a magical space. At this moment, she was at the Shrine of Darkness. A voice rang out. It's rare to see you come here on your own. Aru, sitting on the throne of darkness, asked her, is something wrong, Karam? She didn't waste any words and got straight to the point. Are you pretending not to know, or do you have to ask? I just met Ray on my way here. She remarked, it's not that far from this place, is it? Aru asked doubtfully. Did he do something to you? Seeing his reaction, Karam realized, so you knew all along. What were you thinking, letting them run free? Have you forgotten how they dragged you down? Aru suddenly teleported behind Karam to admonish her. I can't sink any lower anyway, so there's nothing to fear. She angrily spun around and yelled, that's easy for you to say, but they're trying to use me and Sean. Aru asked her, isn't that what you wish for? Karam asked doubtfully, what wish? He replied, to protect Sean. Aru drew a talisman and continued, I will grant that wish, for you. Right after that, the old man commanded, take this order. All the forces of the mist will support you and Sean. Karam took it, so in the end, he wasn't going to intervene directly. Just what happened between him and Luminde. He simply replied calmly, you just need to know that everything is for the two of you. Karam scoffed. Himph, that's no excuse for you. She resentfully walked to the spatial gate and added, just keep hiding in your shell here, you coward. The old man looked heartbroken as he watched her leave. Meanwhile, at the Divine Wall, the Saintess was consecrating Alice on behalf of the Supreme God of Light. Alice of Luminde, I shall bestow a sacred blessing upon you, O one who is worthy of salvation. In the solemn hall, her voice echoed. I ask you, do you truly wish to become the sole light to save this dark and perilous world? The other Saintesses all bowed their heads in reverence. The Saintess raised her voice. Can you live on the front lines and lay down your life there? Alice solemnly declared, my God, I, Alice, swear to follow the will of the God of Light, Luminde. Her eyes were filled with determination, but her heart hesitated. Is this truly the right path? All the divine soldiers saluted respectfully. Recently, the Empire had recruited exceptional talents into the Knights of Light and sent them to the front lines. Alice reflected that, as a result, in the face of disasters like the Blood Banquet, the royal army was left helpless. Alice looked up at the statue of the god Luminde before her, and although joining the Knights of Light was her lifelong dream, she wondered if what she needed to protect was really on the front lines. A familiar voice spoke beside Alice. Congratulations, Lady Alice. She happily recognized Cecilia, who was smiling warmly and praising Alice. You've finally achieved your dream. Alice suddenly became flustered. Now, I should be calling you Knight Cecilia to be proper. I'm only a low-ranking knight. Cecilia laughed. When it's just the two of us, let's keep things as they were. Alice bowed deeply again, replying apologetically. But I can't be disrespectful to my senior. Seeing this, Cecilia grew flustered in turn. Ah, my lady, you're looking so troubled. Oh, so that's what you're worried about. Cecilia became very serious and encouraged Alice. The path you've chosen is not a mistake, Alice. I'm absolutely sure of it. I've been watching over you for so long. However, she still hesitated, but I still feel so confused. Alice recounted mournfully, "The screams of countless people and their cries for help still ring in my ears," Cecilia suggested. "Well, there's only one way to know if you're suited for the front lines." Hearing this, Alice grew curious. "What way is that?" Cecilia proposed. "Come to the front lines with me," she confidently informed Alice. "Duke William, the commander-in-chief of the Knights of Light, has assigned a mission to the two of us. I am officially delivering your first order. Answer the summons." Hearing this, Alice was stunned. "He assigned a mission to me?" "Yes." The scene changes to Brian pulling on his boots. He also prepared his sword, placing it into its sheath. Fully equipped for battle, Brian drew curious looks from others. Where is he suddenly going? He then turned to Nana and Emily, saying, "I don't know myself. I was just suddenly told to get ready, so here I am." But as for where I'm going, before Brian could finish his sentence, Nana asked worriedly, "Will you be gone for a long time again?" Brian moved closer and gently replied, "No, it won't be long this time." He smiled to reassure her. "Don't worry, Nana." Brian was now fully prepared, right? Brian confidently replied, "Yes, I've prepared as you instructed, but where are we going?" He then released his power, naming a location, Lemmy Valley. Emily couldn't help but be surprised. "The place from last time we went? But you said it was very far away." Saian casually replied, "It's faster this way. Let's go." He thought to himself that he had to hurry. A spatial gate opened. Saian said to himself, "On the day my sister Alice passed away, the royal inspection, the troops were still moving on horseback when Young Cow shouted loudly, 'All troops, halt!' He turned to the group and said, 'We have arrived. You've worked hard, milady.' Alice, who was behind him, smiled and replied, 'Milady?' Sir All." The sky turned red. All continued, "You have become a knight of light and come here. That is our pride." Alice answered shyly, "Don't flatter me like that. I still have much to learn." He chuckled and replied, "If it's you, milady, you'll surely do well. The Duke will certainly be proud of you." Alice dismounted her horse and told Young Cow, "I told you not to call me milady." He laughed even louder. "The Duke is waiting for you, milady." At that moment, a pair of silver-armored knight's boots also touched the ground. Alice, the eldest daughter of House V, Alice first. She respectfully reported, "I have received your orders and have arrived." William frowned, turned his head back, and commanded, "Today, there will be an inspection by the third prince, the fourth prince, and the second princess. Hurry and prepare." Alice immediately complied. "Yes, understood." She thought to herself, "He's the same as always, so cold he doesn't seem like family." He said seriously, "They're here." With that, an announcement rang out. "The princes and princess have arrived." A large entourage approached. The third prince, Fabian Severus, said with disgust, "The smell here is really unpleasant." The fourth prince, Nerovian Severus, even held his nose in contempt. "How can they live in a filthy place like this?" The second princess, Violet Severus, was more gentle, saying softly, "You've always worked hard on the front lines, Lord Vest." At that, Willius, Alice, and the others all bowed respectfully before the three royals. "I, Willius Vest, greet your highnesses, the princes and princess." The two princes were visibly annoyed, each showing their disdain for them. "Just get this over with quickly. This inspection is just a formality anyway. The beasts won't attack, will they?" Willius chuckled and replied, "The beasts in the rear are only small fry at best." He even declared confidently, "Our family has the best knights, so you don't need to worry." Ashel greeted him. "It's been a while, father." Alice looked towards him and was stunned. Willius patted Ashel on the shoulder encouragingly. "That's right, I trust you will do your best on this mission." He went along with Willius. "Yes, I won't disappoint you, father." Watching the two of them whisper, Fabian spoke with disgust. "Ashel, we are not like you. Our status is far nobler." Everyone had to agree with him. "Yes, your highness," Violet encouraged. "Please do a good job escorting us, Sir Ashel," he replied very politely. "It would be my honor." Violet looked around for a moment, then quickly asked, "But why didn't Lionel come as well?" "He's not the type to be absent on an occasion like this." Ashel quickly made an excuse. "Due to an urgent matter, he has entrusted this protection detail to me." After hearing this, she exclaimed, "Oh, is that so? To be protected by you is truly reliable." By now, a full army had been assembled. Alice looked over, thinking to herself, he always protected the crown prince, but now he's here to protect the princess and the twin princes on the front lines. She was suspicious. Could this just be a coincidence? Eros suddenly spoke up. "I heard you ranked first when you joined the Knight Order," he stated coldly. "Congratulations." Alice couldn't help but feel afraid. His gaze was so familiar. She remembered on her 59th birthday. He patted her head and encouraged her. "Happy birthday, Alice." She took the gift in her hands. He had given her a magic scroll. It was a 4th level one, implying that she should train her power to one day wield 4th level magic and use it. Alice studied and trained incredibly hard. As time passed and she achieved 4th level magic, she suddenly remembered the magic scroll he had given her that day. She placed her hand on the scroll and was a bit surprised. Is this a summoning scroll? Suddenly, a hand stopped her. Stop. Alice was startled. Cecilia had been the one to stop her back then. She exclaimed, Cecilia. Cecilia then quickly explained, that's an intermediate level beast summoning scroll, it's very dangerous. Alice broke into a cold sweat. If she had used that scroll back then, she probably would have died long ago. Looking at Arrow's back, Alice wondered, did he know that and still give it to her? Thinking about him, her suspicion grew. What on earth was his reason? Chell, the convoy was still inspecting the area. Nefelim shouted angrily, what? Did Sir Runo really put him in charge of us? Faven also voiced his doubts. This is suspicious. What is he plotting? Violet also spoke up on the matter. When someone like him is sent to protect us, isn't it reasonable to be suspicious? She narrowed her eyes and asked them. You two know exactly what kind of person he is. Get ready, if you don't want to die. Suddenly, the carriage lurched, startling the two of them. Nerovian immediately peeked his head out and asked, what's going on? Alice quickly reported, we're under attack. She urged them, Your Highnesses must evacuate immediately. A monster was roaring outside. They were being attacked by a special grade beast, an Antarak. Both princes were terrified. What? Ugh. The monster continued to roar, attacking the convoy. Nerovian realized in shock, an earth dragon. Weren't we told there were no special grade monsters here? The monster continued to relentlessly attack the convoy. Alice warned the three of them again. Hurry up. Nerovian stammered a curse. Damn it. A giant claw shot towards their carriage. Alice quickly cast a protection spell, barrier. Trying to hold on, she shouted, keep moving forward. Alice thought to herself, impossible. How can there be a monster in the rear? Nerovian screamed and fled. Faven quickly chided him, hey, stop running around aimlessly, you coward. A voice rang out, Your Highness. Violet froze. Aro calmly drew the treasured sword at his hip. He said coldly, I will protect you. Please come closer to me. Violet gritted her teeth, thinking, is this his goal? To use this chaos to kill me? Alice also turned her head in surprise. Aro. At that moment, countless attacks collided with dazzling flashes, while the monster's screams echoed loudly. Alice was relieved to see reinforcements. Cecilia. She immediately shouted, Alice, over here. Alice quickly grabbed Violet's hand and pulled her along. My apologies, Princess Violet. The princess followed Alice in a daze. What? Where are we going? Cecilia urged them on. We need to get out of here for now. Alice then looked back, having a very bad feeling about this. Now, his gaze towards Princess Violet was terrifying. Her pupils dilated wide. Huh? The monster was roaring as it quickly swiped its claws at Astro. Alice screamed, watch out, it's dangerous. But he was completely unharmed and stood there. The monster's claws were easily blocked by Astro. Take this. The sword he held in his hand sparked and began to glow. Lady Alice looked up and asked, what on earth is that? Cecilia shouted, Astro, hurry up. The hound Antara appeared right above Astro. As it leaped down from above, landed, and let out a growl, the command was given. Everyone, get into position. With sharp eyes, Astro glanced at something, looking off into the distance and clicking his tongue. The Knight Commander ordered all the knights not to let Antara get near the prince and princess, and to reform their ranks. The monster opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp teeth, looking truly terrifying. As it opened its mouth, a glowing purple orb flew out. Astro said with annoyance, what a pain. The small orb gradually grew into a large sphere, flying straight towards the knights. Suddenly, a knight shouted upon seeing it. Fall back! Astro raised his holy sword high as it began to unleash its power. He swung the holy sword, slashing powerfully at the large sphere from the monster. Astro completely shattered the sphere, and the knights cried out in joy and admiration for him. Wow, Sir Astro blocked it. Quick, provide support for him. Princess Violet stood at a distance, watching the direction of the battle. She was fleeing with Lady Alice while looking back. Suddenly, something made Princess Violet stop. Princess Violet collapsed to the ground, letting out a cry. Ah, Lady Alice shouted, not understanding what was happening. Princess! No. Seeing this, Lady Alice asked Violet, what's wrong? Are you hurt somewhere? Princess Violet revealed a terrifying smile and red eyes, saying, I won't be taken down so easily. Lady Alice stared blankly, not understanding what was happening. Before Lady Alice could comprehend the situation, Cecilia stabbed her in the back with a blade, causing her to freeze in place. Lady Alice stammered out the name as blood trickled from her mouth. Cecilia, with a cold expression, why? She pulled the blade out of Lady Alice, causing the lady to fall to the ground with a grunt. Ugh. Cecilia asked, you are Astro's sister. The princess continued, Alice, right? The princess leaned down and went on. The moment I saw my brother Lewel secretly withdraw this time, I became very suspicious, you know? Without letting the lady answer, Cecilia said further, "You must be using the chaos to eliminate us and then blame someone else, right?" Cecilia continued, "This is just legitimate self-defense." Lady Alice immediately replied in pain, "You've misunderstood. I wanted to support the princess." As soon as she finished, she clutched her mouth. The princess said with a terrifying smile, "Did you think I was unaware of the Vinyl family's ambitions? I won't be taken down so foolishly." The lady winced in pain. "If you want to make excuses," the princess said, holding a scroll, "then do it in the short time you have left." Then the princess threw the scroll to Lady Alice, saying, "Who knows, maybe Lumendale will save you." Ha ha ha! The princess's red eyes were terrifying. Then the two of them vanished, leaving the lady lying there in agony with her wound. In pain, the lady thought, "Cecilia can't be like this." The lady pressed her hand against the wound to stop the bleeding. She must have been controlled by magic, or some other unavoidable reason. Lady Alice cried in despair. She couldn't believe she would just abandon her and leave like that. Then she suddenly noticed something approaching her. Red-eyed monsters walking on two legs, sticking out their tongues and baring their sharp teeth, were closing in on the lady. She planted her sword in the ground, telling herself to snap out of it. The lady struggled to her feet as the monsters got closer and closer. "I can't die here. I have to survive." Lady Alice forced herself to stand and continue fighting through the pain in order to live. She had to survive to find out why she had betrayed her. The lady used what little strength she had left to channel her mana and use her magic. "O mother of all, source of life." The monsters began to charge straight at Lady Alice. "Tremble at my fingertips." She used the Unin spear to fight off the monsters. Meanwhile, Princess Violet and Cecilia had teleported back to the safe haven of Violet. The princess crossed her arms and breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, I can finally breathe now." The princess lay down on the bed and said, "The air there was absolutely disgusting, wasn't it?" Cecilia replied, "Yes, it was, Your Highness." Cecilia's expression showed that she was deep in thought. She recalled the time she happily ate ice cream and chatted with Alice. Cecilia was sad, feeling guilty about Alice. The princess asked her, "Why did you spare her?" Cecilia didn't quite understand, so she asked the princess again. "Pardon me?" The princess sat casually on the bed, propping her chin on her hand. "You could have ended her life instantly, and I did order you to kill her." Cecilia replied coldly, "She's going to die anyway. Back at the battle with Lady Alice and those monsters will take care of her for us." There was one monster left. The lady gently raised her hand, and the monster let out a cry before collapsing to the ground. She had defeated the fearsome monsters but was exhausted from losing so much blood. Alice collapsed to her knees. "It's over. I have to go back." She was distraught and didn't know how to report this. "How can I report this to the Knight's Order? That Princess Violet tried to kill me? Who would believe me?" Then she stood up and ran from that gloomy place. "First, I have to get out of here, then I'll figure it out." Lady Alice stopped dead in her tracks. She sensed that something was about to happen. A giant monster. It was a high-level monster, a salamander. Alice panicked. She had to think of something. "I have to survive." High-level monsters. It emerged from the ground, spewing fire from its mouth. Alice looked so small and pitiful compared to the monster. I have to think of something." But it opened its fiery mouth, revealing razor-sharp teeth. Little Alice stood frozen, and tears began to fall. She couldn't think of anything anymore. The monster roared, intimidating the lady. Raging blade dance. Amidst the loud roar of the monster, a young man appeared, unleashing a flurry of strikes to rescue Lady Alice. She looked up at the young man soaring high in the air. Who is he? The monster was now right in front of Alice. It was opening its mouth, about to swallow Alice whole. Suddenly, the young man grabbed her by the shoulder. "Pardon me, my lady." Alice didn't understand what was happening. The young man swept her into his arms and leaped away. The monster missed its tasty prey. His feet moved nimbly and continuously to dodge the fireballs that the monster spat out. He shouted, "Ah, hot, hot, so hot." The lady, held securely in Saian's arms, thought, "Saian, does that mean the person with him is?" "No way." The towering monster growled, breathing fire everywhere. It spewed. The fire reached the place where he and Lady Alice were hiding. Fortunately, they had found a spot to take cover from the flames. "Please endure it for just a little longer, my lady." The flames drew closer, and they were about to be discovered. It looked like the monsters were about to strike. Suddenly, a sword shot up from the ground. He shouted, "Ah, the ram tree." The monsters saw something in the distance that was glowing brightly. A person burst out from the ground with a great sword and asked, "You guys all got a bad case of heartburn or something?" It was Saian who appeared, holding something in his hand. "Stop spewing that stuff everywhere." Saian shouted excitedly, "Ram tree number 1. Ram." Trees scream. "Hurry, Saian." With tears in her eyes, the lady watched helplessly as he used the dense fog 3 forms. Fog shape, skill to fight the monsters. Next, Saian used Void Sphere. The monsters looked up at him and roared loudly. Saian then used the split skill, turning one orb into two that shot straight toward the rampaging monster. Then he went for the second monster. Afterward, Saian split the attack into multiple orbs, sending them flying straight at the remaining monsters. The monsters were defeated. They were dead, but the flames still lingered. As the fire subsided, Saian helped the lady get away from the area. Saian stood in a sea of fire, surrounded by the scattered corpses of monsters. I had a feeling, she thought. The lady walked closer, reaching a hand out to touch Saian's mask, but she was not prepared for who was hidden behind it. The mask on Saian's face fell to the ground. Tears streamed down Alice's face as she stared, speechless. Saian gave a bright smile, and he said, "I'm glad I wasn't too late." Saian then used his magic to heal Lady Alice's injuries. "So Cecilia was a spy for Princess Violet," Lady Alice answered, "and I never realized it. I am such a fool," she cried sorrowfully, thinking about how she dared to talk about inheriting the family. Saian looked off into the distance and said, "It's not your fault. The people who should be held responsible are Cecilia and Princess Violet." Saian glanced at her and added, "And Acho, too." Lady Alice shot up angrily, asking, "Are you saying that he orchestrated this? You know something, don't you?" Seeing her stand up so suddenly, Saian's eyes widened in alarm. "Ah, your wound isn't healed yet." Paying no mind to her injury, Alice pressed on. "But that was clearly an order from Father," Saian replied with irritation. "It was probably something Acho suggested. You know as well as I do that if he asks for something, Father will do anything." Saian put his hands on her shoulders. She hung her head and asked, "But why?" He looked at his sister and said, "So that he alone can inherit the family." Lady Alice asked in a rage, "Inherit the family?" With a terrifying glint in her eyes, she asked, "He'd kill his own family just for that?" She collapsed to her knees. "Ugh," Saian said, "your wound." Despite her exhaustion, she managed to ask, "Are you certain about Acho?" Saian replied, "I am. You know, and what he's really like." Lady Alice sounded hopeless. "I thought I was the only one who could sense it, but it turns out you felt it too. How strange." Saian's face came to her mind. Why can't Father and everyone else see it? It's like Acho has something that I don't have. The lady recalled that the high-level monster from the earlier fight was the same. There was an invisible power of some kind that seemed to be protecting Acho. Saian frowned, thinking, an invisible power? When he fought Acho, it was the same. It was something I felt clearly right as I was about to land a hit on him. There is a power that makes him. He couldn't touch it. That power stopped me. What was it? Lady Alice continued. We have to quickly tell Father. Now is not the time for this, Saian. He replied, I'm afraid Father won't listen. Lady Alice continued, if it were just me, that might be true, but what if we convince him together? Saian said with a cold expression, I'm sorry. Sister, please trust me this time. If we mess this up, we could turn all the Knights of Light into our enemies, Alice asked. Turn the Knights of Light into our enemies? Atra walked on the red carpet, while the crowd below cheered for him as if he were a star. In his past life, Atra was always praised by everyone. Atra's face appeared with a captivating smile, and everyone loved and followed him as if they saw a savior leading them. I was one of those who admired him. I was one of them too. Since everyone considered him a hero, no one had any doubts. Sam crossed his arms, looking up in thought. Thinking back, it was strange. To everyone, he was like a religion. If there were believers, then there must also be those who oppose him, right? The face of Duke Vod appeared, but whether it was my deceased father, the ambitious Emperor Lul, or Boris, who always sought the endless truth, they all trusted him without a shred of doubt. When I was defeated by him, even I, up to my final moments, still trusted him. The rage from the betrayal surged. I lay on the ground in pain, but I suddenly asked myself, what was it that made me trust Atros so much? All of it could only be explained by one single conclusion. The beast inside my body emerged, and my eyes turned red. Atro is an absolute being, granted power by the supreme god Lumen, the savior of this world. Scene change. Over here, a group of soldiers was protecting the princes. They're coming. Every one. Prepare yourselves. Protect the princes. A giant monster was surrounding them. Nerovian Severus screamed, tears streaming down his face in fear. Ah, we're all going to die. Fabian Severus, standing next to him, looked annoyed. Humph, you idiot, get out of the way. Atro flew over, slashing his sword toward the monster to protect the two princes. Fabian praised him. Well done, Atro. The monster let out a massive roar that shook the very heavens and earth. Atro immediately unleashed an attack. This is the end for a berserker like you. Judgment. This caused the monster to immediately spew something from its mouth. Getting hit by that meant an instant ticket off this planet. Over on the side, Nerovian immediately jumped onto Fabian's back in fear, screaming, Ah, it's coming. Fabian yelled out in pain, You idiot, let go of me. Atro unleashed a barrage of attacks against the monster. He created a barrier to block the monster's spray attack. The battle raged fiercely. The clash between the two sides sent surrounding boulders flying in all directions. The monster's terrifying spray was relentless. Wherever it passed, the very ground shattered. It roared, and a purple smoke spread everywhere like a thick mist, blinding the soldiers. Lightning flashed in Atro's eyes. The monster continued its frenzied roaring as it charged toward Atro. He conjured a barrier to block the monster's toxic spray. Behind the barrier, he shot straight toward the monster like a superhero. He leaped up and slashed his sword across half of the monster's face. Bright red blood splattered everywhere. The moment Atro landed, the beast let out one last massive roar and then collapsed to the ground. He paid the motionless monster no mind. He walked past it, dispelled his power, and said, "Everyone, are you all right?" Everyone cheered excitedly, "Whoa!" As expected of Sir Atron, another person added joyfully, "The Earth Dragon was no match for him." Fabian praised, "Well done, Atron. I will report this matter to the king." He pursed his lips, as if wanting to say something. Atron smiled and said, "I am greatly honored, your highnesses." Scene change. Lady Alice stared blankly. With wide eyes, she asked, "Is Atron the savior?" "No way. How could someone like him be chosen by the god?" Sean looked down dejectedly. "The god only needs a savior. It doesn't matter who that person is." Atron shone at the foot of the god's statue, and once chosen by the supreme god, denying him his equivalent to sacrilege and confronting his supporters forever. The lady brought a hand to her face as if in regret, but she still couldn't understand how the god she had trusted her whole life could do this. Sean looked towards the sun, and the lady asked again, "Sean, how do you know these things?" Sean looked away. "I can't tell you right now." He thought that he couldn't let her get any more involved. Alice placed a hand on Sean's shoulder and patted it gently. "I trust you, Sean. You must have your reasons." Alice looked at him with sparkling eyes. "But one day, please tell me. Okay? Don't carry everything by yourself." Sean smiled and replied, "Yes, I will." Then Lady Alice turned to thank Brian. "Thank you, Brian. Thank you for healing me." Brian scratched his head in embarrassment. "Ah, it's nothing. Haha." Standing behind him, Sean glared daggers at Brian. "What are you grinning so widely for?" Brian saw him and yelped, "Ah." After a moment of cheerfulness, the three of them became pensive. Sean asked, "What will you do now, lady?" Alice replied, "First, I have to deal with the problem at hand." The lady continued, "I'm going to see Cecilia, at the very least. I have to hear the reason she betrayed me." Sean said, "Then I'll help you." The lady asked in surprise, "Help me?" Sean gave a bright smile under the red sunset sky and said she couldn't have gotten far. At Violet's hideout, the air was crisp and clean. Princess Violet and Cecilia were talking when they heard a sound outside the door. The princess noticed and asked, "What is it, Cecilia?" Cecilia looked towards the door and said, "Someone is approaching. A type of mana I've never felt before." The princess nonchalantly twirled her hair and said, "Impossible. No one besides me knows about this place." The sound of glass shattering. Something flew through the window straight towards Cecilia. It shot right past Princess Violet's face, causing her to freeze in place. Cecilia thought in panic, "That's Lady Alice's sword." Scene changed to a clearing. The sky was a fiery red, and a hand was reaching down to the ground, searching for something. Atron frowned, looking at the traces on his hand. Traces of a magic scroll? Is it a teleportation spell? He was with his soldiers, searching for any place nearby that could serve as a shelter. One of the soldiers shouted, "Sir Atron, please check this way." Atron and the soldiers looked towards a deep chasm. "I wonder if Princess Violet is safe." With a cold expression, Atron said, "We'll know once we check." He gave an order, "You all protect the princes." The soldiers shouted, "Yes, sir." The sound of rapid footsteps, a sprint that tore through the wind from the direction of the house. Cecilia ran in a panic, thinking as she fled. Because the killing intent and mana were so terrifying, I thought it was a formidable master. She was sweating profusely as she ran, but it turned out to be just a child. Cecilia frowned. Could it be that someone helped him? She used a wind step technique to dash away quickly. On the way down the mountain, one cannot be careless. Her eyes looked fearsome in the wind. She pointed her sword straight ahead. Suddenly, she froze, aiming it forward. "You dodged?" Cecilia froze in place when she saw the masked Sean standing before her. "Whose side are you on?" "I've never seen anyone in the house move like that." Sean stood motionless, letting his cloak flutter in the wind. Cecilia looked at Sean and continued to question him. "That sword you just threw, did you manage to save?" "Lady Alice." Sean just stared back without saying a word, so Cecilia attacked in a fit of rage. "It seems you have no intention of answering, do you?" A sinister, smug smile spread across her face. "Then let's see if I can make you scream." She continued to use her special move, her wind step technique. Cecilia swung her sword forward, shattering the ground beneath her into small pieces. Sean stood still in the middle of her attack formation, letting her swing her sword and unleash attacks all around him, but Sean paid it no mind, standing still in the wind and allowing her to show off her skills. The attack formation sliced across Sean's body, passing through and only tearing off a small piece of fabric from his cloak's hood. Sean remained as still as a statue, even as she used her 49 divine techniques. Within the Night Order, the number of people who could keep up with her speed could be counted on one hand. She suddenly stopped, realizing she couldn't drag this on any longer, and thrust her sword into the center of the formation where Sean was standing, but to her surprise, he had already flown out of it. Cecilia was astonished by the superhuman speed of Sean. He still dodged it? His speed. She held her pose, staring at the motionless Sean. Is he faster than me? Cecilia gritted her teeth in anger. That bastard hasn't even drawn his weapon. She continued her assault, dashing through the trees along the path. From a high branch, moving at over 120 miles per hour, she prepared to dive straight down at Sean. Don't you dare look down on me, she screamed, unleashing her fierce gale technique down towards Sean. Would Cecilia's unparalleled strength be enough to defeat Sean? The fierce gale from Cecilia sent earth and rock flying everywhere. The fierce gale technique split a large boulder in two. Sean still managed to dodge Cecilia's attack. Sean began to launch his own move. Seeing this, Cecilia panicked. I can't believe Sean is this fast. It's impossible. Sean began to unleash his void sphere technique. A crystal orb in his hands slowly rose into the air. The void sphere then split in two. It was Sean's severing attack. It slashed across Cecilia's body, forcing her backward. Cecilia immediately screamed in pain. Tears streamed down her face as she coughed up blood. Sean's attack was too powerful. The void sphere erupted like an exploding bomb, tearing up the ground and sending rocks flying. Sean's steady footsteps walked across the ravaged earth. Cecilia was critically injured, slumping down at the base of a rock. She looked truly pathetic. Her mouth was still stained with blood, but she managed to smile and said, I never thought I would die in a place like this. Sean approached her through the dust and smoke. His cloak fluttering in the wind made him look like the Grim Reaper walking towards Cecilia. She said, You look just like the Grim Reaper. Are you planning to stay silent until the very end? She leaned her back against the rock face, laughed, and continued, I'm about to die anyway. Can't you just tell me if Lady Alice is still alive? Sean crouched down to face Cecilia and said, Instead of that, I'm more curious about the expression on your face. She immediately asked, What? Sean continued, It's as if you're smiling with complete satisfaction. Cecilia looked at him without saying a word. Sean went on. I was expecting a more pained expression. She laughed and said, Perhaps this is karma? A death. Like this is fitting for me. She then heard a voice ask, Karma, for what? Cecilia thought to herself, that voice. Listen. Brian was helping Lady Alice over. She looked at her and said, I am Lady Alice. I'm so upset. Tell me, why did you betray me? Cecilia lowered her head as tears fell, not daring to look the young lady in the eye as she answered, Thank goodness. Lady Alice, you're still alive. Lady Alice, unable to contain her anger, screamed, Shut up. Tell me now, why did you deceive me all this time? She just kept looking away, shedding tears without a word. Cecilia explained. An old, rustic village. My hometown was a small village that was wiped out by a demonic beast attack, and now it doesn't even have a name. A girl sat in a corner, wearing old clothes with her head buried in her knees as if in sorrow. I was the only person who survived there and was on the brink of death. The little girl was crying when she heard a voice, There's a survivor here. A survivor. A soldier looked down into the cellar, saw Cecilia, and said, Hang on, little girl. The demonic beasts have been defeated by us. It's safe now. The soldier carried little Cecilia out. As someone waiting outside gave an order, What are you waiting for? Bring water and food now. The soldier replied, Yes, princess. Cecilia looked up to see who was speaking. Thanks to the royal knights who also arrived in time, I was miraculously saved. Princess Violet stood with her arms crossed, looking at her arrogantly. The one who took me in when I had nowhere else to go was Princess Violet. Of course, a life saved must be repaid with a life. Then one day, when Cecilia had grown up, she was slender and carried luggage in her hands. Not long after, the opportunity for me to repay my debt arrived. Cecilia stood before a luxurious mansion. She was ordered to build a close relationship with the House of Vest and await my orders. And so, I joined the House of Vest as a maid. Young Lady Alice was so adorable as a child. In her hand, she held a wooden sword, looking at Cecilia with a dazed expression. And then I met Lady Alice. Cecilia gave a bright smile under the sky, but thinking back now, she suddenly felt true regret. Lady Alice looked at her with shimmering eyes. I should have never left. She remembered the scene of herself crying in that dark corner. I should have died in the ruins of that village. If I had Princess Violet's terrifying face appeared with her dreadful eyes. "It's time, Cecilia. Kill Alice for me. She is very dangerous, then this wouldn't be happening." Lady Alice asked, "Am I a danger?" Cecilia replied, "Princess, Violet has always been very wary of the House of Vest." Prince Luino laughed sinisterly, because the first Prince Luel has a close relationship with Ao. The princess believes that the House of Vest sides with Sir Luel. Perhaps because of the urgent situation, that insecurity has grown even stronger. She only trusts herself. What a coward. Cecilia then laughed and continued, "Completely different from Lady Alice. Why did I ever serve someone like that?" Lady Alice said, "But you trusted me so much." Cecilia replied, "I'm so sorry for disappointing you." Saian stepped forward and interrupted her. "That's enough? Nonsense." Saian took off his mask. "If you think that repenting will earn you forgiveness, you're dead wrong." Lady Alice was horrified. "Young Master Saian, wait. Saian, please think about this a little more." Saian frowned and drew his sword. "This can't end so easily." Cecilia gave a resigned smile. "Yes, I know, young Master Saian." Lady Alice screamed, "Wait, Saian, you can just listen a little more before you decide." Brian held the young lady's shoulder. "Wait, Lady Alice." Brian continued, "Please, trust in young Master Saian." At that moment, Saian swung his sword towards Cecilia. Lady Alice saw this and shouted, "No!" Suddenly, the door to Princess Violet's residence burst open. The princess jumped to her feet in shock, shouting, "Who the hell is that?" The princess frantically looked for Cecilia. "Damn it, where is Cecilia?" At a time like this, someone walked in and said, "So you were here." Princess Violet thought in terror. How did he find this place? It was Ash who approached and said, "I've come to escort you, Princess Violet." The princess glared at Ash angrily and asked, "You look like you're about to kill me. Do you have any idea how disrespectful you're being?" Ash replied calmly, "Yes, I do intend to kill." Ash frowned and continued, "According to the script, Prince Fabian, Prince Nerovian, and the princess are all supposed to die at the hands of a special grade demonic beast." The princess, hands on her hips, angrily asked Ash, "Do you think you can get away with something like this?" From a distance, Ash used a divine beast technique, striking the royal scroll Princess Violet was holding. The princess screamed, "Ah," as it burned to ashes. His hand was still glowing as he said, "I wasn't finished speaking." The princess rotated her injured wrist and said, "Insolent, are you really going to follow that plan to the end?" Ash stepped closer to Princess Violet and said, "Perhaps." Princess Violet stammered, "What do you mean?" He glanced at the sword stuck in the wall, recognizing it as Alice's, and asked the princess, "Where's my sister?" Princess Violet laughed and replied, "I've already eliminated her." He shot the princess a death glare. The princess continued, "What if she was colluding with Luenel? She's your sister, after all." The princess's face showed red eyes and a sinister smile, but I believe it was the right decision. "Are you going to avenge your sister now?" Ash replied, "No, I'm going to change the plan." The princess stared at Ash in astonishment. "What?" Ash pulled Alice's sword from the wall, saying, "You're awfully calm for someone in this situation." He took the sword in hand and stepped closer to Princess Violet to eliminate any suspicious person on sight. He continued, "I must admit, that's a very wise approach," he said with a mysterious smile. "To be honest, I was also a bit surprised. You and Prince Luinel are nothing alike." Princess Violet looked at him with an astonished expression. "He doesn't care about his sister at all? What on earth does this man want?" Ash said, "The original plan has fallen apart. I will inform Prince Luinel that it was a failure." The princess began to panic. "What do you want from me?" Ash leaned in close to Princess Violet's face. "The two of you should join my plan." The princess looked at him, her pupils dilated and sweat pouring down her forehead. "Aren't you Prince Luinel's man?" Ash smiled mysteriously again. "Who said that? It's merely a business relationship." The princess calmed down, crossed her arms, sat on the bed, and asked, "Do you think I believe that?" Ash replied, "Believe it or not, princess, but Prince Luinel is just a part of my plan." The princess scoffed at him and said, "Do you want this whole empire?" "That's something I can't help you with." He looked around. "I don't care who rules this empire." The princess looked at him and asked, "Then what do you want?" Ash gazed into the distance as if looking to the future. "To eliminate evil, I will eradicate all cruelty in this world. Uproot it completely." Princess Violet mocked him with a laugh. "Huh, what a pipe dream." His hand tightened on the sword. Sword? Who knows? Asher's eyes were sharp, his stance was firm, and his hand gripped his sword tightly. It seems that evil has just appeared. Princess Violet watched in surprise as the wall in front of her suddenly cracked, large, deep fissures splitting it apart into several pieces. Acho stood still, his body tensed, sensing the surrounding mana, and his entire body broke out in goosebumps. "This mana is so strange." Acho glanced up at the ceiling. Waves of energy were about to envelop the entire room, or rather, it was more like killing intent. I've never felt an aura like this before. Suddenly, that energy coalesced into a massive sphere, blowing away the entire roof of Princess Violet's house. It was Sean's void sphere. The princess screamed in terror. The void sphere generated a powerful wind that shattered the walls and sent debris flying everywhere. The princess quickly shut her eyes and covered her face, her voice stammering, "What is this?" From a distance, Aksho saw a small glint of light like a star. It was heading straight for him. A look of horror crossed Aksho's face as he realized the danger. He swung his sword, deflecting Sean's attack. Sean was wearing a mask, so Aksho couldn't recognize him. He scowled and asked, "Who are you?" Sean replied, "I am the evil you seek, and I am also your end." Aksho unleashed his 8-petal flower dance technique to counter, but Sean dodged every strike. Aksho's missed attack blew up the ground, and the impact was dangerously close to the princess. Violet screamed in terror. Hearing her cry, he immediately glanced back at Princess Violet. Aksho used a technique that blasted a circular hole right in the direction of Princess Violet. The explosions were deafening and pushed the princess and her bed far back. When the explosions stopped, she looked up and saw that her surroundings were no longer a house. It was just her and her bed, alone in the pouring rain. Princess Violet screamed in terror. No, right in front of the princess was the sight of her home being blown to smithereens. The princess sobbed, "My safe haven." The princess couldn't tear her eyes away from the sight of her home being utterly destroyed. Aksho was forced back, sword in hand. His boots scraped against the ground, creating 2 parallel trails of smoke. The princess asked frantically, "Aksho, are you all right?" He furrowed his brow, concentrating and waiting for the next attack. He's not done yet. Suddenly, a blazing red light appeared. Sean used his indomitable technique, a fiery red sphere that began to bear down on Aksho and Princess Violet. She screamed Aksho's name. Aksho immediately used his skill, Ascalon, swinging his sword to block the red sphere. The fiery orb split in 2 as it collided with Aksho's sword. Sean then began to charge at him. Aksho's brow furrowed. Damn it, he can use spatial magic too? Behind his mask were glowing red eyes, and a red flame flickered above his head as he lunged straight for Aksho with his blade. The battle between the two was becoming extremely intense. Aksho's and Sean's swords clashed, creating a blinding flash of light. Then, the energy from Aksho's Ascalon coiled around Sean's blade, which suddenly let out a scream. Sean had no idea what was happening. As a result, with just a little more force, Sean was thrown back several meters. Aksho observed Sean's techniques and concluded this guy was no ordinary foe. Princess Violet, watching from behind, also couldn't understand what had forced Sean back. He looked on with deep, confident eyes. "But I will definitely win." Princess Violet blushed and replied, "Okay." Sean looked at and then asked Ram, his sword. "What's wrong, Ram?" It replied haltingly. "It hurts. It hurts so much." It emitted red smoke as it continued. "It feels like my entire body was just torn apart. Is that the power of an authority? This is troublesome." Aksho, ready for battle, immediately began to taunt him. "Why don't you attack?" He pointed the sword at Sean. "Weren't you supposed to be my end? Go on." Sean immediately moved the Karam behind his hip. "I want to kill that bastard so badly it's making me sick." Sean stood up and extended his hand toward Aksho, revealing a ring. It glittered like a star in the night sky, but now, I've identified the source of that power, so I have to retreat. Princess Violet looked under the bed, where a sword and someone's protective gear were lying. They were covered in fresh, wet blood. The princess looked on and gasped in horror. Those belonged to Cecilia. The 3 of them stood in the rain. Princess Violet asked, "What did you do to Cecilia?" Sean just replied curtly, "Purified her." The princess didn't understand what Sean meant. "What does purification mean?" Aksho added, "It seems he means she has been eliminated." Aksho continued, "Is this your purpose? Who sent you?" Sean's body began to emit a black smoke as if he were slowly fading away. "We are the mist, those who know no forgiveness, not acting for anyone's sake, but simply as a natural purification." Aksho thought, "The mist, is it true they're active again?" While Aksho was pondering the mist, Sean had already vanished completely. He's gone. Aksho watched with irritation. Another nuisance has appeared. Were they behind the previous interruptions as well? The black smoke slowly turned red, then gradually dissipated into the rain. Scene change, the trickling sound of a waterfall, a beautiful natural vista. Karam sat clutching her head and groaned. "Ah, my head hurts so much I thought I was going to die." Sean asked, "Does it hurt that much?" Karam replied, "Yeah, I've never felt a pain like this before." Karam looked up at Sean with an annoyed expression, but she couldn't even get near him. "This is a real problem," Sean said calmly. "It's not entirely hopeless." Karam asked, stunned. "What?" He held a holy relic in his hand, looked at it, and said, "A divine relic. Duran's primeval stone, though it's just a theory, but if we use this, we'll have a chance to win." Karam grabbed Sean's wrist. No, don't. She immediately continued, did you carry that with you for a day like this? It could kill you. Lady Alice was walking over, calling Sean's name. Sean turned to look at her. I know this might be very dangerous, but it's the only way. The lady ran closer, smiling brightly as she said, I have things I need to protect now. Cecilia watched them with a contented smile. I can't repeat the mistakes of my past life. Sean clenched his fist. If my opponent is someone who can surpass all limits, then I will also be ready to surpass him. In the middle of a forest, Alice held out her hand. Here, take this. Taking the item, the other person looked slightly surprised. It turned out Alice had given her a golden object that was crafted quite exquisitely. She explained, it's a token from Marion. As she said this, the token suddenly began to glow as if to prove Alice's words. Not just anyone can enter the spirit realm. Take this with you, and you'll be able to get into Brina. Then Alice looked directly at the person before her. Take care. Hearing that, she called out softly. Alice understood her heart, but Cecilia couldn't hold back her tears. She choked out, thank you so much, and I'm sorry. Faced with that tear-stained face, Alice couldn't bear it either and turned away. But this doesn't mean I've forgiven you, so it's best you don't show up in front of me again. Clutching Marion's token in her hand, Cecilia closed her eyes as if to stop her tears. She whispered softly. She replied, yes, I'll be taking my leave. This time, Alice didn't answer. Only her silent back remained standing before Cecilia. Meanwhile, Raram and Saian were observing from a cliff above. She wondered doubtfully, is it really all right to just let her go like that? Watching Cecilia's retreating figure below, Raram looked on with disdain. Wouldn't it be less trouble to just kill her? Saian calmly replied, I've already killed her in my past life. A few images from his past life suddenly appeared in Saiyan's mind. He was very agitated back then. Looking back, there was really no need to kill her. When Saiyan found her in the past, Cecilia looked absolutely devastated. Even Saiyan could tell that she was completely consumed by guilt. Her face always wore a terrifyingly vacant expression due to her sister's death. Back in the present, Saiyan watched the lonely figure of Cecilia. He felt much more relieved. In this life, I have lifted that burden from her. One day, she will repay this debt. With heavy steps, Cecilia recalled the moment Saiyan defeated her. You know this won't end this easily, don't you? She had replied nonchalantly, yes, I understand perfectly, young Master Saiyan. Right after that, Saiyan swung the weapon in his hand. What happened next was obvious. In that moment, only Alice genuinely wanted to prevent Cecilia's tragic fate. No, but Cecilia remained motionless. It seemed as if she had silently accepted her fate, an end that Cecilia thought would be like the piece of armor slashed off beside her, left alone and shattered. Yet, that pain never came. Only Saiyan's voice echoed. You've already died here once, so consider this life as one I've spared. The time will come for you to repay it. He stressed. Until you are summoned, live in hiding. Cecilia was bewildered, ignoring the wound on her shoulder as she thought to herself, can young Master Saiyan see the future? Her flashback ending, Cecilia tightly gripped her aching shoulder, as if to remind herself that his words meant a time would come when everything could be set right. If that day comes, at this thought, her gaze gradually hardened with determination along with a vow. This life I owe, I will dedicate to you, young Master Saiyan. Elsewhere, back with Saiyan, Raram had reverted to her human form and was curious, are you sick? Why are you suddenly so nice? Saiyan looked on in annoyance as her finger poked his face, while Raram continued to guess that he must have a terminal illness. Just as their faces were close to each other, a voice interrupted them. Raram, realizing Alice had arrived, became serious again. So, is your talk all finished? Alice replied politely. Yes, and it's all thanks to you. She then turned a grateful gaze toward Raram. I haven't had a chance to thank you properly, but I'm truly grateful that you saved me. Inwardly, she was astonished. A sentient demon sword? What worried Alice was whether she could get along with her. Raram, oblivious to Alice's thoughts, confidently swiped her nose. Oh please, it was nothing. Seeing her reaction, Alice felt somewhat relieved. Could she actually be a good demon sword? With that thought, she ventured to ask, you and Saiyan seem to have a very good relationship, don't you? At this question, Raram was taken aback for a moment. Not exactly, it's just a master-servant relationship. Hearing this, Alice repeated skeptically, a master-servant relationship. Then Raram's gaze suddenly became guarded, and she warned her in a low voice, that's right, but his body is mine, so don't get any ideas. Threatened by that gaze, Alice felt awkward and said, right. Inwardly, she sighed, looks like it'll be difficult to get close to her. The scene shifts to a building. The majestic Len Academy was bathed in brilliant sunlight. In his office, Kundal was reading a letter sent from a distant land. To Headmaster Kundal, I have found the answer to my long-held doubts. The image of a resolute and determined Alice appeared before his eyes. I have decided to leave the Knights of Light. They have lost their way. Along with her words came the memory of Nairobian and Fabian's emotionless eyes, which made Alice realize that what they were protecting had become twisted. In the letter, she also expressed her disappointment in V. Alice wrote wearily, "The honor of our family is also slowly rotting away, and Father just stands by and does nothing." Furthermore, it seemed Alice had another hidden agenda. She had promised, "I will come to see you soon. I have something important to discuss." Towards the final lines of the letter, Alice mentioned two names, my brother A and Prince Linnell. "I will explain in more detail when we meet in person." At the same time, Alice also wrote, "Therefore, in the meantime, please take care of Sean for me." Holding the letter in his hand, Kundal's gaze grew distant. "Both your family and mine are a complete mess, aren't they, Alice?" He then placed the letter on the desk, having seemingly made a decision. "Still worrying about your little brother, just like always? Very well. For your sake, I'll pretend to be concerned." With that settled, Kundal turned to the person waiting beside him. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Boris replied, "It's no problem, Headmaster Kundal." Kundal turned to face Boris. He asked him, "How are you finding life at the academy?" Boris gave a slight smile. "I'm gradually getting used to it." At that moment, Kundal clasped his hands together. His voice was pensive. "It's nothing in particular, but there's something I'd like to ask you." Boris looked slightly surprised. "What would you like to ask, sir?" At this point, Kundal no longer wanted to beat around the bush. He questioned Boris in a cold voice. "When were you planning on telling me that you're working under my nephew, Prince Linnell? Or is there a reason you had to hide it?" Hearing this, Boris maintained his artificial smile. He explained smoothly, "I wasn't hiding it. It simply wasn't relevant to my duties here." Kundal then changed the subject. "In that case, can you clarify your purpose for coming here?" After a short pause, Boris sighed and answered, "I'm looking for someone." Kundal's gaze remained fixed on Boris. "And have you found them yet?" He answered vaguely, "It seems I have." But Kundal had already seen through the secret Boris was trying to hide. He commanded coldly, "Give up." In response to Boris's confused expression, Kundal's voice became even sharper. "If it's the child I'm thinking of, it would be best for you to give up." Realizing the implication in his words, Boris was still able to calmly bow his head. "I will keep that in mind, Headmaster." A short time later, in the forest outside the academy, a voice rang out. Headmaster Kundal's reaction was a bit unexpected, wasn't it? It was Boris's voice. He was sitting alone on a rock, muttering to himself while writing a letter. "It seems student Sean is more concerned about others than I thought. He really is an interesting person." Boris's quill moved swiftly across the magical paper, his voice filled with excitement. "There's always something new to report." After finishing, Boris watched with anticipation as the scroll flew off when a voice suddenly spoke. "What do we do now?" Hisri appeared beside Boris, looking even more anxious than him. If someone else gets involved, things could get complicated, but Boris remained unfazed. "I understand perfectly, Lady Hisria." However, Hisria was still, couldn't be at ease. She nervously reminded Boris, "Be careful, unlike me, a spiritual entity. He is a physical entity." Hearing this, Boris smirked, as if he already had a plan in mind. "Then let's just start with the people around him." Hisria agreed. "That's a good idea." "Then," he said confidently, "just leave it to me, Lady Hisria." Just then, a voice spoke up from behind Boris. "You wanted to see me, didn't you?" Instructor Boris realized the person he was waiting for had arrived. Boris tilted his head slightly to look back. "Thank you for coming," Instructor Sirika replied. Sirika said, "What's there to thank me for? I wanted to see you privately as well." After that, Boris stood straight in front of Sirika, his voice carrying a probing tone. "I have a few things to ask about student Sean." Sirika asked in surprise. "Student Sean?" Boris took a few steps forward, listing off some of Sean's usual behaviors. "He spends most of his time in the dormitory and barely attends classes, yet his power is extraordinary." Sirika put on a polite smile, replying without revealing any openings. "Perhaps he's a natural-born genius? You seem quite interested in student Sean, don't you?" However, Boris didn't shy away. He affirmed directly, "That's right. At first, he was the only thing that made me curious." As he spoke, Boris moved in close to Sirika. He gave a sinister smile, "But now, the people around him are also starting to catch my attention." Instructor Sirika niggity, "Isn't that right?" Boris's voice grew higher, carrying with it a hint of glee, as if he had discovered a great secret. "Loyalists of the Mist, or perhaps I should call you Miss." Hearing this, Sirika's eyes widened in horror. She instinctively froze. Then, under her sleeves, Sirika secretly drew her weapon. But Boris seemed to have noticed. He gave a triumphant smile and leaped backward. Then, a wide and hideous maw appeared at Sirika's feet. It quickly swallowed her whole, its grotesque body, with glowing red eyes, gradually becoming clear. A hellhound. Suddenly, several dazzlingly bright streaks appeared from within its body. It was Sirika. She had slashed the hellhound's body to pieces to escape. Sirika gripped two blades tightly in her hands, her entire face shrouded in shadow, only her eyes glowing, the power of the god of black mist. Following that, streaks of energy around her quickly blew away the remaining pieces of the hellhound. With that, the technique was complete, domain of mist. Faced with the scene before him, Boris raised an arm to his face, his voice revealing his amusement. I didn't expect this at all. You can open another dimension? Having dealt with the hellhound, Sirika landed calmly on the ground. She coldly spoke, so this is how you block the flow of mana from the outside. A stream of purple energy gently swirled around Sirika. She looked at Boris. I don't know how you discovered my identity, but it seems you're courting death. Immediately after, Sirika raised her blade high, her eyes filled with killing intent. If death is what you desire, I will grant your wish. Facing Sirika's overwhelming aura, Boris didn't flinch at all. He took out Hisria in the form of a golden book. It won't be that easy. Hearing this, Sirika's eyes radiated a suffocating killing intent. She smirked slightly, her voice filled with defiance. Quite confident, aren't you? But I wonder how long you can maintain that confidence. The moment her words ended, strange, black-robed figures began to appear around Sirika one by one. Standing amidst the mysterious figures, Sirika raised the sharp blade in her hand. Boris Liam, I will now begin your cleansing. At that moment, the Hiska in Boris's hand automatically flipped open, a dangerous glint emanating from his narrow eyes. Fine then, I will deal with all of you. Meanwhile, in a cozy room, Nana suddenly called out loudly. Papa and Emily echoed her almost in unison. Saian stepped out of a teleportation circle in front of them, with a weary-looking Brian by his side. Saian spoke, I'm back. Seeing him, Nana immediately rushed to hug him, her sweet voice ringing out, Papa. Brian, on the other hand, paid no mind to anything else. He walked straight to Emily. Give me something to eat. After resting for a moment, Saiyan looked at Nana nestled obediently in his arms and thought, she's so big now, it's getting hard to hold her. Out loud, he asked caringly, are you doing okay, kiddo? Nana continued to bury her head in Saiyan's chest. She answered obediently, yes, I listened to you, Papa, and lived well with Miss Sirika. Seeing no unusual signs from Nana, Saiyan felt inwardly relieved. It seems the little one managed to persevere through it. Sirika's training. He still felt a bit tense, recalling that scene when Nana was able to single-handedly take down a swarm of magical beasts. Saiyan thought to himself, I had asked her to train Nana to control her outbursts, because what happened at the blood banquet must never happen again. The one training Nana was Sirika, someone Saiyan trusted enough to entrust her to, despite her harsh training methods. Yet, looking at her professional and stern demeanor, Saiyan had to admit that when it came to controlling instincts, she was still the most suitable person. Thinking this, Saiyan felt even more sympathy for Nana. He gently stroked her hair. My little one must have had a very hard time then. Nana replied, yes, but she has an appointment today, so she couldn't teach. Hearing Nana's words, Saiyan was momentarily surprised. What kind of appointment? Just then, Raram's voice cut in, probably going for a cleansing. Saiyan still didn't understand what was happening. A cleansing? Seeing his confusion, Raram explained, because I told her to cleanse that Boris fellow you know. She pointed forward and continued, her voice filled with excitement. That guy is working as an instructor here. Sirika is also an instructor, so it's easier for her to approach him, right? In response to Raram, Saiyan showed no sign of pleasure. He questioned in a serious tone, Eru would never approve of this. Do you have any idea what you're dealing with here? Hearing that, Raram's gaze faltered slightly, as if she had expected this. Are you talking about the Holy Scripture then? Don't you think Sirika and Miss can't defeat him? At this, Saiyan stood up, raising a hand to fix his hair while speaking. So you knew about the existence of the Hisria after all. Then, Saiyan strode angrily towards Raram. When were you planning on telling me? Do you want to be restrained? This expression made her momentarily panic and she blurted out, why do you have to worry about every little thing? Then Saiyan said, it seems I can't even get a minute of rest. Hearing this, Raram looked at him quizzically. Are you planning to go? Saiyan's face fell into shadow, his worry clearly visible. I have to go now. The truly dangerous thing is his bloodline. Brian, I have to go. You take care of Emily and Nana. Before he could even finish speaking, Saiyan saw Brian stuffing his face over by Emily. Noticing the food in his hands, Saiyan asked curiously, what are you eating there? Brian kept chewing. I was starving, so I had to grab a bite. I'll go with you. Hearing this, Saiyan waved his hand dismissively. No, just Raram and I are leaving now. He was actually screaming internally. This is the first time I've ever seen a normal person eat Emily's food. Sure enough, right before his eyes, that pile of food started emitting black smoke. Saiyan thought to himself, you've gotten stronger, Brian. Emily, standing behind him, couldn't stop him from eating so heartily. Meanwhile, Brian just casually looked at Saiyan. So are we just supposed to wait here? He quickly gave Brian another mission. Take Nana and Emily to brand new. Those words hit Nana hard. Papa's leaving? Seeing that she couldn't bear to let him go, Saiyan gently patted Nana's head and comforted her. I'm sorry, this place might be dangerous. Brian finally stopped eating. He asked cautiously, Are you sure you'll be okay? Saian's voice was firm and resolute. I'll be fine. I'll come find you when I'm done. I'm counting on you, Brian. Only the lazy Raram was complaining. What a pain. Over on Sarika's side, the battle grew more and more fierce, but it seemed her side was losing its advantage in numbers. In the clearing, only Sarika remained standing, and she looked exhausted. Sarika gritted her teeth, the sight growing more gruesome. At that moment, blending into the fog and the dark purple sky, a horde of marionettes was approaching. Looking towards her fallen comrades, Sarika now realized was the blood banquet is doing as well. Then she carefully observed the eerie crowd before her, and Sarika became even more certain that these marionettes had the same aura as before, only much stronger, but it was definitely the same. While she was lost in thought, Boris's smug voice rang out. Are you tired already? He stood among the marionettes, casually holding Hizria in his hand, and said sinisterly, This was just the appetizer. Then Boris pointed forward, his finger wrapped in a bit of dark magic. The main course and dessert are still to come. Noticing that the aura around him had changed, Sarika's eyes widened with tension. Next, she swiftly leaped to the side, just barely dodging a charging marionette. Immediately after, Sarika quickly regained her balance and swung her blade. She was ready for this lopsided battle. Like a flash of lightning, the marionettes surrounding Sarika were sent flying. In the air, only flashes of her blade remained. Void sword. Raging mist storm. But it wasn't enough. She continued to leap high into the air. In mid-air, a magic circle of sword paths began to form. Void sword. 8. Directional slow dance. The power radiating from Sarika grew stronger and stronger. Her eyes gleamed as she calmly landed on the ground. Secret technique. Killing intent wave. Just when it seemed like everything was over, no, a golden streak of light suddenly grazed Sarika's cheek. It was Boris. He was launching a rain of weapons towards Sarika. Spear of judgment. Now she had no choice but to continuously dodge. Sarika gritted her teeth in frustration. He kept using high-level magic without giving her a moment to breathe. Moreover, before she even had a second to think, one of the marionettes caught up to her. Luckily, just before it pounced, Sarika managed to leap away towards another direction. Then, she found a relatively open spot and prepared to land. But the moment her feet touched the ground, the horde of marionettes charged at her. Sarika realized in horror that they could perfectly read her movements. Suddenly, and on the forehead of one marionette, a glowing cross-shaped seal appeared. It was the Nissan puppet control. As if on command, it immediately self-destructed upon getting close to Sarika. The light from the massive explosion illuminated Sarika's entire face. She froze for a moment, unable to dodge in time. The destructive power of the explosion grew larger and larger, engulfing the entire space in a red glow. From the center of the giant fireball, Sarika was blown away, her heart filled with utter panic. How could it store this much mana? This is no ordinary marionette, but just as her back hit the ground, the group of marionettes with glowing sigils charged forward in unison, and just like before, each marionette exploded, creating an unimaginably terrifying scene. Enduring such a relentless assault, Sarika no longer had the strength to fight back. Seeing this, Boris spoke with satisfaction. Then, high above, his eyes glowed strangely. Boris said coldly, It's time for you to die. Warlord Sarika knew what he was about to do, but at this moment, her body was completely unable to move. Next, from Boris's position, a massive amount of yellow energy shot straight towards Sarika. The ground where she lay was shattered by the impact, sending earth and rock flying everywhere. After that fatal attack, only a desolate crater remained. The traces of Boris's power slowly faded. At this moment, his feet touched the damp ground again. An arrogant voice rang out. What a pity. Just as Boris was gloating, Sarika's voice suddenly cut in. Now I understand. She lay motionless on the spot. Although her body was heavily injured, her mind was still clear. Your marionettes? Sarika's gaze swept over the marionettes. Now she was certain. They can track their opponent's mana, can't they? Unlike normal marionettes. Then Sarika focused on the glowing Hizria in Boris's hand. She continued. And that grimoire is the source of your power. As soon as she finished speaking, Sarika wearily sat up. In her hand, she still gripped her blade tightly. Her expression remained as cold as ever, and the mana radiating from it was anything but ordinary. Could that be a divine weapon? Seeing that Sarika had guessed correctly, Boris let go of the Hizria and clapped. He praised her, sharp combat senses, and vast knowledge, truly admirable. But Boris's expression quickly changed, a provocative smile appearing on his lips. So, what will you do next? Then, a strange arm rose from the ground, followed by a series of marionettes crawling out of a phantom portal. The newly emerged marionettes quickly joined the ranks, and on their faces, their two eyes, though lifeless, emitted a faint ethereal glow. At some point, Boris had mounted a large sword. He shouted, "I have countless marionettes, just give up." Hearing this, Sarika slammed the blade in her hand into the ground. It stuck into the ground, as if answering for her. Then, a powerful source of mana radiated from around Sarika's body. She stood up forcefully. "Sorry, but I hate giving up." As she spoke, the mana radiating from her grew denser and denser. She quietly chanted an incantation, activating a secret technique. After that, a large shadow suddenly appeared on the ground beneath Sarika's feet, summoning a contracted magical beast. Following the summons, a giant magical beast instantly appeared. It had a set of razor-sharp golden teeth, and on its head was a pair of ferocious golden horns. This was the Maimon of Greed. The scene before him left Boris somewhat astonished. He muttered to himself, "Unbelievable." At this moment, the light radiating from Sarika's body began to fade. Boris also realized that the mana from that woman had completely vanished. On Sarika's side, Maimon suddenly tilted its head to the sky and let out a long howl. The marionettes, which had looked so fierce just moments ago, were now frozen in place by that loud howl. Immediately after, the battle resumed dramatically. As it began, Maimon charged into the middle of the marionette horde. With just a single punch, it easily sent the marionettes flying. Tiny, yet a few fearless marionettes still climbed onto Maimon's arm. Seeing them, Maimon let out a roar, and countless sharp spikes sprouted from its arm, impaling the marionettes. Seeing this, Boris sighed, "You really are excessive. My precious marionettes that I worked so hard to collect." He had long since retreated from the center of the battle, positioned high above. Boris calmly watched the scene below. "To think you turned them into a contracted magic beast. How talented." Then his gaze focused on Sarika, his voice confident as if he had already won. "But in the end, it's only temporary. Now you're just an empty shell with no mana." Boris smirked smugly. "You can't even cast a simple spell now. What a shame." Then, Boris's hand continued to draw more power from Hisria. He declared arrogantly, "That was your mistake." But just then, something unexpected happened. Sarika's figure vanished without a trace. In an instant, she appeared right behind Boris. Sarika's voice was laced with mockery. "Hey, you speak as if you're not taking any risks yourself." Though caught by surprise, Boris managed to project his mana just in time to block Sarika's sword. The two clashed high in the air. Only then did Boris realize something was wrong. "I couldn't even see her move. How can she be so fast without any mana?" Against Sarika's vicious sword strikes, Boris could only continue to pour mana into his shield in front of him. While they were locked in a stalemate, Sarika's blade cracked a corner of the shield. Noticing this, a crazed glint appeared in Sarika's eyes. She twirled the sword in her hand as if it were a mere toy. Then, Sarika thrust her sword into the center of the shield. Seeing Boris still resisting, she poured more strength into her arms. The moment the shield shattered into pieces, Sarika's powerful fist was already waiting. It was a direct hit. Boris was sent flying backward, his body skidding across the ground until it smoked. When the dust finally settled, Boris's face was twisted in pain. But things were far from over. By now, Sarika's hand was already right next to his face. In the next instant, her hand clamped down hard over Boris's mouth. She lifted him into the air and then slammed him violently to the ground. He broke out in a cold sweat, unable to utter a single sound. "Is she not even giving me time to chant?" Meanwhile, Sarika had no intention of dragging this out any longer. She held Boris down with one hand, raising her sword high with the other. However, Sarika had carelessly overlooked his free hand. Boris secretly cast a spell. In that case, a chantless spell, Earth Mine. And so, before she could bring her sword down for the killing blow, Sarika was blinded by the light that erupted from the spell. In just an instant, that magic detonated, forcing Sarika to jump back and freeing Boris in the process. Now in the air, he proceeded to create countless more magic circles, spears of judgment. Facing him, Sarika, after being knocked back, quickly regained her balance and dashed forward. At Boris's command, a volley of spears shot down at the ground. However, against such a repetitive attack, Sarika could dodge with ease. Next, she did a flip in mid-air, her glowing eyes radiating extreme danger. Sarika quickly leaped above Boris, using her long, slender legs to gain momentum. At that moment, suspended in mid-air, Boris's face went pale with fright. But before he had time to react, Sarika's spinning kick slammed Boris hard into the ground. After the shockwave from the impact, it took him a moment to regain his composure. He bent over, trying to sit up, and just as despair set in, Hisria's voice suddenly rang out. "That's enough for today, Boris." Immediately after, in the form of a golden book, she flew up and blocked Sarika's lightning punch. A stunned Boris whispered, "Lady Hisria." Blocked and blinded by the light, Sarika had no choice but to temporarily halt her attack. "Damn it, the divine artifact blocked my way." After parrying the fatal blow, Hisria turned to Boris and said, "I have too little information on her." At first, I just thought she was a mere follower of evil. Seeing that Boris was now protected by a shield, Sirika decided not to risk charging in anymore. However, she remained vigilant, holding her blade defensively. Hisria, on the other hand, was calculating her next move, but with skills like that, she must be a leader at the very least. We can't face her head-on right now. Suddenly, Sirika narrowed her eyes, her gaze fixed on something in front of her. It was a trickle of black blood running from Boris's lips. Sirika thought in disbelief. Black blood? When she realized she wasn't seeing things, a look of sheer astonishment crossed her face. You're from the Black Blood tribe, but I thought they were completely wiped out? Seeing her reaction, Boris helplessly wiped the blood away. This is why I hate bleeding. It's such a pain. Although he didn't admit it outright, his words reminded Sirika of the marionettes and the stone from that day, the ones that appeared at the blood banquet. The original creators of those things were the Black Blood tribe. At that realization, her face contorted with rage as veins popped on her forehead, and she screamed furiously. You're the one behind that massacre, aren't you? Boris glared. Hearing that, Boris placed a finger on his chin, his voice tinged with regret. So I've been exposed, it seems I can no longer continue working here. What a pity. But Sirika's emotions had already reached their breaking point. She threw caution to the wind and lunged at Boris, screaming, shut your mouth. However, this time, he was under Hisria's absolute protection. Boris was unusually calm as he said, until we meet again. But the furious Sirika had no intention of letting him escape. She roared, like hell, there's a next time. You're not getting away. While Boris was focused on what was in front of him, the gigantic M had appeared behind him at some point. Then, on Sirika's command, they both attacked Boris's magic shield at the same time. This action succeeded in angering Hisria. She cursed in annoyance, what a troublesome woman. Even though Boris was under Hisria's protection, withstanding the assault from two sides was proving difficult. I forgot she was here too. Seeing the swarm of marionettes slowly merging into the body of Mayman, Boris casually remarked, looks like my marionettes have been used as a sacrifice. On Sirika's side, she was still, pouring all her strength into the attack. However, the shield didn't even waver. It's impenetrable. Sirika's blade scraped against the shield, creating a shower of sparks. The more she thought about it, the more furious she became. If it weren't for that grimoire, I would have won. Suddenly, Sirika sensed something was off. She looked behind her suspiciously. Who is it? Who just interfered with my space? Sure enough, a small tear had appeared in the fabric of space. Sirika wondered anxiously. Does he have an ally? But the person who arrived was none other than Sean. Seeing him, a shocked Sirika silently called his name, while on the other side, Boris quickly spotted Sean as well. He gritted his teeth and hissed, Sean, why now of all times? Sean didn't deign to answer. He swiftly charged forward, his eyes as cold as ice. Then, with a single swing, the blade in his hand instantly shattered it. Boris's shield shatters. In the dark space, under the clash of two powers, the barrier gradually breaks apart. When everything fell silent, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed. It was Rayram. She was approaching a mass of white feathers. She scoffed. How pathetic. It seemed Rayram recognized the person before her. She arrogantly called out her name, Hisria. Hearing her name, Hisria spread her wings wide. A girl with white hair appeared from within and she wondered, how did you find me? Hisria looked extremely battered at this point. She asked suspiciously, why are you here? Rayram calmly replied, my intuition is quite sharp. Then, stepping on the shattered pieces of the shield, Rayram slowly approached. I can smell it. Standing before the kneeling Hisria, Rayram looked down, her eyes filled with arrogance, especially the stench of hypocrites like you. It's nauseatingly rotten. Being mocked, Hisria's wings twitched as she growled at Rayram, I warned you. Then Hisria's eyes suddenly glinted with killing intent, and she abruptly shouted that you chose the wrong side. At this, Rayram's face wrinkled, only now realizing something was wrong. Just as expected, strange runes appeared on Hisria's body and wings, the supreme power of the seraphim. In the blink of an eye, she reverted to the form of a golden book, only this time the blue eye in the center was wide open. Next, from above Rayram, Hisria continuously launched streams of runes to surround her. Even trying to rush in to save her was impossible. Those golden characters quickly pushed Sirika away, and in just an instant, in the middle of the vast space, they formed a special cage. Thrown far back by the surrounding magical power, Sirika gritted her teeth in frustration and cursed. Damn it. Then she called out in worry. It turned out Sean was inside, recklessly resisting. Seeing him dare to do that, Hisria couldn't hide her curiosity. Is he resisting the supreme power? Seeing Sean's eyes glow a brilliant red, Hisria became even more surprised. What kind of power was affecting him? With the power of the demon sword alone, it would be impossible to withstand this. Peering deeper into Sean's red pupils, Hisria couldn't help but think to herself, you were hiding something more dangerous than I thought. Just then, opposite Sean, Boris slowly stood up and spoke. I will also provide support. As Boris finished speaking, a black aura with strange eyes enveloped his body. Boris seemed to have made up his mind. The master of the demon's sword is right in front of us. We must eliminate him now. Hearing this, Hizria tried to stop him. Stop, Boris. Our current strength isn't enough. But Sean's hand was already reaching for her. Seeing the enemy before him, Sean had completely entered a berserk state. His voice hissed through his clenched teeth. Boris felt the powerful energy from deep within Sean's body, while Hizria was so terrified that she broke out in a cold sweat. Then, Hizria's golden book form was slashed across by a single strike, and she screamed in pain. What? With just one sharp slash, Hizria's body was split in two. Next, Sean had no intention of sparing Boris either. He quickly plunged his sword straight into his chest. Only then did Boris know fear. His facial muscles tensed up. He pierced through Lady Hizria's barrier. This kid is too dangerous. An ancient sigil suddenly appeared in Boris's mind, and now this moment made him even more certain. The black mist that covers the sun, it must be referring to Seanver. So, Boris gripped Sean's shoulder tightly. He ignored the pain in his body, wanting to drag Sean down with him. If he was the sword's blade, it would be aimed at that master in the future. Now that Lady Hizria's barrier is active, we must break him. Standing outside, Sirika anxiously watched the stream of light before her, exclaiming in a panic, "What terrifying magical energy! If this continues, Saian won't be able to withstand it." At that moment, a pair of golden horns suddenly appeared on Sirika's head. She urged herself to find a way before the demon soldier was destroyed. And just as she thought, the magical energy on the demon soldier's body was gradually returning to Sirika. Meanwhile, Sean ignored the dark magic corroding his body and held the blade firmly against Boris's chest. Seeing no progress, Sean decided to use that technique. Void sword art, great tree's deep scar. Just then, the grotesque mouth of that dark magic was about to swallow Sean whole when a figure rushed out and pulled him back. Their two pairs of feet hit the ground with terrifying speed. The resulting trail flashed like lightning in the night. It turned out to be Sirika who had saved Sean in time using the secret technique. Demon-human integration. Seeing her in this unfamiliar form, he called out softly, "My lady." Suddenly, Sean's eyes widened, his pupils reflecting sheer terror. It was Hizria. Her body was glowing intensely, her aura threatening to overwhelm the entire space. Faced with such energy, even Sirika and Sean could barely stand their ground. Then, from within that light, a sharp pillar instantly pierced the darkness overhead. At that moment, the appearance of Sirika gradually returned to normal. She watched in amazement. "You managed to destroy my fog domain? Is this the power of a divine artifact?" As the surrounding darkness vanished, the light disappeared as well, leaving only a faint trace of energy on the ground. Sirika announced that he had escaped. The purification had failed. Seeing this, an irritated Saian shot up from the ground. "Why did you stop me?" Hearing that, Sirika snapped. "What? Is that how you speak to the person who just saved your life?" But Saiyan disagreed, retorting, "I was the one who saved you." Hearing Saiyan dare to say such a thing, Sirika furiously shouted, "What did you say?" while she was seething with anger on the side. "Where did you learn that attitude?" "Ha!" Saiyan was only focused on the demon blade in his hand. "Are you okay?" "Raram." It seems she was too exhausted to return to her human form. Raram said in a small voice, "I think I'll have to sleep for a while." Seeing her condition, Saiyan didn't bother her anymore. He silently recalled the pain from before. "I felt it completely, but at least I was able to endure it." Sean's expression suddenly darkened. He told himself, when it comes to the final battle, it seems that's the only way. Meanwhile, Sirika was nagging incessantly in his ear. "Hey, are you ignoring me now?" The scene shifts to a bustling, prosperous street crowded with people. This is the commercial city near brand new Len. In the middle of the crowd, Alice had her head covered. Suddenly, she stared intently in one direction. Not far from Alice, Kundal's gaze was also fixed on her. Alice was a little surprised. What a coincidence. The appearance of Kundal here was quite unexpected for Alice. She slowly approached him. "You really came." Afterwards, the two found a restaurant nearby to sit down. Kundal spoke first. "It's been a long time since I left the academy," Alice replied. "To be honest, I'm surprised myself." She still couldn't believe it. Alice's eyes showed her confusion. "You rarely leave the academy, you know." Meanwhile, Kel calmly picked up his teacup. He got straight to the point. "It's also thanks to the letter you sent. The situation seems serious." Hearing this, Alice asked worriedly, "Is it because I left the night order?" But Kundal had already quickly denied it. "I already predicted you would walk your own path." Then, he stroked his pure white beard, having long seen through everything. Protecting the family wasn't that important. What's more worrying is Luanel and Luel. At that moment, feeling the warmth from the teacup in her hands, Alice finally calmed down. "Did you know about Chell?" But Kundal didn't fully confirm it. His voice was full of hidden meaning. In a way, if you were to accept the position of maintaining the family, what do you think would happen? It seemed Alice had already considered what Kundal was saying. Her gaze grew distant. The core talents of the Empire have all joined the Knight Order of Light, so he could become the leader of the Empire's strongest army. Luenel's arrogant face suddenly appeared in Kundal's mind. He agreed, that's right. And his best friend, my grandson, Luel, would also likely command the Knight Order of Light alongside him. Seeing that Kundal had pinpointed the exact issue, Alice anxiously asked for his opinion. This is what I'm most worried about. So what do you think about this? Luenel is your grandson, after all. However, Kundal didn't answer that question. Instead, he mentioned Saian one day. Your younger brother, Saian, asked me, do you want the prosperity of the Empire or the honor of the family? Recalling that, Kundal slightly narrowed his eyes, a flash of shame in his gaze. That kid saw much further ahead than we did. I was too complacent about the future. Regarding what he just said about Saian, Alice grew even more curious. Did Saian see something? At this point, Kundal stood up, his aged voice ringing out, I don't know either, but you should leave the Empire for a while. Hearing that, Alice was a bit bewildered. Why do I have to leave the Empire? Kundal turned to leave, as if he knew something, but couldn't reveal it yet. A major upheaval is coming. I will try to fix everything within my ability, but I can't be certain of anything. Hearing this, Alice's expression grew tense. She repeated worriedly, a major upheaval. Light from outside shone on Kundal's face. He emphasized in a low voice, I'm talking about a coup d'etat. The signs of a civil war to seize the throne are gradually becoming clear. At the same time, on the streets of the brand new commercial district, Nana was happily looking all around. She pointed at an old man selling fruit on the roadside and said excitedly, the fruit is so strange. Then curiously pointed at a group of people with a strange appearance. Those people look strange too. The group of three, Andrian, Philip, and Leonard, were bewildered at being pointed at. Luckily, Brian arrived just in time. He quickly stopped Nana and looked at the group sincerely. Excuse us, we'll be on our way now. After that, Brian hurriedly led Nana away. He warned, you shouldn't point at people like that. Hearing this, Emily defended her. What's the big deal? All kids are like that when they're growing up. Brian didn't want to argue anymore and quickly walked away. It's best not to draw too much attention. The most important goal right now is to get to the safe house the young master told us about. In this situation, Emily suddenly blurted out, but if we walk together like this, people will just think we're a normal family. Emily had barely said that when Brian's face turned red. He was suddenly speechless, but fearing the other two would notice, Brian awkwardly turned to one side. It's over there, Emily called out in surprise. Brian. Seeing Brian's retreating back, getting further and further. Amidst the bustling crowd, Emily urged, hurry, let's go with them. But Nana wasn't paying attention. She took the chance while the two weren't looking and turned in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, in her private room, Alice was sighing by the window frame. At that moment, Kundal's parting words echoed in her ears. A coup was about to happen. The signs of a rebellion to seize the throne had begun to appear. A flicker of sadness crossed Alice's eyes, her heart filled with many worries. She couldn't believe A and Luel would dare to plan such a thing. How on earth did Headmaster Kundal and Sean find out about this? Just as Alice was lost in thought, the door to her room suddenly creaked open. Seeing her, Emily called out cheerfully, Lady Alice. While Alice couldn't hide her surprise, what are you doing here? Following Emily, Brian also stepped into the room. Emily spoke first. It's been a while. Alice softly called Emily's name. Seeing the two of them together, Alice asked curiously, Brian is here too? Don't tell me you're living with Sean at the academy? Emily walked over and took Alice's hand. That's right. The young master can't possibly live without me. Hearing this, Alice's expression suddenly darkened. She stared blankly, thinking to herself, even the cursed blade is living with two girls. Living with two girls at the academy? Is that even allowed? Brian didn't notice Alice's strange reaction. He stepped forward to report. The young master had some urgent business to handle, so he told us to come on ahead. She looked suspiciously at the three of them. What? Only then did Brian and Emily look out the door to search for Nana. The two of them now realized in horror, where did she go? Surprised, Alice also looked out the door. Was there someone else with you? At her question, Brian's face turned pale. Yes, she was right behind us just a moment ago. He mentally cursed himself. I was careless. I shouldn't have taken my eyes off her for even a second. Seeing the two of them panicking like that, a calm Alice simply gave an order. Let's go. A determined look appeared on her face. Alice quickly urged Brian and Emily, if she's with Sean, then she's important to me too, so we have to find her. Hurry up. The scene changes to a port in Bren, where a blue waterway winds. At the port, a cargo ship was docked. On the ship, a pair of strong hands reached out to close the cargo hold door. Andrian cheerfully patted the wooden door, and he said excitedly to Leonard beside him, All right, we're ready to set sail. We made a pretty good profit this time, too. After finishing their check, the two of them headed down one after the other. Let's go report to the boss. Suddenly, a strange pair of shoes came into their view. Seeing the owner of the shoes, the sharp-eyed Andrion quickly recognized her. Isn't that the kid from earlier? Leonard also remembered, oh, the one who was pointing at everything. In front of them, Nana was seriously clenching both her fists. Seeing this, Andrion mocked her. You've got some nerve, wandering around all by yourself. While walking on the plank connecting to the ship, he casually teased Nana. Hey kid, where are your parents that you're roaming around like this? Suddenly, Nana raised her hand and pointed behind them. Andrion looked bewildered. Huh? Pointing again? But fearing they wouldn't understand, she shouted. Over there. Nana pointed firmly in that direction. She said, There's a very familiar smell over there. Following Nana's finger, Andrion asked, You're curious about that place, kid. As he spoke, wicked expressions appeared on both Andrion's and Leonard's faces. The two of them had the same thought. A prize has delivered itself right into our hands. With that thought, Andrion promptly stepped aside. He coaxed Nana. That place is it's packed full of delicious treats. She asked innocently, Candy? Seeing that Nana was about to fall for it, Andrion continued to coax her. That's right, candy. He was actually a bit confused, thinking she was a little old to be so obsessed with candy. But seeing her sparkling eyes, Andrion secretly wondered if something was off with her. But Nana was only focused on one thing. Can I really have some candy? Hearing that, Andrion immediately put on a friendly face. He cheerfully held out his hand. Of course you can. I'm a good person after all. Leonard, who was standing nearby, also played along for free. But Nana was still a bit hesitant, as she suddenly remembered Sean's warning echoing in her head. If a stranger offers you candy and tells you to follow them, Nana, what are you supposed to do? However, faced with the delicious treat right in front of her, Nana decisively tossed caution to the wind. She cheered, awesome. Seeing that Nana had taken the bait, the two men held out their hands to welcome her. Come on, this way, this way. Meanwhile, she was happily skipping along, chanting, Candy, candy. Once they were on the ship, Andrion slyly pointed towards a pitch-black area. He enticed her. There's a whole mountain of candy in here. Faced with such darkness, Nana suddenly recalled Sean's warning. Hey kid, if anyone tells you to go into a dark and suspicious place, you absolutely must not go in. Got it? But faced with Andrion's sweet persuasion, Nana threw caution to the wind and dove right in. Andrion had to suppress a laugh, thinking, she's so gullible. Then he kicked the door shut. Nana was now locked inside. Having unexpectedly caught such a prize, Leonard said cheerfully, We've got another prime piece of merchandise. Andrion was grinning from ear to ear. What a lucky day. Inside the dark cargo hold, Nana walked alone past rows of cold iron cages. She curiously called out, Where's the candy? But the only response was the sight of several dark figures moving inside the cages. Surprised, Nana moved closer, only to discover they were all children. It was only then that she cautiously looked back toward the door, which had been shut tight at some point. Nana whispered to herself, was Nana tricked? The dark surroundings were the only answer she needed. Nana suddenly burst into tears. I'm sorry, Papa, I let them trick me. Suddenly, she stopped crying, as her sensitive nose seemed to have picked up a strange scent. After that, Nana turned and headed deeper into the hold. She followed the smell, intrigued. This was the same scent from before. The more she smelled it, the more the scent seemed to mesmerize her, urging Nana to walk faster. She continued until she reached the very end of the hold, where she stopped in front of an iron cage covered by a cloth. This was where the smell was coming from. Without hesitation, the brave Nana quickly lifted the edge of the white cloth, her bright eyes peering inside. It's you, isn't it? Inside the cage was a small but rather ferocious-looking magical beast. Nana stared at it hungrily. The source of this delicious scent, a high-level magical beast, a redden. Ignoring Fenia's fierce growling, Nana reached her hand out toward its head. Then, she gently stroked its head. There, be good now. This was something Fenia had never imagined. After a moment of soothing it, Nana sat down comfortably in front of Fenia. Why are you locked up in here? Do you want to get out? The beast seemed to understand as it wagged its tail nonstop. Little Fenia had agreed. Using her incredible strength, Nana quickly bent the iron bars, creating an opening for it to escape. Just then, a child's voice suddenly called out from behind Nana. Hey miss, it's Henry and a friend who were also locked up. The boy looked at Nana expectantly. If you can let it out, you can let us out too, right? Hearing someone ask for her help, Nana smiled in response, her grin holding a hint of excitement. At that moment, on the outside, Andrion and Leonard were rushing back to report on their work, arriving before a leader-like figure sitting on a high chair, and both bowed respectfully. Everything is ready, boss. Hearing this, the man smiled with satisfaction, his squinty eyes revealing a clear cunning. Excellent. Now we just have to wait to set sail. This was the head of the Red Xenon Merchant Guild, Torino. Below, Philip stood with his arms crossed. He wondered, "Are you handling the transaction yourself this time too?" Torino immediately replied, "Yes." Fearing Philip was still worried, Torino began to explain the current situation. Old man Morris suddenly disappeared, and the Grey Merchant Guild is gone too, you know. Then, he reached out to stroke the fur on Nisa's nose, his voice carrying a hint of excitement. "Without having to pay a middleman fee, we'll make an even bigger profit. The more the Garum Guild fancies young children, the higher the price they'll pay. Once this deal is done, we'll be rolling in cash." Unlike Torino, Philip felt a sense of unease. He reasoned that after Anvis, the Grey Merchant Guild had also collapsed, giving him a very bad feeling. It's like a woman's intuition, you know? Hearing Philip say that, Andrian and Leonard's eyes immediately widened in shock. "What? You're a woman?" Philip didn't notice the strange looks from the two. He cautiously advised Torino that they should be careful with this next transaction. However, Torino wasn't worried in the slightest. He reassured the group, "Don't worry, we have the champion Jinan here with us." The words had barely left his mouth when the ship docked at the harbor suddenly exploded from within. A panicked Torino screamed, "What's happening to my ship?" Before the group could even process what was going on, Nana landed in front of them. Torino snapped harshly, "Who dares?" At this moment, Nana no longer had her gentle demeanor. She growled, "You wicked grown-ups." Then, Nana stood up, a dense magical aura radiating from her body, her eyes filled with killing intent. Nana would not forgive them. Seeing Nana with such powerful magic, Torino's eyes widened in alarm. What is that?" "Don't tell me that's a dragonoid." At that moment, Nana's arm shot out, pointing directly at Andrion's group as she yelled, "You're the wicked, lying grown-ups, aren't you?" Across from her, Leonard had already drawn his weapon. Andrian, who had been listening, quickly chimed in. "Are you going to keep pointing that finger?" As soon as he spoke, all three of them erupted with energy and simultaneously charged towards Nana. Andrian led the way, yelling, "I'll chop that finger right off." But before he could even act, he was sent flying by her fist. Leonard was next, and even Philip couldn't escape a similar fate. And so, in just an instant, all three goons were defeated at Nana's feet. Realizing he couldn't just sit back anymore, Torino raised his hand, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. "All right, if you want to play, I'll indulge you. Capture her, and make sure she's alive." Hearing this, Nana's eyes suddenly widened, and she froze for a moment. It turned out Nisa was joining the battle directly this time. It bared its sharp teeth, its bloodshot red eyes glaring as if it wanted to tear its opponent to shreds. On Torino's command, Nisa charged swiftly toward Nana. Its massive shadow on the ground was a stark contrast to the tiny Nana. Then, Nisa violently slammed the hammer in its hands down where she stood, the impact immediately shattering the ground. Witnessing this, Torino broke out in a cold sweat from behind. He yelled in frustration, "Hey, I said to capture her alive." But Torino failed to notice Nisa's strange behavior and just kept cursing non-stop. "You idiots! If the merchandise gets even a scratch, it'll be your hides. Go!" In a spot he couldn't see, Nana had actually blocked Nisa's attack with just one hand. Suddenly, she looked up, her gaze focused on the area above. What caught Nana's eye was the heavy iron collar around Nisa's neck. "Nisa!" She wondered, "What is that?" Before Nana could investigate further, Nisa swung its hammer and pushed her away. Seeing Nana completely unharmed, Torino angrily roared, "How can big guys like you not even handle that little brat?" That little brat? The three of them, Andrian, Philip, and Leonard, could only sit there and take the scolding. Then, a sinister glint appeared in Torino's eyes. He clenched his fist, which emitted a strange glow. "Do me a favor and fight like you're worth your size, for me." Over here, Nisa reacted immediately, tilting its head back and letting out a long roar. Standing before it, Nana remained unfazed and continued to land powerful punches. Then with a single high jump, Nana delivered a critical blow to Nisa's neck, causing it to fall backward. Unfortunately for Torino, behind Nisa was exactly where he was standing. Seeing its giant body about to fall on him, he was terrified and could barely stammer out, "Huh? Hey, why are you flying towards me?" Immediately after, a terrible collision occurred. Nisa's body quickly shattered the ground and rocks beneath it. At the same time, elsewhere, Brian's group was running around searching for Nana. Suddenly, Brian stopped. He stared blankly at a corner of the sky where a column of black smoke was rising. Brian watched for a while, but he couldn't figure out the reason. What's going on? He could sense an immense source of magical power, but his instincts urged him to run towards it. "We have to hurry." Alice and Emily followed after Brian's footsteps. "Wait for us." Back at the battle on the docks, amidst the rubble, Torino was rubbing his head. "You rotten brat, I won't forgive you." Seeing that Nisa had managed to sit up, he once again used his master's tone to command it. "Go take care of her. Go take care of her." But suddenly, Torino's face went pale. He froze and cried out, "The chain!" It turned out Nana's last punch wasn't meant to attack Nisa, but mainly to destroy the chain collar on its neck. Torino was terrified. It's broken? Therefore, his control over it was completely lost. This time, Nisa was directing its resentful gaze towards Torino. At this point, even if he wanted to escape, it was too late. Nisa's hairy hand was right in front of Torino. After that, Nisa quickly lunged at him. Nana stood in the distance, watching quietly. Having been controlled by Torino for so long, Nisa took this opportunity to unleash all its resentment on him. Seeing that enough time had passed, Nana slowly approached Nisa. Realizing she had arrived, Nisa stopped. It turned to face Nana. Suddenly, the hand she had hidden behind her back suddenly moved. Nisa was slightly startled by the action. It turned out Nana was just bringing Fenia in front of Nisa. She exclaimed excitedly, "This is your mom, right? You've been looking for her." Seeing it, Nisa's fierce face finally showed a hint of joy. It reached its hand out to Fenia. A moment later, Nisa and its mother left in the sunset. Nana regretfully waved, "Goodbye, you sweet-smelling beast." Seeing their heartwarming scene, Nana also naturally felt sad. Nana wants to see Papa too. Just then, a young voice rang out, "Thank you for saving me, big sister." Nana quickly recognized it. "Huh? Oh, it's you kids." It turned out to be Henry and his friends, the three of them peeking out from behind a nearby wall. Young, Nana placed a hand on her chin, looking troubled. "How should I deal with you guys?" Andrion's group, sensing trouble, stealthily tried to flee. Before they could take more than a few steps, the three of them froze at Nana's call, "Hey, you bad guys." She pointed a finger at them. A voice rang out, part command and part threat. "You all have a responsibility to get these kids home, or else." As she spoke, Nana's pupils suddenly dilated. She bared her sharp fangs and warned in a cold voice, "I will eat you, all." At that moment, Philip still wanted to retort, "I'm not a guy, you know." Meanwhile, Andrion was so terrified he trembled and quickly replied, "Yes." After that, the group had no choice but to follow Nana's orders, each carrying a child to take them home. As their figures faded into the distance, only Nana was left on the pier. She thought of Saian again. Nana saved everyone. If Papa knew, he'd praise me, right? Instantly, she reverted to the well-behaved girl she was around Saian. Nana whispered emotionally, "This time I didn't cause trouble. I did a good thing," praised Nana. And just like that, what she was waiting for was a warm pat on the head from Saian. "You did very well." Recognizing that familiar warmth, Nana happily turned her head. "Papa, how did you find Nana?" It seemed she hadn't realized how terrifying she was when she was angry. Saiyan silently recalled the Elder Dragon-level magic power that had spread throughout the area. It would have been strange if he couldn't find her. Before coming here, Saiyan had also swung by the safe zone. Seeing no one at home, Saiyan knew the entire safe zone was empty, which meant they were out looking for Nana. Just going there was enough to annoy Saiyan. Right now, Emily and Brian should just prepare for a beating. Outwardly, he was still gentle with Nana, because Papa is Papa, so wherever Nana goes, Papa will find her. However, regarding the power radiating from Nana, Saiyan felt a bit suffocated. It truly was a terrifying amount of magic power. Yet Nana was still innocently praising her dad for being the best. Just then, Brian's footsteps approached. Master Saiyan turned towards them at the sound of the call. It was Brian. Seeing that Nana was safe, Brian unconsciously rushed forward. He blurted out, "Thank goodness, Nana's okay." I thought something had happened. The moment he realized his slip of the tongue, Brian's face went as pale as a sheet. Facing Brian, Saiyan angrily raised his fist, and an overwhelming aura instantly erupted from him. "So, you probably know what you did wrong, right?" Brian replied tremblingly. "Yes, sir." Emily stood at a distance, too frightened to step forward. "That's gotta hurt." Beside her, Alice was still stunned, looking at the person she had been searching for. Seeing the horns on Nana's head, Alice wondered, is she a dragon out? Meanwhile, Saiyan was still punching and kicking Brian. "I told you not to take your eyes off her." The scene shifts to a magnificent castle at sunset. This is the UP Empire, the Gijia territory. On a long flight of stairs, a pair of feet were hurriedly running down. It was Luis, his face scrunched up as he questioned himself. "What is going on? You used to hide at the academy, so why did you come all the way here?" Outside the door, servants on both sides were respectfully bowing to Kundo, while Luis was still bewildered. "Huh? Why are you here?" Seeing the man, he froze and uttered, "Father." Kundo's eyes were as cold and sharp as ever. "It's been a long time. I have something to discuss with you, my son." The scene changes, and the two are sitting at a table opposite each other. Kundo began. 10 years have passed since I renounced my title as Duke." He held a report in his hand. "I had no intention of interfering, but why have the operating costs in the territory decreased while the money sent to the royal family has skyrocketed?" Luis Heel listened. His father questioned him, and clenching his fist, he retorted, "Don't you already know, father?" He explained, "The the current queen's maternal family. The house of Nefelim pours an enormous sum into the royal family each year. Luenel yelled, "If we're overwhelmed financially, our political standing will weaken and eventually they will put their own bloodline on the throne." As soon as he finished, he screamed again, veins popping on his face. "You also want Luel to become the emperor, don't you, father?" Kundal slammed his hand on the table, his voice booming with authority. "Enough," he shouted. "Do you think Luenel truly has the qualities of an emperor?" Luenel remained defiant. "As long as the emperor comes from House Quirio, does it not matter who it is?" Kundal calmly asked back. "Just like when you married off your late sister to the emperor?" he said in a cold voice, making him tremble with rage. "I will say no more. Cease all support for Luel." After saying that, Kundal slowly stood up. Seeing his father leaving, Luenel called out, "Father." He yelled at his father's back, "Where are you going?" Kundal simply replied, "I'm going to the imperial capital." In the Duchy of Belius, a castle towered majestically in the bright morning. Sunday, Ashel sat in a chair, looking at the newspaper in his hand. The wielder of the demon blade has appeared. He destroyed the newspaper. "I've planned this so many times, but is it going to fail again?" Ashel mused. Alice quietly leaving the Order of Light was unexpected, but thanks to that, my claim as the family heir has been solidified, so I can consider it good news. He recalled the look in Alice's eyes when she left, but that look of contempt, does she know something? At that thought, Ashel's expression suddenly darkened, a cold glint in his eyes. "It's so displeasing." Ashel suddenly turned his head to see a pillar of purple light, a spatial teleportation circle. From the center of the magic circle, which was glowing brightly, Boris gradually materialized, his figure shrouded in hazy light. With a grotesque appearance, he bowed respectfully. "Boris Lihem, greetings, my lord." He put his hands in his pockets and looked at the man before him. "What's with that appearance? Is that the true form of the Dark Blood clan?" Boris's eyes were bloodshot red. "Forgive me, Lord Ashel, I didn't expect you to see me in this state." Ashel questioned him, confused. "Who did this to you? Weren't you at the Len Academy?" He replied with bloodshot eyes, "It was your younger brother, Sean, who cornered me like this." Ashel growled in anger, his ice-cold eyes boring into him. "Sean?" Boris placed a hand on his chest. "But at the same time, I have also achieved my goal." He took out an orb. "This is the demonic energy of the demon blade that I detected during the bloodline banquet." Boris's eyes were clearly expecting praise. "I have found the master of the demon blade." Ashel responded with a cold, emotionless voice. "Ah, now I understand everything." He lowered his voice. "The master of the demon blade is Sean. He ruined all my plans, and I never even realized it." Boris bowed. "I tried to eliminate him, but my strength was insufficient." Ashel put his hands in his pockets. "Then I'll handle him myself." He recalled, "I've crossed swords with him before. It won't be easy, but I have a chance to win." Boris suddenly spoke up to stop him. "Now is not the time." "Not the time?" he pointed. "He has loyalists of the Black Mist by his side now. The situation will be very unpredictable." Ashel looked at Boris and asked, "Do you have a plan?" He simply replied, "We must follow the prophecy." Boris continued, "The scientist will lead Lord Acho to where the Holy Sword is kept. Find the Holy Sword Duandak." The voice echoing from inside made Kellen freeze. His entire body went rigid. Kellen immediately told himself he had to report this to young Master Saian right away. From the silence, Boris quietly materialized behind him. Well, another little rat here. I see." Like a snake squeezing its prey, he gripped Kellen's neck tightly, making every breath a luxury. Boris sneered, "Aren't you Lord Acho's trusted confidant? Who are you planning to report to after eavesdropping like this?" Acho slowly stepped out of the room. "I've had my suspicions for a while now." Kellen could only stammer, Lord Acho." His voice seethed with killing intent as he hissed out every word. "You've been deceiving me all this time, Kellen." Luna sat amidst a pile of ancient tomes, her hands flipping quickly through the pages. "It's not here either." She pondered over the ancient book she found that day in Instructor Boris's research room, the only clue being the lines of ancient language. Luna recalled with regret, "If I hadn't been forcibly expelled, I could have learned more." She read the book again. "So far, I only know that there are only 2 books in this world written in the ancient language." Luna was puzzled, a holy scripture and a demonic one. This one seems closer to the holy scripture. But why would something like this be in Boris's research room? She brought a hand to her chin, lost in thought. Moreover, there's no information anywhere about its purpose or contents. Luna's gaze darkened. "Perhaps I can only find the answer in the Forbidden Book section of the Garum Society." Aaron called out her name, Luna. Luna turned around, Aaron. She smiled and asked, "What were you thinking about so hard that you didn't even notice me standing next to you?" She looked flustered at Aaron and wondered, "What brings you here?" As she hesitated, Aaron blushed and asked, "Have you seen Zan around lately?" Luna quickly replied, "Who knows? I've practically been living in the library." She let out a laugh, her voice full of teasing. "Do you miss him?" She yelped guiltily, Of course not. Aaron, blushing, shouted, "It's just that I haven't seen him around all of a sudden, so I thought it was strange." Luna softened her tone. "Don't worry, if it's Senior Zan, he'll be back soon." Hearing that, her eyes widened in surprise. "How can you be so sure?" Her words were as gentle as a passing breeze. "I just know. It's always been that way." Erin put her hands on her hips, her eyes filled with curiosity as if trying to decipher the meaning behind Luna's words. Regimus rushed over from out of nowhere, shouting, "Aaron, something big has happened." She turned her head. "Regimus." Aaron held out her hand. "What's with all the panic?" He ran up and handed her a letter. "It's a letter from the royal family." Read it quickly. She questioned him. "Huh. You've already read it, haven't you? Don't you know you're not supposed to read things like this without permission? How rude." Regimus yelled, urging her on. "Just read it." Erin opened the letter. It was her father's handwriting. To confirm the strong bond between the royal family, she held the letter and read its contents aloud. "Princess Erin Severus, the fifth princess." Erin's eyes suddenly lit up, and her cheeks gradually turned pink. "With young master, Zanver." Erin's face flushed like fire, her body suddenly stiffening. "Will be engaged with the premise of marriage." Dion set down his wine cup, the sound of porcelain gently clinking against the table in the quiet room. "I am always grateful to you." Violet, in Emperor Dion's bedroom, quickly replied, "Don't say that. Of course, I have to take care of your health, father." He reassured her, "It's just a slight cold. There's no need to make such a fuss." Violet advised with concern, "Please get well soon, father. Seeing you like this, my heart aches so much." Seeing his daughter's worry, Dion gently comforted her. "Ah, don't worry, Violet." Suddenly Kundel's voice called out, "Your Majesty." He bowed with a hand on his chest. "Kundal Qui Rio." "Greetings, Your Majesty the Emperor." Dion was surprised. "Prime Minister Kundal, you've come?" Kundal asked Violet. "Princess Violet, have you been well?" She placed a hand on her chest. "Yes, thanks to you, grandfather." Violet politely took her leave. "Then I shall take my leave first. Please, the two of you talk comfortably," Dion replied. Thank you." He laughed loudly without warning. It was a long trip, after all. Kundal stood there, his face full of questions. "Your Majesty." He looked at Dion and asked, could it be that something has happened recently? He felt guilty having to receive a royal guest in this condition. "Truly, I am deeply ashamed." Hearing this, Kundal pressed, "Please don't say that. The state of your condition. When did it start to worsen?" He mumbled, his voice weak, his face gaunt and etched with deep pain. "At first, I thought it was just a common cold." His hands trembled slightly, but as time passed, it never got better. Kundal stood frozen, his heart filled with speechless shock. "It can't be. Please forgive me." "Your Majesty." He bowed his head in guilt. "I should have come sooner. It seems your trip here was for a serious matter." Dion suddenly asked, "You only appear when the Empire faces a catastrophe. Isn't that right?" Kundal's face suddenly darkened and he coldly asked, "Are you still worried about that brat Luanel?" He saw that his son already knew, so he didn't hide it anymore. "You have guessed, haven't you?" "Yes, before coming here, I only had a vague sense of worry, but now things are much more serious." A brilliant ball of light flashed in Dion's hand. "Don't worry," he said coldly, his expression resolute. "As long as I am still standing, that man won't be able to cause trouble so easily." Kundal looked at the orb in his son's hand. He had an immense amount of mana, but it was extremely unstable. He realized, "So, it's not just your appearance that has changed." Kundal called out worriedly, "Your Majesty." Dion coughed lightly. "But what worries me is something else." He asked, "What is it?" He gently inquired about the health and life of his daughter. "How is Princess Erin at the academy?" Kundal immediately replied, "She is studying diligently and is very talented. I believe she will fulfill her role as a princess well in the future." He sat by Dion's bed. "As for Princess Erin, you don't need to worry too much." He was satisfied. "Hearing that puts my mind at ease." An old memory suddenly flooded back into Dion's mind. "She used to cry a lot when she was little. Now I can finally rest a little easier." He continued, "She has matured a great deal since meeting a boy 3 years ago." Kundal was surprised. "You mean San?" Dion smiled and replied, "Yes, I believe that boy will always be by Erin's side, so I have decided to have them marry." Seeing Kundal's expression, Dion couldn't help but wonder. "Aren't you surprised?" He coughed lightly. "Ever since Your Majesty personally recommended him for the royal dormitory, I had a feeling about it." Dion smiled and asked, "So what do you think of him, Prime Minister?" A fierce anger erupted, and Kundal roared, like thunder, that shook the very space around them. "Absolutely terrible." Dion looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, shock written all over his face. "I'm sorry, what did you say?" He raged. "He skips class like it's his job, and I've never seen him pick up a book. In my 50 years of teaching, he's one of the biggest troublemakers I've ever had." Hearing this, Dion wondered to himself, could I have made a huge mistake about him? After his tirade, Kundal suddenly offered praise, but he is also a top-tier genius. He pointed, as long as San is by her side, no one will dare to touch Princess Erin. Hearing this, Dion was relieved. That's a huge relief. Kundal wondered, but what are you truly worried about? He leaned over, his brows furrowed, his face filled with anxiety. I'm just worried that the brothers will kill each other. In the empty hallway, Luino waited for Violet with his arms crossed, his gaze sharp and cold, watching each second slowly tick by. His voice echoed through the space, calling Violet's name and making her stop. Hey, Violet? Luinel asked with his arms crossed. You just came from seeing father and grandfather, right? Why did he show up so unexpectedly? Violet smirked as she walked past him. Who knows? Why don't you go ask him yourself? Luino gritted his teeth. Hey, I'm not done talking yet. She stopped, her long strides coming to a halt, as if his words had struck a nerve. Violet gave a faint, cold smile, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Honestly, how pathetic. Hearing his sister's taunt, Luinel started to get furious. Are you crazy? Do you really want to fight me right now? She turned back and sneered. Of course not. Do you think I'm like you? The brother's rage erupted, and he roared, his eyes blazing. Violet, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Violet suddenly reached out, her fingers digging in as she gripped his face. Without hesitation, she pulled his face closer to hers. I thought you already knew, but let me spell it out for you. She spoke in a whisper, but her words cut deep. You were the one who tried to kill all our siblings. Immediately, Luino knocked her hand away. Violet, don't make baseless accusations when you have no proof. He turned and walked away. If I don't know, I'll find out myself. From now on, you better watch your words and actions. Luino screamed internally. Who betrayed me? I don't know how much that little brat knows. This is trouble, damn it. He fumed, asking himself in a low, furious voice. Violet, what are you plotting? Scene change. Erin is in an uproar about marrying Sean. Isn't it unfair for them to decide it all on their own? Luna looked at her, slumped over the table. If you don't like it, just refuse. Erin blushed. It's not that I completely hate it. Our two families have to save face, but he should have at least discussed it with me first. The heavy sound of footsteps echoed, and then suddenly, Regis slammed one foot on the table, making the items on it tremble slightly. He clenched his fists. As for this marriage, both of them were surprised. Regis, what's gotten into you? Regis shouted. I support it 100%. His words were like a spark that made Arin's cheeks flush red. I've seen it all. How many times the princess has harbored a one-sided love in her heart? Regis slowly reached out his hand, his eyes filled with determination. This is fate, or the will of the heavens. His eyes lit up like a small flame, suddenly bursting into a brilliant blaze. Go and conquer the young master, Lady Erin. Sean's voice suddenly echoed through the room. Regis, what are you doing in the library? He pointed at him. The library is a place for quiet reading. You know that, right? Then, he slowly walked over. You're making the princess uncomfortable. Seeing him approach, Erin quickly grabbed Regis's shirt, making him unable to react. She immediately dragged Regis and ran off, leaving Sean and Luna behind in bewilderment. Seeing this, he asked her in confusion, what was that? What's wrong with him? Luna glanced over at Sean, Sr. She looked at him and then suddenly asked, Is it possible that you like Erin? Sean answered bluntly, No. He imagined in his mind that his mental age was 40 years old, while Erin was just a little brat to him. At that thought, he immediately shuddered as goosebumps covered his skin. Does that even sound logical? Luna heard Sean's firm and decisive denial. He sighed in relief. That's good then. He suddenly glanced over and saw some strange books. Saian was confused. What are these books? Luna just calmly replied, I'm looking for clues about the book. Saiyan looked at the pile of books. That's a lot. Which book? She replied, the book we found in Instructor Boris's laboratory. I discovered it was written in an ancient script. Saiyan put his hand on his chin. You probably won't find much more here. If you want to know anything about the Holy Scripture Hizria, you'll have to search the Forbidden Archives. She suddenly showed him a strange book. Have you ever seen this book before? Luna opened the book, page by page. The Chronicle of the Swordsman Penelon looked more like a travel journal than a historical record. He suddenly reached out and pointed to a page, right here. As Saiyan read the contents aloud, Luna blushed shyly because of the close proximity between them. A dense mountain with sand trees, legend has it that it is the place where a defeated beast, from the war of gods and demons, lies sleeping. A mountain steeped in ancient legend. Saiyan's gaze met hers. Does this dense mountain with sand trees remind you of any place? Luna blushed and stammered in response. Not really, but what does that have to do with the Holy Scripture? Saiyan's eyes suddenly turned sharp and cold. What I'm looking for isn't the Holy Scripture, but something that can oppose it. The location of the demon scripture Lemi Haram. Hearing Saiyan say this, Luna couldn't help but be surprised. How did he know the names of the Holy Scripture and the demon scripture? things that only a few people in the Garum Association knew about. After a moment of silence, she responded, "I don't know anything about that. I'm sorry." Saiyan said regretfully, "In that case." Then he turned to leave. "If you find anything, let me know." Before leaving, he didn't forget to add. Luna replied, "All right, see you later." She just stood still, watching as Saiyan put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked away. Suddenly, Luna's expression darkened. She called out, "You're there, aren't you?" Lamela, who was hiding nearby, realized she'd been discovered and awkwardly apologized. "Please forgive me." "Lady Luna, I was ordered never to leave you alone." Luna mused, "I guess she's here to watch me, not to protect me." She ordered in a harsh tone, "Answer me from where you are." Luna asked, "Hisria and Lemmy Haram." How many people in the Garum Association know those names? Hearing her master's question, she replied, "Very few. Even mentioning those names is forbidden. I don't know how young Master Saiyan learned of them." She gave Lamela an order that surprised her. "Can you get me some books about them from the Forbidden Archives?" She immediately refused. "If I do that, I could lose my life. Lord Rigan will be furious." Luna gave her a murderous glare and warned, "Just a few words from me would be enough to make him furious with you. I need to know what Senior Saiyan knows." "So Lamela, what will you do?" Faced with those words, Lamela had nothing left to say and silently conceded. Although she was unwilling, she had to obey her master's command. Right after, she snatched the book from the table. "I'll ask Saiyan later how he found out that information." Luna mused, "My priority right now is to get closer to him. He's definitely hiding something." In the hallway, Saiyan thought to himself as he walked. A mountain full of casuarina trees. I thought Luna might know about it. I guess I'll have to find out on my own. A voice suddenly called out, interrupting his train of thought. "You seem to have a lot on your mind. Sanver, you can confide in me because I am a man of great empathy, wisdom, and emotional depth." He coolly adjusted his glasses. "Tell me, my friend, I will be your mentor." Saiyan looked at Seth. Has he finally gone crazy? He asked helplessly, "What the hell are you doing?" Seth chuckled. "Are you surprised that I have this side to me?" Saiyan wearily walked past him. "Sorry, I'm not in the mood for jokes right now." Seth saw him walk past so callously, completely bewildered. "Wait, I told you that you could confide in me. Maybe I can help with something." San thought helplessly, "What the hell can he do for me?" I'm sure his brain is all muscle, so frustrating this is. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. "Wait a minute, isn't his hometown in the desert?" San asked. "Have you ever heard of the mountain full of casuarina trees?" Seth paused. "The mountain full of casuarina trees." Glancing at Seth for a moment, he continued, "Or Lemmy Haram." Seth suddenly spoke up. "It's been a long time since I heard that name." San was surprised. "What? Are you serious?" His teeth clenched with a grinding sound. His fist tightened as if it would crush something. "Lemmy Haram. That was the first opponent who made me taste defeat." In that moment, the past came alive in Seth's mind. He met him in some nameless ruins. At that time, Seth was only 6 years old, on a quest for power. Back then, he had neither the muscle nor the experience he has now. Looking at the enormous Lemmy Haram standing before him, to him, it was an overwhelming terror. Its teeth were as sharp as knives, its eyes radiated killing intent. Seth had no way to defeat it. He slowly opened his eyes. Seth had lost consciousness for a moment before waking up. He found himself still alive. Seth shot up. It seemed he had fled on instinct. It was humiliating, but if he hadn't, he wouldn't be here today. San cut in. "Lemmy Haram is a monster, not a book?" "That's right. Remembering it makes me feel depressed." He put a hand to his chin, thinking, "Do I really have no other choice but to go there?" "To be honest, I don't want to go at all." San asked Seth, "Can you tell me where that place is?" "I don't know the name of the ruins," he said, crossing his arms, "but it's located in a region called Nordeli." Seth suddenly mentioned that in the ancient language of Spani, Nordeli means the mountain full of casuarina trees. He shouted, "If we go to Nordeli, can you lead me to those ruins?" "Lead you there? You want to go with me?" San rushed. "I'll get ready right now. Let's go." Seth froze. An adventure with a friend? Seth recalled a moment when he called for his mother. "Mom?" Katarina's face was filled with worry. "Oh dear, my prince, why are you crying?" Seth cried. "My friends keep running away from me. This time I didn't break anything." She gently wiped his tears. "Don't cry, Prince Seth." Katarina smiled softly. She gave a gentle smile. "Someday, you will have a friend who likes you for who you are." Seth was surprised. "Really?" Her smile was radiantly elegant. "Of course. If you keep training hard, one day you will have a friend to go on adventures with." Seth realized. "Mom, you were right." He shouted. "All right, Sanver, I'll go get ready immediately." Seth was so overjoyed that he ran straight ahead and crashed right into the wall. San rushed forward in a panic to stop him. Hey, watch it. It was a wall." His impact shattered it, creating a shockwave that shook the entire surrounding area. Looking at the huge hole in the wall, He wondered why that guy was so excited. Luna silently hid behind the door. Her shadow blended into the darkness as if she had vanished into thin air. The door suddenly flew open. Saian shouted, his voice echoing throughout the room. I have arrived. Brian presented a letter. Young master, a letter from the royal palace has arrived. This is, Emily exclaimed, oh my goodness, I had no idea you were like that. He snatched the letter. Did you read my mail without permission again? If it happens again, you'll be in serious trouble. I'm sorry, he stammered. It just accidentally caught my eye. Saian looked at the red letter in his hand. What's this letter about anyway? Brian replied, you're getting married. He asked in surprise, me? Why? To who? Emily cupped her cheeks and answered with a smile, to Princess Erin. Saian recalled Luna's words, do you like Erin? So that's why she asked him that. Another annoying problem to solve. He closed the letter and focused on something else. I will think about this later. Saian calmly put on his shoes, every movement calm and decisive. Then, he adjusted his collar as if preparing for something important to come. Before leaving, Saian reminded them both, I'll be gone for a while, so take good care of Nana. Suddenly, Nana's voice, as gentle as a spring breeze, chimed in, don't worry, Papa. She looked at Saian with hopeful eyes. Does this mean I'm getting a mommy? He shouted, no, absolutely not. Brian and Emily grew worried. What do you mean? Are you going to defy a royal decree? Princess Erin will be so sad, you know. Saian sighed. The conclusion to the plan I'm executing will be anything but peaceful. I might spend the rest of my life being hunted, or get executed, or for blaspheming the gods, or for extinguishing the hope of the empire. His words left them both stunned and speechless. That's why I can't drag her into this mess. I'm leaving now. Saian closed the door and departed. The two of them just silently watched their master leave. Emily began to tear up. I feel so terrible for him. Ah, such a villain. Brian placed a hand on her shoulder. We won't let anything bad happen to him, right? He pointed a finger with determination. So let's do our very best. We need to help the young master. Emily replied enthusiastically. Right, Brian. Nana smiled brightly, then gently added to their conversation, Nana too, Nana too. Hearing this, both Emily and Brian turned around. Yeah, Nana too. Both of them suddenly froze. Their eyes widened in utter disbelief at what they were seeing. Nana didn't seem surprised. Nana transformed into Saian, making Emily jump and scream in fright. Meanwhile, young Master Saian was in the kingdom of Spania, the southeastern Nord-Delhi region. Saian exclaimed, this carpet is so cool. Set crossed his arms. You mean my trusty Amut? He replied, yeah, thanks to this, we made it here in just half a day. Saian gave him a skeptical look, but do you even know where we're supposed to go? Set smiled confidently, don't worry, I remember it all. He pointed a finger behind him, we just need to get through that sandstorm over there. Saian's hair whipped around in the wind. He smirked and asked, oh really? He stared intently at the violent sandstorm, his eyes widening in shock as crimson lightning tore across the sky before them. That's no ordinary sandstorm. Set pointed with a confident grin. That's just a typey, Cal sandstorm here in Spania. He maintained a calm demeanor, his voice gentle yet firm. Trust me, my friend. Scene change. Shan slowly opens his eyes, as if reacquainting himself with his surroundings. The sun's rays shone down warmly. Was I unconscious for a moment? He sits up, apparently having escaped the sandstorm safely. A voice rings out from behind him. So you're awake, my friend? With a proud expression, he points to his chest. I'm still fine. Meanwhile, Shan silently curses in his mind. Whatever. He struggles with each step, trying to push forward through the fierce sandstorm whipping at his face. How much further? Set replies, we're almost there. In a sudden moment, something faint appears in the desert ahead. Set crosses his arms. Yeah, that's the place. The sandstorm is blowing hard, so it's hard to see clearly, but the scale of the ruins is quite large. He puts his hands on his hips. Besides me, you're probably the first person to set foot here. Shan asks back, are you sure? A look of surprise is evident on Set's face. Sure, about what? Is someone here? He shields his face. It seems someone got here before us. I can sense multiple mana signatures. From above, a figure leans over slightly, then darts down to the ground. Scene change, Karen frowns slightly and speaks to his subordinates. We'll proceed on foot from here. He reminds everyone, it's unclear what's inside. Stay vigilant. The subordinates reply in unison like a clap of thunder. Yes, Lord Karen. Shan hides behind a rock, his sharp gaze following the group of strangers who just appeared. Where did they come from? He then turns to Set and says, for now, let's just observe the situation. Not even listening, he charges straight ahead, throwing a punch directly at Karen without hesitation. Hey! Set unleashes a space-shattering blow, but the man easily dodges it. Set's smile widens, full of excitement and thrill. Oh, you managed to dodge that? Karen looks up, his eyes a mix of surprise and suspicion, and asks, "Who the hell are you?" Shan silently hides behind the rock, muttering frustrated curses in his mind. Is he crazy? He laughs and begins to introduce himself. "In the name of the Prince of Spania," said Hakan, "I ask you, who are you and for what purpose have you come here?" Set gestures towards Shan, adding that he didn't come alone. "My friend is hiding right over there." Karen can't hide his surprise. "Sanver? Is that really Sanver over there?" A deep sense of exhaustion spreads through him. What a hassle. He takes off his cloak. The ruffian from Spania, Prince Set, and the youngest son of the ducal house of Van Vert. "No matter why you've come here, it doesn't matter." The scepter in Karen's hand flashes with a cold light as he draws it. "But now that you know about this place, don't expect to leave peacefully." His gaze is like a sharp blade, tearing through the air as he charges straight towards his target, Viction. Stunned speechless, Set stands rooted to the spot, watching Karen charge at him like a fierce storm. The attack lands with a thunderous roar, shattering the silence and making everything seem to hold its breath. Beneath his cold exterior, his mind is buzzing with a secret satisfaction. Just some nameless punk. Set holds out his hand, forming a shield of condensed sand. Karen is shocked. He blocked my magic? He gathers energy, streams of power converging in his hand, ready to explode in response. Set's hand swings up with terrifying power, a brilliant golden light like a torrent of energy surging from his palm. The powerful blow sends Karen flying, crashing into a rock with a resounding thud. He realizes, did he counter with my own magic power? I thought he was just small fry. I was too careless. He clicks his tongue. Seth clicked his tongue as if passing judgment, his gaze filled with contempt. He feigned regret. Did I miss? How boring. I really thought that was a hit. Karen was furious at his sheer arrogance. Astra M. Kenzel, are you all just going to stand there and watch? Faced with overwhelming power, they were utterly defeated. My apologies, Sir Karen. He was stunned. Since when? Karen flew into a rage, his power exploding. How dare these brats mess with me? A pillar of blue light erupted around him, brilliantly illuminating the entire area. Unforgivable. A voice suddenly echoed through the space, gentle as a blowing wind. Stop it. Sean's eyes widened and his whole body froze as he recognized the voice in shock. Karen's jaw dropped as if time had frozen for a moment. A big question mark formed in Seth's mind. He didn't understand why the other two were so surprised. In the midst of the tense atmosphere, Luna and Lamela suddenly appeared. Sean shouted, "Luna!" She spoke in a cold, emotionless tone. "They are members of my party. Lower your sword now." Karen knelt, bowing deeply in a solemn and respectful gesture. "My apologies, Lady Luna." He apologized, blushing. "I didn't realize they were your companions. That was rude of me. Please forgive me." Luna coldly showed her disdain, replying softly, "As long as you recognize your mistake." She turned to Sean. "Have you been well, Senior?" He was surprised. "How did you know to come here?" She smiled and replied, "Because you have a very special scent, Senior." Sean was exasperated. "What the heck? How did you really find me?" Karen's expression suddenly darkened like the night, his sharp, cold eyes filled with deep hatred. Scene changed. Nana, in Sean's body, sat there, her eyes sparkling with a smile. "That's Bali," Sirika said, which means that Nana has also entered the dragon's adult stage. "She's a bit clumsy now, but she'll be able to manifest it perfectly soon." She pushed up her glasses. Normally, this is magic used to conceal a dragon's true form, but with Nana, it's unclear what will happen because she's probably never seen an adult dragon in real life. In his mind, Brian thought about the giant adult dragon. It's not entirely true that she hasn't seen one. He worried, but if I say that, I'll definitely get an earful, won't I? Sirika wondered, but wait, where's the real Sean? Brian scratched his head and stammered, "About that. My apologies." She crossed her arms. "Skipping class again?" He bowed in apology. "Next time, I'll make sure to tell him to attend class." Sirika walked away. "Don't bother. It's useless to expect anything." She strode quickly out of the room, the door slamming shut decisively behind her. Brian sighed wearily. It's so tiring having to keep making excuses all the time. Emily also felt helpless. "I feel the same way." Cutting back to Sean, Karen shouted, "They want to go into the ruins together?" He protested. "Absolutely not. Even if we share the same goal, Lady Luna will be in danger. I can't vouch for the skills of these people." She retorted, "But I've never seen anyone come out of those ruins alive either. This is precisely when we need to work together, right?" Karen placed a hand on his chest. "Are they all people with skills above level 7? This time will be different, trust me." Suddenly, Seth raised his hand in the silent space and all eyes turned to him. Seth calmly and confidently said, "I've been inside and come back out." Karen was in disbelief. "Lies. That's enough nonsense. A guy like you could never survive here." He retorted, "You lost, and you're still running your mouth. Seriously. I can even lead the way." The entrance was already crawling with laymen, wasn't it? A thought like a bolt of lightning flashed through Saiyan's mind. High-level magic beasts at the entrance? If it was the entrance, then in that moment a fragment of a memory surfaced, reminding him, didn't I just smash it to pieces? A massive foot covered in sharp claws slowly appeared before the group's eyes. Karen pointed in fear. What is that? He warned everyone. Prepare for battle. The monster revealed itself, its eyes glowing red like embers, making the surrounding air chillingly cold. The horde of monsters charged out like a storm, rushing forward with their weapons. He shouted, "They're high-level laymen." On reflex, Lamela immediately stood in front of Luna. "I will protect you." Luna and Karen also rushed forward. "We'll fight too. Everyone, get ready to fight." He raised his hand high, summoning a ferocious bolt of lightning from the sky. Lightning storm. Not to be outdone, Luna immediately summoned the power of light. Light blade. She struck the attacking monsters. This isn't good. Without slowing down, for a moment, the laymen continued their frenzied charge, wanting to crush everything in their path. There are too many. Luna recognized a familiar technique, an invisible manosphere. This mana flow is. Just then, black manospheres hovering in mid-air materialized. The manospheres suddenly expanded in size and fell like meteors, crushing the entire horde of laymen under their immense weight. Karen was stunned. What in the world did I just see? Such high-level magic beasts were completely defeated. The horde of laymen was literally wiped out. That was Saian. Without a word, he fell silent, his mind seemingly lost in complex thoughts. Lamela just stood still, her quiet gaze fixed on the scene, her heart swirling with thoughts. A blast of scorching hot air hit Saiyan's back, making him turn around with a start. What the? Lightning was furious. How dare you steal my chance to shine? He replied, just focus on leading the way. That's your role. He stormed off in frustration, muttering as he went, you think I came here just to be a guide? Lamela was surprised. This is no ordinary ruin. If it were, it wouldn't have defense systems like that. The group looked at the door in front of them. This place is a space built with magic, a dungeon. Chunks of sparkling gold stone fell, their impacts echoing through the space. The door cracked open slightly like a fracture on a mirror, but it remained motionless, not budging at all. Karen wondered, is the release magic completely ineffective? And replied, the thing is, I've never seen a door like this before. He focused all his magic power. Stand back. I'll try to break it like I did the gate earlier. Then, a bolt of lightning struck the door directly, shaking everything. Lightning storm. Karen was confused. What's this? Is it under a ceiling spell? Lightning laughed loudly. What a stupid idea. His face then darkened. That brat is really getting on my nerves. Lightning shouted, then open it yourself. Saiyan slowly and steadily walked towards the door, then gently placed his hand on its cold surface. The heavy door slowly began to open, making a creaking sound that echoed through the quiet space. Lightning sneered sarcastically. You just had to use your head, old man. Internally, he was fuming. I'll kill him. I'm going to kill that brat. Then, a massive magic beast with a rugged body slowly appeared before him. Saiyan put his hands on his hips. It seems each door has a magic beast guarding it. Seth laughed excitedly. That one is mine. Saiyan, Seth clenched his fists, his eyes fixed from the magical beast in front of him. This magical beast was brimming with power, his fist clenched, and a strange light began to spread, glowing like a flame. As it was being awakened, a powerful burst of light suddenly erupted, illuminating the entire space around the sand cannon. Afterward, they continued deeper inside. The ruins were not only filled with magical beasts, but also countless unpredictable traps. They had to face numerous difficulties and magical creatures they had never seen or heard of before. One strange thing was that all the doors in the ruins could only be opened by Set. The fire crackled, gently radiating a soft warmth. Do the ruins react to Set's blood? Luna answered. I heard the creators of this place were the Saha Khan tribe. Sean was surprised. What? Why didn't you say so sooner? She waved her hand. That's not it. I only figured it out after you mentioned it, thanks to reading that forbidden book. He was skeptical. Can I even believe you? Luna blushed and sighed. Of course you can. You're so mean. I wouldn't lie to someone I like. Sean crossed his arms and said, that makes you even less believable. Showing affection for no reason? Who would believe that? Luna cursed under her breath. Idiot. She began to speak softly. The Garam Society has long been searching for the holy scriptures and the grimoires. Luna continued, they believe that the divine artifacts of the gods will help restore the Garam kingdom. She mentioned that for my grandfather Regan's Strin River, it's practically a religion. They think that possessing the divine artifacts will allow them to gain control over this continent. Hearing this, Sean asked in surprise, control the continent? That sounds far-fetched. He rested his chin on his hand. Even if they succeeded, it would be pointless. It would only cause the innocent people around them to die. Luna looked at Sean and wondered, "What about you? What do you need the grimoire for?" He gave a cold smile. "To cause destruction, of course. If I'm going to be used for some ridiculous plan, I'd rather be the one destroying it all." Her eyes widened, sparkling brightly like stars. Suddenly, she spoke up, "Then I'll help you." Sean froze, a look of surprise on his face. "What?" Luna smiled and said, "I'll help you get the grimoire. I just suddenly feel like it." Hearing this, Sean quickly averted his eyes and then unexpectedly called her name. "Luna." He sighed. "Go to sleep." Luna crossed her arms, refusing. "No, I want to stay with you longer." Sean turned and walked away, leaving her sitting there. "Well, I'm going to sleep first then." He thought to himself, "What am I even talking about? With a little kid? She's only 12 years old." Luna's cheeks flushed red with a mix of embarrassment and shyness. "You dense idiot." Hiding behind them, Karen crossed her arms, her face dark with dissatisfaction. The scene changes to the next day. The group had reached the final gate. "This is the last gate." Set slowly walked forward and gently placed his hand on it. "It's been a long time." To everyone's astonishment, the gate gradually vanished, dissolving into a hazy mist and leaving behind a mysterious void. A strange creature appeared in the middle of the space. Sean wondered. "That's Lemmy Haram." "What?" Sep put his hands on his hips, his expression wary. "It must be very strong. Be careful." He was helpless. "What is this?" Looking at Lemmy Haram, with its strange form before him, Sean was at a loss for words. It didn't look like a grimoire at all. Karen immediately offered, "If you're scared, let me go first. You seem worried." "Hold on, let's wait and see how things play out." With a sharp gaze, like the tip of a sword, it stared intently at the group, magical energy exploding around it. Luna immediately shouted a warning. "It's dangerous. I can feel an immense magical aura." Lemmy Haram slowly began to change its form, gradually becoming gigantic, so large it enveloped the entire space. The group immediately took a fighting stance as the magic beast was transforming. Its massive feet stomped down hard, causing the ground to crack under the immense pressure. The gigantic creature Lemmy Haram, with its overwhelming power, stared coldly at the group. Sean looked up. It was creating a separate space. This was no ordinary magic beast. He stood there, completely unable to believe what he was witnessing. "Is that really the demon grimoire, Lemmy Haram?" It immediately raised its foot to stomp down right where Karen was standing. Its action was so fast that he struggled to dodge it. He gritted his teeth, his eyebrows furrowed, and on his arm sparkling mana had already gathered. "Damn it, it's huge. Is this really the demon grimoire we're looking for?" Karen launched an attack at the magic beast, a powerful beam of light shooting straight at its face. Lightning division. He used one hand to release an abundant amount of mana directly at its head, causing the magic beast to stagger. But as soon as Karen's attack ended, his remaining mana gradually dissipated. The magic beast remained standing, completely unharmed. He looked at its perfectly intact head and thought to himself, that attack didn't even push it back. At that moment, Karen's three subordinates shouted in unison, their faces filled with determination. "We will provide support." "Sir Karen." The staves in their three hands came together to form a triangle, glowing with different colored mana. They merged into a single sphere of mana, grand elemental fusion. The mana sphere was launched straight towards the magic beast. Its power was immense thanks to the combination of all three of them. The attack struck the magic beast's side, the excruciating pain causing it to let out a terrible roar. It collapsed, one hand slamming hard onto the solid ground just as the light from the mana faded away. Seeing the magic beast collapse, Karen joyfully shouted in celebration, "It's down!" Luna crossed her two arms in front of her chest as threads of mana wrapped around her arms. "I will pin its legs to the ground." As she finished speaking, ice-type magic was released. Luna quickly locked onto its two legs, freezing them solid. She struggled to control her ice, to hold the magic beast for as long as possible. Luna's face was tense as she shouted, "Do it now, Lamela." Upon receiving the command, Lamela immediately took action. She pushed off the ground, launching herself into the air. Lamela soared high above the magic beast's head. In midair, she tightly gripped the hilt of her sword, aiming for the back of its head. As she drew the sword from its sheath, a blinding light from a powerful stream of magic, sparkling like stars, momentarily illuminated the space brilliantly. Dazzling specks of light appeared in Lamela's technique, bearer of the morning star. Once she had gathered enough energy, she immediately unleashed a slash, attacking the magic beast's head, but it had a surprise waiting for her. The blow struck its head. However, at the same time, its arm full of sharp claws also swung right at Lamela. With just a light flick, she was mercilessly sent flying. The demon grimoire beast suddenly noticed something, and it turned its head to glance to the right, then the arm that was bracing it on the ground slammed into the earth as mana continuously poured out. A whirlwind gradually formed from the ground, its blinding energy making it impossible for anyone to see clearly. Sandstorm. The sandstorm wrapped around the magic beast's body and, under someone else's control, locked it in place. Set was delighted. He revealed himself. Looking at the demon book he had trapped and greeted it. Long time no see, Lami Haram. I've come here too. Finished the unresolved battle from that day. The sandstorm grew stronger and stronger, like a hurricane over the desert, threatening to crush everything within it. Luna turned her head to look at the person who had just been knocked to the ground. She worriedly shouted the other's name, Lamela. Lamela pushed herself up to a sitting position, answering as quickly as she could. Her mistress. I am all right, milady. Hearing her voice and her reply, Luna breathed a sigh of relief. What? A relief that no one was as badly injured as she had thought. It seems we have a chance to win. She turned to look at the sandstorm, reaching for the clouds, and thought to herself, however, why do I have this bad feeling that something isn't right? Just as Luna had this thought, a pair of glowing red eyes pierced through the violently swirling golden sand from within the storm. To look outside. Lami Haram swung its arms, tearing the entire tornado apart right in front of Set. Set used his arms as a shield in front of himself, and seeing its effortless action, he could only offer a wry smile and praise. Truly a real monster. Indeed. Luna's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight. In disbelief, she uttered. It dispelled. The magical beast dispelled Set's magic and immediately turned to attack him. It raised its leg, swung its arm, and struck, aiming straight for him. Set was also eager for the fight. He clenched his fists, gathering his magical power to retaliate. All right, if you want to fight, then bring it on. Stone-face cannon. Just then, a pair of feet slowly approached. Dark purple magic swirled around his body. In his hand was a magical orb. It floated in the air and continuously emitted sparks of lightning. Void orb. Saian stepped forward, his eyes turning into endless spirals. The void orb in his hand obeyed Saian's command and split in two. The orb's effect was instantly applied to Lami Haram. Its body split in two, as if by Saian's command. The upper half of its body came crashing down, causing Set, who was preparing to attack, to freeze in his tracks. Saiyan still held the orb, looking unexpectedly towards the scowling Set. What the heck? It's already dead. Sorry for interrupting. How boring. Karen was astonished, his eyes fixed on the two figures arguing beside the magical beast's corpse. He dealt with that monster that easily. Why do you always have to interfere? Me? I can't tell if the real monster is the beast or him. The more he looked at him, the more displeased he became, his face revealing a resentful expression as he secretly envied him. To think such a mysterious person is standing next to her. Luna is truly disgusting. Lord Karen, are you all right? Just as Karen was fuming, with nowhere to vent, his subordinates ran over to ask about his well-being. He immediately took his anger out on them, glaring and growling. Is this the time to worry about me? Go take care of Lady Luna. Useless fools. The three subordinates were so frightened by his cold and terrifying gaze that they trembled uncontrollably. What the heck? Did we do something wrong? Saiyan looked at the magical beast's head as the rest of its body slowly dissipated and asked, I guess we're only left with a skeleton now. He crossed his arms, standing across from Set, staring at the beast's head as he asked him, We've escaped the sub-dimension. It looks like. It's all over. Where's the demon book? This is the first time I've caught something like this, so I don't know either, anymore. Just as the two of them were trying to figure it out, the demonic beast's skeletal heads suddenly burst into blue flames, engulfing them. Saiyan was startled by this sight. He lowered his head, letting the light from the blue flames cast upon his face, and he said in shock, It's not over yet. As soon as Saiyan finished speaking, a powerful light burst from the plies ground. Seth gritted his teeth, his face tensing as he swore, Damn it, from beneath the ground. Several pillars of light suddenly erupted. They tore through the earth and shot straight into the sky. From a distance, Luna looked towards them and yelled, Saiyan, Seth. Lamela gripped her shoulders tightly, preventing her from entering the danger zone. It's too dangerous, my lady. At that moment, the waves of energy also slammed into the ceiling right above Karen's group. He looked up and in a panic, ordered, Everyone, fall back, or you'll get swept up in it. Saiyan stood farthest from everyone, in the most dangerous position. He was surrounded by three towering pillars of energy. Rocks and debris began to rain down. Luna collapsed to the ground, as Lamela tried to shield her, screaming hoarsely, Saiyan. Just a few seconds later, massive boulders had piled up, forming a small mountain that nearly reached the ceiling. Lamela held Luna tightly and told her, We were too late, Lady Luna. She looked up with sorrowful eyes, continuing to state the harsh reality. No matter how talented young Master Saiyan is, it would be impossible for him to survive that attack. Luna hung her head low, deliberately hiding her eyes as she retorted, No, Saiyan is still alive. She approached the towering pile of rubble, ignoring Lamela's attempts to stop her. But Lady Luna, we have to clear away this wreckage. Lamela watched her young mistress quietly, listening to her calm voice. I know it's hard to understand, but please trust me for now. She turned her head back, her eyes glowing with a strange light, her expression chillingly cold. I can feel Saian out there. Saian and I are connected, so I can conclude that. The scene changes to a large waterfall, the sound of water crashing down from above echoing through the space. Saian, who everyone thought had perished, was standing defiantly near the waterfall, completely unharmed. This was another subspace. Standing in front of him was the demonic beast, only this time, in this space, it was perfectly intact, as if it had never died. That thing has revived again. Saiyan carefully observed the demonic beast in front of him. He didn't rush to act, but instead quietly assessed the creature's abilities. Is that thing a ban? Its mana was on a completely different level than before. Saiyan placed a hand on his hip, turning to look at the figure lying flat on the ground and asked, Hey Seth, are you all right? That thing's been revived without a scratch. But as he took a closer look, he was startled and horrified, his eyes widening as he stared intently in that direction. Seth was lying on the ground, his entire body charred black from the blow. He couldn't dodge that last attack. He recalled the power of that assault. It had completely engulfed his body inside. It was a spell that surpassed the 9th tier. That would be far too much for an academy rookie to handle. Remembering this, he lowered his head, bit his lip, and growled, how infuriating. Then, Saiyan looked at the demonic beast in front of him. It was tilting its head to the sky, letting out a deafening roar. He drew the demon's sword at his hip as crimson mana began to swirl around the blade. Saiyan angrily told the beast before him, Shut your mouth. He was provoked by the roar, enraged it, its eyes blazing with veins popping all over its face. With no one watching, it's actually even better. I can freely rampage as I please. Banrock was no pushover either. It raised its hand forward, making a few cracking sounds to intimidate Saiyan. And it was that very action that truly angered him. Saiyan no longer had his gentle demeanor. He smiled like a demon from hell. Don't even dream of dying peacefully. I'm in a really bad mood today. As he said this, Saiyan shattered the very ground beneath his feet and vanished in an instant. Both sides charged forward simultaneously, unleashing their full power and aiming straight at their opponent. Saiyan's eyes grew brighter with the thrill of being able to go all out, and the smile on his face became even more maniacal. Saiyan dashed past Banrock, swiftly delivering countless blazing red slashes all over its massive body. Mist sword dance, fog storm. Not stopping there, he turned around, his eyes fixed menacingly on it and the blade in his hand. It grew even more bloodthirsty. Saiyan landed on the ground, sliding back a distance to watch his slashes wound of that thick-hided body. The great and mighty Banrock, yet just a few of Saiyan's basic moves had it, prostrated on the ground. Its head was chopped off by Saiyan, but its towering body still knelt on one knee and roared at him. You're the first human to come here. Saiyan frowned, slightly surprised, but his expression didn't relax in the slightest. It can talk, but you're still going to lose. Banrock used its mana to pull its lost head back and began to reattach. It warned Saiyan, It won't be easy to kill me. Standing beneath its massive body, Saiyan looked even smaller. He stood there quietly, listening to its intermittent rambling. Endless regeneration. Soon enough, the head that should have been severed was safely back in its rightful place, perfectly without a single scratch. Prepare yourself, I will kill you. It shrieked madly like a declaration, and Saiyan didn't seem too bothered by those words. He simply threw his spear straight at the face of it, startling Banrock. Saiyan fired countless mana spheres, blasting off its body parts one by one. Fallen Void Sphere. Then it was the Demon Blade's turn to strike, as he channeled energy into it, preparing to give Banrock a few more slashes. Saiyan unleashed a slash with his Demon Blade, cutting the magic beast as easily as a cake and slicing it in two. Misguiding Sword. In the middle of the body that was torn to pieces, Banrock accidentally revealed a brightly sparkling orb. Its light drew him in, and Saiyan turned his head to look at it, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. That is. But Banrock's body quickly regenerated again. The severed parts reconnected, shielding the orb in the center. It laughed contemptuously. It's useless. The body that was just shattered to a pulp was now perfectly intact without any damage, as if showing off to Saiyan. I will keep regenerating. You will soon run out of stamina. Soon enough. But a single sentence from him made the proud magic beast pause and look at him in confusion. I like that. Saiyan laughed joyfully like a madman, pointing his demon blade at it. The other half of his face had turned a dark red, no longer resembling a human. So that means I can keep beating you up? Don't you dare die, just keep regenerating. Banrock was stunned to hear his advice, its face a mixture of confusion about the situation and a hint of adorable foolishness as its eyes widened. Asked again, what? Outside, Lamela was pouring all her remaining mana into an attack, azure lance. Luna also swung her arm, slashing towards the pile of rubble in front of them, water sword. But both of their attacks were like a mere scratch, as the massive pile of rubble took both hits at once, without budging at all. Lamela looked at the faint light they had created on the rock and lamented, "Our spells are having no effect. At this rate, are we going to have to cast spells forever?" She looked at the result of their combined effort and let out a sigh. There must be a protective barrier on the ruins. If that's the case, we really can't do anything. If only there was lightning here. Just as that silent wish was made, a pair of long legs approached. It was Karen. He clutched his left arm, appearing with quite a few injuries as he greeted her. "I'm glad to see you. Are you hurt? Are you all right?" Karen was thrilled that she asked after him and eagerly tried to take credit, telling Luna, "I know the way out. No, I can't leave." Karen gestured to his own bleeding head and asked Luna in disbelief, "What do you mean? This place could collapse at any moment. You need to get out of here as soon as possible." She looked away from him indifferently and explained coldly, "Saian is trapped down here. If you don't want to help, then just leave." Hearing this, Karen grew more frantic, looking at the pile of rubble in front of them and telling Luna, "No one could have survived under all this rubble. No, he wouldn't die that easily." Her response made him unable to restrain his anger and jealousy. Karen yelled, "Why are you so obsessed with that Sanver guy?" Luna indifferently shot him a glance, while Lamela was also quite surprised by his outburst. "Don't you care about us?" Karen recalled the scene from earlier, how that giant pile of rubble had crushed 3 of his subordinates, Astra, Mo, and Kenzel. The look on Karen's face when he witnessed it was not fake. He was genuinely terrified and shocked. "They all died right in front of me. Was their death meaningless?" He placed a hand on his chest as if making a solemn vow, his eyes locked on Luna. "I will escort you out of here. Unlike Sanver, I have followed you for a very long time." His words grew increasingly out of control, and Luna's indifferent gaze slowly turned to anger. "If you're going to fall for someone, it should be me. No man cares about you as much as I do." The more Karen spoke, the more excited he became. He laughed loudly, a slight blush on his face as he yelled, "Destiny. That's right, now I've realized you are my destiny." Hearing his insane rambling, she grew even more disgusted and decided to shatter Karen's delusion. "Maybe so, but not with you. It's disgusting to hear that." Karen's excitement was immediately extinguished. He was also met with an irrepressible smirk from Lamela. The scene became even more awkward. You would think that would make him stop, but there was a strange look in Karen's eyes, his face still flushed as he reached a hand toward Luna. "I don't care if you laugh at my feelings. If I have to, I'll use force." Seeing him cross the line, Lamela immediately stepped in front of Luna, pointing her sword straight at Karen and warned, "You've crossed the line, Karen." But he didn't stop, his hands suddenly reaching out, gripping her neck tightly. "Don't get in my way, Lamela." Luna was shocked that he would grab Lamela by the throat and slam her into the pile of rubble beside them. She screamed, "Lamela." Karen was like a completely different person, channeling mana to tighten his grip on her neck, her long, slender neck. "How dare you challenge me? Erasing you is as easy as child." His warning ended, and at that moment, a high-voltage current coursed through Lamela's body. She was electrocuted, the smoke rising from her. When he let go, her body lost all support and collapsed limply to the ground. Now, Karen, panting heavily, turned his head to look at Luna. The twisted smile on his face was even more chilling. "It's just the 2 of us, Miss Luna." Suddenly, a voice spoke up, interrupting Karen's dramatic scene. Both he and Luna froze at the sound. "Stop right there." Karen looked up. A different thought was running through his mind, but he still shouted loudly, "Is there still someone alive? Who are you? Show yourself." But the voice echoed again, only this time, it came from beneath the rubble. A distorted frequency vibrated through the air, in a dark place where only faint strips of light could not illuminate anything clearly. That voice spoke again. All right, but this time from under the rubble, the voice grew deeper and hoarser as flames began to flicker. "You will pay the price for your rampage." In the other space, Seth, now recovered, was slowly opening his eyes. "Where am I?" He pushed himself into a sitting position, his upper body bare in the dim light. "Why am I here?" Seth clutched his aching head, trying to recall the moment that final blow landed. "I remember being hit by Lemiharam's attack. That's the last thing I remember." He stood up, carefully inspecting his body, not noticing someone appearing behind him. "Am I dead?" "No, you're not dead." A girl with healthy, tan skin, long, silky black hair, and a constant swirl of mana approached to greet him. "Long time no see." Descendant of Cha, Seth turned his head to glance at the stranger, his brow furrowing slightly. "Long time no see. How do you know me? Who are you?" She excitedly brought up a memory between them, her eyes lively and cheerful. "It seems it's been so long you don't remember me. I saved you." She stepped closer and closer to Seth, then looked up at him and continued, "Oh well, whatever. I'm more interested in the boy who was with you anyway." Then, she suddenly cupped Seth's face with both hands, causing him to be too surprised to react. She whispered to him, "Let me borrow your body again." Then, a passionate kiss landed on his lips. Seth's eyes widened in shock, unable to push her away. His body had been charred black. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and a sigil just like the one on the girl appeared on Seth's face. His eyes also snapped open, his pupils having turned a brilliant golden color. In the space where Zan had been transported, he was still relentlessly toying with Banrock's massive body. The eight Blossom's sword slash stopped. Zan ignored its pleas for mercy. He was like a different person, fiercely brandishing his demon sword and charging forward for another slash. Then came an X-shaped slash across Banrock's chest, a successful hit. He then gathered momentum, wanting to charge in with his sword art again. Banrock lowered its head, gritting its teeth in pain. It saw the orb inside its body get exposed by the slash and grew even more anxious. When Zan saw the orb, his transformed face became even more ferocious, and he conjured a sphere in his hand into the void, muttering to himself before lunging forward. That rock-hard thing, he really wanted to destroy it. The void sphere, Banrock, cried out in panic. He pleaded with all his might. "Wait, stop, human." But before his words could fully register, a single strike sliced the orb in two. Crack! Banrock cried out in agony. The orb shattered, which meant his other body could no longer be regenerated. Banrock's body quickly turned to sand, and even as he disappeared, he never received an explanation for how things had turned out this way. One enemy eliminated. Was he really defeated? The massive body, now desert sand, crumbled at Saian's feet. He gradually withdrew the mana shrouding his face and slowly walked towards the piece of paper stuck in the pile of sand. Saian picked it up, carefully studying the drawing on it for a moment. What? This is just a part of the grimoire? He didn't bother keeping it, letting the piece of the grimoire dissolve in the wind, having come all this way for nothing. Raram would have noticed immediately if she were conscious. He recalled the grueling battle from before when he and the Demon Blade had to struggle to hold their ground. She had pushed herself too hard in the fight against Boris and fell into an indefinite slumber. Saiyan stood there, gazing at the waterfall that was still thundering down, and wondered, but why am I still in this space? The ship that created it has disappeared, right? Just as he looked ahead, Set's body, possessed by the strange girl's soul, moved to attack Saiyan. Bloodlust. Saiyan swiftly dodged to the side, and Set's punch missed its mark, causing the entire ground to tremble. Saiyan took a closer look at his attacker and was surprised, thinking to himself, Set, but he quickly realized something was very wrong. The person in front of him wasn't Set. No, the mana he was using was completely different. What is going on? A deep voice echoed through the vast room. The other person's foot stepped onto a pile of rubble, looking down from above as he asked, I had no intention of interfering in this matter. Karen lifted his face, which was still stained with his own blood, and looked towards the voice, silently listening to the other's complaint. But why did you try to harm that child? Luna also looked at him, her eyes filled with more than a little astonishment. If your reason is not good enough, then Lemmy Harem, standing on the wreckage, his entire body radiating a menacing aura, delivered the final line, I will kill you. Karen immediately reached for the hilt of his sword, a thought flashing through his mind. This terrifying pressure is different from before. He no longer had to guess and could confirm one thing for sure, who was the person in front of him. This was the real Lemmy Harem. Lemmy Harem didn't have much patience for Karen. He stared intently at him and urged, answer me. Karen, still delusional, channeled mana into the sword at his hip and intending to draw it and subdue him, I'll restrain him immediately. Lemmy Harem scoffed at his action, raising a hand with sharp claws and remarking, how pathetic. From such a distance, with just a single lift of his hand, Karen's right arm let out a loud crack. What? An invisible force had twisted his arm, forcing it straight up into the air and breaking it amidst the agonizing screams of Karen. Lemmy Harem slowly descended from the top of the rubble. Every word he spoke was filled with authority, daring to attack without answering my question. He showed no mercy, nor did he give Karen a chance to speak. A single snap, a hand struck out with a rebuke. You are so rude. Karen's tightly twisted arm immediately shattered, and he could only grit his teeth and look as hot blood spurted from his arm. Karen collapsed, clutching his right arm and screaming in pain. Luna stood there watching the entire event, so stunned she could only stand and watch. Before Karen's pain could even subside, he was horrified to receive another attack. The entire large body of a grown man was sent flying, his back slamming so hard into the wall that it shattered. A large hand as large as Karen's entire body pressed him forcefully against the wall, pinning him in place. Finally, you decided to behave a little. Lemmy Harem controlled the giant hand from a distance. He softly repeated his earlier question. Now then, I will ask again, what is your answer? He then slammed Karen's head hard onto the ground, where the old blood hadn't even had time to dry before a new wound was added. With his overwhelmingly superior power, Lemmy Harem was like a god in this place, decisively ordering him. You said, asterisk, cough asterisk. How pathetic for those to be your last words. The power of the great, corrupted Shah. He didn't get the answer he wanted, nor did he have the patience to wait for Karen to answer. He repeatedly slammed him hard into the wall. His entire body was smashed with even greater force, causing the ground to shatter and sending out another shockwave. Li Haram stood imposingly, posing another question to the man who could barely speak. Then what about a thank you? He turned his head to stare at Luna, who was standing stiffly to the side. Thank you. You seem frightened, don't you? Was I too violent? She was a bit scared but still stood her ground, waiting as his footsteps closed the distance between them, and asked, Are you Li Haram? That's right. Luna tensed up, looking at the tall man standing so close to her as she raised her guard. What are you going to do to me? It's a secret. I'm observing you. Hearing him say that, she relaxed a little, giving him a scrutinizing look. He's observing me? What is he planning to do to me? Li Haram bent down low, bringing his face level with hers, then held his chin in thought. I see. What do you see? He pointed at her body and slowly enunciated each word to answer her question. I'm talking about your unusual constitution. Li Haram saw a glowing, oval-shaped object inside her body. You have a curvilinear core inside you. A mana with characteristics so similar to my own, no wonder you felt familiar. He stood up straight, clenched his fist, and pointed his index finger at the rubble behind him. Perhaps it's the handiwork of that black-haired brat who's trapped in there. Are you talking about Senior Sean? Li Haram glanced towards the rubble, his tone a bit gentler as he asked her. His name is Sean. You seem quite close to him. Hearing news about Sean, Luna started to lose her composure. Extremely worried, she clenched her fists and asked loudly, Is he okay? Don't worry. He's probably talking to the master of the ruins. Then, Li Haram leaned over and pointed at Lamela's corpse lying on the ground. By the way, is it okay for her to die like that, Lamela? She looked at the dense black mana completely dissipating from Lamela's body and said sadly, It's too late. That kind of fatal wound can't be healed with magic. Luna lowered her sad eyes in endless sorrow, speaking words of self-blame. It's all my fault, so I will have to remember the things about, from this day until you die. While she was struggling with her decision, Li Haram held up a finger and said, You still have another choice. Are you going to help me? Hearing her ask this, he revealed a greedy and calculating expression. On the contrary, I have one condition. If you agree, I will gladly tell you the truth. In another dimension, Saian was sprinting across the ground. Behind him, a series of familiar attacks from Set were closing in. As Saian was trying to dodge, he suddenly glanced to his upper left. He was startled to realize he was about to be hit. But Saian quickly stopped running, skidded to a halt, then ducked and slashed the attack away. The mana from the shattered attack created quite a bit of pressure. Saian shielded his face with his arm and cursed inwardly. That stupid prince. He shielded himself from the dust cloud, his eyes fixed on Set within the haze of dirt and debris. Has he completely surpassed human limits? Possessed by that girl, Set furiously lunged at Saian, attacking him relentlessly and giving him no time to talk. Saian gritted his teeth and endured the barrage of attacks, his hand holding the demon's sword, also trembled. His physical abilities and mana have all been greatly enhanced. Just as Saian was lost in thought about Set's changes, a powerful fist was already preparing an uppercut from below. He landed a left hook, striking Saian's right side, causing him to cry out in pain. It was then that the girl, using Set's voice, uttered a short sentence, Got you. Then, another punch landed on Saian's left side. Just as he was unable to focus on defending, Saian was sent flying a great distance. He slammed hard into the ground before continuing to skid backwards. His demon sword dug into the earth, carving a long trench to slow the momentum from that punch. Saian knelt on one knee on the ground, using his demon sword to brace himself and keep from being sent flying again. He bit his lower lip and glanced up at the transformed Set, panting as he thought, I don't even have time to catch my breath. Just blocking his attacks is already this difficult. The possessed Set was using a whirlwind of sand to float in the air. Saian looked up, annoyed. Now he's even, flying around. You are the first human to have endured for this long. Savalom, using Set's voice and body, of Set, smiled with amusement as she looked down at Saian. Well then, let's stop playing around and get to the main point. Successor, 1. Last word from her made him so shocked, his eyes widened as he snapped his head up to ask back, You know who I am. But she didn't answer his question and instead continued to launch an attack towards Saian. Power of the Sand God, Meteor. Just as the fierce battle was raging, a voice spoke out very slowly. Let me take a little nap. Saian, who had just raised his sword to block the attack, was stopped in his tracks by that sentence. Rerum, as the snake made of golden sand was about to reach Saian, a girl suddenly appeared, along with a solid shield, the power of the dark mist god, Void Boundary. He looked at the person in front of him, his posture relaxing a bit as he smiled. "I was just wondering when you'd wake up. Did you sleep well, Ram?" Ram crossed her arms, looking at the scene before her with a displeased expression. Without turning around, she answered him, "No, I still want to sleep. Let's finish this quickly so I can go back to bed." Sets. Her body slowly descended to the ground. Seeing the person shielding Saian, she sneered. Well, it's been a long time. Long time no see. The last time we met was during the Great War of Gods and Demons, wasn't it?" Ram pointed a finger straight at her face, annoyed. Her tone was completely unrestrained as she criticized. "You started a fight with my master and now you're pretending to be friendly. You took over another human's body and then went on a rampage." The god shamelessly laughed it off, pointing to another mark on Set's chest and said, "Saian god Savulum, don't you see these marks? This is the crest of the Cha family, who serve me. I only interfere in human affairs that concern this family." Savulum's words were meant to provoke Raram, making her so angry her eyes rolled back as she growled at the god. "Don't be jealous, just because I was having a little fun with your master. You hypocrite, the way he talks is so weird." Saian was no longer distracted by those words. He stared intently at Set's body and asked the main question. "Why is the Saiyan god protecting the grimoire?" "I'm simply renting it a room, that's all." She didn't hide anything, bluntly telling him everything. "Originally, this place was a temple built by my servants. After the Great War, I took in Lay Mi Haram." Savulum stepped closer to the two of them, her posture incredibly calm and arrogant. "Everything I've done is to prevent a divine artifact from being misused. Now, it's my turn to ask." She used Set's tall frame to look down at Saian with cold eyes. "Why do you want Lay Mi Haram?" He didn't hide anything either, an image of his brother appearing in Saian's mind. "I want to kill someone, and I need the grimoire for that." The answer was so simple, it made her pause, staring at him with a dazed expression before asking again to be sure. "Is that all? If you intend to stop me, I will kill you, even if you are a god." Hearing his confidence, Savulam threw her head back and laughed loudly as if she had just heard a hilarious joke. "You're going to kill me if I stop you, even if I'm a god, huh?" Being mocked by her, Saian got annoyed, his expression extremely irritable as he watched Savulam laugh until she shook. "I'm serious. I suppose next you're going to say, you'll kill the supreme god too." After joking for a bit, she placed a hand on Set's sturdy chest and sincerely told Saian her decision. "All right, I've decided. I will observe your journey through this body." When he heard that she intended to take over Set's body, he disagreed loudly. "What about the original owner of that body? Don't you think you're going too far? Besides, it's unsettling to hear you talk like that while using someone else's body." Savulum squinted at his worried expression and promised, "Don't worry, I'll only use this body when necessary. I'm not that scummy. As long as I'm in this body, this brat won't die." Hearing this offer, Saian also began to seriously consider it, resting his chin on his hand. This way, Set wouldn't die from a cold like in his past life. Wouldn't this be a better outcome? "Once this is over, just let me go home and sleep." Seeing that he seemed to be leaning towards the offer, Savulum decisively stomped her foot on the ground and urged, "Shall we head outside now?" Just as her question ended, the ground she stomped on rumbled and cracked, the area growing wider and wider. The earth and rock beneath their feet separated from the geological layer, slowly rising into the air, which slightly surprised Saian. The ground was rising, climbing higher and higher. The amount of rock and debris that had broken off gradually began to almost completely cover Saian. "See you again, successor." A moment later, when he looked up, the surrounding earth and stone had turned to shimmering gold. Zan himself, along with Set's body, now stood in a different space. He watched in amazement as the ceiling gradually repaired itself, the cracks continuing to seal together. "I'm out of the sub-dimension." At Set's call, he turned to look at him. Zan stared at his dazed and foolish expression. "Why are we here? Where did Laharam go?" "The foolish prince is back." Just then, Luna, supporting Lamella, approached from the side. She slowly made her way to Zan. "Senior Zan, you're safe. Seeing you really alive and here." Luna's joy was evident on her face. "It's such a relief to see you're safe too. I was so worried about you." He looked in another direction, his low voice posing a question to her. "It looks like I'm not the one you should have been worried about." Following Zan's gaze, a massive bloodstain had turned an entire wall deep crimson. "What happened here?" "The ruins are supposed to be protected by Savulam's power, but to have this much physical damage." His brows furrowed, his judging eyes staring intently at the wall. "It must have been a holy weapon. Lami Haram must have been used." Zan shrewdly noticed the book at her side, but he didn't say anything to expose her. "It seems she had found the grimoire. Only Lamela and I made it out alive. After you disappeared, a lot happened." While he was talking with Luna and Lamela, Set, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "I think We should get out of here. Zan asked. Huh? Why? Set raised a hand to his forehead, a vein bulging on his temple. A large lump also appeared. There's a woman who's been talking to me constantly for a while now, and she said that the ruins will be destroyed soon. Her voice is echoing in my head and giving me a headache. He made a goofy expression, pointing to the ceiling and asking Zan, but can't you hear her? She's talking about Savulam. Just as Zan was still trying to piece together the information he had, rocks and dirt from the ceiling began to fall. Luna had the grimoire. She was the master of the ruins as Savulam now resided within it. Zan had just drawn the most logical conclusion when everyone noticed the falling debris above them. Therefore, there was no reason for these ruins to exist any longer. Luna reacted quickly, placing both hands on the ground. She summoned a magic circle. Everyone, get close to me. The circle expanded amidst the thunderous roar of falling rocks. It enveloped all of them completely. I'm going to use spatial transfer magic. Zan anxiously turned his head to warn her. But Luna continued to pour mana into the teleportation circle. We're too far from the exit to use a dimensional transfer spell here. I don't have time to explain. Zan watched Luna's actions in shock. His eyes remained glued to her. Is she attempting a spatial transfer? Luna was still trying with all her might to successfully cast the spell. A 9th level magic? The light from the transfer circle cast a glow upon them, just as Set screamed as a huge amount of debris came crashing down. It's crumbling. She wasn't distracted by the noisy warnings around her, still focusing all her strength to save everyone. Spatial transfer. The ceiling collapsed and thick dust and debris obscured their vision as the entire room gave way. In just a moment, in an instant, the place was raised, and the entrance was completely blocked by fallen rocks and debris. The scene quickly shifts to a room with light streaming through a window in the Len Academy, Saian's dormitory. A black-haired child is standing there smiling. An aura of magic still swirls around him. In the mirror is Saian's reflection, but the smile on his face doesn't quite seem like his. Perfect. The person admires themselves in the mirror, then carefully looks around. I don't have horns, wings, or a tail. I've completely become a copy of Papa. His eyes are filled with self-confidence and determination. He smiles, thinking of a noble purpose. Now it's time for me to do that thing. The wide academy hallway is crowded with students. Everyone is curiously and nervously whispering about the person who just passed by. What? Why is he here? Is he here to attend class? All the students in the classroom stare at the fake Saian while he is incredibly excited. That is, His eyes sparkle like the stars. He focuses intently on the podium, ignoring the whispers and stares around him. I was so curious about what Papa's day was like, so today Nana will live like Papa. Nana listens attentively to the professor's lecture, her mind filled with thoughts of praise and pride for Saiyan's life. Papa spends time studying with so many friends. It's so wonderful. She looks at everything with innocent, carefree eyes. Even the bald teacher posing at the board fascinates Nana. The teacher is great too. It's so amazing. But Nana has no idea that she is being secretly watched. A girl with a black bow in her hair silently watches the fake Saiyan from a corner. Erin holds a pen to take notes, but her eyes can't leave the Saiyan that Nana has transformed into. Her face is slightly flushed, while Remus next to her doesn't understand what she's saying and just looks on in confusion. Could it be that young Master Saiyan is actually listening to the lecture? He wonders, quietly asking Erin beside him as he sees Saiyan's focused gaze on the blackboard. Princess, do you think he's sick? Erin continues to watch him, her eyes showing a hint of worry and sorrow as she thinks, what should I do? I really feel like I should tell him about our engagement. After class ends, Nana successfully skips out of the classroom. She happily strides down the hallway. No one has recognized me. Then, in the middle of a crowd of students, she stops, her eyes still twinkling like stars as she celebrates. It's perfect. Nana recalls the days when she could only cling to the window, looking out at the world outside. It's even more fun than what I saw through the window. So this is the kind of world Papa lived in. Just as she makes a decision and is about to take a step, Sirika appears behind her like a ghost. I should go to other classes too. What are you doing? Nana gets a little scared and turns her head, her voice growing softer as she sees the stern expression on her face. Instructor Sirika, Nana, you know you shouldn't be wandering around here, right? Nana hears her whispered words and panics, sweat pouring down Saiyan's face. She caught me. Sirika makes a scary face, her warning words making Nana tremble. Luckily, Headmaster Kundel has gone to the Imperial Palace. If someone were to find you, do you think that would make me happy? Huh? She's terrified and tears well up in her eyes unconsciously. Nana replies in a bewildered whisper. Instructor Sirika is so scary. I'm sorry. Fault. Just then, a person standing opposite them interrupted their conversation. Pardon me. Auron shyly fiddled with the hair by her cheeks, avoiding his gaze as she spoke softly to Sean, who was actually Nana in disguise. I have something I want to talk to you about for a moment. Do you have some free time? Nana's eyes lit up when she saw someone looking for Sean, while Sirika, on the other hand, looked quite flustered. Oh no, Princess Erin is here now of all times. Without waiting for either of them to react or say anything else, Nana ran over, grabbed Erin's wrist, and said, "Let's go," before dragging the embarrassed Erin straight off, leaving Sirika and Regime stunned and headed to her room. When Princess Erin saw him being so proactive, she blushed even harder, her eyes welling up with tears of surprise. He wants to talk in his room? Regimes heard this, covered her mouth, and giggled while wishing her princess well. The princess is all alone in that room. Good luck, princess. The scene shifts back to that remote desert wasteland where the wind howled, kicking up debris into the air. A teleportation circle flared to life in an empty clearing, accompanied by a series of thunderous sounds. Someone's hands and feet gradually materialized above the circle. That person's hands remained on the ground, maintaining the power for this 9-star spell to succeed. Next, Set and Sean were also transported to this desolate place. The moment he materialized, he anxiously scanned his surroundings, while the foolish prince was still posed as if bracing against the rubble from before. A portion of the debris from the ruins teleported with them. It materialized in the air and immediately began to fall, with large chunks of rock and earth crashing down hard on Luna's magic circle. A thick cloud of dust rose with a deafening roar. Through the dust cloud, the figures of Sean and Set became clearer under the scorching sunday. He glanced around one more time, as if to confirm their situation, then casually asked Set, "We made it out of there, right? That was too close." Once Sean was sure that he and the others had been safely teleported out, he looked down at the person still maintaining the spell. He couldn't believe she could cast a 9-star magic spell, he thought, looking at the small girl kneeling on one knee on the ground, who was now looking up at him. Luna has become so talented she can't be underestimated anymore. What a relief. To be honest, I wasn't even sure I could pull it off successfully. Lamela approached from behind, her gentle voice, encouraging Luna. But the only reason we survived is all thanks to you, Lady Luna. As for you need to get some rest. Lamela, let's head to the nearest village. Sean looked at Set's sturdy back as he stood with his hands on his hips, gazing toward the Castle A area, and asked, "Do you know where we are? I'm very familiar with this place." Following his confident smile, a city came into view. This is the city of outcasts, no dealy. Just as Set's proud words faded, someone suddenly appeared before them and posed a question. "Why have you set foot here again?" An old man leaning on a cane, accompanied by 3 large men, glared with hatred towards Set. He was Elder Banity. Seeing a familiar face, Set was delighted and stepped forward with open arms, laughing loudly, but he was met with rejection. "Aren't you Old Man Banity? Long time no see." "Old man, stay away from us." He froze, stunned, looking at the old man and waiting for what he would say next. "It has been 6 years, Prince." The words Banity spoke, along with the glares from the villagers behind him, served as proof. That period of time had helped the villagers overcome their painful past and rise up once again. His body trembled. Baniti's fury peaked with a desperate plea. "Please have pity on this old man and I beg you to leave. I implore you not to take away the peace we have worked so hard to create." Set couldn't understand the words he was saying. He looked at the trembling Baniti and asked, "Weren't we close? Do you remember who this is?" He innocently patted his own head while looking at the man, which made Baniti explode with anger. "Why should I remember? That's my son. Ago." He recounted the knockout blows you dealt his son, hitting him so hard you broke his teeth. "When you were a child, you broke his front teeth because you wanted to train with him." Set still replied with utter innocence, even though the boy was crying his eyes out. "It was just a kid's fight. That's why the poor boy still isn't married." Baniti continued to remind him about the well that was rarely ever intact in the past. "Not only that, you always destroyed the village well." He went on to list the crimes he had committed against the town, the walls he had smashed. "Due to your hyperactivity, even the walls of our buildings." "Why would you do such a thing?" Set answered truthfully with a very sincere expression. His words only made Baniti want to go insane. "They just happened to be in my way." "Then use the door." The other 3 who were listening to the long list of Set's crimes were at a loss for words. They had no idea how to defend him. He knew how to get on people's nerves even as a child, didn't he? That's why they call him the Prince of Destruction. "I guess we won't be able to stay here." All the people following the trembling old man unanimously made gestures of refusal. "Please, just go back. We cannot allow you in here." At that exact moment, Set's body began to change. Strange patterns appeared all over his body and his voice was different. "I can't just let this be." Luna watched the change in him with wide eyes, her mouth instinctively falling open in astonishment. As for Saian, he was already used to this, and he just thought to himself with weary resignation, "Here we go again." Nefelim took over Set's body, using a haughty smile to wink at Baniti and the others. "This child is my chosen one, and I do not want you treating him so harshly." Beniti, not yet understanding the change within Set, lifted his wrinkled face and asked again, "What do you mean? What are you saying?" Savalam gently controlled the energy around her body, murmuring, "A chant. I am the one who crosses the desert, the one who brings storms to this world." She let her true form manifest before the eyes of those mere mortals. "I, Savulam, wish to stay in your village, so accept this honor." Her immense power stirred up a roaring sandstorm. Luna and Lamela were also endlessly amazed. Did the goddess Savalam just possess? Set, Saian stood there, his expression bored as the strong wind blew his bangs back. An attention-seeker and a foolish prince. Truly, a match made in hell. Savalam's energy gradually receded, and the markings on Set's body vanished completely. As his consciousness returned, Set glanced back in a panic, whining to Saian, "You just heard that, too, right? Was there some woman talking?" The three of them huddled together. Saian pointed a finger right at him and said, "Thanks to her, we'll get to stay in this village." He turned his head, surprised to see the Banity people already kneeling at his feet. "Please forgive us. We were foolish." The scene shifts to a door. Someone was just closing it, thinking, "I have a feeling something good will happen today." Regis stood happily behind the door, smiling and wishing good luck for Aaron. "I hope the princess and young Master Saian have a wonderful time." "Cheer up, Princess Aaron." Inside the room, Saian, who was actually Nana in disguise, was still holding Arin's hand. Her face was also flushed with shyness. "What do I do?" Nana excitedly chatted with her. Meanwhile, Aaron was about to be cooked alive by her embarrassment. "I'm so happy. Professor Sarika is so scary." "You think so?" Then her eyes suddenly widened. Aaron had realized something wasn't quite right. The hand of Saian, who was actually Nana, was still on top of her own, refusing to let go. That was precisely what was making her feel even more flustered. Aaron's face grew redder and redder. The very air around her also turned into a rosy pink of happiness. "Are you not feeling well, princess?" Nana casually brushed her hair aside to check the temperature on Aaron's forehead. "You don't have a fever." Startled by his sudden action, she shot up from her chair and jumped back toward the bookshelf. "Wait." A distance opened up between them, and they both fell silent. Aaron froze, her mind unable to stop the strange thoughts. "Darn it, I just rejected him without thinking. We're engaged. I shouldn't be acting like this." She looked at Saian's innocent face in front of her, trying to calm herself down. "Don't run away. I have to tell him today." Aaron gathered all her courage and blurted out the question she had been hiding for so long to Saian. "Honestly, what do you think about our engagement?" And the answer from the Saian sitting there left Aaron completely stunned. "It's great." Saian sat in the chair, tilted his head towards her, and explained with a smile, "I like you a lot, so I like this engagement." Aaron looked up, her eyes peeking from behind soft strands of hair, her beautiful lips parting. "Really?" Nana, with Saian's face, replied cheerfully and sincerely to Aaron, "Even more than candy. Is this a dream?" Tears of sudden happiness welled up in the corners of Aaron's eyes, as she still couldn't believe it. "Saian likes me? I never even considered this." She stood there, looking straight into the eyes of the fake Saian on the chair. "I really do like Saian, don't I?" Suddenly, Aaron gave a slight start, staring intently at the person before her. But then her eyes landed on a tail sticking out and wagging from the chair. "Since when did you have a tail?" The scene changes to a deserted road, where a carriage is clattering along, heading straight for the castle. The girl sitting inside the carriage looked out at the slightly unfamiliar scenery and remarked, "I've been gone for so long, the academy now looks so unfamiliar." Even from a distance, he could sense a strange aura within his academy. "There's a dragon here. Has another entity infiltrated the mansion?" Back in Aaron's room, it seemed her expression was no longer as pleasant as before. Her adoring gaze had turned cold. Nana had reverted to her true form, her head bowed and eyes filled with tears, listening to Aaron say, "You aren't Saian, you're just Nana in disguise." She quickly turned, tears sparkling like shooting stars as she looked at Aaron's disillusioned face. "I'm sorry, Princess Aaron, it's okay. I didn't do anything wrong." Nana naively believed that was true. She even smiled happily and asked, "Really? Then I'll tell Papa what the princess said." Aaron leaned in close, her eyes fierce as she raised her index finger, shaking it back and forth to remind her never to speak of it. So scary. After giving her warning, she sat down next to Nana, her expression much more relaxed. "But I'm very happy. You helped me realize a few things." "What is it?" Aura no longer had her awkward, shy look. She comfortably looked at Nana and held out her pinky to make a promise with her. "If you promise to keep it a secret, I'll tell you." "Yes, I promise." A proposal was made, and the room immediately lit up with a mysterious purple light. "Can you turn back into Saian?" "I can." Nana transformed back into Saian's form. She looked dashing as she made a V sign and smiled at Aaron. "Ta-da, pretty perfect, right?" Seeing Nana's flawless creation, Aaron clapped enthusiastically to cheer her on, before hesitating for a moment. Aaron blushed again, shyly touching her fingertips together as she said quietly, "I like you, Saian." Nana had been ecstatic about her successful transformation. Hearing her say that, she stopped joking around. Aaron's every word echoed in the small room. The scene of their first meeting appeared in her mind. "I realize now, I've fallen for you since the first time we met. And all the times you were behind the scenes helping me, being my support to become stronger. I know that to you I'm just a burden, but I've tried really hard to become better, so." Aaron raised a hand to wipe away the tears that were endlessly streaming down her face. "Please don't disappear without a word. Can you stay by my side?" After saying everything on her mind, she felt embarrassed and quickly bowed her head. "Don't tell Saian, okay? All right, Nana?" When Aaron didn't get a reply, she looked up while wiping her tears to ask Nana again. But Nana didn't answer that question and instead turned her head toward the door. "Something's here, princess." Her eyes began to glow brightly. The mana inside her also started to stir, making the atmosphere tense. Something's happened. In front of Aaron's room, Regimus was trying to stop a tall man. "You can't go in. The princess is in the middle of something urgent." Kundal had returned to the academy. He used his imposing aura to threaten Regimus. "There is no place in this academy that I, Kundal, am not allowed to enter. Move, Regimus." He still stubbornly blocked the way, and though there was a hint of fear in his eyes, he refused to back down. "If it's something urgent, I will relay the message for you, so please return." As soon as he finished speaking, Kundal reached out his hand toward Regimus's right shoulder. A magic circle appeared. There's no time. With a single swipe, Regimus was mercilessly thrown to the side. Ugh. Another magic spell was used, and the door in front of him was immediately blown wide open. Boom. Inside the room, Aaron stood protectively in front of the fake Saian, yelling at the person who had just barged in. "Headmaster Kundal, what is the meaning of this?" She tried to use her most furious tone to protect Nana behind her. "I am having a private conversation with my fiancé. Please get out." But Kundal paid no mind to her status as a princess. His eyes were cruel and cold as he motioned for her to step aside. "Princess Aaron, that is not Saian." The fake Saian was discovered in the blink of an eye. Nana hadn't expected to be exposed so quickly and could only stand there with wide eyes. Aaron reacted faster than her, immediately using both hands to give Nana a hard push. Kundal's magic spell hit the table. The table immediately exploded into smithereens, throwing them apart. Aaron shielded her head, managing to peek towards Nana and shout, "Nah, run. He's not someone we can defeat." At Nana, shouting loudly, "Nah, run. He's not someone we can defeat." Nana knew that as well. She glanced back at Aaron and nodded in agreement. However, Kundal gave her no chance to escape. He lunged forward with incredible speed, giving her no hope of escape. Nana aimed straight for the tightly shut window of the room, and without a second thought, she charged straight for it. She crashed right through, and the window instantly shattered, sending out countless sharp shards of glass. But Kundal caught up to her. He grabbed Nana's neck with one hand and lifted her body into the air. His eyes were filled with anger and coldness, and his voice and power allowed no room for the other to compromise. "How dare you come to my academy? You will pay the price." The hand on Nana's neck tightened its grip, and the magic within it intensified several-fold. Nana struggled to resist, sweat beading on her forehead. Suddenly, a light became even more blinding. It completely obscured the surroundings. A massive magic circle appeared above Nana's head, an incredibly large one. A pillar of light shot out from within the circle. It pierced through Nana's body and slammed straight into the ground, the holy spear of Janus. Nana screamed in agony. Her cries shook the very space around them. In a room filled with various pieces of workout equipment, Brian and Emily's attention was caught by the sound. That thunder sounds really loud. Indeed. Hearing the sound, Brian stopped lifting weights. He rushed towards the door. "That's not thunder. So what is it?" He pushed open the door to Nana's room, calling out for her, but was met with an empty room. Where did Nana go? "I can sense a massive amount of mana." Brian quickly threw on a shirt and rushed outside. His hurried actions worried Emily. "Where are you going to find Nana?" "It definitely has something to do with Nana." In that moment, his mind was in turmoil. Brian bit his lip, pushing himself to run even faster as possible. Outside the mansion, it began to pour rain, with heavy drops coming down in sheets. Kundal still hadn't stopped. He continued to channel his mana, creating another magic circle. Countless lights shot out from it. All of those orbs of light were focused on attacking Nana. She did her best to dodge all of them in her Saiyan cello form. Watching her every move, he grew more determined and increased his power. His hand lifted to cast another spell. She can take a ninth circle spell and still move like that? This being is on a completely different level from ordinary dragons. As Nana's feet touched the golden earth of the academy grounds, the ground beneath her suddenly fractured. Nana's golden eyes with their vertical pupils widened in surprise, her gaze shifting slightly downward to her feet. noticed the ground rising and immediately lowered her center of gravity, dropping to one knee to avoid being thrown off balance. The ground beneath Nana shot high into the air as two more mounds of earth rose from either side, preparing to crush her. With a thunderous boom, the three mounds of earth collided, making the scene even more chaotic. Kundal clapped his hands together forcefully and held them in front of himself. In a mocking tone, he said, "Impressive." The Nana before his eyes was using her knees, elbows, and her entire body to hold back the two stone walls as they closed in. "Your body is possessed by a deity. Are you a god or something?" He paused to give Nana some time to answer his questions. "You are a dragon, not some human, so why don't you fight back?" When he received no answer, he grew even angrier, and the mana radiating from him surged even more. "Are you ignoring me? Are you two waiting for something else?" Although Nana was already heavily injured, she still tried to steady her breathing to answer Kundal. "You are not a bad person, and Nana doesn't attack good people." Kundal tilted his head and looked at her. He looked at the person before him, confused. "How could you know that?" "I can smell it. A gentle scent." She honestly recalled Sirika's every word as she spoke to Kundal. "My teacher taught me that. I should only use my power to punish bad people." But Kundal was relentless. He continued to strengthen the mana in his arm, reaching out as if to crush Nana. "All right, then tell me more about this teacher of yours." Countless magic circles were created. Kundal looked up at her and said in a stern voice, "Is that the teacher who brought an impure thing like you into the academy? Is that the teacher you're talking about?" Feeling threatened, Nana's body began to transform. She gritted her teeth, trying to reaffirm herself one more time against Kundal's insults. Nana is not a bad person. The wings on her back spread out, and the energy in her body erupted, skyrocketing. "Dad said Nana is a good girl." Kundal didn't listen to her explanation. He just unleashed a powerful beam of light, another stellar judgment. But this time, Nana was able to dodge it thanks to her true form. She flew to one side, letting Kundal's judgment blast away the stone pillar he had just erected. He continued to control the magic circles to pursue her, cornering her. "I won't let you escape." Another stormy barrage of attacks shot forward. The target was still the small Nana. This time, the light came very close, making it truly difficult for Nana to escape this attack. Her only option was to use her own strength to try and block it, but Nana's injured body didn't seem to allow for that. "I can't take it anymore." She powerfully knocked it back, sending the entire attack from Kundal flying behind her. But the next moment, just as Nana looked up, a hand was right in front of her face. Kundal struck Nana's head directly with another devastating attack, the giant's kick. This time, she couldn't dodge and took the full force of the damage, coughing up blood as she fell backward. Small hands pounded hard against the barrier, her voice filled with indignant frustration. "If this continues, she's going to die." Regis stood behind and watching Aaron's desperation, unable to do anything. "It's no use, princess." He didn't even dare to look directly at the battle inside, only able to speak the honest truth. "That's a magic barrier that the headmaster himself personally created." Suddenly, Aaron stopped pounding on the magic barrier. She remembered someone, Instructor Sirika. Regis was startled and looked at her with a confused expression. Aaron hastily repeated, "We have to call Instructor Sirika." She turned and impatiently said loudly to Regis behind her, "She's close with Sean, so she might be willing to bend a few rules." Just then, a pair of black shoes appeared in the hallway, and a voice cut into Aaron's conversation. "There's no need to call for me." Sirika stood there, frowning. Behind her were Brian and a large crowd of students who had come to see what the commotion was about. It was chaotic. Instructor Sirika could hardly ignore this commotion. Brian noticed the crowd of students following behind him. The entire crowd put him on edge. "What the heck is going on here? There are too many eyes watching us." Seizing the moment while they were distracted, he slammed the door shut and used his body to block anyone from entering. "I will block the entrance here and won't let the students in." Sirika pushed up her huge, thick glasses, looked at him, and then ordered, "Don't let anyone through, Brian. Yes, leave it to me." Then she walked over to the barrier, placed her hand on it, and began to inspect it. "This barrier surrounds the headmaster. Is there any way to break it?" She took a deep breath, and a stream of powerful energy surged around Sirika's body. Nothing is impossible for Instructor Sirika. Aaron and Regimus stood stunned, watching her every move. "It's going to be a bit extreme, but it's the only way." Sirika suddenly transformed, two horns sprouted from her head, and her right hand turned black with very long claws. Secret skill, Demon Fusion. Forget everything you're about to see. Before taking action, she glanced over to warn the other two. "Or you will die." Inside the magic barrier, Kundal had beaten Nana to a pulp. She was lying down, letting her mana drain away. Finally calmed down. "Have you?" As soon as Kundal finished speaking, his old, wrinkled eyes widened in surprise at what he was seeing. On the ground, Nana had fainted and reverted to her true form. "So this is the true form of the dragon? She's just a child?" The moment he realized the dragon he'd been fighting was only a child, a loud noise came from the mansion window, a slash, and a cloud of mist. The figure quickly appeared on the ground floor. She skidded to a stop on the ground. The demon-fused Sarika held her dual blades protectively in front of Nana, facing Kondal, and said, "Pardon me, Headmaster, Kondal, but please do not harm this child." He clasped his hands behind his back, looking at Sarika, and asked seriously, "You seem unfamiliar. What is your relationship with that child?" She honestly answered Kondal's question, her gaze remaining highly vigilant. "She is my student, so I will take full responsibility for this matter." Nana, who had been unconscious, managed to open one eye, struggling to see the person who was protecting her, Instructor Sarika. Kondal remained stubborn. He did not agree with this intervention and yelled at her, "This is not a matter of responsibility. Stand aside." Sarika did not move, resolutely protecting her student. "I cannot do that." Nana apologized. Sarika was taken aback in alarm. She turned to look back. Nana had pushed herself into a sitting position. Nana isn't a bad kid." She stood under the downpour, waiting for Nana to continue. "I did something wrong." She couldn't voice the pent-up feelings in her heart and could only sit there, bursting into tears. "So please don't scold Instructor Sarika." That expression reminded Kondal of his own daughter when she cried. His gaze suddenly grew nostalgic. He turned away and started talking about the weather, causing Sarika to stare in surprise. "This rain is really coming down, isn't it?" Headmaster Kondal didn't turn back. He just paused and left a final remark. "That child seems to be seriously injured. Treat her first. As for you, come to my office in a bit, in my room." Sarika was still quite surprised. She hadn't yet understood Kumdelo's meaning and just watched his retreating back. "Principal." It wasn't until he started walking away that she bowed respectfully to him. "Thank you, sir." Principal Sarika transformed back into her human form, standing there listening to Kumdelo's final words. "It's still too early for thanks. We still have to discuss how you're going to take responsibility." Elsewhere, someone was enthusiastically holding two small wooden drumsticks and happily beating on a drum. He was a tall figure with strange lipstick, bizarre jewelry, and an unusual outfit. What the hell is going on? Seth sat on a throne, being endlessly cheered by a crowd of people. The goddess has descended. She has been summoned from the body of Prince Seth. Hooray! He was a strong, capable man, but now he had to sit and listen to praises of himself as a goddess, so angry he was crushing the armrest. I ask, what the hell is happening here? Beniti sat at the banquet table, holding a trembling mug of beer and looking joyfully at Seth. The prince has been a brilliant person since he was a child. I knew this day would come. While Seth was gritting his teeth in anger, the subjects below cheered even more joyfully. "Eternal glory to you, Savulam and Prince Seth. Long may you reign." He flew into a rage, ripping off his shirt with one hand and roaring furiously. "Stop this nonsense." Saian stood on a second-floor balcony looking down, giving a forced smile as he mocked his boss's foolish actions. "What a blessed day this is." Raram stepped up from behind him, her eyes questioning the entire world as she asked Saian, "What is that guy plotting?" Saian crossed his arms, leaning back against the wall behind him as he asked her back. "Who, Savulam?" She looked down at Seth, forcefully smashing the bright red floral wreath from his head onto the ground and said, "I think he intends to observe us through that muscle head. I can't figure out what he's aiming for at all." Saian, ever so snarky, recalled the image of Savulam leaving the temple. "The gods cannot directly interfere in the human world. Outside the temple, they can't touch me. Didn't that foolish god already prove that?" Raram watched the kids hanging from Seth's muscular arms as he lifted them high and reminded him, "But if he uses that idiot, it's a different story. Don't just stand there and get caught off guard. Master, there's someone else watching us too." Just as she said that, Luna immediately turned the doorknob and approached him. Senior Saian. Seeing him standing there waiting, she seemed quite surprised and pleased. "Were you waiting for me?" "Yeah, I have something to tell you." Saian leaned against the wall, looking quite relaxed as he asked her, "Is Lamela okay?" I was worried, because she was in critical condition, but now she's fine. Lamela was covered in bandages, now resting on a hospital bed in her room. She probably just needs to rest for one more day to make a full recovery. I also completely healed her internal injuries. He stood up, glancing at Luna beside him as he exposed her. Large-scale teleportation magic and high-level healing magic. Resurrection. "Junior, you've really grown up." Hearing this, she let out a soft sigh, her voice no longer as enthusiastic as before. "So it was about that. I was wondering why you hadn't asked yet." Luna placed her hand on the book glowing red with mysterious mana at her hip, looking down at it as he said, "How did you get that grimoire, Limi, Haram?" The scene shifts to the Academy's mansion, in Headmaster Kundal's office, where Sarika stood before his desk. "All right, speak." Kundal glanced at her, looking at Sarika with a stern expression as he asked, "How did that brat Saian manage to bring someone of that caliber here?" Hearing his question, Sarika looked up at him with a surprised expression. "How did you?" Kundal began to analyze Nana for her based on his recent battle, the potential to withstand my attack. There's no one else in the academy who could handle a creature like that except for him. Sirika looked at him, her eyes filled with worry as she asked, word by word, what punishment will you impose? I'll need to speak with the person involved first, though I already have a good guess. He imagined the look on that sly brat's face when dealing with him. Will you help? That was what she was about to ask. Sirika lowered her head. She looked down and slowly accepted the blame. As their teacher, I will also take responsibility. That's enough. Kundal stopped her. He glanced at her earnest expression. Are you planning to leave the academy? He began to lecture Sirika. The imagery was very clear, with one side representing an angel and the other, a devil. The world draws a clear line between good and evil, and what is considered evil is often despised and ostracized. He acknowledged Sirika's ability to fuse with a demon, and he acknowledged her courage in stepping forward to protect others. You possess a power that is considered tainted, yet you used it to protect others. I believe that shows your true nature. Kundal glanced at her, his voice deepening and his eyes seeming to peer into her very soul. It doesn't matter if you're a part of Miss. Isn't that better than being a hypocrite? Sirika looked at him in shock. She couldn't believe what she was hearing from him. Headmaster Kundal continued speaking. He placed his hands on the desk and walked around it. A great crisis will soon befall the Empire. I have tried to prevent it, but I cannot stop this tide. He placed a hand on Sirika's shoulder, a gentle and trusting gesture. Kundal walked past Sirika, giving her a piece of advice, or more accurately, an order. So when the time comes, fulfill your role here at this academy. Then, he clasped his hands behind his back and walked towards the door, causing Sirika to turn and watch him. Well then, I have matters to attend to, so I'll be on my way. A crisis. Kundal's cryptic words made Sirika even more anxious. What did he mean by role? Headmaster Kundal, what is it that you foresee? Suddenly, the man who had just said he was leaving stopped in his tracks. Kundal let out a soft, ah. He turned his head back, glanced at Sirika, and asked an unrelated question. What does that child like? That child. In another room, moonlight streamed through an uncurtained window. Nana's wounds were bandaged. She was resting on the bed, but her brow remained furrowed in distress. A man stood in the room, the dim moonlight not quite revealing the pained expression on his face. I'm sorry, father. He looked at Nana and was reminded of his own daughter. She too had stood before him, sobbing uncontrollably. I'll never whine about wanting to see Mom again. Please forgive me. She smiled faintly. He let out a sigh at his own thoughts. Myself. Why am I suddenly thinking of Yiden? He approached Nana's bed and gently placed 2 fingers on her forehead. After checking on her, he left a small pouch containing a red object inside, then quietly opened the door and silently departed. I miss you so much today, my daughter, Yiden. The scene shifts back to where Saian is staying for the night. He was standing, leaning against the railing and looking up at the sky. I just need to get the grimoire. Doesn't Senior need it? He turned around and rested his arms on the railing and rested his chin on them while watching the festivities below. I have other ways, don't worry about that. Saiyan glanced at the grimoire beside Lunav, his voice calm as he probed her intentions. You're not taking that thing to the Garum Guild, are you? Of course not. His eyes lit up as he stared intently at Luna and issued a command. Don't let anyone take it from you or give it to anyone else unless you want to die by my hand. She quickly replied as if she were hypnotized, her face showing a hint of worry. I understand. I'll head back to the academy first. The conversation came to an end. Saiyan turned to leave, leaving only a parting instruction. You can come later with Set. Luna watched his retreating back as he walked towards the door and sighed in frustration. He's going off alone again. You really like him, don't you? Luna looked down at the shadow under her cloak and coldly answered his question. So what if I do? So please, tell me what you're trying to do. Lem didn't know either. I'm still trying to figure that guy out. Her expression was cold as she gazed in the direction Saiyan had left, firmly declaring to Lem Harem, no matter what, I will help Senior. Yeah, you can do it, at least the you of right now. He let his shadow wrap around Lunav, staring at her intently, as he said, as long as you keep your pact with me, my truth is yours, Luna Rain River. His voice echoed and lingered in the darkness of this desert city. But why do you call me Lem? Lem Haram is too long. Elsewhere, despite the late hour, Brian was diligently practicing his swordsmanship. As he trained, he recalled the words Sirika had once told him, you've adapted well to your own abilities, but if you lack talent, then there's nothing to be done. In the end, it's all because I'm weak. His grip on the sword in his hand tightened. Brian's gaze and grew more determined. I can't keep being discouraged. One day, I must become someone who can help the young master. Just then, a dark figure appeared, causing him to halt his training. The cloaked strangers stood there, their voice echoing as they asked Brian about Saiyan. Where is Saiyan, Lord V? He frowned, staring intently at the figure, his voice starting to tense. Up, who are you? Young Master Saian is not here. That mana's signature is unusual. The figure didn't listen to what Brian said, or perhaps simply didn't care, conjuring a magic orb in their hand. Hand over Lord Saiyan, Guardian Knight. Brian was quickly trapped within a crimson space. He stood there holding his sword, thinking in astonishment about the thing in their hand. A barrier artifact. Huh. The figure still refused to listen to his words. A glowing red sword appeared in their hand, along with the repeated demand. Hand him over to me. Then, the figure leaped and rushed towards Brian, attacking in a flash. But Brian was alert enough to parry the slash just in time. The deafening clang of metal on metal echoed through the night. Enraged, he used both hands to grip the hilt of his sword, gritting his teeth as he growled at them. Don't you ignore me. Counterattack. A single sword slash cut through the air. Brian somehow managed to land a slash on the man's body. His blade nearly struck the ground, stopping just short, yet the force of it shattered the ground. He then lifted his sword, spun around, and swung it high to counterattack. Brian turned to look, and a single glance made his entire body tense up. He was once again forced onto the defensive. This sword swing seemed much more powerful than the last, forcing Brian to drop to one knee to block it. The stranger began to attack wildly. A flurry of techniques was unleashed, pushing Brian back. He gritted his teeth. Faced with the man's immense power, a thought popped into his head. Is this guy even human? He continued his assault, roaring again into the dark night with the same familiar demand. Hand over the young master, he belongs to me. Brian was overwhelmed. In an unguarded moment, a slash from the man's sword cut into his left flank. But Brian quickly retaliated, and his own sword strike sending the mask he was wearing flying off. The mask hit the ground hard, then bounced and tumbled away. Brian pressed a hand to the wound on his side, and it was only then that he saw the man's face. You are? Beneath the mask was a face with black sclera and crimson pupils, along with cracks like those on a reanimated corpse running across his skin. Brian cried out in shock, Kellen, hand over Master Saiyan. Saiyan quietly put on his jacket, neatening his attire. In the dimly lit room, he stood up, lightly tracing a finger through the air and leaving a trail of red energy. He said, All right, let's go. Raram asked dubiously, You intend to leave the kids behind and go alone? Saiyan suddenly remembered a girl with a wounded body, wrapped in white bandages and lying motionless on a bed. His gaze grew distant. Luna can go with Seki Lemela to recover. Staying here won't do any good. With sharp, cold eyes glinting mockingly, she said aloud, Are you really okay with this? That Luna girl, she's going to be truly hurt, Saiyan replied with an air of indifference. Why? I don't think she would mind that much. Raram enunciated each word as a warning. Ha ha, you'll be alone forever, master. He continued in a low, cold voice. How troublesome. And besides, I'm already used to being alone. The surrounding space turned crimson as giant magic circles spun, emitting a mystical light inscribed with ancient runes. Opposite him stood Brian and the stranger, both injured. The atmosphere grew heavy. He opened his eyes wide, his gaze tense as sweat rolled down his cheek. He thought to himself, what the... The girl beside him also gasped in shock. What in the world is going on here? At that moment, Brian was breathing heavily, every drop of sweat mingling with the blood dripping down his face. He was on one knee, his hand gripping his sword hilt tightly. Saiyan thought to himself, I understand what's wrong with Brian, but as for the stranger, he's standing unsteadily, his body is rigid, and his eyes are glowing red. He continued to wonder, why is Kellen in that state? Just then, Brian's shout echoed, Young master, look out, that's not Kellen anymore. At that instant, the man dove down from above, radiating a suffocating killing intent. Saiyan looked up, not understanding what was happening. The man's eyes flashed crimson in the night, like two cold daggers locking onto prey with no escape. He whispered, Found you, Saiyan. Saiyan extended a hand, preparing for the confrontation, and spoke in a weary tone. Trouble just had to find me again. Quick as a flash, he used his sword to carve deadly vortexes in the air, unleashing his technique, sword art, Raging Fog Storm. After Sean's attack, he was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth and leaving a long trail on the ground. At that moment, the injured Brian was sitting in a corner, looking on with an admiring gaze, thinking to himself. He took him down instantly, just as expected of the young master. Suddenly, he fell silent, beads of sweat rolling down his tense face. Am I really only good when I'm at home? Sean turned to look at him and asked, That looks like a serious wound. Are you okay? He replied, Yes, I'm fine. Sean said firmly, You held out very well while I was away. Brian, I'll take care of the rest. Brian listened intently, then fell silent, not knowing what he should say. The quiet light cast down, highlighting Kellen's blood-soaked body. Dark red blood gushed from his throat. He tried to call out, trembling and desperate, Young master. Red wisps of smoke carrying the breath of death swirled around him. Sean stood tall with ice-cold eyes. He said, You've come too? Kellen struggled to warn him, "Be careful." Now, Kellen's body and soul were slowly fading away. He struggled to say to Sean, A, and Boris, "They have found the location of the holy sword." A sharp glint appeared in Sean's eyes as thoughts swirled in his mind. This is happening faster than in my past life. Everything is becoming more and more unpredictable. The cold wind howled, carrying the thick stench of blood. He whispered weakly, "Be careful." Sean said softly, "Rest now, Kellen." The sky was dyed a deep blue. He stood silently, his eyes gazing into the endless void. A thought echoing in his mind, they turned Kellen into a puppet. I don't even have to guess who did it. Just then, Brian ran to his side, asking why Kellen had ended up like this. He immediately knelt beside Kellen's body. "Look for something." "I think it's because of this." Sean found a stone, a black, spherical stone with a cracked surface, emitting rays of light and swirling black smoke. It was a reverse seal. He continued in a low, cold voice. "An ancient dark curse. He used his shadow self to make it turn against its master." Sean recalled memories from his past life when he fought Boris. He thought with hatred, "Back then I should have killed you. Boris, as long as he's alive, things like this will keep happening." He clenched the reverse seal, his eyes cold and sharp. He resolved not to stand by idly like in his past life. Sean remembered his face, and a single thought echoed in his mind. "I have to finish him now." The purple-blue night sky created a sense of stillness and silence. As he walked, he said to Brian behind him, "Pack your things, Brian." Brian was surprised. "Sir?" The cold moonlight shone down on the ancient walls of the academy. His eyes were fixed on the path ahead. He said, "It's time to leave the academy." A vast room was illuminated by a blue-white light, creating sharp contrasts of light and shadow on the stone floor carved with magical patterns. This was Lumen D Temple and Principality B. A person in a long, white, hooded cloak spoke softly, "I've been waiting for you, Lord Acho." The grand hall was steeped in silence, with only the sound of footsteps echoing. Acho greeted her. "It's been a long time, Sister Iris." Iris pulled down her hood, revealing her face and white hair. She said slowly, "It's been a long time since someone called me that, but now I'm more used to being called the Saintess." She stood opposite him and asked probingly, "I thought you weren't cooperating with young Master Lewell anymore," he replied firmly. "This visit has nothing to do with the prince." Iris pulled her cloak down, revealing a necklace with an exquisite blue gem. She said softly, "Oh my, so the rumors are true that you're now working with Princess Violet." The surrounding space was so quiet that their words rang out like bells. He asked probingly, "I heard you received a divine revelation." She replied with a faint, humorless smile, not finding it funny at all. Cold light streamed through a crack, illuminating his wide-open eyes. His gaze turned sharp as he listened to her explain, "The holy sword is said to rest on the hill where the Guardian's vision exists." Outside, light shone on the silver-gray walls, the air still. Iris continued, "The Guardian's vision seems to refer to the land of the false Guardian. This is why I summoned you here." With a wary posture, she stood opposite him, asking for the location that offered the clearest view of the land. "You would surely know best, Sir Ash." He replied, "I have a place in mind." And it seemed he had realized something unexpected. His voice came out heavy. "But why? Why is it so close?" Sunlight reflected off Iris's smiling face. Her words were sharp as a knife. "Who said the truth is always far away? Such is the love of Lord Lumende." Meanwhile, S held the reverse seal he had taken from the body of Ken, placing it on a wooden table. He asked, "Professor, do you recognize this?" A spacious room was filled with warm light from the window. Kundo sat behind a large wooden desk. He thoughtfully observed the strange stone the boy had brought. He said, "Isn't this a reverse seal?" "Yes." Inside the academy that day, he shot up with an angry expression, shouting, "What kind of trouble have you caused this time? Are you meddling with dark magic now?" The boy thought to himself, "Does he think I'm just a piece of trash, or what?" With beads of sweat on his face, he said, "It wasn't me." "Are you trying to hide the fact that you brought beastmen into the academy?" Kundo slumped slightly as if he'd been found out, whispering, "I've been discovered." Suddenly, he roared like thunder, "My tolerance has its limits. If you continue to act this way, then get out of here." The atmosphere in the room suddenly froze, as Saian's voice rang out decisively. "Very well, I'll do just that." He stood there, his posture straight in his neat uniform. He said, "Things will be harder to control from now on, as long as I remain at this academy." The professor was silent for a few seconds, his eyes half closed. He asked, "You're suddenly being so obedient. It's suspicious. What's the reason?" After that, Kundo looked down at the cracked reverse seal. He went on to reveal, "The owner of that reverse seal is one of the key figures in the blood banquet." Suddenly, a suffocating killing intent emanated from Saian's eyes. He exclaimed, "I have to be the one to stop him. If I don't, he'll continue to cause trouble around me." As he listened, the professor noticed the shift in the boy's mood, a thought flashing through his mind. Such formidable killing intent. What could have happened to make him this angry? Saiyan stared intently at the reverse seal and asked softly, "Let me tell you something interesting about the reverse seal. Do you know what its transformation method is similar to?" Kundo thought for a few seconds. The Das stone. That's why some believe the two minerals share the same origin, leading to the hypothesis of a connection to the Black Blood clan. Even though that clan was believed to have been wiped out, the air in the room fell silent. It was so quiet you could hear breathing. Kandel continued to reveal information. There were rumors that a few people had survived in the slums of Exilium near the capital. Upon hearing that, he broke into a sweat and immediately asked, "Why are you telling me this?" After that, Saiyan reached out his hand to take it from him. He suddenly warned, "You fool, don't try to shoulder everything yourself and listen to me." Despite his words, he still handed it to him, and Saiyan was certain the piece of the passing arrow was on the brink of collapse. If it collapses, the academy will fall with it. Cell stroked his white beard as he carefully instructed him, "You should do your part. I will do mine." Light streamed into the room, clearly illuminating the two figures of the teacher and student standing face to face. He said softly, "Let me give you some advice. Listen closely." Kandel looked thoughtful, the expression of an experienced man who understood the ways of the world. He shared with him, "You won't hear anything comforting there. Whether it's a trial or a harsh fate, it's a life that will bring you no benefit." Saiyan emotionally recalled his past memories. He thought to himself, "That's exactly what it meant to be someone else's dog in my past life." The warning was correct. He left the room, walking lightly while pondering what he had learned. Don't carry the burden all by yourself. Maybe that's the advice for this life. Sunlight from the sunset filtered through the window, and blocking the door stood the professor with her arms crossed. Her stern figure and deep voice asked, "Are you planning to leave the academy?" He recognized her at once, Professor Sirica. She stood, leaning lightly against the wall, adjusting her glasses with one hand as if deep in thought. "You intend to pursue Boris Lihem, don't you?" "You heard everything?" The last rays of sunlight stretched into streaks of light across the tiled floor. Saiyan approached, his hands in his pockets. Sirica crossed her arms, looking composed. "More or less, he's a target that needs to be eliminated so it makes sense." He tilted his head, his voice held a probing tone. "Are you going in your capacity as a leader too?" She replied decisively. "No, but as a leader, I want to go." Behind her, the figure of Cell appeared, radiating an invisible pressure. She spoke softly, "But for now, I must remain here as an instructor. The headmaster knows my weakness." Saiyan, his face filled with worry, asked, "Don't tell me he's discovered our identities." The response to Saiyan was a faint smile, the corners of her lips curling up with hidden meaning. "No, it's more accurate to say he's known for a long time." He turned his head to look toward the headmaster's office. Raram suddenly appeared, whispering warily, "He didn't become the headmaster for nothing. We shouldn't underestimate him." The air was still for a few seconds, her gaze focused. Then she suddenly spoke. "It seems he has a plan of some sort. This time, I'll leave it to you. Just give Boris a message for me." The space seemed to be swallowed by a gloomy red hue. Sirica took off her glasses, her lips curling into a slight smirk. "Go to hell." The air suddenly filled with killing intent. He declared with determination, "I'll make sure he experiences hell long before he gets there." Raram whispered quietly at his side, "Make him wish he were in hell." The scene shifted to an empty plot of land, situated on the road leading to the city. The sky was clear blue with brilliant morning sunlight, and in the distance, sharp rooftops appeared hazily, somewhere in Combert. Inside an arena, a giant magic circle in the center emitted a blinding flash of light, and many large boulders lay scattered all around. A voice rang out, shattering the silence. "I can't even think about. We can find it near the domain." Astro said in amazement as he raised his hand to touch the sword. "Is this really the holy sword?" Iris exclaimed, unable to believe her eyes. "It's glowing just like in the myths." He touched the hilt of the sword, and a blinding light burst forth as it was being summoned, with brilliant golden rays swirling around his body. He shouted, powerfully and decisively, "Answer my call." Just then, she stood behind him, her eyes following the blinding light, as she said, "However, the way the holy sword is stuck slanted in the ground is a bit unsettling." "It'll be fine, right?" Suddenly, a hand surrounded by swirling white gold light reached out towards Astro. His eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening as a majestic voice rang out, "You, the successor to the god of light, my master." As soon as the words were spoken, that hand immediately struck him right in the face. He quickly dropped down, clutching his face. Iris ran over. Worriedly, "Sir Astro." She stood amidst the light, her lips pressed into a thin line, her voice filled with anger. "Why are you so late?" Dugiandak was enveloped in blinding rays of light. She screamed with powerful and commanding force, "You're too late, you idiot." She continued to scream as if from long-suppressed rage. "How dare you let me suffer such humiliation, like that? Unforgivable." Her finger trembled with rage as she pointed at him. "You bastard." Astro and Iris stood, side by side, observing. He said in surprise, "Huh, a child. She added, "It must be the spiritual form of Duwandak, but I never expected it to take such a form." Duwandak pointed to her own face with both hands, enraged. "Do you find me funny? It's all his fault." Astro silently rubbed his sore face while Iris kept saying, "How could he possibly have found out?" Duwandak continued to ramble on, while Iris stood by with a helpless look. Could it be that he was born with clairvoyance or something? Feeling wronged, her eyes welled up with tears as she said, "Damn it, forget it." She then remembered the image of Sean holding the sword, a fierce grin on his face and his eyes glowing red. Next to him was Rarim, and she growled through clenched teeth, "The master of the demon blade. That bastard stole my power." Suddenly, she shrieked, a cry so powerful it made the ground shake. "I can't bear this humiliation any longer. Give it back to me now, you damn successor of light." At the Len Academy, the morning sun cast pale golden rays upon the pristine white walls of a room. On the pristine white bed, Nana lay quietly, her face and body covered in bandages. Saian stood beside her, to himself. "It's a good thing everything ended this way." Saian then recalled the image of Cell with his profound eyes, his voice echoing in his head. "You confronted the most powerful Grand Mage on the continent and still survived. To be honest, I'm a little surprised myself." He walked over and gently touched Nana's pink hair, thinking, "You've grown up so much that you no longer need me anymore." Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. "This is truly shameful, young master," he just asked with a hint of confusion. "For what?" Brian replied firmly, "Because I have continually let you down." He, with his shoulders tense, confessed, "I have failed to fulfill my duty as a guardian knight." Contrary to what Brian was thinking, the young master wasn't angry at all. "Well, if you know that, then just do better." Brian was so surprised he was at a loss for words as the young master started to walk away, saying, "I have somewhere to be, so I'll be going now." Brian immediately replied, "Then I will prepare your luggage as you instructed." The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Brian quickly asked, "By the way, where are we going this time?" His gaze was sharp and cold. "I know a place in the suburbs. Miss Sirica will explain the details, so you two go on ahead." As soon as he finished speaking, San quickly left the room. Brian ran after him asking, "Aren't you coming with us, sir?" He replied decisively, "I'll come later." Brian clenched his fist. "Understood, just leave it to me." Before leaving, he turned to him and said appreciatively, "If it weren't for you, Nana wouldn't have been able to come this far. That was something beyond my abilities. You did very well." Brian was both surprised and flustered. "Why would you say that?" Brian asked, confused. San turned and walked away quickly. "I'm leaving now," Brian called after him. "Please be careful." Suddenly, there was the sound of hurried footsteps. A maid cried out, "Young master, I've already prepared lunch. You can't just leave like this." The maid hurried after him, but he was already gone through the door. She stopped Rarim and said irritably, "Why did he have to leave in such a hurry?" Brian, who was standing nearby, could only remain silent as the scene shifted. Scattered, shattered rocks lay everywhere. It was a chaotic scene. A voice said, "What a complete mess." Amidst the sunset that stained the ruins of Nord Delhi red, 3 figures in white cloaks stood silently on the shattered ground. Their leader spoke. "Is this the last place Karen made contact?" The person behind him replied respectfully, "Yes, Lord Riggins." Riggins stood silently for a few seconds. His hand tightly clutched a blue, glowing object. He lamented regretfully. He once had such great ambitions, and yet his life had to end in a place like this. Karen, in the silence, his hand lifted a spinning orb that radiated a brilliant blue light. Metal rings vibrated, opening a path as the summoning chant echoed, "Oh, departed spirit, part the veil and show yourself." Amidst the fiery sunset, a torrent of blue energy began to swirl violently. It gradually formed a human silhouette in front of him. Within the vortex of energy, a figure was slowly taking shape. Its body glowed a pale blue, and it had white hair. It was a departed spirit. It spoke, "I, the departed, have answered your call." Riggins immediately stepped closer and asked what happened to the grimoire. The spirit slowly answered. It disappeared along with Lady Luna Nam. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. He was so shocked that he immediately demanded, "Luna was here? Why would that child be involved?" The space fell silent for a few seconds. The departed spirit, with its milky white eyes, replied, "Sam is searching for the grimoire, and Lady Luna helped him." A glint appeared in his eyes. His face suddenly darkened. He pressed, "Is that true?" The vortex of energy continued to swirl around the spirit. Behind Riggins, whispers erupted. Why would Lady Luna do something like that? The atmosphere was incredibly tense. Riggins spoke with finality, "I understand. You may leave." Immediately, the vortex of energy resumed its spinning, and the departed spirit slowly faded away. Riggins bowed his head as a dark purple aura enveloped him. He ordered, "What are you all standing around for? Bring Luna to me at once." Elsewhere, in the underground sewer system of Exilium, faint light filtered through the cracks. Kay, who was sitting on a stone step, spoke up. He said, "Pi, can't you move any faster?" A large figure sitting among a pile of glowing purple crystals replied, "Words, I'm already moving fast. Stop rushing me." Black Toby, standing right behind him and casually leaning against the wall, spoke up. "The man is terrifying. A normal person definitely couldn't handle it, right?" He casually held the crystal while replying, "Only demi-humans like us can withstand these mana stones. Did you forget why this place became a city of the dead?" Right after that, she twirled her finger and said, "Talk less, work more." Sir Boris is waiting. He maintained his casual posture, leaning against the wall, and teased, acting like you're the only captain here or something. Suddenly, a sharp, cold red blade appeared, pressed right against Toby's neck, and startled, he only had time to utter, "Huh." Blood splattered everywhere as she bared her fangs and let out a fierce roar. Toby lay motionless in a pool of blood, and next to him was a mysterious figure in a black cloak. A growl echoed, "Who the hell are you?" Kara immediately raised her hand, summoning a fireball. She roared as blazing flames erupted, and the fireball transformed into a massive stream of dazzling golden energy, attacking the black-cloaked figure. Quick as a flash, the mysterious person leaped and swung their sword forward in a single strike, slicing through the energy stream. Her ears perked up, and she roared in fury. He cut right through the spell. Another man immediately rushed to block Kara's front, saying, "Snap out of it, Kara." The mysterious figure was none other than Sean, holding Ragnarok in his hand. He dashed forward at incredible speed, using the invisible sword technique, and then he unleashed a swirling storm, the space lighting up with intersecting streaks of bright red energy. After his attack, they lay collapsed and motionless, with dark red blood staining the ground. Sean slowly approached the barely breathing Kara and asked, "It seems, you know Boris." He stood tall, his eyes glinting coldly. "Where is that bastard?" Now, Kara's face twisted into a grotesque smile. She whispered, "So you're that Sean V?" Sean was completely taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment. He didn't think she would survive the attack. Suddenly, the ground trembled, an explosion erupted, sending debris flying everywhere, activating a pure destructive technique. At that moment, over where Luna was, she suddenly sensed something. She was bewildered, Senior Sean. She was in Nordelli, a remote desert land filled with wind and sand. Lamela spoke up, asking, "Is something wrong, Lady Luna?" She calmly replied, "It's nothing." The air grew quiet. Just then, Seth cleared his throat, breaking the silence. "Well then, allow me to continue." He stood proudly with his muscular build, and on his shoulder was a brilliantly shining item passed down through the generations of the Seth clan. "Allow me to introduce to you all, the treasure of all treasures." Seth tossed the item high into the spreading orange sunset as he introduced its glorious name, Alamus. It was a carpet with ancient patterns. It swirled and turned in the air. He confidently said, "With this artifact, we can reach the academy in the blink of an eye, and I will grant you the special privilege of riding with me." But right after that, Luna, who was sitting next to Lamela, spoke softly. "We have something like that too." Lamela sat there, her voice ringing out. "Lady Luna comes from the Garum Guild." Lamela began to tell a story, and in her mind, an image appeared of a room filled with ancient books and treasures, a place famous for collecting countless rare artifacts. An item like Alamus was quite common for them. After hearing the story, Seth stood with his back turned, sulking. Lamela asked, Are we going separately?" As soon as the words were spoken, the three of them mounted Luna's ride and soared into the blue sky. The wind whistled past their ears, the blue sky blurring in their vision as her gaze hardened. She told herself, "We have to hurry." The three of them shot forward at a speed that tore through the air. Luna was anxious and restless, certain that something must have happened to her senior, Saian. Meanwhile, in Exilium, the scenery was utterly desolate, with smoke, fire, and rubble everywhere. Saian sat on the ground, seemingly having realized something. He hadn't expected someone to use explosive magic in a place like this. Rerum, who was beside him, couldn't understand it either. It was like a suicide attack. Then, Rerum's gaze shifted to the purple stones hidden beneath the ordinary brown earth. She informed Saian, "This entire area is connected by mana-infused magic stones, you know that. As long as they were placed artificially and aren't extinguished, the flames will continue to erupt." Saian didn't respond. He stood up and created a magic circle on his giant hand. Immediately after, purple magical energy escaped from that circle and quickly enveloped the magic stones. Then, a gust of wind rose, and the magic stones simultaneously began to emit an eerie purple gas. Rerum, thinking Saian was just showing off, taunted, "How noble." Hearing this, Saian replied coldly, "Take another look." Following his gaze, she saw that the magic stones were indeed gradually darkening, and the flames had also subsided somewhat until they were no longer visible. The two of them jumped down to investigate. Rerum wondered, don't tell me they burned to ashes already? Saiyan, however, thought otherwise. They couldn't have burned up in such a short time. Then, Saiyan spotted a large cave in the wall and guessed they must have fled in that direction. At this point, Rerum became even more curious. Hadn't everyone except for the woman who died earlier already perished? Saiyan headed straight for the large cave to confirm his suspicion. Just then, a shrill voice suddenly rang out from behind Saiyan. What the hell? It's just some human kid. So you're residents from this place. They were surrounding the pit's entrance as one of the demon folk shouted, Why are humans here? The one next to him was just as hostile. Get lost? Humans. Seeing their attitude, Rerum became visibly angry and retorted irritably, What the hell? He put out the fire for you, and this is the attitude you give him? Saiyan's face remained expressionless, but his sharp eyes had already seen through everything. They just didn't want them here. Pausing for a moment, an image of a peaceful village appeared in his mind. He began to recount, a long time ago, this place was a peaceful little village. However, that scenery was soon shrouded in the crimson color of death. Saiyan's voice lowered slightly, but the war between gods and demons and the attack of the Leviathan shattered that peace. Fortunately, thanks to the hero Licit, a servant of the god of light, they were able to defeat the demon dragon. At this point, Saiyan's voice suddenly grew deep, and within his tone was a hidden, unclear emotion. But the tragedy didn't end there. The corrupted magic stones left behind by the dragon made things worse. And what followed are the magic stones you both see now. Because of the powerful mana emitted from those stones, the Exilium region became a barren, lifeless land. Gradually, the inhabitants of this place took on a half-human, half-beast appearance. Saiyan continued. It is said that the bodies of those transformed by the mana are called demon folk. They still live here, mining mana stones. Back in the present, they were represented by the demon folk who were now surrounding them. Xian cursed the humans for treating them like monsters. The demon folk were shouting relentlessly, How dare you set foot here? Get out of here now. After hearing the whole story, Rerum still couldn't sympathize with them. She spoke up, Should I kill him? But Saiyan just quietly pulled his hood over his head. Too much trouble. He told me to leave, so I'll leave. And so, before the eyes of the demon folk, Saiyan did indeed leave, but through that large cave. At the same time, in another corner, a pair of hairy hands carrying a crate of magic stones approached. The man reported, This is all I could gather. Seeing the small amount of magic stones, Kara flew into a rage. She gritted her teeth and yelled, What a waste of effort, all this mess for just one brat. Hearing that, Fi said as he put down the crate of magic stones, it could have been worse. Toby pretty much agreed. You're right. As he finished speaking, he grimaced and rubbed his neck, which was still emitting a bit of red magical energy. If it weren't for the power that Boris gave us, we would have died at the hands of that guy Xian. Just as the three of them were talking, a voice suddenly interrupted. Damn it, was everyone hurt because of me? The newcomer was Boris. His appearance was almost completely enveloped in dark magic. Boris said tensely, Sir Saiyan has followed our trail here. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Hearing him say that, Kara, still upset about the loss, retorted loudly, Why are you apologizing? He's the one who's wrong. Behind them, Fi seemed to feel the same way. He spoke up. He started it. Kara continued, That guy Xian was the one who attacked first. Toby pointed to the wound on his neck, his voice still a bit shaken. I didn't even realize I was attacked until my head was off my neck. He's definitely very strong. Seeing them, like this, Boris put on a guilty expression again and took the blame. I shouldn't have dragged you into this. This played right into Kara's emotions. She eagerly denied it. Don't say that. We had our chance too. In the end, Toby and Fi remained silent. Only Kara had her hands on her hips. She looked at Boris excitedly. If it weren't for the money you sent by, working at the palace, we would have starved to death long ago. Now we can finally repay you. So don't complain anymore and just rely on us when you need to. Boris was very pleased with their reaction but outwardly showed a look of reluctance. All right, please don't overdo it. After that, Fi picked up the crate of magic stones, while Kara at his side was confidently vowing, We'll make sure that bastard pays for what he did to you. Taking the crate of magic stones from Fi's hands, Boris acted as if he too was swept up in that passionate atmosphere. For everyone's sake, I will ensure this ritual will succeed. Not long after, Boris reached a dark corner. He poured out all the magic stones from the crate. Next, Boris turned his back to the magic stones, and then he loudly recited the incantation, beginning the ritual. Immediately after, Boris drew out yellow magical energy from Histria's location. Then, a magic circle appeared beneath his feet. The energy radiating from it was like a vortex swirling around Boris. Histria was already urging him, Hurry up, Boris. Hearing this, he was skeptical. Miss Histria saw that Boris still didn't understand, so she had to say it, he's here. Not only that, Kara, who was standing guard outside, also sensed something strange. In the darkness before her, A pair of red eyes was approaching them. Kara spoke cautiously. Something's coming. But before Kara could get a clear look, that thing lunged at her. Just as Kara, while she was still stunned, Fi quickly pushed her away and simultaneously blocked Sean. Facing Saian, Fi blocked his blade with his bare hand. He roared, "I won't be fooled a second time." Although the tip of his blade was blocked, Saiyan remained unusually calm. He looked at them curiously. "How are all of you still alive?" Fi, of course, didn't answer. He gathered all his strength into his hands and shoved Saiyan backward. Pushed by such immense force, he was quickly slammed into a wall. From the point of impact, white smoke billowed out, obscuring everything. On the inside, Boris calmly continued the ritual. Sir Saiyan was being held back. He had pushed on with the belief that this was the only way to defeat him. Under the summoning of the ancient ritual, a demonic beast gradually appeared. With its grotesque, rugged body, its voice was anything but pleasant. "Awaken, Leviathan, Boris." Elsewhere, in a dormitory hallway of the Royal Academy, the figures of two students appeared walking side by side. After a short walk, both of them suddenly stopped. Ramus called out her name softly with concern. Princess Arin blushed slightly as she hesitated to go inside. "Just as I thought, it's awkward for me to visit him first, like this." Hearing that, Ramus spoke frankly. Young Master Sean isn't the type to take the first step anyway, but Arin still lacked the courage to move forward, feeling bashful. "How forward of me." Ramus quickly reassured her. "It's fine, as long as we're not here just to see him." Hearing this, Arin finally calmed down. She asked for his opinion, flustered. "So, should we just go back?" "What do you mean?" At that moment, the clever Ramus came up with an idea. "We're just here to check if Nana is okay." Arin quickly nodded. "That's right, that's the reason." Suddenly, Arin's eyes widened in surprise, as if she had noticed something. It turned out to be the group consisting of Luna, Lamela, and Set, all gathered in a corner. Arin asked, "Luna, what are you doing here?" Seeing her arrival, Luna was equally surprised. "Princess Arin?" Now with the entire group standing in front of Sean's door, Arin didn't even need to guess. "Are you also here to see Sean?" Luna replied casually, "Yes, but he isn't here." Hearing her say that, Arin still didn't quite understand. She asked, puzzled, "Not here? What do you mean?" But this was something even Luna didn't know. She hesitated as she explained, "I also just found out his room is empty." It seemed Arin still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. She brushed it off. "He just disappears and comes back like he always does." Luna immediately refuted, "No, this time is different." Then, she gently touched her special nose. She spoke with a tense voice. "I can sense that his scent has completely vanished. It's possible that this time, he'll never come back." At this point, Arin finally believed this was the truth. She broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to herself, "His scent is gone? Is her nose that sensitive?" The surrounding atmosphere suddenly became unusually quiet. Seeing this, Set spoke up, "It's all my fault." His entire body began to tremble with anguish as tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. "I asked him to spar too much. I just wanted to be friends with him, but I guess that was too much for him." Among the group, Arin was the first to regain her composure. She asked urgently, "Do you have any idea where he might have gone?" Luna was jolted back to reality. "We'll start investigating now." Following that, Arin used her authority as a princess and gave an order. "Check every single place within the academy." Set, who was nearby, quickly joined in. "Okay, I'll help too." Then, Luna tilted her head and said to Lamela behind her, "We will check if there is any information. Any news from Garum?" Lamela immediately complied. "Just leave it to us, Lord Lunav." The situation was urgent, so the group had to split up and search. Before leaving, Arin glanced back and said to Luna, "We're counting on you, Luna. We'll check the royal sector." Just then, Lemmy Haram's voice echoed in Lunav's ear. "It won't be easy," she asked in astonishment. "What do you mean, Lord Lem?" It turned out Lemmy Haram had already used his magic to scan the entire area. He voiced his doubts. "He has erased all his traces, so even I am having a hard time finding him." Along the vast corridor, Arin's footsteps grew faster and faster. I was so scared. Together with Regimus, the two of them hurriedly searched everywhere. Arin was more anxious than anyone. "It feels like Saian is going to disappear. That's the feeling I get." Now, her eyes held a look of determination. Arin told herself she wouldn't just sit back and watch. "I will find him before he disappears." The scene shifts back to Saiyan's location, where a sturdy wall was suddenly shattered by a powerful force. Facing Fi's attack, Saiyan seemed to be in quite a bit of trouble. He looked at the man in surprise. "What in the world are you?" Seeing Fi in a frenzied state, Saiyan asked doubtfully, "Are you even really alive?" As if feeling no pain, the man picked up his severed arm, his voice filled with resentment. "They treat us like monsters." At this point, it seemed Saiyan had figured out Fi's identity. He grew even more curious. "Are you kidding me? You're just a marionette. How can you be self-aware?" The man seemed unwilling to reveal anything to Saian. Fi gritted his teeth so hard that veins popped on his face, a human like you would never understand. Fi's hand tightened its grip on the severed arm. He roared, "What it's like to live as a monster." As soon as he finished speaking, Toby and Kara appeared behind him in the exact same state, looking just like demons. Their eyes glowed with the light typical of a marionette, the only difference being that all three of them were indebted to Boris. Boris had taken away the pain of their curse and turned it into a blessing from the gods. A few hours later, at a simple wooden house perched on a mountaintop, someone's voice rang out, "This is the last of the luggage." Brian was bending over to place 2 suitcases on the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, the safe house is located near the outskirts of Len." Emily replied with a smile, "You've worked hard, Brian." After a brief pause, she suddenly asked curiously, "He knows we're here, right? He is coming, isn't he?" Brian calmly removed the huge travel bag from his shoulder. "Lady Sirica said that if we wait, he will come. We just have to trust her and wait." Emily slowly glanced over at Nana, who was sitting dejectedly at the table. "But I feel like something is wrong." Nana also looked unhappy. Pausing for a moment, Emily continued, "I heard he stopped by while she was sleeping and then left, so she's feeling very sad and let down." Hearing this, Brian was momentarily at a loss for how to comfort her. He could only think in silence, "At times like this, I should be the one to step up." As he thought this, he unconsciously recalled Saian's words, "That's beyond your capabilities." He then silently told himself, "I have to do what I can." After a moment of hesitation, Brian proactively started to walk towards the girl on the chair. "Nana, why do you look so sad?" She slowly sat up straight. Facing Brian's concerned expression, Nana replied with teary eyes, "Is Papa angry at Nana, so he left?" Brian answered in a helpless tone, "Of course not, right?" Hesitating for a few seconds, he gently patted her head. Nana didn't do anything wrong. Standing tall and facing the warm sunbeams filtering through the window panes, Brian patted Nana's shoulder, offering a few comforting words. "We'll just have to wait for his return, so you have to be strong, okay?" She obediently replied, "Okay," as if she still couldn't swallow the frustrated feelings in her heart. Nana suddenly shouted, "Silly Papa! Brian, you have to punish him." Hearing that, he could only laugh and casually reply, "All right, all right." Meanwhile, in another place, across a vast desert, Saian was now holding a dagger and staring intently ahead. Not unexpectedly, in just a few short seconds, he effortlessly dodged the relentless attacks from 2 beast-clawed opponents. While Saian was still busy dealing with Kara and Fi, the Demonkin Toby immediately tried to rush in for a preemptive strike, having seemingly anticipated all the surrounding risks. With no wasted motion, Saiyan spun and leaped into the air, but unfortunately, he hadn't gotten far before he suddenly heard someone's voice call out, "Got you now. It'll be hard for you to dodge up there." While Saiyan was still looking over in surprise, Kara quickly raised her hand to create a fireball. She gave him a savage grin and launched the fireball. As soon as she uttered the command, the small fireball in her hand instantly expanded into a net of flames, which then shot straight towards Saiyan. Seeing this, Saiyan activated his berserker mode without hesitation. He charged into the sea of flames like a moth, and in the blink of an eye, the fiery net vanished into the wind. Kara's pupils then contracted in absolute horror. His sword aura flared, like a war god unleashing his deadly power. Saiyan suddenly leaped high into the sky, unleashing several sharp slashes. Faced with his deadly attack, Kara momentarily panicked and screamed, "Impossible!" At the same time, Toby's eyes widened in terror. That kid is actually a sword master. He felt like he was on pins and needles. His shoulders tensed as he gritted his teeth. How could a monster like that possibly exist? He was no different from the other reckless fools. Toby once again tried to burst forward with a flash of speed. Damn it, attack him all at once. In an instant, the 3 of them rushed forward without hesitation, forming a pincer attack to surround him. Toby yelled confidently, "Even he has to have a blind spot." Kara immediately added, "Don't give him any chance to counterattack." As they focused on surrounding him, the demon blade Raram spoke in a bored tone. "Everyone always uses the exact same tactics." Saiyan lowered his stance, his glaring eyes darting around, perhaps without even realizing it himself. With his eyes now stained a deep crimson, he smirked and let out a soft chuckle. It's that kind of thinking that leaves you wide open. Having said that, he didn't hesitate to spin around and unleash a flurry of sword strikes at the 3 of them. 8th form of the Dark Dance, Chaotic Strike. It was as if they were being struck by dozens of blades, relentlessly cutting into their flesh. Toby cried out in pain, but Saiyan didn't stop there, continuing to charge forward fiercely, intensifying the pressure on Toby and making him feel agonizing despair with every breath. But unfortunately, just as he was about to finish Toby for good, a powerful blast of fire suddenly shot out, separating the 2 of them. It turned out to be Kara, who was relentlessly firing flaming arrows from a distance. "Snap out of it, you guys." The fire wielder watched as the plan fell apart. Saian glared at her fiercely, his colored eyes blazing. Slowly, he raised his hand, creating a weapon of destruction, the Void Sphere. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of fire sparks that had just been created around the magic circle were instantly and effortlessly absorbed by Sean's sphere. Witnessing this, Kara couldn't help but cry out in despair. At the same time, Fi roared mournfully from behind, preparing to bring down a fiery punch on Sean. Contrary to his massive and seemingly slow figure, in just a few short seconds, he had already unleashed a barrage of powerful blows at a terrifying speed. But unfortunately, just as he was about to strike, Sean had already moved, gliding through the shadows to dodge the attack. Dark Dance, 8th Form, Parry. Seeing this, Fi was in disbelief. He was sure the attack had connected. And while he was still struggling to recover, Sean, without any wasted motion, unleashed a series of critical slashes on Fi's formless sword. Roaring missed. With an expression full of horror, Toby watched the scene unfold in a panic, clenching his jaw tightly. But ironically, just as he was reeling in confusion, Sean, with one fluid motion, suddenly sliced clean through Toby's neck. As his body fell from view, he screamed internally, as if this was a clean resolution. Sean then continued to grip the hilt of his blade. With a single move, formless sword, descending mist, he easily sliced Kara's body in two in just an instant. After it all, the ground cracked and dust flew from the powerful strike, and Sean stood motionlessly, witnessing the fierce and brutal scene. He thought the battle was completely over, but suddenly, at the very moment he was about to leave, he unexpectedly heard a familiar, insolent voice. This isn't on the level of a difference in strength anymore. Pausing for a moment, Toby reattached his head to his body. In the end, we still can't beat him, that monster. Sean smirked sarcastically. Your head fell off, and you can still spout nonsense. How ridiculous. Toby shouted, humiliated. What? At the same time, Fi was also staggering to his feet. In any case, we never intended to win. Sean asked lazily, then why start a fight you can't win? Upon hearing the question, Faye suddenly bared his fangs in a demonic grin. I just needed to buy some time. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground around them immediately began to shake violently, causing the cliffs to start cracking apart. Quickly sensing the powerful tremors around him, Sean's eyes widened in astonishment. Through the flying debris of shattered rock, Fi excitedly looked at the colossal figure of the mythical creature behind them. The time to complete the ritual has come. Standing opposite the giant figure that was gradually casting a shadow and obscuring his vision, Sean thought to himself that he knew Boris was plotting something. Thinking this, Sean quietly looked at the sight of the great dragon stretching each of its giant skeletal joints, continuing his assessment. I can't believe he had a plan to resurrect Leviathan in the form of a marionette. As if it had no concerns about its surroundings, the elder dragon forcefully spread its wings made of long bones, seeming a bit uncomfortable. It then hurriedly turned to look around. Witnessing this, Sean quickly tightened his grip on the sharp blade in his hand. Rerum suddenly spoke up excitedly. Wow, I never thought I'd see that colossal body again. Pausing for a few seconds, he frowned seriously. If that thing is released into the world, it'll be huge trouble. I have to stop it. As soon as he finished speaking, Boris, standing atop the ancient dragon's head, declared, From this moment, I shall resume the purification ritual of Boris Liam. After speaking, he immediately looked down at everyone below, then slowly broke into an arrogant smile. Seeing this display, Fi also couldn't help but cackle, knowing that whatever they did, it was already too late. Pausing for a moment, he turned to Sobi and declared, The world that abandoned and condemned us ends here today, for I will destroy it all and rebuild it. Completely unaware, a set of razor-sharp fangs was slowly opening from behind him. Fi's laughter grew louder and louder. This is the beginning of the revolution. No one can stop us. As if witnessing a horrifying scene about to unfold, Sean's pupils suddenly constricted uncontrollably, staring intently into empty space. At the same time, Kira, who was standing not far away, shrieked in terror. Danger! But unfortunately, the ancient dragon's speed was so terrifyingly fast that no one had time to react. In less than 2 seconds, Fi was completely devoured right in front of everyone. Witnessing the horrific scene before her, Kara felt all her strength drain away. She collapsed lifelessly to the ground. It can't be. At the same time, Saiyan's eyes widened in utter shock. I never expected it to turn out like this. Demon Blade Rerum calmly explained, he's not simply devouring them, he's using them as sacrifices to increase his mana. Looking at the fresh drops of blood dripping from the ancient dragon's mouth, Saiyan asked in surprise, Sacrifices? Sacrifices for what? Seeing his confusion, Boris, standing high above, casually continued, No need to guess. It's to restore the damaged Holy Scripture. As soon as he finished his sentence, Kara screamed in fury. What the hell are you doing, Boris? This wasn't part of the original plan. Boris leisurely looked down, a pity, but it's all for the greater good. Pausing for a moment, he let out a hearty laugh. I'm also very sorry about this. Kara's eyes welled up with tears as she gritted her teeth. Is that the face of someone who feels sorry? Meanwhile, outside the fortress, the group of demon folk were pointing at the ancient dragon. What is that monster? Pausing for a moment, they broke out in a cold sweat from fear. A dragon? That's a dragon. Look, it's looking at us. Without any warning, at point-blank range, the ancient dragon suddenly opened its mouth, forming a dark orb. Dragon's breath. Run. Seeing the demon folk scattering in fear, Boris let out a loud laugh. Oh, you trash of Exilium, the time has come for you to repay your debt to me. As soon as he finished speaking, the ancient dragon immediately growled and aimed the orb of demonic energy at the demon folk. Seeing this, they began to shout, "Run for your lives!" As if unable to accept the sight of her own kind facing extinction, Kara rushed forward. Boris, stop. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed a massive torrent of fire that engulfed the ancient dragon and Boris. Fire strike! With tears welling in her eyes, Kara sobbed with rage. Kara, I'm very disappointed. Through the raging sea of flames, Boris glared at her with killing intent. I thought we were friends. As if unable to swallow her anger, Kara strained her voice and screamed, I'll be waiting for you in hell, Boris. Just as soon as the words were spoken, the ancient dragon immediately followed Boris's order to attack. Just like that, it emotionlessly blasted a powerful stream, a dense dark aura towards her. But at that very decisive moment, Boris was once again delayed by a strange sight before him. He exclaimed in surprise. It's astonishing. Looking at the figure of the young man who was slowly absorbing the dark smoke, he unconsciously voiced his admiration. He even blocked the ancient dragon's breath. Yes, on another front at this moment, Saian was focusing on controlling his magic, Void Sphere, Devour. Faced with Saian's technique, Boris continued to order the ancient dragon to attack. He confidently raised his voice, but how long can you possibly hold out? Wave after wave, the ancient dragon tirelessly spewed out massive amounts of magical energy to attack Saian. Facing this terrifying energy, he knew that dodging would be useless. Then, Saiyan swung the sword in his hand, sword dance, black blood dance, unleashing a sword aura that quickly shattered the ancient dragon's magic. Not only that, but the sword strike also grazed past Boris's nose. He exclaimed in shock, What? The ancient dragon, however, wasn't so lucky. Its horn had been cleanly severed. By the time the heavy horn hit the ground, from the cut a trace of Saiyan's magic still lingered. At this point, Boris began to feel uneasy. He wondered if that demon blade of his wasn't supposed to be a short sword. Hisia had already realized it, but that wasn't the power of the demon blade. In Saiyan's hand was not the usual short blade, but a long sword filled with magical energy. Hisia was surprised. That guy used his own power to change its form. Meanwhile, Saiyan was ready to unleash his next attack. First penance, Higan. After that, Saiyan decided not to be passive anymore. He swiftly rushed forward. Realizing this, Boris immediately created a magic circle and continuously fired golden rays of light towards Saiyan. Flashing light rain. Seeing this, Saiyan spun around, simultaneously using his sword to block Boris's magic. In the blink of an eye, surrounding Saiyan were countless chaotic slashes of sword aura. They not only deflected Boris's attack, but several streams of sword aura also flew straight towards the ancient dragon. Those sharp slashes cut through its bones, section by section. The ancient dragon roared in agony. From those cuts, bone fragments immediately broke off and fell. Seeing the giant bone shard about to fall on them, the demon folk below screamed in fear. It's falling. Get out of the way. Fortunately, Saiyan arrived in time. He brandished the sword in his hand, and a matrix of sword aura appeared. Sword dance. 8. Petals scatter. Then the bone fragment was quickly cut into many pieces, falling without hitting any of the residents. Receiving his help, the demon folk were momentarily stunned. A demon folk holding a child called out softly, watching Saiyan's majestic back. That demon folk actually mistook him for the one who awakened Leviathan. Over on Boris's side, he was laughing gloatingly and said in a loud voice, This is no time to be worrying about others, is it? As he finished speaking, Boris ordered the ancient dragon to concentrate magical energy in its mouth. He screamed maniacally, All of you, become my sacrifices. Seeing the terrifying magical energy gradually enveloping the entire area, the demon folk quickly shouted, Everyone, run. But before they could get very far, the ancient dragon spewed out some kind of demonic magic. Ragnarok. Facing it, Saiyan didn't flinch at all. He held his sword horizontally. Sword dance, then Saiyan swung his blade, decisively slashing through the torrent of magic above him. Heaven Cleaver. Witnessing that scene, Boris's eyes widened in horror. He exclaimed in shock, What? This time, Sean's blade energy slashed across the ancient dragon's neckbone. Hit by the attack, it roared in agony. Just as the head of the ancient dragon was about to fall off, Sean rushed forward. Seeing his chance, he launched himself from a nearby rock ledge. This time, Sean was able to get close to Boris. He smirked arrogantly in mid-air, looking at Boris with rage. Boris, he growled, you can't imagine how much I've been waiting for this moment. Boris, this time you won't make it out alive. Boris knew he was done for. Then, Sean condensed a sphere of magic power. Terrifying bolts of lightning emanated from it, the power of the evil god Adam. Boris's body was pinned under the sphere, and just a fraction of the magic radiating from it was enough to terrify him. From above, Sean continued to descend. He planned to use his kick to slam the magic sphere down. He only stopped, satisfied, when half of the sphere was buried in the ground. With such a massive burst of magic, it was just enough for Lemmy Haram to track and find him. In a large room, Lemmy Haram was standing before a map, with Luna beside him. She looked at him happily. Have you found the location? Sir. Lemmy Haram walked straight to the middle of the map and pointed to a brown patch of paper. Here, he's here. Recognizing the place, Luna's eyes grew thoughtful. She wondered with doubt. That's Exili. An almost abandoned slum. Why would Senior go to a place like that? Of course, Lemmy Haram couldn't guess either. He replied vaguely. I don't know. I can sense the ancient dragon's magic, but I can't be certain. Hearing that name, Luna became worried. The ancient dragon? But Lemmy Haram quickly reassured her. Don't worry, to Sean, it's just a big snake. While the two were discussing, Lamela suddenly rushed in from outside. Lady Luna. Seeing her arrive, Luna quickly closed the book on the table, causing Lemmy Haram to be unexpectedly sucked inside. Then, she turned around, tense, and looked at Lamela. What's wrong? Lamela hurriedly reported. Students from Garam Academy suddenly showed up, so before she could finish, a group of people in white cloaks rushed in. The one in the lead spoke up. Lord Riggins is summoning you. Please come with us. Seeing their expressions, Lamela moved next to Luna. She whispered, I have a bad feeling. Let me hold them off. Lamela's words surprised Luna. She asked quietly, Aren't you one of his people? Why are you helping me? In response to Luna's suspicious gaze, Lamela's expression showed sincerity. Lady Luna, you are my benefactor. I am simply fulfilling my duty as a knight. Sensing that she wasn't lying, Luna had already made up her mind. She looked at Lamela gratefully. Thank you, Lamela. I will go back. Please pass this message to Princess Arin. Hearing this, Lamela was still hesitant to leave. At that moment, the students at the door urged her again, Lady Luna, please. Knowing Luna's decision was firm, Lamela bowed deeply and replied with determination, I will deliver the message. After that, Luna walked straight to the door, and the group of students surrounded her. Let's go. Luna complied, as she already had a suspicion. He must be calling me because of the relics. With that thought, Luna had already made her resolve. If the worst-case scenario happens, they might even go after Senior Sean because of this. I have to stop this at all costs. The scene changes back to the carriage, which had been utterly devastated by his magic sphere. Raram curiously peered down. He's really dead this time, right? Saian, standing beside him, confirmed with a firm voice. Absolutely. In front of them, a massive crater appeared, and not only that, it was so deep they couldn't see the bottom. Sean whispered, It's over. Just as he was standing dazed at the edge of the crater, an irritable voice rang out. This is all because of you. Facing Sean now was a group of demon folk, and they were accusing him. That's right, this only happened because he showed up here. Another demon folk chimed in. I also saw you threatening that woman and child. The last demon folk yelled loudly. Get out of here now. Seeing how they didn't care about right or wrong, Raram was about to intervene. You want to die? But Sean stopped him. Don't. Hearing that, Raram flew irritably after Sean. You're really going to let them live? They already saw your face, Sean replied calmly. In this moment, he felt unusually relieved. This is actually for the best. He then walked away calmly under the hateful glares of the demon folk, because it looks like I won't have to waste my time waiting. News of Boris's defeat quickly reached Luel. He roared in fury. Boris was killed by some nobody? Clutching the report in his hand, Luel slammed it onto the table as if it were Boris himself. Useless trash. To have wasted such a useful pawn, Luel trembled with rage. He seethed with indignation. From a piece of trash living in the slums. I was the one who elevated him, and he died before repaying my kindness. Just then, a pair of feet appeared in his field of view. The person spoke, You were looking for me. Seeing who it was, Luel called out to Acho. Hearing his name, he quickly responded, What can I do for you, my lord? Then, Luel advanced on Acho, ready to vent his anger. Boris is dead, completely incinerated. Acho calmly replied, I've already heard the news. Hearing this, Luel yelled furiously, What? Why didn't you report to me sooner? Acho remained as calm as ever. I had a more urgent matter to report. Luel wasn't listening at all, his face contorted, veins popping. Luel demanded, Is that matter more important than me, the first prince of the empire? Have you lost your mind? Facing Luel's sky-high fury, Acho suddenly spoke. I have a guess as to who is behind this. Hearing this immediately calmed Luel down. He looked at Accio suspiciously. You know who it is? Accio didn't answer immediately. He gestured to the side, as if inviting Luel. We should head to Len Academy. The carriage is ready, my lord. Luel was too impatient to wait. Who in the world is at Len? But Accio had already turned to leave. I will explain everything on the way. Behind him, Luel was furious enough to go insane, but in the end, he could only clench his fists to hold himself back. How infuriating. He lowered his head, his long white hair obscuring half his face. Luel, however, was beginning to have his doubts. Why do I get the feeling I'm being led around by the nose by Accio? The scene changes to a dark tunnel. A battered Boris appears inside. He looked completely exhausted, his body barely able to stay upright, and he collapsed. Even Hiska was flung to a corner by the fall, but Boris had absolutely no strength left to retrieve it. Seeing his own pathetic state, he suddenly began to laugh like a madman. How unlucky. Now his body was being increasingly consumed by dark magic. He blamed himself. The resurrection of Lady Hizria has failed. I couldn't. I have no face left to show. Then, Boris looked over at Hizria, who now looked no different than an ordinary book. Boris muttered, if everything goes according to plan, Lord Hizria will heal my wounds. At that moment, Hizria had already melted into a pool of blood, leaving its book form. She reassured Boris, don't you worry. Hizria's gooey body approached Boris. She looked at him excitedly. Before me now is a sacrifice with immense magical power. Boris was surprised. What's going on? Before he could even understand, Hizria opened its grotesque mouth wide. This is a divine will, so hold no grudges. Boris tried to call out, ah, Lord Hizria, but it was useless, and the bloody scene unfolded anyway. Only Boris's desperate screams echoed through the space. On the road leading into the city, a carriage sped along. The outskirts of Luen. Now, tell me, Luel said, his expression clearly irritated, with his arms crossed and gazing out the carriage window. Who in the world is at Len Academy right now? Listening to his question, Accio, who was sitting opposite him and also looking out the window, replied, we will ask for Headmaster Kundal's cooperation regarding my brother. Sanver? Sanver, what does your brother have to do with any of this? As this surprising information was revealed, Luel's eyes widened in shock. That kid killed Boris. What? Accio remained expressionless, his gaze fixed on the distance as he rested his chin on his hand. And he is the wielder of the demon blade, and also an assassin for the secret organization known as the Mist. This news caused Luel to lose his composure, clenching his fists tightly. Is that true? Are you certain? Accio, sitting across from him with his hand still by his face, recalled the image of Boris's multi-eyed transformation. This is information that Boris obtained by sacrificing his own life. All this time, the one who has been secretly undermining us is Sanver. Luel couldn't contain his emotions. He covered one eye with his hand, his head bowed as he trembled. So it's all clear now. He was always lurking around me, just to play with us. Accio shifted his posture and stood up slowly, crossing his arms as he continued. An arrest warrant has been issued through the royal palace, and the order has probably already reached Len Academy. An arrest warrant? On what grounds? Luel asked, a cunning look on his face as his lips curled into a smirk. He's the mastermind behind the blood banquet and the Exilium incident, and the leader of a vile assassination organization. Accio continued, laying out his plan. Aren't those reasons enough for a warrant? Luel, sitting opposite him, now fully understood the intent behind his actions and let out a small laugh of praise. So you're planning to pin all the crimes on him. That's quite clever. With a pair of ice-cold eyes, Accio glanced toward the window. Though my heart aches at the thought of pointing my blade at my own brother, Sanver must be eliminated for the peace and justice of this land. His expression darkened, and at that moment, Accio's voice dropped several octaves, because that is his destiny and the undeniable will of the God of Light. The scene changes, not far away at Len Academy. At that moment, a door to a room swung open. From outside, under the careful guidance of a group in white cloaks, Luna Nam stepped inside. You came all the way to Len in person, grandfather? Rigens listened to his granddaughter's familiar voice before replying, I'm surprised you came here of your own free will. The question left her bewildered. But you're the one who called for me. His subsequent questions felt more like an interrogation, leaving Luna with a weary and dejected expression. I will ask you as your grandfather, not as the head of the council. Answer me truthfully. Without a single wasted movement, Rigens turned his head to look directly at his granddaughter, his uncooperative granddaughter. Is it true that you went to the Nord Del ruins with Sean Vought? I'm asking if you helped him obtain the demonic grimoire. Even standing before her own grandfather, she steadfastly refused to answer. I don't know what you're talking about. The moment Luna finished speaking, Rigens' face darkened with anger as the mana within him erupted. Just as I thought, you're covering for him. That immense power spread throughout the entire room, causing the wooden walls to tremble slightly. With a fearless expression, her voice remained firm as she strongly asserted, Isn't. All of this just your speculation. Even if you do this, you won't get anything out of me. He saw Luna's stubbornness and was surprised, not expecting that she could withstand his mana pressure. You've grown up, indeed, Luna. Riggins frowned slightly, opening his mouth to remind her. You are the future who will lead the Garum Council. His power surged even more, pushing her back slightly. You must not be swayed by such trivial emotions. Luna gritted her teeth, bowing her head and covering her face with her hands. I'm tired of this, of letting my grandfather manipulate me. Her eyes suddenly snapped open, her gaze growing colder and sharper. I won't let you manipulate me anymore, grandfather. In just a few short seconds, a powerful mana erupted from Luna's body, completely suppressing Riggins' power. He was stunned by her action, hastily covering his face as he thought to himself. She neutralized it. Unbelievable. After neutralizing Riggins' power, she dropped to one knee and declared forcefully, Give up. You won't get anything out of me. He didn't say much, moving on to his next plan with a light snap of his fingers. I've seen your determination, so it seems you wish to bring this suffering upon yourself. Instantly, numerous magic circles appeared behind her. Trap. Magic? Had he already set spells in the room beforehand? The magic circles, as if pre-programmed, surged forward to attack, with Luna as their target. As they neared her, they transformed into chains of mana, tightly binding both of Luna's arms. Seeing that Luna was restrained, Riggins took slow, and mana-infused steps forward. Soon enough, even the memory of your regret will disappear. She was now no different than a spider's prey caught in a web. Are you going to kill me? Hearing the question from his granddaughter, he said nothing, simply raising his hand. A swirl of purple mana flowed along his arm. I cannot kill the future, the council. Luna saw the symbols on his arm and immediately recognized the mark of Nerissa. Is he planning to use memory-wiping magic on me? Riggins slowly lifted his right arm in front of him. I will erase your useless memories. With a scheming look on his face, he clenched his hands and lunged towards her. Resistance is futile. Both of Riggins' palms were radiating with mana. He was about to erase Luna's memories. Go back to being the granddaughter I once cherished. Back in another room, a hand rested on a door, as if searching for something. There were no traces at all. Oh, after so long in the carriage, he finally arrived at his destination. The people who accompanied Saian had already left. In Zan's dormitory, Dandak looked down with an interrogating gaze, wondering if it was possible to find any trace of him. A shadowy figure appeared in a flash, searching every nook and cranny. Damn it, not even a single small trace could be found. Someone must have wiped it clean. Old memories couldn't help but flood back, causing her to frown and grit her teeth in resentment. This is the place where the one who mocked me lived. I will definitely repay that humiliation. Descendant of the Black Mist. Seeing Dandak's unstable expression, he quickly spoke up. I was thinking of asking around about a few things, but it seems that would be useless now. After listening for a moment, she understood the situation, her face annoyed, and turned her head to the side in a huff. Don't you dare look down on me, you insolent fool. Ah, Chu. Seeing this, panicked. I'm sorry. Unable to find any clues, the two of them strode away. As he walked, he spoke. We've already sent the royal soldiers ahead, so now we can only wait for news to be sent back. Dandak, beside him, had a completely different thought. I don't trust humans, let's go find him ourselves. Her companion replied, understood, leaving the Zan's dormitory. Elsewhere, sheets of paper filled with writing were hastily placed on a desk. Condell, his mind in turmoil, looked at the stack of papers, sweating profusely. What a complicated development. Suddenly, just as he turned his head, someone from outside the door burst in. Are you well? It was none other than his grandson Lul who had barged into Condell's room, that arrogant troublemaker. Grandfather. His unexpected presence made the old man suspicious. What are you doing here? Lul placed a hand lightly on his chest, his gaze annoyed as he looked forward. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you that displeased with me? It was a soft question, but filled with resentment that made Condell pause. Why would you say such a thing? His Highness looked at his grandfather's innocent expression, and he seemed to explode, screaming frantically. Don't play innocent with me. Not only did you cut off aid to the Quaigo family, but didn't you also secretly speak with my father behind my back? Grandfather Condell, his face devoid of emotion, stated the reason for cutting off the aid. Your Highness Lul, I only wish to prevent you from staining the throne. A single sentence from him made Lul unable to control his emotions, his clenched fists trembling intermittently. You talk as if it's no big deal, just like my father. He had now lost control of himself. A series of faces flashed through Lul's mind as he named them Violet, Fabian, and Nerobian. And that girl, Arin, too. He at this moment looked incredibly resentful, slapping his chest hard. Do you think they don't covet the throne? They will use every dirty trick in the book to seize it. Condell, seeing his grandson's thoughtlessness, explained while giving him a sidelong glance. You fool! Are you really afraid of having something stolen that you've never even possessed? The image of the crown being handed to a worthy person appeared through his grandfather's words. Only when one leaves behind a legacy and is mature enough to lead the people, only then will the world bestow upon them the worthy title of emperor. It is not something you can just snatch from another's hands. As he finished speaking, Condell turned to leave, not forgetting to add. He gave a final reminder to Lionel. This is the peace your father fought so hard to achieve. Do not destroy it. He seemed unable to swallow it, seething with anger, clenching his teeth, his face darkening. Peace, you say? I don't think the one who raised the most brutal demon of the era has any right to say that, do you? Lionel raised his head high and called out Saian's name loudly, causing the old man to turn back in surprise. Your student, Saian V, where is he now? Not stopping there, with a face full of hatred, he tremblingly pointed his finger, aiming it right at Condello. You can't possibly be covering for that murderer, can you? Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by a third person. A girl appeared in the doorway, Aaron. She was quite surprised to see a familiar face, Brother Lionel. Aaron was filled with anxiety, looking inside while thinking to herself, I came here to ask about the whereabouts of Saian, but why is he here? But Lionel's ferocious roar shattered the silent atmosphere. We're in the middle of a conversation. Get lost. Seeing his arrogance, Condello ordered from behind him, You may leave now. When Prince Lionel saw the grandfather he respected telling him to leave, he angrily placed his hand on his chest. What are you talking about? I was here first. Princess Aaron had scheduled an appointment before you arrived. He was so resentful that he pointed at himself and shouted, veins bulging in his neck, I am the Grand Prince, and you dare to prioritize that lowly fifth princess over me, Condello? Still unyielding, the old man lowered his voice, his eyes becoming sharp as he made his final suggestion. An appointment is an appointment. Why can't you behave in a manner befitting the Grand Prince? Lionel was now completely helpless, standing before Aaron, screaming and begging his grandfather. Suddenly, from outside the door, a voice rang out with an announcement that made all three of them uneasy. Sanver's dormitory is completely empty. A pair of long striding legs entered the room. He was a major figure who threatened the peace of the Empire. It was none other than Chell. If you know his whereabouts, Headmaster, I would greatly appreciate your cooperation. The sudden appearance of this man startled Lionel. Chell. Hearing how he was being described, Aaron immediately spoke up. What do you mean? Saian threatens the peace of the Empire. With a perfectly calm expression, he looked down at her and continued. It is regrettable that I must say this, Princess Aaron. Chell held his head high and fluently recounted the actions that Saian committed. Saian has been exposed as the one behind the blood banquet and the destruction at Exilium. There are numerous witnesses and testimonies confirming it. To ensure the validity of his words, he even turned to face Condello. Headmaster, I'm sure you've also received the letter from the royal palace, have you not? The old man immediately nodded. Yes, I have. This information was so shocking that Aaron couldn't contain her emotions, her eyes welling with tears as she covered her mouth. That's impossible. Saian would never do something like that. Seeing her expression, Chell quickly added, a warrant for his arrest has been issued throughout the entire empire. Princess Aaron, you should be careful as well. Aaron seemed to be drowning in sorrow, tears streaming down her face, paying no attention to his words. I can't believe it. It has to be a lie. Saian would never do that. In the capital city, a crowd was gathering on the street, buzzing with gossip. When they say Saian V, are they talking about the youngest son of the V family? Someone in the crowd even loudly recounted Saian's alleged actions. I heard that after causing the banquet, the blood feast, he wasn't satisfied and turned all of Exilium into a living hell. It turned out that in front of all of them was a sea of wanted posters for Sean. If it's the youngest son of the Voss family, then that's the kid who survived the Demon Clan's attack, right? I heard he was a student at Len Academy. He has no reason to be hanging around our town, does he? As the crowd gradually dispersed, a hand slowly reached for a poster, plucking it down. A young man wearing a black cloak was the one who bravely took the wanted poster down. This picture looks even better than the real thing. Are you satisfied? A little, perhaps? It was none other than the anonymous person under the cloak who was Sean himself. He touched his chin lightly, a look of interest on his face. Now they'll come looking for me on their own to claim the Empire's most prestigious prize. The frozen plains of Prunia, a place covered in ice and snow that blanketed the entire forest. Suddenly, from a distance, a sound echoed as someone's feet dashed forward swiftly. Cecilia darted over like a squirrel, her face filled with panic, breathing in long, ragged gasps. She sprinted towards the icy cliff, where a girl was standing and gazing into the distance. Lady Alice. Hearing the familiar voice, Alice turned around in an instant, her eyes wide with surprise. Cecilia, why are you in such a panic? Without hesitation, from her pocket, Cecilia pulled out a piece of paper, holding it up. Take a look at this. She quickly took it, unfolding the contents inside, and was stunned for a few seconds. Sean is the ruthless murderer behind the Bloody Guild massacre and the incident in Exilium. No way, Sean would never do something like that. Bending over and breathing with difficulty from running so hard, she stammered, I saw it while patrolling the outskirts. What should we do now? Alice let out a long sigh, bowing her head slightly, her eyes filled with sadness as she recalled Sean's parting words. This must be why he told us to leave Brennu. He knew this was going to happen, but in an instant, her expression immediately changed, from sadness to determination. But for now, we should focus on our training. Cecilia, standing beside her, couldn't help but be surprised. Huh, aren't you worried, my lady? Alice didn't hesitate, glancing back slightly as she began to explain. Of course I am, but I believe Sean can handle this on his own. In the meantime, we need to become stronger than ever. As soon as she finished speaking, Alice, filled with resolve, turned her gaze forward. That's the only way we can help Sean ourselves. Suddenly, on the ground below, the ice began to crack. Marion appeared. I truly admire that determined look in your eyes, Alice. To avoid wasting time needlessly, she ordered Alice, her eyes gleaming. Now, let's continue with our training. Alice, her body now enveloped in divine water droplets from Marion, nodded in acceptance. Yes, Marion. Returning to the room where Riggins was painfully erasing Luna's memories with his spiritual energy, as he channeled his power, he couldn't help but be surprised. For a little granddaughter, I'm quite impressed you've been able to resist for so long, but this will only cause you more pain. Riggins' hands remained placed near Luna's neck to carry out his next action. No, she was now in agony. Tears streaming down her face, the final fragment of memory about Saian appeared again. Don't take Senior Saian out of my mind. But no matter how much Luna pleaded, he only exerted more of his power, frowning as he declared, resistance is futile. I will completely erase everything related to that brat from your memory of yours. Suddenly, something major happened. The crimson magic leather pouch began to move violently. In an instant, Regis was instantly teleported, falling into an unidentifiable space. What? He stared blankly ahead at a shimmering red orb. This is my domain. Suddenly, within that space, a voice rang out with a warning. Who dares cause a disturbance in my domain? Regis' eyes widened, his pupils constricting as he suddenly realized something. The magic user confronting him was none other than the demon grimoire, MANHWA. He confronted Regis face to face. You there, human, are you not afraid? Regis listened with a terrified expression but did not reply. However, his mind was racing. Are you saying Luna is controlling the demon grimoire? MANHWA, without any hesitation, opened his sharp-toothed mouth and lunged straight at Regis. You insignificant insect, he said while attacking with a terrifyingly deep tone. Now, endure the pain of the truth you so desperately seek. In just a few short seconds, MANHWA's attack brought him to his knees, blood spewing from his mouth. Regis had completely lost all his power, collapsing onto his knees before he knew it. But this opportunity was also the moment the magic binding Luna's arms was nullified. Freed from the binding power, she screamed in exhaustion and collapsed to the ground. As if possessing a sixth sense, Luna looked toward her fallen grandfather and shouted, Did you do this? Suddenly, from behind Regis' head, a small hand popped up and waved. Stop the act. It was none other than MANHWA, who now appeared in the form of an incredibly cute, tiny person. Don't pretend like this wasn't part of your plan. After he hit the nail on the head, she immediately smiled faintly and nodded in appreciation. Thank you, MANHWA. Let's hurry and find Senior Saian. Upon receiving Luna's request, MANHWA immediately leaped up onto her head. They both looked towards the crack in the door where the guards were standing watch. The door slowly opened, and the group stared blankly for a few seconds at the sight of Luna. Seeing their reaction, Lady Luna crossed her arms and frowned in annoyance. What are you all looking at? Back in another location, inside the vast grounds, a wooden house had been erected, a hideout in the outskirts. Len, the situation is urgent. A hand hurriedly slammed Saian's wanted poster down on the table. It was Brian, who had just returned from town, and he was the one who brought the poster. He pointed at it angrily and complained, Look at this young Master Saian, even in a picture he still looks handsome. No, look closer. Emily clasped her hands together, her face turning pale. A wanted poster? Brian continued to update them. According to special news from town, the royal soldiers were gathering in droves on the streets of Brennu. All of them were hunting for young Master Saian. With his head held high and his hand clenched into a fist, he declared with conviction he's been framed. Nana, from behind him, echoed the sentiment, shouting, That's right, he was framed. Suddenly, from outside the building, someone began to pound relentlessly on the main door. Brian, then, on instinct, he immediately gripped the hilt of his sword, confusing Emily, who was standing behind him. What are you doing, Brian? Why are you holding your sword? Drawing the blade from its sheath, he pointed it towards the door, emphasizing every word. I swore to Master Sean that I would protect you and Nana with my life. Brian's determination fired up Nana, and her entire body began radiating with a powerful aura. Stepping forward with him, Nana also prepared for battle. The moment the door opens, we'll charge out and attack. Seeing the door opposite them being pounded on more violently, looking like it wouldn't hold much longer, his mouth fell open. Emily saw this and, from a distance, she approached, stood by the door, and signaled to Brian. "All right, I'm opening the door now." She started to open it, peeking her head out to look when a familiar voice rang out from outside. "What's taking you guys so long?" Emily observed carefully and was startled by the appearance of Sean. "Master." Seeing her being loud, he put a finger to his lips, signaling, "Don't be so loud." Seeing that wasn't working, Sean had no choice but to pull Emily into a tight hug to quiet her down, but to no avail. "We were so worried about you." His reappearance at that moment made the two people opposite them break down, with tears and snot streaming down their faces. "Master!" Brian and Nana couldn't contain their emotions and ran to embrace Sean tightly, relieved that he was still safe. "Welcome back, Papa." The sky had begun to turn to dusk. By the log cabin, his voice rang out. "Of course it wasn't me." Emily listened to Sean's entire story, absolutely furious. "I knew it. We never doubted you, not for a single minute." Brian, sitting opposite her, looked at Sean quizzically. "So, I'm sure you'll find a way to clear your name, right?" Sean crossed his arms with Nana still clinging tightly to him and replied calmly, "Not exactly." His answer left Brian stunned. "What?" With a serious gaze, Sean glanced at his two friends and asserted, "As long as I'm a wanted man, this place won't be safe for much longer." The image of the man named Cham, wielding the incarnate sword of Duandag, flashed in his mind. He already possesses the holy sword. With its power, finding us is only a matter of time. As he said this, an idea suddenly sparked in Sean's mind. He raised his hand, showing the red ring. "For that reason, I want you all to stay inside my personal space for a while." With his entire body now enveloped in a red spatial aura, Sean gritted his teeth and said, "Before long, every sword in the Empire will be pointed at me." The moment he finished speaking, Brian forcefully drove his sword straight into the floorboards. "I, Brian Kendrick." He bowed his head slightly, uttering words full of respect for Sean, his master. "From the very first day that I swore my loyalty to you at the Academy, my resolve has never wavered. I will devote all my strength to serving you, no matter the cost." Sean listened, a weary look on his face, as he urged Brian to hurry. "Okay, let's go." Emily was already standing inside the space, and she commented, "Sometimes I think you get a little too fired up." Nana, beside her, also urged him on. "Come on, Brian." He quickly stepped into the space. Just like that, the red space shrank smaller and smaller before vanishing in front of Sean. Rarum flew in from out of nowhere, flashing a smug smile at him. "Now that the others are gone, hasn't our burden been lightened a bit?" Sean smirked at her comment and replied, "Rarum, I actually have a special mission just for you." He emphasized each word, "and I'm positive you're going to love it," it seems, making her listen with a mix of belief and doubt. "Huh." Elsewhere, a strong hand slams down hard onto the ground in extreme frustration. "Damn it." Back in the previous building, inside the room, Regent seemed to be breaking down. Kneeling on the floor with his head bowed, his face was drenched in sweat as he frowned, unable to believe the reality that was unfolding. "All this time, we thought the demon grimoire was with Sanver, but it turns out it was with Luna." Hearing the loud noise from Regent's room, Sudan immediately rushed inside. "Headmaster Regent's Rainriver, are you all right?" Seeing that he had appeared alone, the headmaster, still kneeling on the floor, asked, "Why are you by yourself? Where are the others?" Sudan didn't hold back and reported on the condition of his comrades lying defeated on the floor out in the floor hall. "My apologies, they were all defeated by Lady Luna." Regents listened as his subordinate recounted the story and bowed his head toward the floor. "That brat really got one over on me." Seeing his master's state, Sudan asked in confusion, "What should we do now, headmaster?" Regaining his composure, Regents lifted his head, his eyes sharp as he lowered his voice to give an order. "Luna has the demon grimoire. Find Sanver and find that girl at the same time." Back outside the capital city, it was now evening, and the royal soldiers had stopped to gather at a resting place. Suddenly, high atop a large bell tower, a figure appeared, drawing the gazes of the entire crowd. A familiar voice, with hands on its hips, spoke with full provocation toward the royal soldiers. "I hear you're hunting for me." The whole group looked up with stunned expressions, stammering out a guess. Could it be? It was just as they thought. It was none other than Rarum, disguised as Zan, who was now challenging them from the bell tower. "If you've got the guts, come up here and get me, you idiots." Night was gradually falling. Outside the Len Academy building, the academy was now so empty. Inside a classroom, next to the neatly placed desk and chair where his friend used to sit, Seth was crying from loneliness. He sat slumped on the floor, his legs stretched out and a look of utter disappointment on his face. Is Zan not coming back? I'm so bummed out. He sadly recalled the time he used to study with Zan in the past. After all we've been through together, how could he just abandon me like this? The more Seth thought about it, the more miserable he became, his body feeling as if it had turned to stone. Should I just drop out of school? I'm so sick of this. Suddenly, not far away, a pair of legs came rushing over. The two turned their gazes toward each other, their eyes meeting in surprise. Luna. It was none other than Luna, who had just escaped from Regence's subordinates, appearing with Lemmy Haram. I found him. I found Zan. Come with me. Hearing this from her, Seth was completely stunned, his eyes widening in astonishment. What? You located Zan, and what's that cute creature on your head? Lemmy Haram, seeing his curiosity about its identity, immediately raised a hand and gave a little wave. If you heard what she said, then come with us. Successor of the god of sand. As soon as Seth heard him speak, his cheeks suddenly flushed pink, looking incredibly cute. Without another word, he unconsciously rushed forward, pulling Luna's small frame into a tight hug. Seth was now like a sprinter, dashing forward as if he were flying. That's right. Thinking is a luxury. I'll just show you. A shortcut. The shortcut he mentioned was none other than smashing straight through the wall. Then all three of them fell straight down from the height of the building. Lemmy Haram offered, let me lead the way from here. In just a few short seconds, he transformed from his small form into a giant, dragon-like mount. Lemmy Haram then carried the two of them on his back. Spreading his wings, he flew swiftly forward. It's not far, hold on tight. The scene shifts to another room, where someone was training with a wooden sword against straw dummies. Erin was training enthusiastically while asking a question to the person across from her. Is Saian at Exilium? Where did Lamela come from? In her hand was a letter written by Luna herself. Yes, Lady Luna wanted me to deliver this message to you before she was taken by Mr. Riggins. After a quick glance at the message, she hurriedly left her training session and ran towards the door. For now, I'll go ask Headmaster Kundal for help. Lamela, standing behind her, excused herself. In that case, I shall take my leave. Seeing the confused look on her face, Lamela tried to explain more clearly. I have other matters to attend to. Fortunately, Erin understood. All right, after Lamela left, Erin went to Kundal's room to relay the story, which was a fabrication created by Saian himself. The entire Len Academy building was shrouded in a blood-red atmosphere as the wind howled. Erin looked utterly dazed, as if her soul had left her, after hearing the news that Saian was the mastermind behind the blood banquet. In addition, there was an image of an ancient dragon attacking frantically, the very same one that destroyed Exilium. And finally, there was some shocking news. Underneath his mask, Saiyan practiced a dark art and was a member of MIST, an organization of those who follow the Black Mist. Back in the present, Arin stood huddled alone, her head bowed in thought. I knew nothing about him at all. I've been a fool this whole time. Regis, who was sitting on a nearby chair, quickly asked, Aren't you going with them? She stood facing the dummy and replied sadly, What's the point of going? Erin's hand gripped her sword hilt so tightly that her veins bulged. I've trained all this time just so I could stand by Saiyan's side. The next words she uttered left him completely stunned, but it was all meaningless. An image of Saiyan appeared, the distance between him and Erin in the dense fog seeming impossibly vast. Saiyan is much farther out of my reach than I ever imagined. Perhaps he's in some dark and lonely place, a place someone like me could never reach. As she spoke, Erin's emotions became more apparent as tears welled up in her eyes. What's more pathetic is that I can't do anything for him. I'm a princess, so how can I be this useless? Suddenly, from behind them, a voice spoke as slow footsteps drew nearer. How much of it do you believe? It was none other than Headmaster Kundal. Kundal had come, concerned for her. Do you truly believe that Saiyan was the culprit behind the blood banquet and the incident at Exilium? The unexpected question made Erin lower her head slightly, but she hesitantly spoke her mind. No, Saiyan would never do something like that. The image of him risking his life, rushing forward to shield her, flooded her mind. Up until now, I've only ever been on the receiving end from him. He has always supported me so much. Then, the moments when Erin had to make a tough decision, Saiyan was always there, encouraging and supporting her wholeheartedly. I know for sure he's not the kind of person who would do those things, that sort of thing. Back in reality, listening to her thoughts, over here, Cell held out his palm. Then let's hurry up. With an extremely serious expression, he emphasized every single word. If we want to help her, we don't have much time left. Kundal's current attitude completely surprised Erin, who began to think, her face covered in sweat. Back at that place. Right now, a large group of royal soldiers was gathered, looking up. Below, one of them was stomped right in the face by her, who had transformed into Sean and leaped down. That guy was left with a distinct black boot print on his face and collapsed to the ground. Without any hesitation, Raram glanced at the remaining soldiers and issued a challenge. All of you, come at me. And just like that, another one was defeated by her. Sprawled on the ground within a few short seconds, Raram seemed to be enjoying toying with these royal soldiers. She launched herself into the air, stomping hard on a soldier's helmet. Raram then stood right on top of his head, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Your moves are too predictable. Is there no one stronger? Suddenly, from the distance, an ice-cold voice rang out, catching her attention. Over here, a man leading a troop of royal soldiers with a colossal body stood with his arms crossed, declaring forcefully, You've escaped us for the past few days, but that ends now. Redbeck, with an incredibly arrogant air, held his head high and announced his achievements to Raram opposite him. A+ stamina, A+ mana. I, the most outstanding student, Redbeck, am here. The moment he finished his words, she, who was disguised as Sean, lunged forward, sending him flying with a kick. I'll shut that arrogant mouth of yours immediately. Redbeck seemed to like her attitude, and immediately raised his hand to channel his power, conjuring a stream of fire. Seeing the Azure Dragon technique he was unleashing, the eyes of the royal soldiers behind him lit up. That's it, the ultimate technique of Sir Redbeck. This chase is finally over. Wherever Redbeck's flames went, everything around it was devoured, melting away and immediately vanishing into the sea of fire. Raram stood perfectly still, her expression completely blank as she watched the grunt soldiers scattering in chaos. Run, all of you, or you'll be caught in the attack. Not wanting to waste any time, she channeled her power, and a blazing red stream of energy shot forward. The sight in front of him made the man freeze for a few seconds, his jaw dropping. What? That beam of light surged forward, blasting Redbeck far away before the astonished soldiers could react. Sir Redbeck. In just a few seconds, as the smoke cleared, the man could be seen without a single scrap of clothing on, plastered against a shattered stone wall. Redbeck's underlings couldn't believe their eyes. They stared at him, stunned. He was defeated that easily like that? No way. Looking down, she saw the soldiers and their commander Redbeck all knocked flat. She let out a scornful comment. Was he supposed to be the strongest one among you? After dealing with the troublesome guy, Raram crouched among the soldiers and surmised, well then, I guess there's nothing interesting left to see. Now, still in Sean's form, she lowered her head slightly, her sharp teeth bared in a grin as she declared, I shall open the gates of hell. The moment Raram's words ended, the look on the soldiers' faces changed, tears streaming down their faces. Back up in the sky, where Limi Haram was carrying two people on her back, an explosion was spotted by Luna in the distance. Following her directions, he quickly flew them towards it. I knew it, I could feel it. Holding onto Lemi Haram's neck to move forward quickly, Luna's eyes showed extreme determination. Just wait for me, Sean. I won't let you fight alone. At the scene of the explosion, the smoke gradually cleared and the soldiers, covered in injuries, retreated in unison, sending reinforcements to Bemau Square. At that moment, hiding behind a wall, he observed from afar, quite satisfied with Haram. They're all running around in a panic. Haram is, doing a great job distracting them. His eyes never left her as she took care of a royal soldier extremely, efficiently. I should take advantage of her like this more often. Seizing this precious moment, Sean quickly left the scene, launching himself onto the rooftops. I should take this chance to get back to the base while she's still, creating a diversion. He must have arrived by now. As he moved, he bowed his head slightly, recalling the name of the person he had to confront, that hypocritical bastard. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred as a blast of purple spiritual energy appeared from nowhere, attacking his position. With his incredible agility, he launched himself backward, dodging it cleanly. A very familiar face appeared. It was the one who had attacked Sean with a blast of internal energy from their palm. Nice reflexes. Sean was still a bit dazed. He lifted his head and gritted his teeth, searching his memory for the identity of his opponent. The man spoke from a few rooftops away, high above him. You may not know me, but I know you very well. It was none other than the man smirking down at Sean, Luna's grandfather. I am Regan Rin River, president of the Garam Association. Now that he knew his attacker's identity, Sean jumped to his feet and glared at Regan. Why have you come to the UIP Empire? What do you want? Seeing Sean's attitude, the man immediately grew interested. You're certainly straightforward. I like that. Meanwhile, Sean still held his head high, his face showing a hint of irritation at Regan's condescending tone. Just like your father, in that respect. Very well, I'll get straight to the point. Without wasting any more time, he crossed his arms, furrowed his brow, and boomed, and out each word. Marry my granddaughter, Luna. Sean, standing on the roof below, was stunned for a few seconds, utterly confused. What are you talking about, old man? From the image of a face in a grotesque box, full of pain, to the business with our academy's management, to the appearance of those from the giant dragon clan, who stood before you, and your relationship with them. Regan spoke with a serious expression, connecting the events as he made his assertion. And the theft of our sacred artifact. You're the one behind it all, aren't you? He stood on the rooftop not far from Sean and delivered his final assumption. And clearly, my granddaughter has fallen, deeply in love with you. Annoyed by that delusional thought, Sean quickly demanded, "Hey, stop it." But he didn't stop. Instead, Regan, full of confidence, spread his arms wide and made his demand. "Join me, Sean, and use your talents for the Garam Academy." As soon as the words left his mouth, his expression changed. His eyes grew sharp as he emphasized each word. And this offer is not something you get to choose. But it seems Regan had overestimated Sean as he shook his head, uninterested. "I refuse." "What?" Sean's face showed clear amusement as he smirked slightly and let out a mocking remark. "Why would I join an organization with a doddering old wizard like you?" Not stopping there, not just with words, he also raised his middle finger to express his anger. "Give me a break. Even though I don't know how you plan to use me or Luna, we don't have time to play your games." Riggins had also anticipated Saian's attitude and immediately raised his hand. A magic circle was summoned. Impressive. Not even a few seconds had passed before a group of his white-robed subordinates appeared all over the rooftops. "If you won't cooperate with me?" Riggins asked in a challenging tone, with a large number of subordinates surrounding him. He then declared, "Then I'll have to make sure you don't belong to anyone." Not far away, it was now midnight. Inside a building, someone's voice echoed. "Lord Bernew's territory. You think I'm going to accept this outcome?" Luenel couldn't hide his frustration, grabbing the collar of the man in front of him. He's just a kid. How could he take down so many royal guards? "Why?" Rue was utterly terrified by his appearance at that moment, stuttering uncontrollably. "Your Highness, please calm down. I haven't finished my report yet." He hurriedly recounted the chaos in the capital from earlier. The white-robed group was present, surrounding the royal soldiers. People from Garam Academy suddenly appeared and engaged in combat with our knights. Luenel listened to the information provided, stunned for a few seconds. "Garam Academy? Why?" "I don't know, Your Highness." Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared on his lips. "Whatever, this is even better." The hand gripping the collar, Luenel immediately let go, shoving him backward. Luckily, the soldiers caught him in time. "Off with their heads." Luenel covered one eye with an arm, pointing forward with the other, as he proudly declared, "This is an open challenge from the Garam Kingdom. To protect us, I will use the army that is always ready to deal with any threat to the Empire, the Holy Light Knights." The order he demanded made Rue jump up, looking completely bewildered. "Your Highness, the Holy Light Knights are currently at the border with the Demon Realm. How can they?" Seeing his worried expression, Luenel immediately reassured him. "You fool. I anticipated this and took precautions. I've already summoned them back. They are probably on their way here now." Outside the capital at this moment, a troop of Holy Light Knight soldiers were marching straight towards the palace. Rue disagreed with his method and immediately tried to explain. "But Your Highness, this is simply instigating a war." Just as he finished speaking, the outer door opened, and Kundal and Aaron entered together. "Crown Prince, you are doing exactly what I feared." Her untimely appearance made Luenel extremely uncomfortable, but he didn't say it out loud. "Humph. What is that little girl doing here?" Using his authority as a crown prince to retort, he snapped angrily. "You dare to defy me, Aaron?" As if anticipating Luenel's stubbornness, immediately took out a piece of paper and read the decree aloud. "This is a royal decree." The contents read aloud made him bite his teeth, choking with rage. "Lem Academy will participate in the search for my fiancé, Aaron Severus." Luenel couldn't contain his emotions, pointing at Aaron and emphasizing each word. "How dare you? Can you prove that this paper is real?" Sel immediately stepped forward to shield her. "I can confirm its authenticity." He lowered his head slightly, recalling images from the past as he replied to Luenel. "His Majesty is making a strange illness and is unable to move, so he has assigned me to assist the princess." Kundal's next words made him stand motionless, gritting his teeth in silence. "But interestingly, His Majesty never mentioned you." Prince Luo set that issue aside with annoyed eyes and continued to ask, "I want to know the exact reason why you gathered so many soldiers and launched a war against the Garam Kingdom." Luenel listened to the question but couldn't find a proper reason to answer and could only sigh. "Humph." An idea quickly flashed in his mind. Luo pointed his hand at the two of them, ordering the soldiers to restrain them, saying they might be enemies. Following the order of that arrogant prince, the group charged forward with their weapons but were thrown back by Sel's barrier. One soldier after another fell to the ground as he watched. Useless fools. After dealing with those troublesome soldiers, he removed the barrier, stood opposite Luel, and gave a final warning. "That's enough, Luel." With eyes full of red sparks and a face clearly showing his annoyance, Kundal lowered his voice. "Do you really think you can overpower an archmage like me with mere force?" "Why?" He was furious that his plan was being obstructed by the man, and he beat his chest, screaming wildly. Why on earth do you insist on getting in my way? Just when I'm about to reach a turning point. I'm your nephew, you know. Kundal listened in silence, saying nothing, but in his heart he had an answer. Because I don't want to see you destroy yourself any further. Seeing the two use magic to leave, Lua once again pointed at the soldiers and ordered them. Stop them. They're ruining my plan. In the end, the two of them safely left the room of that arrogant prince. Seeing that no one dared to step forward this time, Luel grew annoyed. Vu, standing nearby, also shook his head in refusal. Forgive us. We cannot confront him. Hearing this, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Humph, damn it. A moment later, outside the capital city, Kundal's magic circle appeared there. The two of them slowly emerged, and he stated firmly, "We're in the outskirts of Brenu now. They can't chase us this far." Aaron seemed to sense something and spoke up. "This isn't like you at all, headmaster." She quickly took out the paper from earlier that her father had questioned. Kundal about, "This is a fake, isn't it?" He was stunned by Aaron's unexpected question, freezing for a few seconds before pretending to be clueless. "I don't understand what you're talking about, princess." To avoid wasting time, Kundal turned to leave, urging her, who was still standing behind him. "Let's go." Aaron, with sad eyes, as if something was still unresolved, hesitated and spoke up. "But headmaster, why did you help me?" He paused at her question, then turned his head back with a slight smile and said, That's a good question. Probably because I'm curious." Not far away, Rara, under the guise of Sean, was frantically attacking the royal soldiers. What will happen to the brat who keeps testing the patience of an archmage like me? Back at the scene of the chaos, Redbake's clothes had been torn to shreds by her power, his body plastered against the wall. After flying for a long time, the three of them finally landed safely. The scene before them made both of them bewildered. What's going on? Seeing Rara's figure in the distance and mistaking him for Lightning Sean, they immediately spread. He walks over. "That's my good brother for you." Suddenly called out by a stranger, his hand tightens on the royal soldier's collar. The figure was motionless. She looked back, Just then, wearing the bag, Luna immediately sensed something was wrong. "Wait a minute, that's not Zan." Seeing him get closer to the imposter, she hastily called out, "Senior Zet, wait!" With eyes full of anger, Luna stared straight at Raram and interrogated her relentlessly. "That's not Senior Zan. Who are you? Where is the real Zan?" Her identity exposed, she forcefully threw the soldier to the ground and said with a slight laugh, "Oh, it seems I couldn't fool the master of the demon grimoire, huh?" Raram turned around, standing straight to face both of them. "You may not know me, but I know you very well." In a flash, she shed the disguise she wore in his name and reverted to her female form. "I am the demon blade Raram, a pleasure to meet you." Seeing Raram's unbelievable transformation, Zet was startled. Zan turned into a girl, she continued, "You've arrived just in time." Suddenly, behind Raram on the roof, an explosion of spiritual energy erupted. "Our plan has just hit a little snag." Luna was still startled witnessing that immense power. What is this terrifying power? This is his magic. At that, the bag she was wearing suddenly moved. Lami Haram from inside spoke up. "That old man got here faster than I expected. He must be fighting Zan now. I'll take you to him." In a flash, he transformed into a giant dragon, standing among the three of them. "Get on." Seeing the incredibly swift transformation of Lami Haram, Raram chuckled in amusement. "Not bad, kid." Her surprised expression left him speechless, and he could only sigh wearily. Not far away on the path, a group of royal soldiers were also affected by the explosion. What was that explosion just now? It came from another direction. Those guys with faces full of fear looked at each other in a panic. Are our comrades over there? Who knows? Let's just head to where the attack happened first. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to shake violently. The entire squad of soldiers was thrown into confusion once again, their eyes turning towards the distance. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? The tremor was caused by none other than the movement of Lami Haram. What is that monster? On his back, he carried Zet, Luna, and Raram, charging forward at full speed. Seeing this, the entire group finally fled. "Are you kidding me?" Atro looked off into the distance. A rooftop was being destroyed by a blast of purple spiritual energy, collapsing in an instant. He immediately lifted his head, his eyes serious as he concluded, "Over there is my little brother and the traitor of the Empire." With a resolute expression, Atro lowered his voice and addressed the soldiers before him. "Never forget your oath to cleanse the world of evil." And it didn't stop there. His hand tightly gripped the hilt of the sword that was the incarnation of Dan Dak. "Honorable knights, follow the light." Atro, with a scheming look on his face, raised his head and declared loudly, "The hunt for Zan begins now." The entire squad of soldiers was roused by his spirit, becoming more fired up than ever. "Yes, sir." They all turned their gazes forward in unison, their mouths relentlessly shouting, "By Atro's command, we will follow the light." Du Jian emerged from her sword form. She floated in the air beside him and gave a gentle reminder. "You better not screw this up, oh savior." Not stopping there, at the mention of Zan, Du Jian's face darkened and she clenched her teeth in anger. "Take back the power that the said. That rat stole from me the only hope for you to live, to choose your own lifespan." Not far away, standing among the ranks of soldiers, Kan asked out loud, "Can you imagine mobilizing the Empire's knights just to kill your own blood brother? The Voss family is truly something else." Shin was startled by his unexpected question, and gritting his teeth, he quickly warned him that someone might hear. But Kan didn't seem to care. "Forget it. The rumors have already spread everywhere." His naive words made Shin more alarmed than ever. "What rumors? That this battle won't end at Brennu?" Shin listened to Kan's bold statement, his face breaking out in a sweat. "Not ending at Brennu? What do you mean by that?" Without a moment's hesitation, he recounted the reason with a look of fear on his face. "People are saying that we might be marching straight to the Imperial Palace. I don't understand what the prince is thinking by doing this." As Shin listened to this information, he was completely shocked. "Impossible. Doing that would throw the entire empire into chaos." Kan immediately chimed in, "But there must be some truth to it. Otherwise, why would they be marching with us?" Behind the two of them, two figures appeared, wearing masks and emanating a powerful red aura. "They haven't said a single word since we started marching. I have a very bad feeling about them." Meanwhile, back in the capital city, one of Regan's subordinates was being slammed face first into a wall. It was none other than his attacker, Sean, a man with a fierce, cursed power. Across from him were the other subordinates, the rest are injured, lying scattered on the ground. Does he not get tired? I don't even know if he's human anymore. They were terrified of his power. He was like a demon. Apparently not having had his fill yet, he turned around and issued a challenge. "Whoever can still fight, come on. I don't have all day." Sean's attitude visibly annoyed one of the men, but he didn't know what to do. "That brat is provoking us." Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from a distance. "Well, I have to admit." The voice was aimed directly at Sean, who stood stunned and listened in silence. "Why is it that Luna is so fond of you?" It was none other than Riggins. He leaped high into the air, a magic circle forming behind him, "And that is exactly why I cannot let you survive." The moment he finished speaking, Riggins charged forward, continuously gathering his power. Seeing the meteor-like power he was about to unleash, his nearby subordinates fled in an instant. A magic spell of a beautiful and destructive meteor. Riggins drew closer, the energy in his hand forming into a meteor of blazing red energy. "Let's see you dodge this." Unlike the cowardly subordinates, Sean remained standing in one spot, observing Riggins' attack. Is he planning to kill his own comrades with this attack? He's a true madman. In an instant, the power of the meteor crashed down, destroying an entire building. The subordinates under Riggins had to brace themselves to avoid being blown away by the force. At this speed and power, we're all going to die. As they hid behind a building, having narrowly escaped death, a pair of feet appeared before them. "Is my friend here?" It was none other than Zeth, who had finally arrived. He spoke with his arms crossed. "I'm getting tired of these obstacles." "Zeth, son of Hakan," one of the men said, terrified at his appearance. Without a moment's hesitation, Set, with eyes as cold and sharp as bullets, ordered in a low voice, "Get lost." On the ground where his subordinates were sprawled, a violent tremor began. Frantic streams of golden spiritual energy rushed in. In just a few seconds, those men were swept into a vortex he had created. "That's more like it," Luna thought, seeing Set still hesitating, and urged him from behind. "We have to hurry." Senior Set, Lunav, Raram, and Lemmy Haram had all arrived, gathering in one spot and looking into the distance where Senior San was right ahead. In that same area, at the location of Riggins, he gazed down at the pool of lava he had created, finally getting a moment of peace. And yet, Riggins cracked a smile, a look of triumph clear on his face. "I'm sure this isn't over yet," but it seemed he didn't anticipate what was about to happen. Below, the lava began to shift strangely, and from within it, a long crack etched itself across the ground, the fissure growing ever deeper. It was none other than San, still alive, wielding his sword and charging straight at the stunned Riggins. Void Slash, not stopping there, he channeled his internal energy, and a series of void orbs appeared, splitting apart. The orbs summoned by San swelled to a massive size, several times larger than his own body. Facing him, his opponent's face showed no fear, even smirking in praise. "I've never seen anyone use void orbs with such flexibility. It's truly a spectacular sight." But what happened next made San widen his eyes in disbelief. "What is that?" In just an instant, the void orbs he had created were destroyed by the beads in Riggins' hand. Caught by the surprise attack, San immediately recoiled and leaped backward, putting the long crack in the ground between them. Riggins gripped the weapon that had shattered the void orbs and burst into a triumphant laugh. "The attribute contained in these Karagona beads renders even your void orbs useless. Your void attribute is quite powerful, but..." His next words made Saian more wary than ever. I have studied you thoroughly before coming here. An artifact that rare isn't easy to obtain, only the Ren Reverse family could possibly possess it. Regins didn't stop there, gripping the beads tightly in his hand. That's not the only effect of these beads. In an instant, a dense spiritual energy billowed out and a Grim Reaper he had summoned appeared. Summoning a Grim Reaper, now you'll pay attention to me, won't you? From a distance, a voice rang out, causing them both to freeze for a few seconds. That's enough. Curious about the voice, both of them quickly turned to look into the distance. Is it my grimoire that you want? It was none other than Lunov, who had followed them here to help Saian. Is that so? Why don't you fight us? Don't you dare touch Senior Saian. As if sensing something, there was a movement on his arm. Raram spoke up. Looks like a nuisance followed us here. Raram, who was now clinging tightly to his arm, urged him incessantly. And I can feel he's close, so let's you and I go. Saian took a deep breath. He too had sensed the overwhelming presence lurking nearby, and a slight smirk played on his lips. He's finally here. Right. He's very close now. Hurry up. Meanwhile, Set didn't hesitate, ripping off his shirt. I bet everything to get here. My friend, you can't be held up here. His body was covered in bulging muscles, he declared loudly. Just leave everything here to me and go. Hearing that someone had stepped up to help, Sean himself quickly dashed away. Yeah, thank you guys, he said, looking back as he left. Farewell, leaving Luna stunned. See you later. She couldn't hide her anger, glaring over at the meddlesome Set, which made him confused. What did I do? Lemmy Haram let out a weary sigh, his face covered in sweat as he explained. He's the heir of the Black Mist God, completely different from what I thought. Regins, who was standing there, saw Sean leaving and immediately tightened his grip on the string of beads in his hand. Do you think I'll just stand here and watch you leave? He didn't have a shred of hesitation, ordering the scythe-wielding Reaper to capture him. You won't escape that easily. Luna understood the situation and wouldn't let Regins' plan succeed, so she opened her palm and loudly recited his spell. The seed of imprisonment appeared in just a few short seconds, a circle of red thorns materializing above his head. What? With the circle stuck tightly on his head, Regins was in extreme pain, screaming as he clutched his head. Let the pact be completed. The string of beads he was holding fell straight to the ground. At that same moment, the Reaper that had been pursuing Sean, in the middle of raising its scythe, completely vanished. Regins now looked utterly miserable, kneeling on the ground and clutching his head, wondering aloud. Seed of imprisonment, how could you plant it on my head? Luna's eyes were filled with hatred as she recalled the time he bound her body and tried to erase her memories. I broke free from that suffering the moment you started tormenting me. Luna's entire body radiated a powerful purple aura. That's why you shouldn't have messed with me. Standing opposite Regins, who was kneeling on the ground, clutching his head, was Luna. His face was contorted in pain as he held his head and muttered incessantly, "This thing will be useless if I just destroy it, and the price for your betrayal will be steep." Meanwhile, Lemmy Haram gradually vanished into the rustling wind. Did you think I came here unprepared? All of a sudden, he transformed into a mask that went straight onto her face, and in her hand she held the incarnation of Hisria. Right now, witness the truth you seek. Not far away, on the road leading to the capital, a figure ran at a frantic pace. It was none other than a soldier from the scout unit, running with a look of terror on his face. Aren't you from the scout unit? How did you get here so fast? From behind that man, appearing as fast as an arrow, was Sean. Without a word, he decisively swung the sword in his hand in a long arc, attacking the scout. Rising Mist sword. Sean's appearance sent them all into a panic. It's Sean. Raise your weapons and get in formation. The scout unit was defeated by a 13-year-old. He paid no mind to their numbers, charging forward decisively while maintaining his stance. Observing Sean's movements, the group realized the weapon in his hand was the demonic blade incarnation, Jaram. He has the demonic blade, but with their standing orders from before, the entire group advanced without flinching. Fight with honor. The Knights of Light advance. With the help of the demon sword in his hand, Sean zipped past each one with swift, clean slashes, a whirlwind of sword strikes and frenzied mist, a chaotic chain of attacks. Suddenly, a yellow magic circle appeared above his head. Now he could not advance any further. From inside that magic circle, a giant hand broke through the seal and appeared, the arm of Black Lumen. That hand contained immense power, slamming down hard on the ground and shattering the surrounding rocks to pieces. A guy with his eyes covered chuckled and shouted a declaration, unaware of his approach from behind. Got you. In just a few brief seconds, Saian took down one of the men as if he had a sixth sense. From a distance, the remaining guy sensed this. To save his friend from the danger he posed, the man raised his staff high, sending a bolt of lightning straight forward. Thunder orb, but before he could attack, Saian had already rushed to his side, grabbing his face in a tight grip. Not only was he uninjured, but he also wore a knowing smile on his face. Just like that, in a matter of seconds, Another guy was taken down by him, falling flat on his back. Sudden, live from high above, a golden bolt of lightning struck the roof where he stood. As if possessing a sixth sense, Saian looked up, sensing the presence of his wicked older brother. I shall lead you to the path of salvation. Saian, he's here. Just as he finished speaking, the figure of Ao appeared from above, diving down like an arrow. The power of the sun god, Sun Chariot. With the holy sword, the incarnation of Duzandak, in his hand, he launched his first attack with a slash full of spiritual energy. His attack. Starting with the heavy artillery, are we? The slash looked quite ordinary, but its power was absolutely immense, destroying rows of houses. In an unprecedented turn of events, the two brothers charged at each other in a frenzied battle. Although Saian appeared incredibly tough on the outside, he was constantly worried about Raram. I can feel all of Raram's pain. Perhaps I shouldn't have tried to block the holy sword directly, because the immense power from the holy sword of Duzandak was too much. The demon sword couldn't withstand it and fell from his hand. Just like that, Raram couldn't bear it any longer and reverted to her original form, spewing red blood. Overcome with helplessness, she lay curled up on the ground, looking to be in immense pain. From above, like a descending angel, Duzandak landed on the ground. Are my eyes deceiving me? With her eyes and a motionless face, she crossed her arms and looked towards the injured Raram. This isn't like you at all. Don't tell me you've been tamed. Suddenly, Duzandak's expression changed, turning strangely sorrowful. Why haven't you taken over your master's body as you were meant to? And seeing her peculiar state, Raram couldn't help but find it amusing. Look at you. Don't laugh at me. This is all your master's fault. Unable to accept Raram's insulting demeanor towards her, Duzandak grabbed her by the lapels. Tell me what he has done with my power, she demanded, her face full of anger. I told you to stop laughing, but it seemed Raram still wouldn't cooperate, laughing nonstop. And now you're grabbing me by the collar? How adorable. Raram, her face covered in blood, lifted her head and said something that left Duzandak stunned. Tamed? I guess you could put it that way. Not stopping there, she turned her bloodied face and gazed towards the other woman. But seeing you like this, I'd say it was worth it. Duzandak was utterly shocked by this revelation, clenching her jaw. How did he do it? How did he even know where I was? She realized that she couldn't get any information out of Raram, so she let her go. Is that really important right now? Just sit, go on, and enjoy this. What do you mean by that? Not stopping there. Her face covered in wounds, the woman stared wide-eyed as she issued a challenge. Who do you think will be destroyed first? Me or your heir? Returning to the fight between the two. Saian's expression changed unnaturally, a manifestation of the demon blade. Ajia was also caught by surprise and in an instant was thrown far away. Something in the air had just changed. From his side, a slash of red aura from the demon blade swung powerfully straight at him. That source of power not only affected the two of them but also spread throughout the entire royal capital. Terrified by that immense power, Aju quickly fell back with the holy sword. He had broken through the power of the holy sword. Did he really unleash the full power of the demon blade? Sai had officially transformed into a completely different person. Once black blood sword style, first form, the beginning of atonement, trying to calm himself. His expression twisted, but it didn't matter. In the end, the god of the black feather is still just an outcast. He can't possibly overcome the power of the highest-ranking god. Saian, in an extremely grotesque form, with his power multiplied several-fold, rested the demon blade on his shoulder and spoke. I didn't expect the demon blade's power could stand up to the holy sword, but you seem surprised. His voice echoed through the space, but is it really that surprising that the holy sword has a flaw? Ajo listened in utter shock, but it didn't end there. From inside Saian's pouch, he took out a round box, a part of the holy sword. That's right, this is the remaining part of your precious holy sword. Take it from me if you can. The holy sword in Aju's hand seemed to sense a piece of itself and began to stir. Dadak looked straight at Saian, her voice ringing out, Hand it over, you little fiend. Faced with that relentless demand, he chuckled and declared, Do you really think I'll hand it over for free? In a golden mist, Dadak reappeared in her true form, a girl who demanded through gritted teeth, This is blasphemy. I will destroy you along with this city. The demon blade, sensing her hidden power, warned Saian, Whoa there, be careful. She might be stronger than you think. In an instant, her self-control reached its limit. Dadak flew into a rage, and a golden aura erupted, the manifestation of the holy sword. He was blinded by the flash of light, forcing him to shield his face. It was an immensely powerful holy force, clearing everything in its path. Ajo seemed to be infused with additional power from her, his eyes glowing a brilliant gold, the power of the god of the horizon's light. Without a moment's hesitation, Ajo spread his two white wings, and an aura slash materialized. The slash shot straight towards Saian not far away, but fortunately, he managed to dodge. But it didn't stop there. The aura slashes multiplied, launching a relentless assault that tore up the ground all over the city. Using his agility, Saian quickly fell back, crouching on the ground. Before him now were countless streams of golden aura wreaking havoc across the city. Wielding the power of the Holy Sword, Ajo straightened his back and advanced. So this is the power of the Holy Sword, and you've only tasted half of it. Little one, you can use as much of my power as you wish. Dadak, a part of the power within him, with an irritated expression, demanded. Just bring me the other half. Ajo immediately agreed to her wish. Meanwhile, Saian paid them no mind. It was impossible to see his expression as he remained kneeling motionless on the ground. Then from a distance, Acho charged forward like a tiger, unleashing aura slashes that Sean deftly dodged. Unwilling to accept this, he raised his palm high. Magic circles appeared in droves, but Sean was no pushover either. Weapon in hand, he directly used his next skill, Violent Combo Strike. Just like that, both sides charged and attacked each other furiously, with neither giving an inch. And it didn't stop there. In a fit of rage, Acho gripped the Holy Sword in his hand and unleashed fateful slashes. In the end, because the power was too immense, his demon sword was now covered in cracks. Sean said worriedly, "You're starting to break, but it's okay. I can still fight." In an instant, she transformed into her human form, lying on the ground with her face covered in blood. "If this is my end, then I'll drag that bastard down to hell with me." Sean immediately recalled the demon sword. That's a good idea, but she doesn't have that chance. It was as if he was reading her inner thoughts, remembering the image of Rerum making a deal with the Demon King in his past life. I know that, because she said the same thing in my previous life. It was the day she confronted the Demon King. Just like that, she left Sean, falling into that man's clutches to ensure his survival. "I will take this bastard to hell with me. Farewell, master." At that time, Sean looked completely helpless, kneeling on the ground, watching with regret. Back in the present, he reached out and tightly gripped the demon sword, the manifestation of Rarum's body and the day I lost Rarum. With his demon sword at the ready, Sean stared straight at Acho's incoming aura slash. I can't let that happen again. He wouldn't allow himself to lose Rarum ever again, so he twisted his body to dodge. I need to find an opening while avoiding his attacks as much as possible. On the other side, he watched Sean's demon sword crumbling further and smiled smugly. It seems your demon sword is in the worst possible condition. Acho wanted to finish him off quickly, so he leaped high into the air with his holy sword, considering that you can no longer defend against my attacks. From within the cloud of aura yellow, the smug face of Duan Dak also appeared. What did you just say? Rarum, who did you think would break first? Now let's see the answer to your question. Not far away, the scouts from before were hiding to the side, watching the battle. Kan and X looked at each other, their faces filled with fear. That battle is beyond human capabilities. We can't possibly intervene. His eyes filled with worry and curiosity, he looked back at the two masked figures behind them. Are you planning to intervene? The two of them listened to Kan's question in silence, not uttering a single word in reply. Their attitude once again made him feel wary. They look so scary, they haven't said a word. It's terrifying. Without a moment's hesitation, the two figures began to charge forward. The group of scouts saw this and hurriedly followed. Meanwhile, back at the battle, Acho raised his holy sword, attacking Sean, who was kneeling on the ground. He was now using all of his and Rarum's strength to block his vicious attack, but it didn't end there. Then, Saian even channeled his inner energy. A series of void orbs appeared before him, Void Orb Rend. Foosh. He spread his palm, trying to create as many void orbs as possible. Are they puppets like Kelly? It seems like Boris is. Things are getting really hectic here. Looking towards the soldiers, Chul's loyal subordinates charged forward. What a troublesome mess. Over here, taking advantage of the distraction, Chul sent Saian flying backward. He looked at his younger brother like that, smiling nonstop. Why don't you just give up, Saian? You don't stand a chance. At this moment, the boy looked incredibly calm as he rested the demon blade on his shoulder. No chance? Can't you see I'm perfectly fine? Brother, it seems you've gotten completely arrogant. From the sky, a series of magic circles appeared. Sharp spikes were revealed from within. Chul, surrounded by the circles, bluntly declared, You're the arrogant one, Saian. His eyes were filled with rage as he gripped the holy sword tightly. The time has come for me to take back the power that you stole from me. As soon as he finished speaking, a barrage of sharp spears and projectiles rushed towards Saian. It was Luo's holy spear. Watching from a window in the royal palace, Luo said nothing. Behind him, Ru witnessed Chul's unleashed power and couldn't stop praising him. I never expected that he could fight against that monster for so long. Young Master Chul is truly a fearsome warrior. Listening to this, he finally spoke. That's still not enough. We will need to use the Ray of Holy Punishment. The man behind him listened in bewilderment. Your Majesty, but that is a magical artifact used for sieges. Luino gritted his teeth, his face showing the deep resentment in his eyes. It could also put Sir Chul in danger. Don't make me say it a second time, just do it. Not far away, in a dark basement at the bottom of a staircase. Yes, your majesty. A white cloth was thrown forcefully, covering a glowing orb. Someone's hand, holding the Hisha incarnation book that radiated a red aura, spoke up, declaring, "Why don't we just stop this here?" It was none other than Luna, wearing the mask from the Lemiharam incarnation. As she said, "Fighting any further is meaningless." She looked with a furious expression toward Regents, who was lying writhing on the ground. "You've clearly lost, grandfather." He lay there silently like a soulless corpse, his mouth full of blood. From a distance, after finishing off the nuisances and striking one down, Seth announced, "I'm done on my end too." He turned to look at Luna, commenting with a hand on his hip. They were just a bunch of pathetic weaklings. She heard this and gave a slightly embarrassed laugh, clutching the incarnation book tightly. "It's not that they were weak, it's because you have a god inside of you." Seth didn't forget to point to a person in a white cloak behind her back. Of course, she helped a lot too. Who would have known we'd run into her here? Both of them stood looking at that person for a moment before Luna smiled and said, "Thank you." "So you were hiding among the members of the Garam Magic Academy." It was none other than the person who always showed up at the right time to protect her. "Lamela, please forgive me. I should have come to help you sooner." "Your Highness." As she spoke, Luna smiled, recalling how she disguised herself to provide timely support. "No, you arrived at just the right time. We were able to eliminate all of them thanks to you." Suddenly, a strange light in the sky above drew both of their gazes. High above, a series of overlapping magic circles looked extremely magnificent. "They've activated the magical device." Luna looked up with a confused expression. But why? "That device is normally only used in times of war." Lemmy Haram, sitting on his shoulder, explained with her arms crossed. "They won't be able to stop it on its path to fire at the carriage not far away." A group of clerics in black robes surrounded the device, their hands summoning magic. The one commanding them from behind was none other than the arrogant Prince Linello. "This is a perfect opportunity to annihilate them all." With a smug look on his face, he tilted his head back and laughed brightly. "Those who thought I was a fool." On the other side, seeing the golden streams of light overhead, Sean immediately recognized Prince Linello. He was furious inside, glaring upwards. "I've had enough of him." Sean quickly channeled his mana and launched himself directly toward that circle. Zan was stunned for a few seconds by the sight before him. A magic device? They're using it now? At that moment, Sean was getting closer to the eerie circle, which radiated a dense golden aura. Sean suppressed all his frustration, raising his arm with an open palm to execute the technique, God's Domain. In an instant, a colossal explosion occurred, and the ground shattered all around as smoke obscured everything. It wasn't just one spot. The entire building where Luel was engulfed in those flames. He shielded his face with his hand, looking over. "What? Did he just destroy the magic device?" "The building is collapsing." The group of clerics from before saw the scene and ran for their lives. "Hey, where do you think you're going, huh?" Linello, fuming, shielded his face. "You were supposed to protect the prince from that explosion." At the same time, Erin quickly shouted in her capacity as the fifth princess of the Gusev Empire, "I order you to sheathe your sword." Faced with the command, Sean was somewhat reluctant, lowering his head to hide his dissatisfaction. At the same time, a soldier's arm was quickly thrown towards Sean, startling him. Aaron said sarcastically, "These puppets look so familiar." Headmaster Kondo growled and then shouted, "You made it very clear today." While fighting those puppets, he accused Sean, saying that he and Luo were likely involved in the blood banquet. Right after that, Sean held out his hand toward him and hesitated. Headmaster Kondo paused for a moment, then glared furiously, clenching his fist. "You dare defy the will of the gods?" Immediately after, those chains were shattered by Sean's mana into small pieces. Kondo was now a bit surprised, silently horrified. "He's overpowering my magic." Just then, Kondo aimed an attack at Linello with a single strike. Divine Slash. Erin was startled. She couldn't help but scream. Sean was taken aback and quickly blocked it. "What are you doing here?" The princess paused for a moment, as he panted heavily and said coldly, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Get out of here. You're just in the way." Erin was startled internally. "Are you kidding me? Look at yourself." Then she quickly cut him off. "You are my fiancé. Who else is going to protect you but me?" Sean replied calmly. "But I never agreed to the engagement." Suddenly rejected, her face turned bright red. "That was the Emperor's command, and how dare you talk back to me?" "You bastard," Sean quickly said. "I understand you've been charmed by my evil little brother, so I guess I have no choice but to save you too." And right after that, Sean began to channel his mana, the power of the Supreme God, a divine aura. Over here, Sean also secretly thinking this was it. Lumendo's ultimate attack was said to be able to kill even a god. Then he began to piece together the events of the powerful attack that killed him in his past life. At that moment, Erin quickly shielded Sean. She shouted, "Stop it right now." "Oh, But he wasn't willing to back down and immediately channeled his inner power. I'm sorry, but no one can disobey the will of a god. Aaron still refused to give up. She would rather stand and take the hit than abandon Sean. But at that very moment, Sean instantly lunged forward, pushing Aaron aside, leaving her momentarily stunned. Pausing for a moment, Saian suddenly had a demonic glint in his eye. This is the moment I've been waiting for, the moment you use that power. At the same time, upon looking at his younger brother's face, Ash was surprised. Why is he smiling? Wait a minute. Now, Sean immediately pulled out a weapon and threw it towards him. Now, to end it, he immediately threw a powerful punch towards Sean, and at the same time, a powerful wave of energy instantly surged downwards, accompanied by a loud explosion. Ash charged straight at Sean without mercy. But just as Sean channeled his power, Duandak was so scared she burst into tears. She covered her face and screamed. Cutting to Kundeo's side, he was frantically fighting off those puppet-like people. One by one they fell, but Kundeo was still sweating, unable to kill them all. Looking at the horde, he grumbled in frustration. The fact that they're immortal is so troublesome. The best I can do is buy some time. Now, quickly looking behind Cello, he told himself he had sensed the chaotic magic here. Inside, Luel was puzzled. This is weird. What the hell is going on over there? Saian was beaten so badly, his soul felt like it was about to leave his body, and unable to bear it, he immediately screamed out in pain. Now, he began to power up and channel his energy. Atros saw this and was extremely surprised. What's happening? At that moment, Duandak appeared. You fool, you've shattered my power, and now he's trying to take it for himself. Pausing for a moment, Ash quickly deduced. But that's like trying to light a fire in the middle of a storm. He's attempting the impossible. Meanwhile, Atro prepared to attack and she said, be grateful, he has neither the holy arts nor the demon grimoire. Without a contract with a god, he'll die soon enough. Hearing this, he channeled his power and shouted, then I'll finish him before something else interferes. Duandak said with delight, good idea, hurry up. But Aaron was still standing there. I won't let that happen. Ash gritted his teeth. You still want to stand in my way? Right after, Ash said awkwardly, Princess Aaron. But since you're now prepared, I won't hold back. Aaron gritted her teeth, thinking to herself that she couldn't back down. If she didn't stop him, this could be the end for Sean. Meanwhile, a foot covered in fur with sharp claws was slowly approaching. Everyone here seemed to have turned into zombies. And this also greatly surprised Luel, and looking at the girl, he was startled. Luna Vin River. As soon as she arrived, Luna shouted, Headmaster, Senior Sean needs me. Please help me get to him. Kundeo channeled his power, figuring there was no more time for questions. And now, he used his reverse flow attack. Instantly, the earth and rocks all around were sent flying everywhere. Luel was startled and quickly flew back. And now, those demonic heads also simultaneously, then attacked towards Kundel. Meanwhile, Luna and the other two were riding on the back of a beast, rushing forward. Those puppets, of course, wouldn't let them go. They relentlessly pursued Luna's group at all costs. But right after that, a shocking explosion erupted, startling the group of puppets. One of them hadn't even recovered his senses before he was punched through by a powerful fist. With a single blow just unleashed by Set, he successfully wiped out more than half of the enemies. Luna was startled, turned her head to look, and cried out, Senior, Set, Lamela, now. Set and Lamela had immediately stayed behind. He said they would take care of those puppets. Lamela said with a cold yet concerned tone, Get to the vehicle quickly, my lady. Set, while charging towards the puppets, also left a message, You'd better take good care of my best friend. Luna had no other choice. She could only grit her teeth and run forward. Hurry up, Lem. I can feel Senior Saian's energy weakening. Now, Luna quickly approached the place where Saian was fighting, worried that he was just ahead. As soon as she arrived, the scene before her left Luna absolutely horrified. Aaron's face was covered in blood, her eyes lifeless. Luna couldn't help but cry out, Princess Aaron. Looking over at her senior, he was gritting his teeth, also trying to withstand the attacks coming from Ao. At the same time, Duzen's voice rang out, stopping her. Ao wondered why. Then he looked towards her, and Ao thought to himself, what is Luna doing here? Luna sat on Lemmy Haram's back, her heart burning with anxiety, only wishing it could run faster. Just as Luna passed by, she was struck so hard that she was sent flying lightly into the air. Gliding past Aaron, Luna quickly threw herself into his arms while shouting loudly, Senior Saian. Terrified, Luna held Saian even tighter. Lem, please, at this rate, we're going to lose him. Raram was completely startled and wondering, how did things get to this point? It's as if he's trying to end his own life. Pausing for a moment, Raram wondered, or maybe he did this even though he knew this would happen. Looking at Luna, who was sweating profusely, she speculated, did he know Luna and I would come? And now, looking at Ao, Raram felt helpless. There's no more time to think. She then used the ability of the ancient god's contract. Immediately, a massive surge of power rushed towards Saian and entered him. His eyes began to change color. Saiyan's entire body then radiated a powerful aura. Ow! Standing nearby, was momentarily startled, raising his hand to shield his face. Looking at Saiyan, he couldn't help but be surprised, his jaw dropping in astonishment. What the? Meanwhile, that light kept radiating, with thunder and lightning crackling. The energy was so immense that Ao was sent flying away. He was startled and quickly retreated to defend himself. At the same time, the Holy Sword said in annoyance, "What is the curse of Lemmiharam doing here?" Ao fell silent, paused, and looked up at the sky. That's right, no one can interfere here. At that moment, Saiyan said coldly, "Activate Rift Space. Let's end this here." And as soon as he finished speaking, he quickly used a mist to cover the light. The Holy Sword warned, "Be careful, Heir of Light. He will be much stronger than before." Ao quickly replied, "I don't care what he is. He's just a thief who stole that power." At that, Saiyan quickly put Luna on the ground. Lemmiharam asked him at the same time, "What do you plan to do now?" To that question, he calmly replied, "I will kill my brother." Lemmiharam said, "Is revenge so important that you would absorb my curse to achieve it? I don't think you understand your current situation." Pausing for a moment, he told Saiyan, "But the symbol on your chest means you will have to pay a price greater than death." Meanwhile, the demon blade was radiating killing intent. "Foolish master, is this what you've been preparing all this time?" Recalling the past, he had asked, "If we cause a big enough commotion, Lunav will appear sooner or later." Lemmiharam quickly added, "Lunav, you mean the girl who possesses the grimoire?" "Yeah." At that time, Saiyan said while walking, "That's right, so if you meet her, bring her to me and don't cause any trouble while you're disguised as me, or someone will notice immediately." Pausing for a moment, she then couldn't help but wonder, "But how are you so sure? What if she doesn't come?" Turning to look at Lemmiharam with a sly smile, Saiyan asserted, "She will come. She's a real stalker." Back in the present, Saiyan told Lemmiharam, "I'm entrusting Luna and the princess to you." The grimoire quickly accepted. "You can count on me." After that, he just walked forward. Saiyan's path was bound to be incredibly arduous and difficult. The look in Lemmiharam's eyes suddenly grew serious, and it broke into a triumphant smile. The prophecy is finally coming true. Meanwhile, Arrow finally charged at each other. Today was the day for their life or death duel. Seeing the two of them fight, it seemed the demon blade was extremely excited. "Dance, you fragments of the gods." Finally, the main event had begun, as waves of immense power crashed against each other. Saiyan couldn't help but mock him. "You suddenly look so different, my beloved brother." At the same time, Saiyan's hand swiftly moved toward Aro's forehead. He was suddenly startled for no apparent reason. Saiyan's face drew close to Aro's. "Even with the power of the supreme god, it won't save you now." Meanwhile, the battle raged on, with fragments from the clashing energy. Aura slash. While they were fighting fiercely, the enemy legion suddenly froze, which surprised Lamela. "What the?" From what she could see, they've suddenly stopped regenerating. Zek grabbed the head of an unlucky soldier and then said, "What's wrong?" "I was hoping for a good fight," Lamela guessed. "It seems like they've suddenly been disconnected." At the same time, a deep voice echoed, "It's probably because their source of power has vanished." Out of thin air, Kundel appeared. "I'm glad to see you all are safe." Zed tried to act cool and said it was nothing. Headmaster Kundel looked at him and couldn't help but praise him. "You did very well, Prince X. I commend you for rushing to help your friends during the exam season." After a brief pause, his next words made Xet freeze. "You're suspended for 2 months." Z was dumbfounded. "Sir," Kundel added, "you should choose your friends more carefully, and you have never attended any of my classes." Right after that, he looked toward that large circle. "It seems this subspace is the reason for the sudden change in events. Is there nothing we can do but wait here?" At that moment, something suddenly began to move inside the sphere, causing it to tremble. Kundel's face paled instantly, and he couldn't stop the cold sweat from beating on his forehead. At the same time, 2 familiar figures suddenly appeared, leaving Kundel stunned, Princess Erin Luna. At the same time, Lamela rushed over. "Are they okay?" Kundel quickly checked, then he said, "Fortunately, they haven't suffered any fatal wounds." Immediately, he quickly used his regeneration power. Kundel fell into deep thought while looking at them. They were intentionally brought out of the subspace. Kundel immediately guessed it must have been Sean's doing. "What is happening in there?" Sean returned inside. The injured Atro was clutching his body. Atro muttered to himself, "Impossible. He couldn't accept it. How could I be bleeding?" Dujin Dak gritted his teeth in anger and said, "I told you to be on your guard, you brat." Dujin Dak then warned loudly, "He is now the devourer of light. You will lose your life if you're careless," Sean said coldly. "How do you feel?" Raram asked back in surprise. How do I feel? Are you kidding me? She channeled her power, then smiled slyly. There's so much power surging through me that I need to destroy something right away. Sean now flashed a cunning smile. Good, today I'll give you full, free reign. At the same time, he also channeled his power, and the black blood dance now seemed to make everything around him dance to his blade. And it didn't stop there. This immense power also carried a brilliant aura. Now, it seemed he was no longer a match for Sean. Every attempt he made to resist was met with great difficulty. And on this side, Sean continued to channel his power, infusing it into his weapon and unleashing the Phantom Fisher Bone Sword technique. Instantly, the sky lit up brilliantly. The ground below couldn't withstand this immense energy, cracking apart and sending debris flying everywhere. Sean's gaze was incredibly cold. Just like that, he ruthlessly struck Atro with a merciless slash. At that very moment, Atro charged forward frantically, screaming, "Darkness can never defeat the light. It's over." Just as he finished speaking, the light from the sword in Atro's hand also unleashed a terrifying power. At this moment, Sean suddenly broke into a demonic smile. He was now the incarnation of the demon blade. Then, Rerum charged forward frantically. "I bet you didn't see this coming." Atro was surprised and exclaimed, "What?" And at that very moment, she of course also unleashed her Moonlight Bone Sword technique. Atro immediately screamed, unable to control the pain. Rerum laughed in delight. She didn't hesitate to mock him. "This is all thanks to your power. Thank you, Duji and Dak." Just then, he was slashed to the point of agony. Tears streamed from his eyes, but Duji and Dak still tried to suppress the pain to keep from screaming. Meanwhile, Sean coldly watched his brother. "Seeing you writhing on the ground in pain like this." Pausing for a moment, Sean added with a smirk, "I must say, it suits you." He then continued to channel his power, coldly, saying, "Finally, Atro, I can shatter the chains that bind our destinies." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately unleashed a powerful slash toward him with the technique Bone Sword, Rise of the Bone Chains. After this attack, it seemed as if Atro might lose his life. He couldn't struggle, only able to grit his teeth and endure it. Now, Atro felt as if his soul was about to leave his body. He couldn't accept it, because he always believed he was destined to be the savior. That's what his mother had told him. She said she received a divine revelation when she was pregnant, and that's why he was bestowed with so many talents. But for that very reason, she was killed for being a witch. In front of his very eyes, this arrow still couldn't forget that day. And it didn't stop there. Everyone involved was captured and executed. The painful memories came flooding back. It was the first and only time he had ever seen his father so enraged. He even had to execute them himself. Arrow's eyes became lifeless, but that wasn't enough. That kind of demon must be eradicated from the root. According to Arrow's obsession, the poor and the lowborn, they are very susceptible to falling onto the demonic path. Eventually, they would threaten those richer than them, just like how they took his mother's life. Those had always been Arrow's thoughts. Returning to reality, Arrow's gaze turned vacant. He said to himself, "But now I have witnessed the truth." In front of Arrow, Sean and Rem were brandishing their weapons, slashing towards him with the demonic blade slash. And in that very moment, Arrow realized that he was the lowly one. Looking at the two faces filled with overwhelming demonic energy, two words echoed in Arrow's mind: Glutton God. Immediately after this thought, another flash of light erupted, causing a deafening boom to echo everywhere. That sword strike carried its full power, and it just kept attacking Arrow directly. In the void, his screams echoed even louder. The pain searing his flesh made him roar just like that. This explosion had indeed claimed one of Arrow's lives. Just as Sean had said, today he was determined to take his brother's life. Now, sprawled on the ground, Arrow looked regretfully towards him. "I'm curious about one thing." Pausing for a moment, Arrow hesitated. "You somehow seem to know everything beforehand. You found the demonic blade and the holy sword first, and you interfered with my plans like the bloody banquet before they could even happen." Now, dying on the ground, Arrow was resentful. "Perhaps you're just incredibly lucky, but I could never understand the hatred you have for me. Where does that emotion come from?" As he spoke, he fell silent, lost in thought for a long time, but even until death, he never knew why. Now, Sean's body slowly returned to its human form, and he said, "So you felt it. You wouldn't understand in your current state. After all, how could a brat like me possibly obstruct your plans?" Arrow now blamed himself. "Why didn't I realize it sooner? Was it because I thought he was just the incompetent son of a mistress? I should have kept a closer eye on him." Pausing for a moment, Sean added, "I should have nipped it in the bud when I had the chance." That's probably what you're thinking right now, and from what I can remember, I've always hated the way you think. Upon hearing this, Arrow couldn't help but let out a helpless smile. "From what you remember, were we that close?" The emotions are flooding back now. Sean said to himself, "That's right, in my previous life, the one who turned everything into a sham was you." Arrow, Over here, Arrow's corpse burst into flames, Sean said to himself. And finally, it has come to an end. At the same time, Raram now said to him, I don't think it's over yet. Just then, Duan quickly flew up, saying at the same time, Sanver, I'm impressed with how you used the grimoire to absorb my power. Pausing for a moment, she revealed her true form while trembling, but you've made a grave mistake. You will be haunted by a torment worse than hell itself. At that moment, Saian's eyes widened as he stared intently at Duanak. Then the scene shifts to the god of Black Frost. He was now resting his chin on his hand, thinking, so the fog has finally swallowed the light. Meanwhile, the young man over here was shouting nonstop, No, Nana. She gritted her teeth, but father is in danger. The god of Black Frost thought sadly, they just missed the important line. They're just like their master. Right after that, Nana pointed at him. Look, a scary weirdo. The god of Black Frost lamented internally. He keeps sending his people to me without even asking a single question. And I'm the god of Black Frost. At the same time, Nana was repeatedly hitting Brian while shouting, Brian, you bastard, I told you father is in danger. The god of Black Frost now assessed internally, but I'm very impressed that Guardian Knight can withstand the rage of that dragon. He definitely has potential. Over here, she screamed, Nana has to go. Nana must help father. The bastard paused for a moment, then Brian said, but Sir Saian sent us here because he was worried about us. Can't we wait a little longer? At this moment, Sirika quickly stepped forward to remind her. In a serious tone, Nana, that's enough. Sit. Finally, right after Sirika's words, she now quickly plopped down, which made Brian extremely surprised. Pausing for a moment, she couldn't help but question, didn't you hear him speak? Black Frost has swallowed the light and Nana's behavior is completely spoiled. The god of Black Frost, upon hearing her say that, was deeply moved himself. Someone is finally listening to me. After a pause, Sirika again said in a very firm voice, Nana and I will bring Saian back. She then added an announcement, the rest of you, stay here. Meanwhile, Nana was constantly growling. The scene shifts back to Duanek. Over here, the sword was glowing incessantly. And at this very moment, it couldn't help but channel its power and fly into the sky. Saian couldn't help but collapse to the ground. Raram immediately knew it had broken through the subspace. She clenched her fists. What an extraordinary amount of holy power. I'm about to revert to my spirit form. At that moment, Raram quickly flew over, the sweat on her forehead couldn't help but start dripping down. Saian sat on the ground. He channeled his power to return to the form of the sword, Diram. This sign doesn't feel right. Just then, from within the clouds, a shimmering golden ray of light quickly appeared. They were like flares being released, flying straight down to the ground. Saian quickly drew his weapon. He quickly stood up and shouted, they're here. Immediately after, that light crashed to the ground and a shocking explosion occurred instantly. These beams of light seemed to carry a hypnotic force, and now it was luring the followers towards it. Saian clutched his chest. He looked up at the sky and thought with a sigh, the curse is so great. And at the same time, a stranger appeared and summoned his staff of light. The group of Nefelim stared intently at Saian, their auras flaring as they exuded a massive, alluring power. Erin now began to groggily wake up, her eyes still a bit hazy after fainting, and the sight before her made her extremely astonished. Saian fighting a horde of Nephilim startled her. Saian. Now, in the end, Saian was still caught tightly in the palm of one of them. He cried out internally, no. Erin's vision began to blur and go, but she couldn't help but worry. Inwardly, she was in turmoil. Saian. Her last memory of Saian was of him appearing when the Giants of Light emerged, and also Prince Luanel and Lord Ao, who had led the manhunt. The same was true for the Knights of the Order of Light who acted independently. They were suppressed by Yoon and the senior knights, and so the potential uprising was quelled. As she recalled, the port city and commercial hub of Brenu, once prosperous, had been reduced to ashes. The devastation all around was catastrophic, looking just like a city of the dead. At that moment, she finally opened her eyes, and the wounds on her face were quickly bandaged. Just then, Regimus hurried in. Princess, you are awake. Erin struggled to speak. As soon as she came to, Aaron asked, where am I? The royal palace. Princess, Miss Luna has also recovered. After a brief pause, Aaron immediately asked, what about Saian? He's missing, and so are Prince Luanel and Lord Ao. Hearing this, Aaron helplessly blamed herself. I couldn't protect him, forgive me. Hearing this, Regimus's eyes welled up with tears. I should have gone as well. Aaron quickly reassured him. Don't blame yourself, Regimus. You were just following my orders. Have you heard any news? At her question, he quickly stopped crying and said, it's not good news. Princess, His Majesty is not doing well at all. Elsewhere, her father lay motionless in bed, his forehead beaded with sweat. Voss said sorrowfully, He spoke quietly. "Forgive me, Your Majesty. I should have been here sooner." Voss sat by the bedside and recounted the events that had transpired. "I was preoccupied on the front lines, but I should have done a better job of raising my children. My eldest son has turned the Church of Light into his personal army, while my youngest has become a notorious killer." He paused, his expression growing tense. "If it weren't for my sworn duty to the Empire, I would gladly give my life to atone." Yoon smiled, then replied, "Please do not say such things, my lord." Voss responded, "Do you not agree that I am a pathetic father?" Voss recounted in anguish. Ao's mother was killed by Ruju, and Saian's mother passed away from illness at a young age. He paused, continuing with a pained expression. "And so, I decided to act coldly towards the children so they would grow up strong and self-reliant. Because my greatest duty is to House Voss, not to my own children." Though he didn't say it aloud, Voss understood his two sons perfectly. Ao craved glory while Saian longed for self-improvement, but despite being put in similar situations, each chose a different path. He paused, then added, "And now we are bearing the consequences." Brenu was destroyed, and House Voss is now facing a similar fate. After saying this, he turned towards Yoon and asked, "Have you investigated Alice's whereabouts?" Yoon immediately replied, "Miss Alice was last seen at the northern border and hasn't been seen since." He then added, "And young Lord Gran massaged his temples." Voss said dejectedly, "Forget about Gran." He paused, then said, "That boy has become fanatical about religion, and the last I heard, he became a monk." Yoon quickly confirmed, "That is correct." At the same time, the princess quickly came out. "Well done, Duke and Sir Yoon Kan. The Empire is indebted to you too." Violet immediately said, "Good afternoon, Princess Violet." Right after that, she continued, "I've brought father's medicine, and according to what she said, we are trying our best to help him recover quickly, but it seems nothing is working." Pausing for a moment, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Are you really that determined, Your Highness?" Violet said with all sincerity, "You always personally bring the medicine to His Majesty." She gave a gentle smile, then said, "I am simply fulfilling my duty as a daughter." Pausing for a moment, Violet's voice trembled, and a few tears trickled from her eyes. "With everything in such chaos, I hope His Majesty recovers his health quickly and stabilizes the Empire." But despite this, the king remained motionless on the bed, and his complexion showed no signs of improvement. Violet quickly stood up with Yoon Kan and bowed respectfully. "His Majesty will be very pleased to know of your unwavering determination of yours. Your Highness, we will now take our leave." And as soon as they finished speaking, the two of them quickly went out. The door closed, leaving only Violet and Dion. Just then, she quickly poured the medicine into the Emperor's mouth. Violet's movements were incredibly practiced, and she thought to herself, "You have nothing to worry about, father." At this moment, a malicious expression crossed her face. "Your empire will be fine in my hands. You can rest in peace forever." Pausing for a moment, Violet thought again, "As for Luel, I already sent him to the other side even before you." She recalled how, after the battle broke out, Luel had been crushed by rubble, but as luck would have it, a villain like him didn't die. He then tried to crawl out, and although his body was severely injured, his will to live was also very strong. Once he was completely out of danger, Luel leaned helplessly against a rock behind him and cursed those useless scoundrels. Luel was so furious he gritted his teeth, veins popping on his face. "Look what happened to me because they couldn't even kill a single kid." Over on this side, Princess Violet's people had finally arrived. "Keep searching. He must still be alive." Seeing the soldiers arrive, he quickly shouted, "Hey, over here." From within the crowd, the sinister voice of Violet rang out, "Oh my, you really are a stubborn one." Looking at his sister, a surprised Luel asked in a cold voice, "Violet, what are you doing here?" She couldn't help but sneer. "Look at what you've done to our empire." "Brother, it's only natural that I step up and clean it up. After all, that has always been my role. Don't you think so?" Luel, still unaware of his sister's dark ambitions, said, "I've heard enough of your nonsense. Now get me back to the palace immediately. I need treatment and rest." At this point, she no longer wanted to keep up the act. "I'm afraid that might be a bit difficult." Luel was stunned. What? Violet then turned her back and left him with her final words. "You see, the very thing I came to clean up in Brenu today is your corpse." But Luel still didn't understand what was happening, and he yelled, "What is that supposed to mean?" Her smile was like that of a venomous snake. Violet said, "But actually, I've changed my mind. I'll announce to everyone that I couldn't even find your body." Finally, Luel quickly understood his sister's wicked ambition. He roared, "Violet, you witch!" And right after that, the soldiers began to execute Luenel, despite his frantic screams. That day, fresh blood stained the ground. Prince Lueno died, and his body was never found. Flashing back to the past, Voss asked worriedly as they walked, "What do you think about the second princess's potion?" Yun quickly added, "I find it quite suspicious." Voss asked again in surprise, "You think so too?" Yun quickly shared his thoughts. The vial and the color of the liquid inside indicated that it was a divine potion of blessing from the demon god. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "And yet, I sense a type of magic that I've only ever encountered in the demon world." Immediately after, Voss ordered someone to go and observe the second princess. Voss's eyes showed his concern. "The front line is important, but don't forget to report back on matters like this, especially those concerning the safety of Princess Erin." After saying that, the two of them quickly walked ahead. Yun quickly accepted the order. "Yes, sir." After Brenu suffered an unprecedented disaster, its people worked together to rebuild it piece by piece. Prince Luel and His Highness were declared missing, and although there were many controversies and rumors, most remembered this incident as them having died in battle while trying to stop his younger brother, who had been manipulated by evil forces. They said they had witnessed the detailed battle, the way the one gifted with wings struggled exhaustedly as they fought in the air, and the way Saian, that demon, defeated him. But this caused the forces from heaven, the celestial realm, and the great light to intervene, and Saian had to face the consequences. Someone had to bring order to the empire that was falling into chaos. But because His Majesty was bedridden, the second princess stepped up and began her reign because she had built her reputation through many years of relentless effort. It was only natural for her to step forward, and although this was completely different from what Erin knew, she didn't want to add anything to it, because staying silent now was the only way to protect him. So Erin thought, because she knew the man she loved was still alive. Erin desperately hoped to hear news from him soon. The scene changes to the academy, where a voice calls out, "Erin Severus, please choose your path." This is the Len Academy auditorium. At her prompting, Erin quickly says, "I have chosen the grimoire." And then, in front of so many students, Sirika says, "May the wisdom of Lum Mendel always be with you and bless your future." Then, she happily hands something to Erin. "This is your diploma." Erin replies cheerfully, "Thank you, Sirika." Then she continues, "Now you are a graduate of Len Academy." Erin replies, "I will strive to be a light that illuminates the academy." The scene shifts to the office of Kundal. Later, this news was also reported to Kundal. "Princess Erin chose the grimoire? How interesting. I thought she would choose the sword or the magic wand." Sirika replies, "So did I, sir." Now, his face becomes a bit pensive. It has been 3 years since that day, and Her Highness is still searching for the Great Light. Sirika is surprised. "The Great Light? Do you mean the giants that attacked Saian that day?" Kundal explains to her, "They are also known as the Nefelim. They are messengers of light sent by the high-ranking gods of Luminol." Pausing for a moment, Sirika, then it was puzzling, but that would mean the gods themselves interfered in human affairs. "But why?" Sel pondered. "Your speculation is much like mine. There are no records indicating the Nephilim are dual gods," he told her. Princess Erin said she would remain at the academy for further research. Sirika wondered why. Kundo asked in a cold voice, "It's because of Sean. I assume he's still well, isn't he?" The scene shifts to outside the grand hall, where hurried footsteps are echoing forward. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared, much to Erin's surprise. A voice called out, "Princess." Erin gasped, "Luna." She replied, "I trust you've been well. Congratulations on your graduation." Erin then gushed, "It's been a while since I've seen you." Luna replied, "Yes, I've been rather busy directing things at Garum Academy." And after that, the two sat down to talk. "Is Headmaster Regan still ill?" Luna replied. "He has improved a great deal, but his internal injuries still remain." Erin gave a faint smile. "You must be quite worried about him, whether you like it or not." Luna replied, "Of course not." Her gaze turned icy. "He learned a valuable lesson about what happens when you mess with the people I care about, so I'm actually quite pleased." Immediately after, Luna asked, "How is your search for Senior Sean going?" Erin sounded a bit helpless. "I'm still doing everything I can, but I haven't found anything. Other than the fact that those giants were Nephilim, but I'm not going to give up." Hearing this, Luna looked surprised. "Well, I do hope your luck improves, because if things continue like this, I'll find him first." After a brief pause, Erin looked a bit flustered. She stammered, "Oh no, I'll be the one to find him first." At that moment, Luna's brow furrowed as she thought to herself, "I don't think so." But Erin continued speaking. "That's right, let's both do our best." Luna quickly replied, "Of course, I'd be more than happy to help you until we find Senior Sean." Meanwhile, from a distance, Kundal stood on high ground, intently observing the two of them. His expression was cold, while elsewhere, a chilling voice was speaking, "Saianvert, you have crossed the unimaginable boundary for an entity. You are not worthy to live in a world of my decree. You're not dead yet, but now you must face the Nephilim," he continued, "so you must suffer for it." The boy's breathing became ragged. Sean stared intently at his opponent with eyes full of hatred. Now the horde of Nephilim flew swiftly past them, declaring, "You will suffer a pain that no human has ever experienced before."